Heaven and earth are closed off. Wise men conceal themselves, and rulers remain inactive while chaos and bandits abound throughout the realm. The era calls for heroes, it seeks saviors to deliver it from despair. So who is the lightning that streaks across the night sky? Who can rescue the masses from peril? History has long provided the answer, and this book invites you to discover and explore it yourself. From the 5 dynasties to the rise of the Song Empire, what you witness is not merely a tale of bloodshed and turmoil, but also one of power shifts and cunning strategies. Chapter 1. Midnight Struggle, a Den of Ghosts. The world is beset by war, and mournful cries echo across the mountains and fields. The common folk suffer in misery, scarcely finding a day of peace. Heaven must pity the people and generously spread the seeds of compassion. The sorrowful and plaintive melody drifts through the midnight air of Wang Mama's Den of Ghosts Tavern in Bianliang City. In the grand hall of Wang Mama's Den of Ghosts, the guests' eyes are filled with bewilderment and helplessness as they gaze at the stage, where a young lady, her phoenix-like eyes filled with resentment and her willow-like brows hiding sorrow, caresses the pipa and, with trembling lips, sings a heart-wrenching tune, eliciting sighs from the audience. At this moment, 2 figures enter from outside. The first is a robust man with broad shoulders and a bushy beard, resembling a dark deity. Closely following him is a thin fellow with a deep scar running from his brow to his mouth, his face exuding an air of pain, as if he has just endured a beating. Wang Mama hastily comes to greet them, bowing and smiling, repeatedly saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please take a seat." Once they are settled, she obsequiously asks, "What would you like to order, gentlemen? Bring forth your finest wine and meat. Without delay, spare me the chatter," the robust man barks. Seeing this, Wang Mama quickly raises her voice, calling out, "Lemay, Chunhong, hurry and bring the food and wine." 2 elegantly dressed young ladies promptly respond, swiftly bringing forth tender chicken, fatty lamb, beef, and a jug of wine to the guest table. The scar-faced man lifts the wine jug, disregarding the cups, and gulps down several large swigs before wiping his mouth with his sleeve. He then unfastens the bundle on his back and places it on the table, his sinister triangular eyes scanning the surroundings with a chilling glare. The robust man tears off a chicken leg and takes a few hearty bites, his lascivious gaze roving over the 2 busy young ladies before breaking into a lewd grin. He then slams his hand on the table, impatiently shouting, "Enough with the mournful tunes, they are tiresome. Quickly switch to something more lively, to lighten my spirits." Startled, the singing girl on stage pales, her voice abruptly ceasing as she bites her cherry-red lips, tears streaming down her face, utterly at a loss. The crowd perceives the man's abruptness, casting disapproving glances in his direction. Among the audience, an elderly gentleman with sparse long whiskers, graying at the temples and attired in a purple embroidered robe, clasped his fists and trembled as he spoke. "My dear brother, forgive my frankness. Since the fall of the Tang dynasty, in just a few decades, we have seen the rise and fall of the Liang, Tang, Jin, and now our Han, with foreign armies wreaking havoc and internal strife ever present. The common folk have suffered greatly, caught in the depths of hardship." After a fit of relentless coughing and a brief pause to catch his breath, he continued in a hoarse voice, "Especially now, with our ruler Luzon recently deceased and the new emperor Lu Qingyu still in his youth, we face threats from the Khitan in the north, the Tubo in the west, and the southern Tang, southern Han, Wuyue, and later Shu, each asserting their own reign in the south. The central plains are fragmented by various warlords. Li Shoujin of the Hedong Circuit, Wang Jingchong of Fengxiang, and Zhao Sivan of Yongqing have seized the opportunity to conspire against the throne. In this time of national peril, even the courtesans understand the grief of a fallen nation. What more can we, as honorable men, do but rise above the indulgences of the flesh? The robust man, stung by the elder's rebuke and the laughter of the crowd, flushed with embarrassment, a mix of red and white crossing his face as he retorted, "If we know that the dynasty is on the brink of collapse, why not seize the moment to enjoy ourselves? How dare you, an old fool, lecture me? You!" The elder's face turned pale, his body trembling as he opened his mouth, struggling to find words. "Enough!" A loud clap resounded as everyone turned to see a stout man in official attire rise, shaking his sleeve and glaring fiercely. Old Master Feng Dao is the current Grand Tutor, a man of high virtue and respect. "How dare you insult him? Apologize at once." The crowd recognized the speaker as Han Lingkuan, a constable from the Kaifeng prefecture. "Ospit!" The robust man roared in response. "No wonder Bianliang City is on the brink of disaster. It is filled with so-called heroes who are all talk and no action." Before he could finish his sentence, Constable Han retorted sharply, "In the face of great danger, We should unite against our foes. Why do you undermine our collective spirit and insult the citizens of this city? Speak such nonsense again, and I shall not show you any mercy." At this moment, the scar-faced man, unable to contain himself, cast a disdainful glance at Constable Han and coldly remarked, "This brother seems to fancy himself a warrior. Yet I wonder if his meager skills are enough to face the enemy. I fear he would flee faster than a rabbit at the first sight of the rebels." His words ignited Constable Han's anger, who declared, "Very well, I shall gladly put your skills to the test today." Before he could finish speaking, he leapt into the center of the hall, his broad and sturdy arms swinging as he stood like an iron tower, glaring fiercely at the thin man. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Oi, oi, gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? If you are here for enjoyment, why escalate to such fury? Can't we discuss this civilly? Seeing the two men on the verge of conflict, Wang Mama inwardly lamented if they were to fight here, damaging her establishment would be the least of her worries. If someone were to lose their life, the authorities would bring down dire consequences. She hurriedly forced a smile, attempting to defuse the situation. The thin man let out a series of sinister chuckles, rising to his feet, pressing down on the teapot until it sank into the tabletop, leaving only half of it visible. The crowd gasped in shock. Wang Mama, having never witnessed such a display, hurriedly retreated with the young ladies to the back for safety. Constable Han, without waiting for the thin man to regain his balance, struck first with a powerful blow, aiming a black tiger pouncing on Heart Strike at his chest. The force of this punch was tremendous, as if Han poured all his strength into it, wishing to send the frail figure before him flying to the ends of the earth. As Han's fierce punch approached the thin man's chest, the latter appeared like a leaf tossed in the wind, slightly shrinking and shifting his body to effortlessly evade the lethal blow. Due to the excessive force, Han lost his balance, stumbling forward and crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The robust man sitting nearby erupted in laughter, shaking his head mockingly. "You black tiger. You missed your mark. You've become like a hungry dog chasing after scraps." With his eyes blazing red and veins bulging, Han leapt back to his feet, his face flushed with rage as he unsheathed the sword at his waist with a sharp clang. In the flickering candlelight, the blade gleamed ominously. The guests hastily stepped aside, while the timid ones fled in panic. "Constable, spare us from bloodshed. Let us resolve this with virtue." Old Master Feng trembled from afar, stamping his feet and shouting hoarsely. What began as a mere dispute over words hardly warranted such a violent response yet. Having lost face in the initial encounter, Han now felt compelled to prove himself. How could he capture criminals if he could not protect himself? If he did not regain his dignity today, he would find no place for himself within the prefecture. Realizing this, Han's fury surged, and with a flash of silver, he unleashed a flurry of 8 strike slashes, thrusts, sweeps, hooks, and stabs, all aimed at the thin man's vital points. How swift the strikes! The speed of the blade was rivaled only by the thin man's agility. Such swift strikes fell empty as they missed their target. Han was taken aback, momentarily stunned before he could unleash a 9th strike. The thin man leapt into the air, delivering a forceful kick squarely to his face. Han was sent flying backward, crashing onto a table that splintered upon impact, dishes and cups scattering across the floor with a crisp clatter. When the dust settled, Han appeared dazed, his face ashen, and utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate, prompting the crowd to rush to his side for support. A young gentleman, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. He sprang up and swiftly approached the thin man, clasping his fists in greeting. "May I ask for your esteemed name, brother? I would be honored to learn from you." Among the crowd, whispers spread. This must be young Master Shi from Shijiazhuang in the west of the city, known for his sense of justice and willingness to draw his sword for the sake of the oppressed. "Today, we are in for quite a show." The slender man, taken aback, immediately replied with a serious demeanor. "I am known as Diao Yi Dao. With such remarkable skills, may I inquire your esteemed name?" Chapter 2. The troublemaking young girl. Mr. Shi's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained composed. It turned out that his esteemed brother was none other than the infamous ghost-seeking Wo, Diao Yi Dao. "My apologies." "My apologies," Shi Shoshin offered his respects. Diao Yi Dao immediately clasped his fists and responded, "Ah, so you are the renowned jade-faced young Master Shi Dajuan. I have long admired your reputation." Shi Shoshin paid no heed to his flattery and pressed on relentlessly. "Might I inquire what brings you, Diao brother, all the way from Shangxi to our Bianliang?" Diao Yi Dao's eyes darted mysteriously, and he replied, "Naturally, I have come to participate in the martial arts conference." Shi Shoshin was taken aback for a moment, Then continued, could it be that your Shangxi Black Carbon Gang has also received the hero's invitation? What, do you think we are unworthy? Diao Yidao's face darkened with displeasure. Shi Shouxin realized he had misspoken and, after a brief pause, added, that is certainly not the case. It is merely that your gang has had little interaction with the martial world. It is well known that the Shangxi Black Carbon Gang has a notorious reputation for its nefarious deeds and is widely reviled, standing in stark opposition to the righteous sects of the martial world. Diao Yidao understood the implied meaning behind Shi Shouxin's words and let out a cold chuckle. With a resounding slap on the table, the teapot he had pressed down with his internal force sprang forth, landing squarely back on the table. So, the martial world no longer considers us as allies. Diao Yidao's triangular eyes glinted with a chilling light as he took the initiative. That will depend on your actions. As Shi Shouxin spoke, he waved his sleeve gently from a distance, causing the teapot to return smoothly to its original position. Diao Yidao was taken aback. Shi Shouxin's seemingly casual gesture concealed an astonishing level of internal power. This man was indeed not to be underestimated. Realizing this, Diao Yidao decided to strike first, slapping the table once more, sending the teapot hurtling towards Shi Shouxin, not merely landing on the table this time, but rushing toward him with great speed. Upon seeing this, Shi Shouxin hurriedly swung his sleeve, conjuring a gust of wind that held the teapot suspended in midair, rendering it unable to advance. Diao Yidao exerted his palm's force, while Shi Shouxin continuously waved his sleeve. The teapot spun and danced between them, oscillating back and forth in the that moment. A fluffy white object burst through the door, darting around frantically between the two. Diao Yidao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Instinctively kicking backward, a series of squeaks followed, and the creature tumbled several times before coming to a halt. As everyone focused their gaze, they discovered it was a small white monkey, scratching its ears and baring its teeth in a fierce glare at Diao Yidao, seemingly incensed by his unfriendly demeanor. Hey, you ugly creature, why are you bullying my little white friend? A voice accompanied by the rhythmic clanging of a gong arrived, as a girl of about 15 or 16 rushed into the fray, brandishing a gong mallet. Upon seeing Diao Yidao seemingly ignoring her, she angrily struck the airborne teapot with the mallet, causing it to crash to the ground and shatter into pieces. Shi and Diao Yidao directed all their internal energy towards the teapot. Now, having lost this vessel, their energy surged back violently into their bodies, causing them to stagger backwards several meters. The little girl stomped her feet in frustration, incessantly shouting, ugly monster, quickly apologize to my little bai. Diao Yidao regained his footing, slightly regulating his internal breath, and opened his eyes with irritation, exclaiming, apologize? What should I apologize for? It scratched me for no reason. It ought to be apologizing to me instead. Little girl, stop meddling here. The young girl pouted defiantly, insisting, why did it scratch you and not anyone else? You don't look like a good person. My little bai is quite perceptive. It can tell the good from the bad. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she suddenly struck a brass gong and called out to the little white monkey, who was squatting there blinking innocently, little bai, since it was your fault, quickly apologize to your ugly monster brother. The little white monkey obediently stood up and bowed, eliciting laughter from the crowd. You? Diao Yidao's face flushed crimson, the scar on his visage becoming even more pronounced. How dare you compare a human to a beast? You little girl are courting death. Yet some individuals are not necessarily more reasonable than beasts. The girl, sharp-tongued and unyielding, showed no mercy. I see you don't wish to live. As soon as Diao Yidao finished speaking, he leapt into the air, aiming a palm strike downwards at the girl. Gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers. No one expected Diao Yidao to attack a child. The girl, as nimble as a swallow, deftly evaded the deadly strike, causing the crowd to exhale in relief. Diao Yidao, now flushed with embarrassment, had not anticipated the girl's agility. At that moment, she had already leapt onto a platform half a foot high and pointed the gong hammer at Diao Yidao, declaring, ugly monster, you bully the weak. Have you no shame? Diao Yidao charged up onto the platform, while the girl quickly dashed down, repeatedly calling out, little bai. As Diao Yidao prepared to pursue her, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck. It turned out that upon hearing the girl's call, the little white monkey had leapt onto the platform and was scratching Diao Yidao's back. When he turned around to retaliate, the monkey swiftly darted to a pillar in the hall, turning back to blink mischievously at Diao Yidao. Frustrated, Diao Yidao chased after it, leaping up the pillar. Seeing this, the little white monkey scampered up a few notches, grasped a beam, swung a few times, and then leapt to another pillar. Climbing and scrambling was second nature to the monkey, making it incredibly difficult for even the most skilled martial artist to catch up. Diao Dao, left with no choice, could only descend the pillar in embarrassment. The burly man who had been observing silently, witnessing Diao Dao being outmaneuvered by a girl and a monkey, stood up in irritation, taking a few steps forward, growing angrier by the moment. With a thunderous clap, he smashed a table in front of him to splinters, bellowing, "Little girl, your meddling is truly detestable." As he spoke, he moved to intercept the little girl from another direction. Seeing this, Sher reached out to block the burly man's path. "What's this? Gentleman with the jade face is truly going to act as a hero today, standing up against injustice?" The burly man halted in his tracks, expressing his profound dissatisfaction. Bullying the weak and oppressing the less powerful is a shameful act, condemned by all in the martial arts world. Everyone seeks to punish such behavior, declared Shi, standing his ground resolutely. As for me, Do Ibiao, I have never been one for excessive niceties. Anyone who hinders me, or whom I despise, is marked for certain retribution. With these words, he lunged forward, attempting to seize Shi with a claw-like grip. Before Shi could complete his sentence, he noticed the approaching claw imbued with a sinister energy, recognizing it as the initial move of the Five Poisons Plum Blossom hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand in a powerful counter, deflecting the incoming strike aside. However, the impact sent a jolt of pain through his arm, and he inwardly acknowledged, indeed, Do Ibiao, the so-called butcher of Shangxi, lives up to his fearsome reputation. With this thought, he bellowed, "I apologize for the offense," as he launched a flurry of counterattacks, his palms swirling with a tempestuous energy aimed directly at Do Ibiao. Do Ibiao, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly executed a graceful retreat, leaping into the air. Yet, he was a moment too late. A sharp tearing sound echoed as he felt a sting in his left shoulder. Gritting his teeth in determination, he propelled himself onto the second-floor corridor. Upon landing, he felt the gaping tear in his garment, sending a chill of dread coursing through him. Seizing the opportunity, Shi pursued relentlessly, his palms dancing through the air like a torrent unleashed from the Milky Way. Do Ibiao, witnessing this, let out a frantic cry. Remaining still was not an option. He sprang into action like a startled rabbit, executing a series of intricate eagle claw techniques, grasping, striking, pinching, maneuvering, flipping, crashing, squeezing, and leaning. Each movement was cunning and unpredictable, leaving onlookers in a "It was truly said." Striking and seizing with a mastery of complex techniques, adhering to the unseen flow of energy. The interplay of yin and yang, soft and hard, creates an exquisite harmony. The clash of their fists and palms shattered the ornate beams and painted pillars around them. Previously caught off guard, Do Ibiao was now exceedingly cautious. His agility unmistakable, and the force he unleashed rivaled the strength to shatter stone. Shi, witnessing Do Ibiao's prowess, dared not relent, his series of relentless palm strikes tightening like a coiled spring. After exchanging dozens of blows, neither combatant could claim the upper hand. As the battle dragged on, Shi grew increasingly anxious and resorted to his signature move, a soaring lotus and Mandarin duck kick aimed squarely at Do Ibiao. Do Ibiao, sensing the shift in tactics, instinctively shrank back, attempting to evade. Little did he know that this maneuver was a deceptive play of reality and illusion, seamlessly blending the two in a kaleidoscope of combat. Mid-air, Shi, noting Do Ibiao's genuine attempt to dodge, transformed his attack into a feigned strike, redirecting his foot to target Do Ibiao's abdomen. Do Ibiao, unable to avoid the incoming blow, could only let out a startled gasp. The crowd gasped in shock as a figure tumbled from the second-floor corridor. As the commotion settled, they realized the unfortunate soul who had fallen was none other than Shi. The onlookers rushed forward to assist him. Shi lay limp, a wave of weakness washing over him. Summoning his strength, he took a deep breath and exerted himself, causing two hidden projectiles, adorned with skull motifs, to clatter to the ground. It was then the crowd understood that an ambush had taken place. Seeing the commotion, the quick-witted officer Han, who had rushed forward, swiftly retrieved a healing ointment from his waist and applied it to Shi's wounds, staunching the flow of blood. "What an ugly sight," he exclaimed. "What kind of hero resorts to underhanded tactics?" The sharp-eyed young girl had already discerned the truth and cried out in indignation. It turns out that Diao Dao had been pursuing the girl relentlessly, yet despite coming close to capturing her on several occasions, he was thwarted by the pesky little white monkey tugging at his legs and scratching his back. Frustrated and seething with anger, He eventually looked up and noticed Do Ibiao in a perilous situation. With a flick of his wrist, he released two unique concealed weapons, the infamous death nails of the Shangxi Black Carbon Gang, to break Do Ibiao's encirclement. The moment the girl shouted, everyone turned their gaze towards Jiao Yidao. Under the weight of their furious stares, he felt increasingly uncomfortable, and a wicked thought suddenly surged in his mind. Why not go all out? With two eerie chuckles, he flicked his foot, sending the fallen dagger of Constable Han soaring into the air, catching it deftly in his hand. With a few leaps, he lunged towards the crowd. The force of his strike was ferocious, causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in terror, their bodies frozen in place. Just as the blade was about to descend upon them, a sharp sound rang out. The dagger in Jiao Yidao's hand was unexpectedly severed in half. A wave of numbness coursed through his right arm, almost causing him to drop the weapon. Staring at the broken blade in his hand, he stood there, momentarily stupefied by an astonishing display. Do Ibiao, who had leapt down from the second floor, was equally taken aback, staring at the object that had cut Jiao Yidao's dagger in half and lodged itself into the pillar of the hall, a pointed leaf of the bamboo plant. He gasped in astonishment. Another sharp sound echoed as Jiao Yidao's severed dagger clattered to the ground. The martial prowess displayed was indeed remarkable. The ability to pluck leaves and flowers as if wielding a razor-sharp sword spoke volumes of the skill of the unseen assailant. Jiao Yidao's shifty gaze scanned the room, landing on a young man clad in a white robe standing by the door, seemingly having just arrived, yawning incessantly with an air of fatigue. Doubt gnawed at him as he scrutinized the stranger from head to toe but could discern nothing unusual. Yet, unwilling to relent, he inquired, "Hey, you there, when did you come in?" The young man, clearly displeased by Jiao Yidao's rudeness, responded nonchalantly, "I came in when I did." Jiao Yidao found the response irksome and replied with evident impatience, "You neither sit down nor drink. What brings you here?" "I passed by outside, heard the commotion, and came in to take a look." "You must have seen who shot that bamboo leaf then." "It was the person who shot it." "Looking for death, are we?" Jiao Yidao leapt into the air, striking at the young man. The young man crouched low, slipping past Jiao Yidao's armpit. "Don't be afraid, big brother. I'm here to help you." Unbeknownst to them, the little girl had already dashed onto the stage, continually beckoning to the man to join her. The young man leapt onto the stage, and the girl struck a gong, calling out, little white," to which the little white monkey, appearing from nowhere, promptly sprang onto the stage. The girl smiled up at the young man, saying, "Big brother, Little White is helping us, so we aren't afraid." "How adorable!" The young man crouched down, affectionately petting the little white monkey. Under his gentle touch, the monkey seemed to revel in the attention, blinking its eyes repeatedly and even performing a friendly bow. "Dear brother, my little Bai has always been shy, yet unexpectedly, she displays such friendliness towards you. It seems you must be a truly wonderful person." Upon hearing this, the man could not help but chuckle. The little girl giggled incessantly as Xiao Bai the monkey leaped onto the stage. Jiao Yidao hesitated momentarily, for he had endured several hardships, and the back of his neck still throbbed painfully. After a brief pause, his irritation only grew, as at this critical juncture, the two seemed to be joking with abandon. In a fit of anger, he sprang onto the stage and, with all his might, delivered a fierce kick towards the man. At that moment, the man noticed the gleaming copper gong in the little girl's hands and joyfully seized it, exclaiming, "What a beautiful gong! Is it meant for the little Bai monkey?" This seemingly casual tug turned out to be a fateful pull, as it struck directly against the bone of Jiao Yidao's leg that he had just kicked. With a sharp cry of pain, Jiao Yidao crouched down, clutching his right leg. Immediately afterward, the man grasped the gong hammer and inquired, "Is this for striking monkey heads?" Another tug sent it crashing into Jiao Yidao's forehead, who had bent down in agony. With a muffled yelp, Jiao Yidao tumbled off the stage. The little girl, witnessing this, doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach, while the crowd erupted in uncontrollable mirth. "What kind of devilry is this?" Du Ebo, infuriated, strode onto the stage, causing it to creak underfoot. The little girl quickly grabbed the man's hand, saying, "Big brother, this person looks fierce and unkind. He does not seem like a good person. Let us leave." The two of them leaped off the stage hand in hand. Following closely behind, Xiao Bai the monkey scratched at Jiao Yidao's face, and upon being swatted away, scampered onto a table, seizing the package Jiao Yidao had placed there. With a few bounding leaps, it ascended the pillar to the beam above. Du Ebo jumped down from the stage, trailing the two, drawing nearer, ready to strike. Unexpectedly, the man produced a folding fan from his waist, swiftly opening it with a flourish, creating a flurry of confusion before Duebos's eyes. Despite several attempts to seize it, he could not grasp it, becoming increasingly flustered and drenched in sweat. Just then, an object fell from above, striking him on the head. Duebo paused, glancing up to see Xiao by the monkey frantically rummaging through the contents of the package on the beam. He hastily abandoned the two, rage boiling over as he shouted, "You wretched monkey! You little beast! Thief of my belongings! Come down here at once, or I shall break your neck!" The little girl, unable to contain her anger, retorted loudly, "Who are you calling a little beast? You little beast!" Duebo, already incensed, turned his ire towards the young girl without a second thought, unwittingly falling into her trap. The girl, reveling in her victory, laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. The man, momentarily taken aback, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. After a good laugh, he suddenly realized he was still holding the little girl's hand, which felt inappropriate, and quickly released it in that brief moment. Within the warmth of the man's broad hand, the little girl experienced an unfamiliar warmth coursing through her being. Upon release, she was abruptly engulfed by a sense of quietude. Reflecting on my childhood, I was orphaned at a tender age, cast adrift in a world of solitude and hardship, enduring the bitter trials and tribulations of life on the streets. Although I was later taken in by a mentor, his stringent expectations stifled my innate spirit. How delightful it would be if a caring older brother were to remain by my side, perpetually sharing in the joy of this day. Lost in such thoughts, I found myself unable to resist stealing furtive glances at him, each gaze deepening my admiration for his ethereal demeanor and striking features, which set him apart from countless other men. In his large, clear eyes, akin to crystalline springs, I perceived a fleeting tenderness, causing a blush to rise involuntarily to my cheeks. Meanwhile, Duebo, provoked by the little girl's playful insults, was consumed by a mix of anger and humiliation. Witnessing her seemingly nonchalant glances filled with unspoken affection only intensified his ire. Dark thoughts began to brew within him as he clenched his teeth, channeling energy into his right palm, and stealthily approached her. With a sudden, forceful strike aimed at the crown of her head, a resounding crash echoed through the air, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. The man, feeling the weight of the girl's unusual gaze, found himself increasingly uncomfortable. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept past him, indicating that a treacherous assault was imminent. Realizing he could not turn in time to counter the attack, he instinctively grabbed a gong and shielded the girl with it. Duebo, initially reveling in his anticipated victory, was taken aback when his strike met the force of the gong, causing him to stagger back 3 steps, a dull ache blossoming in his chest, filling him with shock. Oblivious to her surroundings, the girl, enveloped by the resonance of the gong, experienced a deafening roar in her ears, leading to a sudden dizziness that rendered her limp in the man's embrace. He quickly supported her, turning to glare at Duebo with a fierce countenance, exclaiming, "You rogue, lacking in honor, resorting to treachery. What kind of man are you?" He then gently placed the girl onto a nearby chair, handing her the gong, and tucked his folding fan into his waist before advancing toward Duebo. Duebo, recognizing the swiftness and ferocity of this man, realized he was no ordinary opponent. As the man approached, Duebo unleashed a fierce series of attacks using his formidable Luohan fist. However, the man remained unfazed, skillfully evading each of Duebo's aggressive moves. The ground beneath them bore witness to the power of Duebo's strikes, leaving a series of deep impressions. Exhausted from exerting his strength, Duebo gasped for breath, while the man seized the moment, drawing forth his folding fan and executing the graceful butterflies fluttering around flowers move. Duebo found himself momentarily dazzled, as if besieged by a multitude of vibrant butterflies, each strike piercing his body. In a frenzied state, he swung his fists wildly, attacking in all directions. The man, leaping gracefully over Duebo's head, lightly tapped his heel on the pressure point at his shoulder before elegantly settling onto a table before him. Duebo felt a sudden ache and numbness in his arms, staggering forward a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Steadying himself, he turned to search for the man, only to find him leisurely perched on the table, sipping tea with an air of nonchalance, his legs swinging idly. Fury ignited within Do's eyes. Burning with a desire to rend the man limb from limb to quell the resentment in his heart, he rushed forward, fists raised to strike, but his hands, rendered useless by a pressure point, flailed ineffectually. Resigned, he resorted to sweeping the man's legs with his feet. The man, seeing this, retracted his legs and, in a fluid motion, filled a bowl with tea, leaping atop the table. Do Yibiao, frustrated by his inability to land a blow, circled the table in pursuit. Diao Yidao, clutching his painfully throbbing head, hurried over and delivered a swift kick, severing one of the table legs. Do, mimicking his actions, broke the opposite leg. The man gracefully leaped to the remaining legs, while Diao Yidao, unable to contain his agony, relentlessly kicked another leg out. As the table swayed precariously, Do Yibiao, fueled by determination, delivered a fierce kick to the final leg. With a resounding crash, the table collapsed. In that fleeting moment, the man tilted his head back and downed the untouched bowl of tea in one swift motion, shattering the bowl as he vaulted into the air, hanging upside down from a beam. Swinging back and forth, a young girl rushed beneath the beam, clapping her hands in astonishment, exclaiming, "Big brother, what incredible skill!" The crowd erupted in admiration. The little white monkey, perched on the beam, dropped its bundle and mimicked the man's acrobatics, dangling from the beam. Meanwhile, Diao Yidao, still nursing his head, caught sight of the little girl he had long sought to capture, a glimmer of delight sparking within him. Stealthily, he crept closer. Due to his precarious grip on his head, onlookers merely assumed he was in agony as he approached the girl. However, when he raised his fist menacingly to strike her, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. The man, swinging above, was startled and swiftly descended, executing a graceful maneuver as he aimed a fan's handle directly at Diao Yidao's Tianmu point. The girl, oblivious to the impending danger, saw the big brother plummeting and gasped, shutting her eyes in fright. As Diao Yidao's fist was poised to descend upon the girl's head, the man's fan was set to strike Diao Yidao's pressure point, leading to mutual destruction. The spectators, unable to bear the sight, averted their gazes. In that critical moment, a long green ribbon swooped in, ensnaring Diao Yidao. The little white monkey, imitating the man, also dropped down, landing directly on Do Yibiao's head, who attempted to raise his hands in defense but found them immobilized. The monkey's descent resulted in a painful scratch on his face, eliciting a cry of agony. Enraged, he kicked out, but the man swiftly seized the little white monkey and leaped aside at a woman, with delicate features and dressed in green, floated into view. She parted her lips, revealing a hint of pearly teeth, and scolded sharply, "Pinger, why are you causing such a ruckus here?" As the green ribbon was hastily retracted, the sharp blade fell to the ground with a clatter. The young girl trembled and quickly opened her eyes, turning around in astonishment. Lowering her brows and pursing her lips, she stepped forward to greet, her voice trembling as she said, "Master, just now, Xiaobai ran away, and I chased it here. How could this be?" The woman's eyes flickered with confusion and ire. "Junior sister, it turns out to be you." Both Diao Yidao, who had just risen from the ground, and Do Yibiao, covering his face, exclaimed in unison. The crowd was equally startled. Initially, dealing with a ghostly figure and a butcher from Shangxi was already formidable enough. Now, a junior sister had unexpectedly emerged, showcasing martial skills that were evidently on par with the two men. The woman cast a cold glance at their faces, turned her head, and said, "Pinger, we must leave. We cannot leave." Diao Yidao and Do Yibiao simultaneously rushed forward to block her path. "Junior sister, where have you been hiding these past few years? What about Morong Yanzhao? Has he not been with you?" The last question from Diao Yidao caused the woman to shudder, her eyes reddening. One day, when the flowers fade, and the hands beckon but the beloved does not come. Outside the Wang Mama's brothel, the official river lay beyond, a resting place for boats, and at this moment, faint sounds of mocking songs drifted through the window. Upon hearing this, the woman could no longer contain herself, a single crystalline tear glistening at the corner of her eye. "Yanzhao? Yanzhao?" She murmured incessantly. Following this, a chilling murderous intent radiated from her starry eyes. "No, it cannot be that you are not that heartless and ungrateful person." Her crimson lips, bitten and bleeding, appeared even more vibrant and alluring, exuding a bewitching yet frenzied beauty that instilled a sense of dread in onlookers. Diao Yidao and Do Yibiao, recognizing that even combined they were no match for her, discreetly slipped out the door. She, appearing both dazed and frenzied, floated away, only to turn back again. Grasping the young girl's hand, she shouted in anger, "Pinger, why aren't you leaving?" The young girl, struggling to free her hand, cried out, "Ouch, master, you hurt me," afraid of pain. She cast a glance at the man beside the young girl and continued, "This is merely a flesh wound. The pain to the heart will be far greater. Remember, Pinger, there is not a single good man in this world." From the moment she entered, she had discerned the infatuated gaze Pinger cast at the man. Now, seeing Pinger reluctant to part, She understood everything. This was something she could never permit. Yet, some women simply love men to the point of madness, don't they? The man, unable to bear it any longer, retorted sharply, "You?" Her words struck a painful chord, and with a fierce voice, she demanded, "Might I ask your name?" "I, Li Shanshan, do not kill nameless individuals." Her hand had already reached for the long ribbon at her waist. Upon hearing this, the man scratched his head, thinking to himself that recent rumors in the martial world spoke of the Green Ribbon Fairy's erratic behavior. Yet it seemed she was merely hurt by love. He felt it unnecessary to add fuel to the fire. Thus, he spoke in a gentler tone. "Oh, so it turns out that you are the renowned Green Ribbon Fairy of the martial world. No wonder you possess such remarkable skills. It is an honor to meet you." With a respectful clasp of hands, he humbly declared, "I am Zhao Kuangyin. Should I have inadvertently offended you, I offer my sincerest apologies." Chapter 5. A hasty retreat. Li Shanshan scrutinized the man before her, inquiring, "Could it be that you are the renowned chivalrous figure, Zhao Kuangyin, known throughout the realm?" "Renowned? I hardly deserve such accolades. I am indeed Zhao Kuangyin." "Without a doubt," he replied. Li Shanshan, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled gently and said, "I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Master Zhao. If I have erred, I beg your forgiveness. We shall meet again in the future. For now, I must take my leave." As she spoke, she took hold of Pinger's hand. A fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk wafted into Zhao Kuangyin's nostrils. Pinger, having received the small white creature from Zhao Kuangyin's embrace, pouted her lips and turned back repeatedly, reluctant to part as she followed Li Shanshan, who seemed equally unwilling to go. Once the two of them had departed, the crowd eagerly approached Zhao Kuangyin. Master Feng bowed deeply, and Zhao Kuangyin hurriedly assisted him, exclaiming repeatedly, "You honor me too greatly, Master." Master Feng replied, "Nonsense, nonsense. Were it not for your timely assistance today, I shudder to think of the outcome." Coughing slightly, he extended his gnarled hands, trembling as he grasped Zhao Kuangyin's sleeve, panting as he continued, "Your father, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Hongyin, has been my close companion for many years. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. On the day of your birth in the second year of the Tang Tianqing era, I personally journeyed to the Luoyang camp to offer my congratulations. I witnessed a radiant light enveloping the room, and an extraordinary fragrance lingered throughout the night, as your form emanated a golden hue that remained unchanged for 3 days. The wandering monk who beheld you foretold that this child would achieve great things in the future. Today, having met you, I can see that prophecy has come to fruition." His words caused Zhao Kuangyin's ears to flush and his heart to race. He promptly bowed low, repeatedly stating, "Uncle, you flatter me. I am most unworthy. In the presence of Master Feng, how could I dare to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon?" The ever-impatient and weary of formalities, Constable Han had grown increasingly restless. Standing there for quite some time in utter boredom, he finally exclaimed, "All right, enough of the sentimental exchanges. Allow us to be cordial with the Zhao brothers." This elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Zhao Kuangyin quickly rose, repeatedly apologizing for his lack of decorum. He greeted each person in turn, engaging in pleasantries until Constable Han and the others departed, satisfied. Only Shishou Xian remained, grasping Zhao Kuangyin's hand, unwilling to part, as if they shared a bond of deep kinship and mutual admiration. At tea that moment, he called for Wang Mama, and from his waist, Zhao Kuangyin produced several silver ingots to compensate for the damaged items. Instructing Wang Mama to prepare some food and drink, the two of them began to toast and converse in the hall, which had been tidied up by the young women. A round moon hung in the sky, while wisps of dark clouds gradually approached it, casting a somewhat eerie glow across the heavens. Pinger gazed at the moonlight streaming through the window, her heart in turmoil, unable to feel the slightest drowsiness, as the image of her elder brother flickered incessantly in her mind. "Open the door! Open the door!" A cacophony of voices erupted from outside, as the inn's doors were pounded with resounding force. "They're here! They're here!" the innkeeper called out, rushing to the door in a flurry of activity. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps surged into the establishment. "Innkeeper!" A young woman inquired about the whereabouts of a little girl residing in which room. At this moment, Li Shanshan, already roused from her slumber, alertly turned and sat up, for she vaguely discerned the peculiar cries of Do Yibiao emanating from downstairs. "Master!" Pinger called out anxiously in a low voice. "Hush!" Li Shanshan raised a finger to her lips, straining her ears to listen intently to the commotion below. "Could it be a mistake?" a deep and resonant voice questioned. Upon hearing this, Li Shanshan trembled, a flicker of terror crossing her eyes. Next came Do Ebiao's voice. It cannot be wrong. We have followed the ghost from the first cave all the way here, waiting for you to arrive. Master, innkeeper, why the hell are you merely quaking in fear and not speaking? This was followed by the sound of slaps landing on faces and the crashing thud of bodies hitting the ground. Search every room, Do Ebiao shouted. Then came the sound of doors being kicked open and the terrified shrieks of the occupants. The staircase leading to the second floor creaked ominously. Pinger, we must leave. As she spoke, Li Shanshan pulled Pinger through the broken window. Master, they're here. Diao Dao, stationed outside, recognized someone leaping through the window as undoubtedly Li Shanshan, and he called out while rushing forward. Seeing this, Li Shanshan, without waiting to land, swung her palm in his direction. Diao Dao, sensing the ferocity of her approach, hurriedly dodged aside. At that moment, a tumult of footsteps, accompanied by a dozen dark figures, burst forth from the inn. Upon seeing this, Li Shanshan forcefully pushed Pinger, exclaiming, Pinger, run. Pinger soared through the air, landing over 10 meters away, and turned back, crying out, Master, I cannot leave you behind. And what about Xiaobai still in the inn? Silly child. In the face of great peril, even one more is merely a death sentence. Do not forget to avenge your master. Right now, survival is of utmost importance, and we cannot dwell on anything else. As she spoke, Li Shanshan instead charged toward the crowd, seeking to buy Pinger more time to escape. She understood that debts must eventually be repaid, and what is destined will come in due course. Ha ha ha, clever girl. A deep, resonant voice boomed as an old man with sunken eyes, an eagle-like nose, and flowing whiskers leaped forward, shouting, Shanshan. Upon seeing your master, why do you not kneel? Little girl, there is no escape. Diao Dao and Do Ebiao, having spotted Pinger in the distance, hastily pursued her. Witnessing this, Li Shanshan not only became anxious for Pinger's safety, but also cast aside any notions of master-disciple propriety. Moreover, given her master's resentment over her and Yin Zhao's initial departure from the sect, he would undoubtedly not spare her. It was a situation where either they would perish or the net would break. In a moment of desperation, she soared into the air, rushing toward the two, her green scarf billowing behind her. Just as Diao Dao and Do Ebiao hastened forward, they suddenly stumbled, one losing balance, and both fell face first into the ground. As Li Shanshan unleashed her scarf, she felt a gust of wind behind her. Realizing her master was employing hidden weapons, in response, she rolled sideways in midair, and amid a series of thuds, several deadly projectiles pierced through her scarf and flew away. The turbulent momentum unexpectedly tightened the long strap, yanking the two individuals, who had just been ensnared, back into the air once more. As the strap retracted, they fell heavily to the ground. Thoroughly exhausted by this ordeal, however, they paid no heed to Li Shanshan, for their master would handle her, and besides, they were not her match. Their sole desire was to ensure that the little girl who had tormented them vanished completely from this world, as they ferociously lunged towards her without regard for their safety. Pinger, with tears of despair, fled in haste. Li Shanshan, wary of a sneak attack from her master, dared not impede them any longer, and instead leapt to a large tree to hide. Hearing the rush of wind by her ear, she quickly retracted her neck to conceal herself. With a resounding thud, a lethal projectile struck the tree trunk beside her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Just as she was catching her breath, a fierce gust of wind approached, and turning her gaze, she saw her master soaring through the air, causing the entire tree to tremble violently under his formidable strength. Without delay, Li Shanshan sprang into action, swiftly throwing the long strap towards another distant tree, using its momentum to leap up. Behind her, a thunderous explosion resonated. Glancing back, she saw the tree she had just sought refuge in being shattered into countless fragments as if struck by lightning. Startled, she hurriedly leapt to another tree, but her master was relentless, pursuing her closely. The 10 or so henchmen following also dashed about below, shouting and hollering. The trees were continually shattered by her master's powerful strikes as he soared through the air. Seeing that the trees ahead had been completely demolished, leaving no place to cling to or hide, a chill ran through her heart. She contemplated that her life might come to an end here, with no hope of escape, and felt a profound sorrow. She lowered her head, wishing only for a swift death to rid herself of all life's troubles, yearning for tranquility. Just as despair engulfed her, she fortuitously noticed a sloping area beside the tree, where a pile of firewood had been stacked outside a residence. Beyond the courtyard wall lay a maze of narrow alleys, and her heart suddenly brightened. Seizing this flicker of hope, she leapt towards the pile of firewood. Chapter 6. fortunate to receive assistance from a great master. Her master, under the moonlight, discerned her trajectory clearly and immediately leapt into the air. Striking out with a powerful palm towards her, Li Shanshan descended. She felt an impending force behind her and hurriedly rolled to the side. A thunderous crash ensued, scattering the firewood in all directions. Swirling through the air, Li Shanshan landed on the ground and looked around, but found no trace of the firewood pile. Her master had landed from above, sternly admonishing, "This time, let's see how you escape." He swung his palm directly at her. Knowing she had reached the end of her road, Li Shanshan closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. A dull thud resonated, echoing in her ears, sending a tremor through her heart. She opened her eyes in astonishment to see a portly Taoist priest stretching his arms towards the sky, yawning, and just rising from the meager remnants of firewood, mumbling, "What a delightful tranquility has been disturbed." Looking back at her master, who stood several feet away, he gazed at the Taoist in astonishment. It appeared that the priest had intercepted her master's strike. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for saving me." "Oh." The Taoist shook off the debris from his body, rubbed his eyes, and glared at her, perplexed. "How did a girl like you manage to emerge from there? How rare it is to find such tranquility." "Well, I am feeling exceedingly drowsy. You all should attend to your own matters, for I wish to indulge in a bit more slumber." With that, I promptly succumbed to sleep, snoring resoundingly. The sight before Li Shanshan struck her as rather peculiar. Although this large pile of firewood had not been accumulated over many years, it certainly had been gathered since last winter. The notion of a person sleeping beneath it for such an extended period, without sustenance, was indeed astonishing. After standing there in a daze for a considerable while, a sudden realization dawned upon her. She recalled tales from the martial world about a certain Chan Tuan, a slothful Taoist who attained enlightenment in his sleep and possessed extraordinary powers. This must be he. The master initially believed that his recent forceful strike would surely claim Li Shanshan's life. Yet to his astonishment, a rotund Taoist emerged from beneath the firewood, blocking his attack. The force of that block was astonishingly strong, leaving his arm numb and his chest aching. Standing there, the master observed for a while. Noting that the Taoist had once again settled into a deep slumber, he thought to himself that this was a slothful Taoist, disturbed only by the annoyance of being roused from his peaceful rest. Cautiously, he decided to bypass the Taoist and deal with his rebellious disciple instead. He quietly leaped forward, noticing that Li Shanshan remained transfixed, gazing at the Taoist. She mused that if she were to abandon him to his slumber, her master would surely not spare him when he arrived. Torn between her conscience and the fear of her master's impending attack, she lingered. Just then, she saw the Taoist turn over, and her heart leapt with joy, thinking he had awakened. However, as he rolled, his sleeve brushed against her back, and he fell still once more. Turning around, she saw her master preparing to ambush her, and the strength of that sleeveless sweep forced her to leap back, realizing that the Taoist was intentionally shielding her, which stirred a sense of gratitude within her. The band of ruffians, who had always revered their leader Mu Huqiao as a deity, stood speechless at the sight of their leader being thwarted by a mere sleeping Taoist. Mu Huqiao, feeling quite indignant, stealthily approached from another direction, but before he could draw near, the Taoist again turned, his sleeve sweeping towards him, forcing him to retreat in haste. After several attempts, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. As dawn approached, the Taoist rolled over once more, his sleeve directed at Li Shanshan. Startled, she had no time to contemplate before she was lifted into the air by the force of his motion. She heard the Taoist command, "Go," and found herself sliding uncontrollably past several residences, landing in an alley, whereupon she understood and hurriedly dashed along the path. Zhao Kuangyin and Shi Shouxin bid a reluctant farewell on the upper bridge. As they descended, a gust of wind caused a wave of intoxication to surge within them. Looking up to discern the direction, under the hazy moonlight, they staggered homeward. Upon reaching an alleyway, they collided with someone rushing out, and just as he was about to express his anger, the moonlight revealed it was Pinger, her hair disheveled and her appearance utterly disheveled. The alcohol swiftly dissipated from his senses, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Pinger, what has happened?" At this moment, having been struck by a dagger and hit by two deadly projectiles, Pinger fled in a panic, colliding with a figure as she rushed out of the alley. Mistaking the individual for Diao, she thought that both Dou and Diao had separated to corner her. With a startled cry, she believed her fate was sealed, pondering whether she could survive the clutches of these two demons. Just as she prepared to fight to the death, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her name. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized it was none other than her elder brother. A wave of mixed emotions washed over her, and she could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing into Zhao Kuangyin's arms. Zhao Kuangyin swiftly caught her, exclaiming, "Pinger, you?" His eyes quickly fell upon the bloodstains on her back, prompting him to hastily apply pressure to her acupoints to staunch the bleeding and remove the hidden weapon. Noticing her weakened breath, he was overwhelmed with anxiety, contemplating the urgent need to find a secluded location to channel his energy for her recovery. She required several days of rest to heal. Otherwise, her life would be in peril. After a moment of indecision, his mind blank, inspiration struck him suddenly. He lifted Pinger into his arms and sprinted towards Wang Mama's residence with great urgency. What could possibly be happening today? Wang Mama, exhausted from a restless night, had just settled into bed when a series of frantic knocks echoed at her door. Reluctantly, she slipped on her shoes and shuffled to answer. Upon seeing Zhao Kuangyin carrying Pinger, she momentarily froze, her eyes glinting mischievously as she raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Young Master Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Kuangyin, breathless and hurried, replied, "I need to trouble you, dear Mama, to find a suitable guest room. Please, do not worry." Wang Mama, with a teasing tone, urged him up the stairs. Gently, Zhao Kuangyin laid Pinger on the clean bed in the designated room. Wang Mama chuckled softly as she stepped out, closing the door behind her. Leaning against the doorframe, she whispered, "Young Master Zhao, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call." "Understood," Zhao Kuangyin responded, his mind solely focused on Pinger. Gazing at her pale face, eyes tightly shut, he felt a pang of anguish, wondering how she had sustained such grievous injuries. Just as he was about to channel his energy for her healing, a faint sound from outside the window caught his attention. "Who?" he called out sharply. Pushing open the window, below the moonlight, he spotted a shadow darting away. Convinced that this figure was connected to Pinger's injuries, he leaped into action, drawing upon his inner strength and employing his agility like an arrow released from a bow. Pursuing the shadow with relentless determination, that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, letting out a sinister laugh directed at his retreating back. Zhao Kuangyin chased through several streets and ascended a steep, cobbled incline. He caught sight of a bridge ahead. The shadow had already crossed the bridge, weaving through the alleys towards the city wall. The wall, ravaged by war and neglected over the years, stood in a state of disrepair. Although soldiers were stationed atop, the treasury's depletion had rendered them unable to sustain their rations. Starved and dazed, they resembled nothing more than scarecrows, lethargically beating their drums to announce the peace. As the shadow approached the city, it crouched down and sprang forth like a nimble cat, swiftly darting through the breach in the city wall. By the time Zhao Kuangyin scaled the wall, he found that the shadow had already fled into the wilderness. Chapter 7. The Mantis Strikes the Cicada. Zhao Kuangyin pursued relentlessly. After a short while, a chaotic range of mountains loomed before him, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a rugged path strewn with bizarre rocks and steep cliffs. The shadow, with its garments billowing in the wind, emitted a rustling sound, resembling a black bat as it leapt from one large stone to another. Zhao Kuangyin followed suit. The shadow glanced back and, in a hurry, kicked against the mountain rocks with force. Several large boulders tumbled down towards Zhao Kuangyin. Upon seeing this, he quickly gathered his energy and leapt into the air, deftly landing on the rolling stones. Utilizing their momentum to ascend, by the time he reached the mountain peak, the shadow had curled up, tumbling down the opposite side. In the distance, a river meandered through the valley, spanned by an ancient rattan bridge. With dense woods lining the opposite bank, in a moment of urgency, Zhao Kuangyin executed a swift swan dive, his toes tapping rapidly on the treetops of the scattered pines and cypresses, gliding gracefully downwards. However, he was a fraction too late. The shadow had already scrambled across the rattan bridge to the other side. Zhao Kuangyin soared upwards, the ancient bridge swaying precariously beneath his feet, emitting eerie creaks and groans. As he reached the center of the bridge, a resounding thud, as if wood was being chopped, echoed from the opposite shore. Almost immediately, the rattan bridge abruptly collapsed towards him. Zhao Kuangyin shouted in alarm and swiftly leapt backwards. The spot he had just vacated crumbled away in an instant. He continued to retreat, and as the bridge began to fall in earnest, he spun into the air, performing several somersaults before landing back on the shore from whence he came. In a heartbeat, the entire ancient rattan bridge had plunged into the panting river below. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed from the opposite bank, reverberating through the tranquil valley, sending shivers down his spine. "Young Master Zhao, I trust you are well." A figure emerged from the woods, removing a black hood to reveal his smug visage. Upon seeing him, Zhao Kuangyin's fury surged, and he barked, "I thought it was someone of consequence. It turns out to be that coward from Wang Mama's den of ghosts, scurrying about here in fear." "What do you mean by coward? What do you mean by scurrying? Zhao Kuangyin, do not overstep your bounds." This head of mine, which was only slightly pained, now throbs with unbearable agony due to your taunts. Observing the man's flustered state, Zhao Kuangyin felt a surge of amusement and continued to jest. "By the way, what of that fellow who lost both his arms? Is he not with you?" The man's eyes darted around, desperately seeking an opportunity, pondering how to leap across the river and capture Jiao Yidao to avenge Pinger. "What do you mean lost? Zhao Kuangyin, do not gloat. Currently, Brother Do is sending your beloved Pinger on her way. You should hasten back to collect her remains instead of babbling endlessly here," Jiao Yidao shouted frantically, clutching his head in despair. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Kuangyin felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his entire being rendered immobile. After a brief moment, he regained his senses and exclaimed in alarm, "This is disastrous." He swiftly turned and dashed back with the speed of an arrow, while the malicious figure behind him emitted a series of triumphant, mocking laughs. The day had fully dawned, the city gates swung wide open, and the streets were thronged with emaciated, ragged refugees seeking shelter from famine. Officials, in their carriages, wielded long whips to drive away the masses who blocked their path, each person harboring their own intentions amidst the bustling crowd. The once sleepy Bianliang city began to stir, as if foretelling an impending storm. As Zhao Kuangyin entered the city, he hurriedly crossed the earthen bridge and navigated through several alleys, when he caught sight of a gathering at the entrance of a sinister abode, filled with neighbors craning their necks and gesticulating animatedly in discussion. Sensing trouble, he quickened his pace and forced his way through the throng. "Oh, venerable magistrate, you must uphold justice for this humble woman," cried Wang Mama, her voice thick with tears as she trailed behind the local officials and two constables who were surveying the scene. Upon spotting Zhao Kuangyin, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she tremulously pointed, stammering, "It is at such an early hour. Who dares to beat the drum of grievance and create such a ruckus?" "What is the meaning of this?" inquired Lord Ho-yi, the magistrate of Kaifeng, as he entered the hall with visible irritation. "Oh, venerable magistrate, you must deliver justice for me," implored a portly elder clad in a satin-embroidered robe, his face glistening with oil as he hastily knelt before the magistrate. Lord Ho ambled over to his chair behind the official desk, stroked his sparse goat beard with 2 fingers, and accepted a cup of tea from a thin-faced scribe dressed in a long gown. Taking a sip before placing the cup down, he stretched languidly and cast a beady gaze across the hall, noting that the elder's attire was resplendent, his belly ample, indicating he was no impoverished wretch. His tone softened. "Good sir, what grievance do you bear? Speak freely, esteemed lord. I reside in the western part of the city, sustaining my family through a few meager acres of ancestral land, and I have lived quite comfortably. Recently, a tenant has grown envious and has come to my estate, demanding this and that, incessantly pestering me. Just yesterday, he came again, and when he did not receive what he desired, he audaciously stole my 2 egg-laying hens and slaughtered them. I pursued him to reason, yet he dragged me before the magistrate, seeking your intervention." The corpulent elder recounted his grievances in a breathless tirade. "Such a scoundrel exists? Where is he?" the magistrate replied, his anger palpable. "There," the elder, suppressing his breathlessness, turned and pointed at a yellow-skinned, emaciated man hunched over in coarse garments standing at the foot of the hall. Upon being identified, the man hastily approached and, trembling, knelt down, daring only to lift his head slightly after a considerable pause. Casting a furtive glance at the imposing plaque that bore the characters for integrity and righteousness under which Lord Ho sat with authority. With a resounding clap, the scene unfolded. With a resounding bang, the judge's gavel struck, and Lord Ho admonished sternly, "Impudent scoundrel! You squander your days in idleness, your eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of wealth, entertaining fanciful notions, pilfering and thieving. Confess to your crimes without delay." "Ah, my lord!" The man blinked rapidly, struggling to catch his breath, and finally exclaimed, "My lord, it is not as he claims. In truth, he has been oppressing me, and unable to endure it any longer, I sought to obtain justice." "Ah, such audacity! Look at your ragged appearance, your sharp nose and gaunt face, betraying your thieving nature, and yet you dare to argue against me, creating chaos and mocking my authority. Take him away and give him 30 strokes. Let us see if you dare to be so defiant again." Upon hearing Lord Ho's decree, The constables advanced with shouts, lifting the man as if he were a mere chicken. He trembled violently, crying out like a slaughtered pig, my lord, I am wronged, I am wronged. Allow me to explain the matter, and then strike me if you must." Seeing his anguished cries, Lord Ho waved his hand and said, "Very well, let him speak." The constables retreated to the side, and the man straightened his disheveled clothes. Kneeling once more, he pointed at the portly elder and said, "I have a daughter, aged 18, as beautiful as a flower." This man desired to take her as a concubine by force. My daughter steadfastly refused, but alas, he, being wealthy and powerful, gathered a band of thugs and abducted her. On the very day of her marriage, she took her own life by throwing herself into a well. Realizing that a life lost cannot be restored, I went to his estate seeking some form of compensation. However, he brazenly denied me entry and refused to acknowledge my plight. Over time, not only did I receive no recompense, but I was also subjected to daily insults from him. In my exasperation, I took 2 hens from his property yesterday, only to have him come to my home this morning demanding them back, commanding his thugs to beat me. The neighbors, outraged by this, assisted me in bringing him before the magistrate, accusing him of causing the death of an innocent girl. In truth, I have never dared to involve myself with the authorities. I am terrified in the presence of the magistrate, but I was driven to this point by his relentless bullying. I implore you, great and benevolent magistrate, to seek justice for me." As he spoke, the man was overwhelmed with tears and snot. "Is this truly the case?" the magistrate demanded, striking the gavel again. "Old man, is what he says true?" The portly elder trembled, his face ashen. "Your honor, he speaks nothing but lies. There is no truth to his claims." As he spoke, his eyes furtively darted towards the scribe beside the magistrate, exchanging furtive glances. "Go forcibly abduct a maiden and cause her death is a grave offense. How can one expect a confession without punishment?" Just as I was about to utter these words, Lord Ho felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning to see the scribe pulling at his robe, he noticed the scribe's eyes signaling him towards his own sleeve, where several gleaming silver ingots were concealed. Instantly, he shifted his tone, commanding, "Speak the truth." The portly elder, feigning great grievance, then launched into a frantic tirade about how the man had extorted, pilfered, and wronged him, insisting that the magistrate impose severe punishment upon this villain. Lord Ho had already rendered a verdict without a proper examination. Once the elder finished his account, he struck the gavel with a resounding thud, declaring the man guilty of extortion, theft, and slander. Leaving no room for rebuttal, he was sentenced to 30 strokes and imprisoned. The corpulent elder, uttering praises to the heavens and expressing his gratitude, took his leave. Just as he was about to exit the courtroom, a commotion erupted as a group of individuals surged in. The leading constable stepped forward and reported, "Your Honor, this morning, Madam Wang informed us of a heinous crime involving the murder of Miss Pinger at the Devil's Den. The suspect has now been apprehended." "Bring him forth," Lord Ho exclaimed, a smile gracing his features, thoroughly pleased with the efficiency of his subordinates. The constable turned to Zhao Kuangyin, standing solemnly at the foot of the court, and barked, "Pay your respects to the esteemed magistrate." Zhao Kuangyin, as if oblivious to his surroundings, wore a mournful expression, lost in thoughts of Pinger's charming visage, which perpetually haunted his mind. With a sharp clap of the gavel, Lord Ho's voice rang out, "You audacious scoundrel, why do you not kneel before this court?" Zhao Kuangyin slowly lifted his head, his expression vacant, bewildered as to his location. "Kneel down," commanded the assembled officers in unison. Yet, Zhao Kuangyin remained oblivious, standing dazed and lost in thought, seemingly blind to the multitude around him. Observing his vacant gaze and silence, Lord Ho suspected madness and summoned Madame Wang to the stand. Madame Wang recounted the previous night's tumult at the inn, detailing the sudden appearance of Zhao Kuangyin, who claimed his identity, and how he had taken Miss Pinger to his chamber for the night. Upon rising in the morning, he discovered her lifeless body on the bed. After her testimony, the scribe present began to document the evidence. Seeing the evidence was irrefutable, Lord Ho issued a decisive command. "No need for torture to extract a confession. 100 strokes shall suffice." Several officers promptly advanced, pinning Zhao Kuangyin down and delivering a barrage of strikes. This brutal assault jolted Zhao Kuangyin from his stupor, and amidst his confusion, he grasped the gravity of his predicament. Enraged, he nearly broke free to confront the court, but a moment's reflection revealed that such an act would not only fail to exonerate him from the murder charge, but might also lead to accusations of rebellion. A grave miscalculation. Thus, he resolved to endure this humiliation for the sake of future plans. "Your Honor!" "Hold on!" cried Constable Han, who arrived late and was dismayed to see Zhao Kuangyin being beaten. He quickly interjected, "Your Honor, this Zhao Kuangyin is a man of integrity, a true gentleman. Might I inquire what crime he has committed for which he deserves such treatment?" Lord Ho shot a displeased glance at Constable Han and retorted in a low voice, "Constable, the appointed hour has passed. You disregard the rules. What more is there to discuss?" Constable Han, realizing his rashness would serve no purpose and might even jeopardize the Zhao brothers, moderated his tone, "Your Honor, this Zhao Kuangyin is the current commander of the Imperial Guards, the son of Zhao Hongyin, the esteemed official. Please, my lord." In a moment of desperation, Constable Han had no choice but to invoke the name of Zhao Kuangyin's father to alleviate his urgent predicament. Yet this was a grave misstep. Years ago, when Hui served as the military governor of Fengxiang, he harbored intentions of surrendering to the invading Shu ruler, Meng Chong, which did not escape the court's notice. Upon returning to court, fearing the emperor's wrath, he employed his considerable wealth to cultivate relationships, ensuring that all officials beneath the chancellor benefited from his largesse. Consequently, none were inclined to speak ill of him. The emperor, believing he had previously misjudged Ho, appointed him as the prefect of Kaifeng and concurrently as the chancellor of the Central Secretariat. However, Zhao Kuangyin's father rejected his gifts and vehemently opposed the reappointment of this man, leading to a bitter enmity between them. Upon learning that the individual before him was the son of Zhao Hongyin, Hui felt a surge of delight, thinking to himself, "How amusing it is that your son has stumbled into my grasp today." He then struck the gavel, declaring, "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you impersonate a scion of the gentry and engage in deception? Punish him with severe blows." After delivering 100 strikes, noticing that Zhao Kuangyin had closed his eyes and lost consciousness, he bellowed, "Take him to the dungeon." As the moon ascended above the willows, twilight enveloped the land. Within a grand courtyard adorned with gold-studded vermilion doors and green-tiled roofs in the capital city of Bianliang, the melodious sounds of song and dance echoed. The courtyard was a veritable paradise, featuring exquisite pavilions, rare flora, and peculiar rock formations, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Inside the resplendent hall, a multitude of esteemed guests gathered, illuminated by hundreds of golden dragon candles that cast a brightness akin to daylight. The cups and dishes were crafted from agate, amber, and gold, while the dancers, clad in gossamer garments as delicate as a cicada's wing, twirled gracefully in the center of the hall. Prefect Ho, in high spirits and slightly intoxicated, frequently raised his cup in toasts to the assembled guests. Fully aware of Ho's penchant for drink, the guests, eager to impress, removed their robes and showcased their talents. Under Ho's stewardship, Kaifeng thrived, with favorable weather and flourishing industries. The populace enjoyed abundance and tranquility, with doors left unbarred at night and no thefts on the roads. Truly, Prefect Ho's achievements were remarkable, a blessing for the people of Kaifeng and a pillar of our dynasty. As glasses were raised, a chorus of praise erupted. Cheers! Cheers! The more Ho heard, the more he relished it, his face lighting up with joy as he erupted into hearty laughter. Not far from the hall stood a small stone arch bridge, delicately adorned, with willows swaying gently nearby. Beneath it, a crystal-clear spring reflected the luminous moon, while a pair of mandarin ducks frolicked in the water. Among the rocks, fish could be seen darting about in search of food. Descending from the bridge and traversing the winding pebble path through several moonlit gates led to the backyard, where Ho's concubine, Hui Lian, resided at this moment. The soft sound of footsteps could be heard on the path. Soon, the footsteps paused before a secluded dwelling shrouded in greenery. Light emanated from within, casting the silhouette of a slender woman against the window. A gentle knock echoed, followed by the woman's playful voice. "You naughty ghost! I thought you wouldn't come." With a soft gasp, the door opened a crack, allowing the figure outside to slip inside, and the door closed behind them. After a while, the lights in the room extinguished. Subsequently, a cloaked figure descended from the lush branches of the tree outside, eyeing the moonlight spilling into the room. The bed's curtains swayed gently, and the sheets were tossed in disarray. A gleaming dagger parted the bed curtains. The intertwined couple let out a startled cry, frozen in place. "Get dressed and speak," commanded the masked figure, turning away in disdain, whispering reproachfully. "The audacity of the steward is remarkable, daring to encroach upon Lord Ho's domain. If Lord Ho learns of this betrayal..." The steward, trembling as he hastily donned his clothes, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him at the masked figure's words, as if the dagger were not in the figure's grasp but rather embedded in his very heart. His body weakened, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his head knocking repeatedly as he pleaded, Please, esteemed lady, spare my life and do not let this matter spread. Otherwise, Lord Ho will surely take mine. That depends on whether you are willing to cooperate. Steward, whatever the esteemed lady commands, I shall comply. Very well. I shall ask you, where is Zhao Kuangyin? Damn it, here we go again. As Sun Laotu appeared, hands behind his back, glaring with his triangular eyes, he cursed loudly at the jailers Zhang Bao and Yin Si, causing them to leap from their seats as if their behinds were on fire. Zhang Bao, with a face full of ingratiating smiles, exclaimed, "Aha, Lord Sun. I was unaware of your arrival. Please forgive my rudeness. Curse it, Lord Sun." Upon finishing this sentence, Yin Si slapped his own mouth, lamenting, "I should not have spoken so, Lord Sun." Sun Laotu cast a glance at the greasy remnants of half a roasted chicken and a half-eaten dog leg on the table. Swallowing hard, "Lord Sun, why not indulge a bit with us?" Zhang Bao suggested with a beaming smile. "Come on, let us have a drink together." Yin Si, as thin as a bamboo pole, hurried over, eagerly pushing Sun Laotu toward the table. "Hey!" Sun Laotu brushed aside Yin Si's hand, smoothing his wrinkled sleeve before stepping to the table. Yin Si, nodding his head like a rattling drum, joyfully shoved a chair beneath Sun Laotu. Zhang Bao chuckled, bending down to lift a wine jar. "Here, allow me to fill your cup, Lord Sunday. Honestly, it is an honor for us to drink with you. You have not treated us as outsiders." Yin Si, bending at the waist, held out a bowl as Zhang Bao poured the wine, gazing up at Sun Laotu. "While we drink, let us not forget our crucial matters." Sun Laotu rolled up his sleeves, opened his mouth wide, and laughed heartily, his face brimming with joy and exhilaration. All is well, all is well." Yin Si filled the remaining 2 bowls before dragging a stool over to sit down. He reached for a chicken leg and handed it to Sun Laotu. Receiving it, Sun Laotu took a hearty bite, then shot a glare at Yin Si, his mouth greasy as he chewed, and said, "Hey, such words should not be spoken lightly. That Zhao is no ordinary man. He can leap and scale walls with great agility. If trouble arises, we might very well find ourselves in dire straits with that." He lifted one greasy hand, gesturing across his neck as if to emphasize the severity of the situation. Chapter 9. The Long Night. Cold quilt, an icy iron window. Just as Zhang Bao lifted the wine bowl to his lips, he hastily set it down, his beady eyes darting around to ensure no one was watching. Once satisfied, he turned his head and spoke in a hushed tone. "Is this fellow truly that formidable?" Sun Laotu did not rush to respond. Instead, he raised his wine bowl, emptied it in one gulp, and then set it down. He rhythmically tapped the empty bowl with his fingers, wearing a worldly expression as he cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Bao and remarked, "What do you truly know about the affairs of the Jianghu?" Noticing the admiring glances directed at him by the 2 men, he grew more animated. 5 Li from Bianliang City lies a place called Qingfeng Mountain. Are you familiar with it? Yes, the 2 nodded vigorously. On Qingfeng Mountain, there exists a temple named Qingshuguan. Are you aware of it? Yes. Have you ever encountered the Taoist priest Ziyun who resides there? Sun Laotu's eyes widened as he fixated on the 2. This? The 2 men dared not feign knowledge any longer. This was not some remote shrine. If pressed about the Taoist's age, stature, or physique, how could they respond? They quickly chimed in, "We do not know." "Are you acquainted with the Taoist's prowess?" Sun Laotu insisted, his eyes widening even further. The 2 shook their heads vigorously, urging, "You, with your vast experience, enlighten us, so that we may broaden our horizons." Sun Laotu, feeling quite pleased with himself, stroked his bushy beard and continued. "There was once a notorious brigand who terrorized the countryside. Intent on seizing the temple for himself, a dozen men, armed with knives, confronted Taoist Ziyun. The Taoist showed no fear. He kicked with his right foot, striking the stone railing, which toppled over. Then, with a mere flick of his hand, he sent a 700-pound pillar along with the cloud board soaring over 2 zhang away. The bandits were so terrified that they turned pale and knelt in supplication. Those ruffians ended up imprisoned in our jail, and at that time, I held an identity much like yours now." The 2 men listened, dumbfounded, struggling to absorb the tale. "That Zhao Kuangyin." Sun Laotu continued, "Oh, the 2?" Sensing there was more to be said, eagerly urged him on, "Please, do continue." "I have heard that Zhao Kuangyin is indeed a disciple of Taoist Ziyun." Sun Laotu added, "And that Taoist Ziyun is Zhao Kuangyin's uncle." Zhang Bao, upon hearing this, found his tongue stuck out, unable to retract it for quite some time. Exercise caution. Yin Si, beside him, nodded repeatedly. Noticing Sun Laotu's bowl was empty, he seized the wine jar, shook it, and poured, but only a few drops trickled out. Embarrassed and vexed, he hurled the jar to the ground and looked up at Zhang Bao, who shrugged helplessly in response. Sun Laotu could not help but chuckle at the scene. Yin Si, unable to maintain his composure, forced a smile and said, "Lord Sun, what can we do? After all, this jail is filled with nothing but destitute wretches. I hope it does not amuse you too much." Sun Laotu took the piece of paper Zhang Bao offered and wiped his greasy hands, letting out a sly chuckle as he smirked. "You too lack the means. You are only fit to drink plain water." Zhang Bao and Yin Si, having endured a round of mockery from the jailer's son, felt a surge of indignation and resolved to demonstrate their worth before him, lest he regard them with disdain. They proceeded to the prison, dragging out two individuals whom they found particularly irksome. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, Zhang Bao, with eyes blazing crimson, fashioned a makeshift cudgel from severed branches and struck the two men, who howled in agony like wounded swine. Sun, his eyes wide with astonishment, bellowed, "What is the meaning of this?" Zhang Bao, striking as he spoke, replied, "This is known as chopping wood in sea." Refusing to be outdone, called out, "Brother, cease for a moment. I shall join in." He then procured a wooden clamp and applied it to the necks of the two men. The clamp constricted their throats, causing their faces to turn a deep shade of purple. Their breaths labored until they could no longer emit a sound. Sun, intrigued, inquired, "And what is this?" Yin Si responded, "This is termed the grip." Sun could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "How amusing! How amusing!" encouraged by his approval. The two men invigorated their spirits and continued to showcase their methods. Zhang Bao seized one of the nearly unconscious men, wrapping a rope around his head and securing it with a wooden wedge, eliciting another round of screams. Sun, in a state of alarm, asked, "What now?" Zhang Bao delivered a kick that sent the man sprawling, stating, "This is called the headband." Sun laughed uproariously, remarking, "This is akin to the headpiece that Guanyin bestowed upon the Monkey King. It must be quite painful." Yin Si released the man from the grip, binding him in a kneeling position and placing a sturdy wooden pole between his legs, upon which he began to leap. The man let out a series of anguished cries, "Splendid, splendid. What is this?" Sun clapped his hands in excitement. Yin Si replied, "This is referred to as the Staff of Transcendence." Sun, invigorated by the spectacle, sprang to his feet and declared, "Behold my technique." He seized the two nearly lifeless individuals, dragged them into the courtyard, commanded them to dig deep pits, and with a swift kick, sent them tumbling headfirst into the holes, covering them with earth until only their feet remained visible. Twitching erratically, Zhang Bao and Yin Si, witnessing this display, expressed their admiration, lamenting their own inadequacies, and pressed Sun for the name of this act. Sun, casting his gaze skyward with a sinister grin, proclaimed, "This is known as choosing the path to heaven while forsaking the road to hell." As he neared Jichang Hutong, eager to rendezvous with his paramour, Xiao Tzuolan, Sun could not suppress a buoyant tune, the breeze invigorating him further, causing his legs to sway unsteadily as he walked. A sudden discomfort urged him to relieve himself, and he hastily unfastened his trousers, taking refuge by the wall. That moment, a shadow darted from the corner of the alley, swiftly leaping behind him. Just as he was about to pull up his trousers, he felt a series of sharp taps on his back, rendering him motionless. A voice declared, "Today, I shall borrow your attire, dear sir." The clerk, with his head hung low and a troubled spirit, entered the cell. Instantly spotting Zhang Bao and Yin Si slumped against the wall, deep in slumber, he frowned, lowered his footsteps, and pinched his nose against the foul stench emanating from within as he passed by the adjacent cell door. He beheld a chaotic scene. The floor strewn with tattered, foul-smelling prisoners lying in disarray. The clerk halted before the cell door of the notorious murderer Zhao Kuangyin, peering through the bars at the figure lying with his back turned atop a heap of grass. A pair of prominent incisors bit into his lower lip, revealing a visage contorted with complex emotions. "What are you staring at, clerk?" A sudden, cold voice startled the clerk, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Turning around, he found the prison chief's son standing behind him, prompting a gasp of surprise from him. "You? Open the cell door, clerk," Sun barked, pulling a set of keys from his waist. The harshness of his command was a chilling reminder of the encounter the clerk had endured the previous night in the bed of Lord Ho's concubine, Huilian. Despite her adept disguise, that voice had betrayed her true identity in a moment of desperation. Trembling with understanding, the clerk obediently accepted the keys and unlocked the cell door. As he helped the disheveled figure rise from the heap of grass, a gasp escaped his lips, and he abruptly turned his head, his eyes narrowing with an icy glare at the clerk. What? What is going on? Upon recognizing the filthy, emaciated old man before him, a startled exclamation left his mouth as well. The old man, wiping his nose with his soiled sleeve, stared blankly at the two, his eyes caked with grime. After a moment of foolish laughter, he suddenly lunged forward, hoarsely pleading, "Gentlemen, please, spare me some food." In a fit of rage, the clerk kicked the old man squarely in the face, venting his pent-up fury and resentment. The old man fell to the ground, sprawled out in a pitiable manner. "Woe is me! Bullying the helpless," he cried, his sorrowful wails echoing in the air. "Enough." The clerk stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves, poised to continue his assault on the old man, but was halted by a sharp command. "Where on earth has Zhao Kuangyin gone?" It turned out that Zhang Bao and Yin Si, frightened by Sun's intimidation, had decided to transfer Zhao Kuangyin to a more secure location as soon as Sun departed. "Damn it, now we can sleep soundly," Zhang Bao declared triumphantly as the heavy iron door of the dungeon was slammed shut with a resounding clang. "Indeed, truly a stroke of luck. Thanks to the prison chief's reminder," Yin Si responded gratefully. Their voices gradually faded away. In the darkness, Zhao Kuangyin groped around, shifting his body against the solid walls that surrounded him. The days spent in captivity felt like an eternity. Each time he encountered the foul-smelling, filthy prison rations, he felt a surge of nausea, having not consumed anything for days. The damp, dark cell, coupled with his unhealed wounds and relentless anxiety, had led to a persistent fever that ravaged his body. Leaving him frail and emaciated, he feared that if this continued, he would surely perish in this wretched place. Chapter 10. Escape from death. "I must devise a way to escape this hell," he resolved, having lost all hope of being released honorably. Clenching his fists, he felt the aches coursing through his body, devoid of any strength, the shackles clinking softly with his movements. Sighing heavily, despair clouded his mind. If he were to escape, the immediate priority was to restore his health. He groped his way to a pile of weeds on the ground and sat down, focusing his mind and channeling his energy. Time passed in the darkness, and eventually, he felt a slight flow through his limbs and meridians. Raising his head, he noticed a faint glimmer of light seeping through a small hole in the prison door, and his heart stirred with excitement. An opportunity had presented itself. He quickly feigned deep slumber, lying back on the mound of weeds, with the heavy iron door creaking open and the sound of booted footsteps echoing. "Someone entered the cell. Is this Zhao Kuangyin?" a low voice inquired. "Indeed, it is, Master Sunday." "Oh no, Lord Sun," came another voice in response. "Zhang Bao, Yin Si, help him up," followed yet another voice. "Yes, Master." As they complied, Zhao Kuangyin felt the light drawing nearer. "Hey, Zhao Kuangyin, wake up!" Under the tugging of Zhang Bao and Yin Si, Zhao Kuangyin had no choice but to pretend he had just awakened, rubbing his eyes and sitting up, quickly assessing the newcomers. In Zhao Kuangyin's eyes, the greatest obstacle in the room was Master Sunday. After all, the master was merely a scholar. Both Zhang Bao and Yin Si were brutish fellows. Only Master Sun, based on his gait, seemed to possess formidable martial prowess. Zhao Kuangyin fixed his gaze on Master Sun, who was pacing towards him, secretly formulating a plan. Should he take 3 more steps forward, Zhao Kuangyin would spring up and leap onto him, using the iron shackles to snap his neck, which would make dealing with the others considerably easier. 1 step, bang. 2 steps, bang. With each step Master Sun took, Zhao Kuangyin could hear the pounding of his own heart. 3. Just as he was about to unleash his internal energy and soar into action, Master Sun's elevated foot returned to the ground. "Unlock the shackles," Master Sun suddenly commanded Zhang Bao and Yin Si. Zhang Bao and Yin Si exchanged baffled glances, stunned into silence. Zhao Kuangyin was equally taken aback. "What? Did you not hear my command?" Master Sun glared at Zhang Bao and Yin Si, his tone stern. "Lord Sun, this Zhao Kuangyin." Zhang Bao stammered, blinking his sesame seed eyes in confusion, glancing between Master Sun and the scholar. Ha, with me here. Do you fear that Zhao Kuangyin will fly away?" "I have my reasons." Master Sun laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is a command from Lord Sun. What further discussion is needed?" Yin Si declared, as he swiftly produced the key to the shackles from his waist, handing the torch to Zhang Bao before approaching Zhao Kuangyin. Zhao Kuangyin, bewildered by the sudden removal of his shackles, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. "You are free." Upon uttering this, Master Sun lunged forward, striking Zhang Bao and Yin Si, who were still processing the situation, and knocking them unconscious to the ground. The fallen torch emitted a fleeting, blinding light. In his moment of shock, Zhao Kuangyin saw Master Sun leap back, catching the scholar, who was hastily trying to flee towards the door. "Spare me!" the scholar pleaded, suspended in midair, kicking frantically and desperately begging for mercy. With a resounding thud, the scholar was unceremoniously thrown at Zhao Kuangin's feet, landing like a heap of mud. Young Master Zhao, quickly change your clothes and flee this place. Master Sun urged urgently. You are not Master Sun. Who on earth are you? Zhao Kuangin exclaimed, his eyes wide with suspicion, utterly confounded by the sudden turn of events. Time is of the essence. There is no need for further inquiries. Escaping is paramount. Zhao Kuangin detected a fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk emanating from the individual before him, a scent that stirred a vague sense of familiarity, causing him to momentarily pause, lost in a flurry of confusion. At this critical juncture, he could afford no more contemplation. He swiftly stripped the clothes from the steward, donning them with haste, and did not neglect to seize the steward's trembling cap. Placing it upon his own head as he prepared to exit, the jailer's son lightly tapped the nape of the steward's neck, rendering him silently unconscious. Zhang Bao, In Si, quickly fetch some wine to warm us, he exclaimed, exasperated. Where on earth have they gone? As the two ascended from the dungeon, a patrol of guards fortuitously passed nearby, led by the commanding instructor Luan, who was vociferously calling from outside the door. Startled, the duo realized they could no longer evade detection. With a swift motion, Sun raised his hand and extinguished several oil lamps on the wall with a concealed projectile. Just then, Luan burst in, colliding directly with the two, momentarily taken aback. What? The jailer hasn't he left yet? Luan scrutinized the dimly lit room illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window. Is the steward also here? Why is it so dark in here? Where are the lamps? Coughing persistently, Zhao Kuangin feigned illness, using the sleeve of his robe to obscure his face. Lord Ho instructed the steward to inspect the jail, fearing that this rascal Zhao Kuangin might stir up some trouble. We just finished the inspection. Everything is in order, but the steward is unwell, and we must return urgently. As Sun spoke, he positioned his body to shield the incessantly coughing Zhao Kuangin. Why does the jailer's voice sound slightly altered today? Luan's piercing gaze flitted between the two, as if he sensed something amiss. Where are Zhang Bao and In Si? Oh, is that so? I, too, have a slight cold, hence my voice, she said, deliberately lowering her tone as she reached for her waist. They are below fetching lamp oil. Internally, she pondered the precariousness of the situation. If they were to escape, this obstacle must be cleared. She gradually moved closer to Luan. Instructor, hurry, why are you so slow? Have you not yet procured the wine? Just as she was about to make her move, a shout rang out from outside. All right, we are coming, Luan replied, turning to the others. Jailer, steward, you should return to rest. I will go find Zhang Bao and the others. He spun around and dashed towards the dungeon. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside. Instructor, we will first patrol ahead and return shortly. The sound of retreating footsteps faded into the distance. The two exchanged glances, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. If they did not leave now, when would they? With a swift motion, they both leapt out of the jail door. Crouching low and surveying their surroundings, they discerned the shadowy outline of the grand entrance. Approximately 500 to 600 meters away, if all went well, they could surely burst through the gate before Luan returned from the dungeon. Quickly, Zhao Kuangin urged, and as he spoke, two shadows darted forth in the moonlight, moving with the swiftness of arrows, barely touching the ground, as if soaring above the grass. Open the door. Before their feet could firmly land, a shout startled the guard on duty, who had been lost in a blissful slumber atop the watchtower. Startled, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet, rubbing his bleary eyes while hastily rushing down. The staircase of the watchtower was steep and slippery. Midway down, he misstepped, and with a resounding crash, he found himself tumbling downwards at a far greater speed than before. Zhao Kuangin swiftly seized the prison guard who had rolled to his feet. Ouch! Goodness! The gatekeeper groaned, massaging the swollen lump on his forehead, casting a resentful glance at the two. Quick! Shut the gate. Don't let the dangerous criminal escape. As they were about to exit, shouts and the sound of running footsteps echoed from behind. The guard, startled, desperately squeezed his body toward the slightly ajar gate. Zhao Kuangin, in a fit of frustration built up over the past 10 days, delivered a sharp slap, sending the guard sprawling several feet away. By the time Coach Luan rushed over, the two had already vanished without a trace. He pounded his chest in despair, then turned back and delivered a fierce kick to the groggy gatekeeper, rendering him unconscious once more. Don't close the door. Just as the gate was about to shut, a figure rushed in, shouting. Well, Coach Luan swiftly drew his sword, pointing it at the person's nose. Stop, please. trembled Sun Laotu. Clad only in his undergarments, I've been hit with a pressure point today. Chapter 11. The unfathomable cycle of life and death, flickering fireflies danced above the overgrown, desolate graves. The collapsed tombs and decaying coffins imbued the area with a chilling sense of desolation. Two shadowy figures surged forth from the distance, one following closely behind the other. The leading figure abruptly halted before a newly erected grave. The second figure caught up, glancing at the wooden plaque inscribed with grave of Pinger planted atop the fresh burial, letting out a choked gasp. Beside the grave, a small white monkey, forlorn and listless, sat mournfully, alongside a gong and mallet, which tugged at the heartstrings of any onlooker. You've come to pay with your life. The man, who had been standing before the grave, suddenly turned and struck the chest of the person behind him with a powerful palm. Caught off guard, the other staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. You? Under the dim moonlight, Zhao Kuangyin's pallid face barely managed to utter a word before he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other, remaining silent, stepped forward with urgency, waving his robes as both palms continued to advance toward him. Weakened and injured, Zhao Kuangyin hastily dodged while stammering, Who are you? Really? Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance wafting from the figure, reminiscent of the scent he had encountered in the prison. A fragrance as delicate as orchids and musk. Instantly, he recalled the scent from the lair of the ghost king's mother. Without thinking, he blurted out, Li Shanshan. The figure paused, choking back tears, and replied, Pinger, your master has brought your enemies to your grave. To personally avenge you and grant you peace in the afterlife. I have always said, there are no good men in this world. Now you believe me, don't you? The man tore away the facial disguise, revealing his true visage, his face drenched in tears and sorrow. Accompanying this was a heart-wrenching, anguished wail that echoed through the dark, eerie valley, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhao Kuangyin, standing nearby, felt a pang of grief and could not help but shed tears. Li Shanshan, noticing this, rebuked him sharply. Zhao, do not feign sympathy like a cat mourning a mouse. It is not yet time for you to take your own life at Pinger's grave. Is it? Zhao Kuangyin found himself momentarily speechless. Upon seeing Pinger's tomb, his heart ached with unbearable sorrow, and he had no desire to engage in further dispute with her in a moment of desperation. Pain surged in his chest, and he tasted blood, spitting out a mouthful of crimson. Seeing his grievous state, Li Shanshan realized that this was the perfect opportunity to take his life. Once he recovered, it would be far more difficult to eliminate him. With that thought, she unleashed her long whip towards him. Zhao Kuangyin felt a fierce wind rushing towards him, alarmed to discover that the seemingly soft whip, infused with her inner strength, acted with the ferocity of a steel blade. He dared not delay, quickly evading amidst the chaotic tombs. Where the whip struck, graves crumbled in a cacophony of earth and debris. One was fueled by righteous indignation, determined to avenge his disciple, while the other merely sought to evade, not wishing to retaliate. Thus, Zhao Kuangyin found himself perpetually ensnared in peril, his life hanging by a thread. Amidst a cluster of neglected graves and withered grass, a ghastly, pallid face emerged, devoid of color, resembling a skeleton arisen from the desolate grave. In the dim night, it startled onlookers, appearing as a malevolent spirit. The skeleton observed several dark figures hastening up the hill and swiftly darted out, crouching low before leaping onto a dense tree by the roadside to conceal itself. After a while, the shadows drew nearer, halting before the tree to survey their surroundings. This skeletal fiend is utterly unreliable. We had arranged to meet here, yet he fails to appear, grumbled an elder with a face etched like a gnarled walnut, prodding the ground with his vine staff in frustration. You, the harbinger of death, will never change your impatient ways. The hour is still early. Let us rest here a moment and await his arrival. A figure, half awake with eyes that seemed perpetually drowsy, shot a glance at the elder and rasped in a slow drawl, Sleepyhead, are you unable to move? Chief Mu has sent word for us to arrive at Qingshu Temple by dawn. If we delay, not only shall we fail to gain favor, but we may also incur their wrath. Why endure such hardship? A gaunt face, resembling one afflicted with tuberculosis, coughed softly in dissatisfaction, addressing the reclined figure. Indeed, indeed. The tuberculosis specter speaks truth. Once, when we, the four ghosts of Shangxi, were pursued by the Taoist of purple clouds, it was Chief Mu who spared us. He has shown us kindness. Moreover, should we join forces to deal with that old Taoist, we would finally release the pent-up grievances of our years, far better than cowering in these wild hills. The harbinger of death continued speaking while incessantly scratching the back of his neck. Eventually retrieving several dry twigs, with a sudden glint in his eye, he raised his vine staff and, with a fierce shout, demanded, "Skeleton fiend, descend at once. Do not linger here indefinitely." Laughter, light and playful, rang out from the great tree above the heads of several individuals, as a skeleton fiend slid down from its branches. "Skeleton fiend, I see you were hiding in the tree. What mischief are you up to?" grumbled the sleepy ghost and the tuberculosis ghost, each expressing their discontent. "He, I am quite curious to hear what ill words you speak of me behind my back," retorted the skeleton, its eyes darting around the group, ultimately resting with slight displeasure on the Grim Reaper. All right, let us hasten our journey," declared the Grim Reaper, stepping forward. The three promptly followed in his wake. Engaged in light-hearted banter, they strolled along until suddenly, a figure leapt out from the hillside. The four were startled and immediately halted, their senses heightened. They beheld a person stumbling away in fright, pursued relentlessly by another, who occasionally hurled a long strap in his direction. The fleeing individual, disregarding everything, dashed through the midst of the four. The pursuer, taken aback by the sight of the four blocking his path, paused momentarily to eye in that instant. The sharp-eyed skeleton recognized him and exclaimed, "Is that not the Green-Belt Fairy?" With the moonlight illuminating the scene, the others clearly perceived the truth and echoed, "Indeed, indeed." During the tumultuous times in Shaanxi, they were all familiar with this figure, having been acquainted with him through their leader, Mu. They collectively proclaimed, "Li Shanshan, you have betrayed your master and forsaken your clan. Since leader Mu could not capture you, now that we four are here, why do you not surrender at once?" Taken aback, Li Shanshan steadied her gaze and then burst into hearty laughter. "I was wondering who dared to impede my path. It is merely the four specters of Yasha. Step aside quickly, or I shall turn you four into dead spirits." With that, she brandished her long strap and struck at the four. This little girl is woefully unaware of her own limitations, and dares to utter such brazen words. "I shall claim your life first," shouted the Grim Reaper, retaliating with his staff. A dull thud echoed as their weapons clashed, forcing the Grim Reaper to stagger back 2 steps before regaining his footing. The skeleton, witnessing this, bellowed fiercely and rolled on the ground, disregarding the odds, for capturing the Green-Belt Fairy would surely earn them high praise from leader Mu. The skeleton rolled to the forefront, executing a swift kick aimed at Li Shanshan's abdomen. At that moment, her green strap had lost its efficacy, and upon seeing the skeleton's assault, she swiftly leapt into the air. The skeleton, seeing this, retracted its leg, intending to execute the same move as she descended, leaving her with no means of evasion. As Li Shanshan soared through the air, observing the skeleton rolling beneath her, she discerned its intent and attempted to dodge to the side. However, she found herself encircled by the tuberculosis ghost and the sleepy ghost. With no option to fall or evade, in a moment of desperation, she aimed for the towering tree above, swiftly extending her long strap to latch onto the treetop, swinging through the air like a pendulum. The tuberculosis ghost and the sleepy ghost, closing in on her, struck out in an attempt to thwart her from above, believing her to be vulnerable while airborne. Unable to retaliate against their assault, with the skeleton fiend below ready to assist and potentially end her life. To their astonishment, as the two leapt forward, Li Shanshan's long strap had successfully secured itself to the treetop, rendering their strength inferior to hers as they closed in, leaving them unable to withdraw in time and ultimately forced to brace for impact. With a resounding clap, the slumbering spirit's palm met hers, akin to a strike against a rugged boulder. In an instant, one half of her arm succumbed to numbness, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through her chest, propelling her far across the ground, where she lay incapacitated for a considerable time. This collision sent Li Shanshan swinging through the air with even greater intensity, catching sight of the tuberculous specter leaping towards her. She swiftly sidestepped to evade his blow, harnessing the force from her earlier encounter with the slumbering spirit, raising her foot to deliver a forceful kick to the back of the passing specter. The tuberculous spirit emitted a muffled groan, crashing heavily to the ground, where he lay, coughing incessantly. Observing her suspended in the air, the skeletal specter realized that remaining on the ground was futile. He quickly sprang up, fixating on the incessantly swaying Li Shanshan. Contemplating his next move, the Grim Reaper rushed forward, swinging his staff, but could not reach her. The tuberculous spirit and the slumbering spirit, after a prolonged struggle to rise, gathered beneath the tree, hurling continuous insults upwards, while Li Shanshan appeared to be leisurely swinging in the air, completely indifferent to their taunts. As the daylight waned, the four spirits grew anxious and convened to discuss their next course of action. Realizing that time was of the essence, any further delay might jeopardize their gathering the following morning, and thus, reluctantly departed. Chapter 12. Within the Qingshu Temple, difficulties arise as Zhao Kuangyin leaped onto the courtyard wall of Qingshu Temple amidst the morning mist. His gaze fell upon a young child, around 13 or 14 years old, clad in a Taoist robe. The child was crouched in the courtyard, playfully teasing a small sparrow tethered to a tree stump with a blade of grass. Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Kuangyin called out softly. The child, startled, looked around but found no one. Confounded, he blinked his large eyes, patted his bald head, and assumed he had misheard, returning to his previous amusement. Seeing that the child had not noticed him, Zhao Kuangyin leaped down from the wall, approaching him from behind, and gently flicked the smooth back of the child's head with his finger. Hey! The child, astonished, turned around. Oh, brother! He joyfully leaped into Zhao Kuangyin's embrace. Where have you been? I've missed you so dearly. Master often grumbles that his disciple has grown wings and flown far away, forgetting to check in on him. Zhao Kuangyin laughed as he lifted the child, saying, I have returned, Haven Ti? As they spoke, he playfully tickled the child's armpits with his free hand, eliciting a fit of giggles from the boy. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Zhao Kuangyin's chest, causing him to sway slightly, and he hurriedly set the child down. The boy gazed at him, his expression a mix of astonishment and concern. Brother, are you hurt? Zhao Kuangyin bit his lip and replied, I'm fine. Where is Master? He sent word for me. I wonder what urgent matter he has. Master left you a letter, instructing me to give it to you upon your arrival. The two then made their way to the Sanqing Hall, where Zhao Kuangyin opened Master's letter. Dear nephew Kuangyin, time flies like an arrow and days pass swiftly. It has been 3 years since you descended the mountain. I have frequently inquired about your well-being from past visitors, and am pleased to hear that since your departure, you have ventured into the world, upholding justice and aiding the innocent. This brings me great comfort. At present, the rebels are conspiring to incite chaos and rebellion, their arrogance unabated. Wherever they go, they wreak havoc, committing arson, murder, and plunder, causing untold suffering to the populace, leaving no wicked deed unperformed, and leaving the common folk in despair. For the sake of the people, I have widely disseminated a call to heroes, summoning gallant individuals to gather urgently at Songshan to deliberate on strategies against the enemy. I anticipate that upon hearing this, you will certainly come to our aid. I have already set out. Upon reading his master's letter, Zhao Kuangyin sighed deeply and muttered to himself, I am still too late. Eldest brother, have a sip of hot tea first. Xiao Tu poured a bowl of freshly brewed tea, which Zhao Kuangyin accepted, taking a sip before setting it down, feeling somewhat more at ease. Open the door! Open the door! A frantic knocking accompanied by shouts reverberated from outside the mountain gate. Who goes there? Xiao Tu furrowed his brow and inquired. It is the officials, ordered to apprehend Zhao Kuangyin. Quickly, open the door. Zhao Kuangyin was taken aback, not expecting their arrival to be so swift. All right, I'm coming, Xiao Tu called out in response, then turned back anxiously to gaze at Zhao Kuangyin, whispering, Eldest brother, you must have landed yourself in trouble outside, haven't you? You should hide for a moment. I will handle them. Xiao Tu indicated upwards with his finger. Zhao Kuangyin looked up to see a row of shelves nailed to the eastern part of the beam, used for storing valuable items, yet they could also conceal a person. Smiling and understanding, he leaped and deftly grasped the beam, swinging his body and swiftly diving into the shelves to hide. Damn it, why are they taking so long to open the door? What on earth is this all about? Zhao Kuangyin peered down to see Sun Laotu storming into the great hall, followed closely by Luan Jiaodo, Zhang Bao, and Yin Si. Officials, I had no idea it was you. With such fierce knocking, I thought it was bandits. Xiao Tu boldly exclaimed, Ha! Such a young one, and yet your tongue is quite sharp. Tell me, where has that rascal Zhao Kuangyin hidden himself? Luan Jiaodo glared with a pair of furious eyes, fixating on Xiao Tu, demanding in a harsh tone. How would I know where he is? Luan Jiaodo's demeanor and attitude greatly irked Xiao Tu, who disdainfully turned his head away, casually glancing elsewhere. Internally, he thought, who are you trying to intimidate with that fierce demeanor? Unable to catch my elder brother, and yet you flaunt your power before a child. Humph. Just look at his shifty appearance and attitude. He certainly isn't a good person, and it must be him who has hidden my brother. Zhang Bao, with his broad and plump face, had a pair of beady eyes that seemed to stab at Xiao Tu like daggers, as if Zhao Kuangyin were hidden upon him. Indeed, indeed. Yin Si, with a bamboo pole-like frame that could sweep up the winds, repeatedly nodded his head like a drum-drum. Sun Laotu's sinister triangular eyes flickered like a ghostly flame, glaring menacingly at Xiao Tu, Are you tired of living? I don't know. I just don't know. The stubborn Xiao Tu was now throwing a tantrum. Hidden in the beams, Zhao Kuangyin silently felt a pang of anxiety for him. Just as he was intently observing the commotion below, a sudden squeak echoed, and a mischievous little mouse leaped out from his hiding spot. Scurrying quickly across the beam to the other end, turning back to glare at him with beady eyes, as if resentful for encroaching upon its territory. Who, with a commanding shout from Coach Luan, the soldiers below, as if facing a formidable enemy, swiftly unsheathed their weapons. Sun Laotu drew a sturdy iron chain from his waist, its movement resembling a monstrous python emerging from its lair, swirling around to protect his body. Coach Luan brandished the seven-star sword, which danced like a silver serpent, radiating a dazzling light that enveloped him. Zhang Bao and Yin Si wielded their ghostly sabers, their clash ringing out like wild horses breaking free. Guarding the entrance, Little Tu's heart tightened in an instant. He thought to himself, "Oh brother, what commotion are you causing? Is this not a self-inflicted torment? What shall we do now?" In his anxious state, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he burst into laughter. What are you laughing at?" Coach Luan's eyes glared menacingly at Little Tuesday. Ha ha ha. Little Tu stifled his laughter with his hand, trembling uncontrollably. "Damn it. What is so amusing?" Sun Laotu barked in irritation. Little Tu quickly composed himself. "My lord, how could a mere sparrow frighten you all to such a degree?" "Sparrow? What sparrow? Where did a sparrow come from on this rooftop? This is nonsense. Something sinister must be afoot." Sun Laotu scrutinized Little Tu with suspicion. "Why, lord, I speak no falsehood. This sparrow is one I've kept for amusement. I don't know how it became frightened and took refuge above upon seeing you. If you don't believe me, listen." As he spoke, he puckered his lips and chirped a few notes. Zhao Kuangyin, upon hearing this, found himself in a mix of laughter and tears, thinking, "Now I have become the sparrow you keep." He chirped back twice from above. "Chirp, chirp. What do you think?" Little Tu grinned triumphantly. "Damn, it was just a false alarm." Sun Laotu, with a swift motion, retracted the iron chain to his waist, and the others followed suit, sheathing their weapons. Just then, two constables stumbled hurriedly into their midst, collapsing to the ground without uttering a word. Chapter 13. The arrival of the demon. The crowd was startled and quickly turned the fallen constables over. They observed that blood was oozing from their mouths and noses, clearly indicating that their internal organs had been violently crushed by a tremendous force. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, exchanging anxious glances. Seizing the moment, Little Tu darted beneath the altar dedicated to the three pure ones to hide. Suddenly, amidst the clear sky, a thunderous clap resounded, and two more constables plummeted from the entrance, landing at their feet, their bodies convulsing violently. The room was engulfed in terror, the onlookers shaken to their cores. With a maniacal laugh, a gust of wind swept in, and a figure soared above them, landing on the Grandmaster's chair. Clutching two struggling constables under his arm, with a slight exertion, a sickening crack echoed as their necks snapped, their heads drooped, and they lay motionless. The figure tossed the lifeless bodies toward the crowd, who quickly recoiled in horror, gazing at the man draped in a long robe, with a broad forehead, a face riddled with bumps, a beard full and wild, and heavy brows partially concealing his half-closed eyes as he lounged on the Grandmaster's chair. Reporting to Chief Mu, there is no one else in the courtyard. Zhao Kuangyin recognized the voice and stealthily peered down, spotting Diao Yidao and Dou Yibiao, along with a band of ruffians rushing in. It seemed they had indeed arrived too late. Sitting in the Grandmaster's chair, Mu Huqiao's face was ashen. "Why have the four ghosts of Shangxi still not arrived?" Diao Yidao murmured in dissatisfaction. Sun Laotu and the others huddled nearby, unable to move forward or retreat, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Rebellion. Rebellion. What manner of people are you? In broad daylight, you dare to wantonly slaughter officials and soldiers. This is truly rebellion. Zhang Bao, overwhelmed by extreme terror, suddenly erupted, raising his arm and shaking his knife, dramatically assuming a stance. Indeed, indeed. Yin Si, in a fit of rage, shook his head violently, seeking to bolster his brother's ferocity. Luan Jiaodo and Sun Laotu, seasoned individuals familiar with grand displays, had just witnessed that man's brutal methods and felt a chill in their hearts, calculating how to survive the day. Audacity. Diao Yidao barked a sharp command, swiftly dodged, and landed a kick on Zhang Bao's wrist. The ghostly knife flew from Zhang Bao's grasp, clanging as it soared into the beams of the grand hall, still vibrating, its resonant echoes lingering in the air. Following that, a fierce palm aimed directly at Zhang Bao's forehead. Just as Zhang Bao was about to meet his fate, a figure emerged before Diao Yidao, revealing a skull-headed specter with ghostly eyes glaring discontentedly at him. Gently blocking the attack with an outstretched hand, Diao Yidao immediately felt his powerful strike glide harmlessly aside, lacking any force. Startled, a skeleton ghost, you? Diao Yidao glared angrily at him. Hee hee. My skeleton ghost hasn't arrived yet, and you've already opened the slaughtering spree. Are we four ghosts not coming for nothing? The four ghosts of Shangxi had always been at odds with Diao Yidao, harboring resentment over his moniker, ghost-seeking sorrow, which they had long held against him. Soon after, the other three ghosts entered in succession. Mu Haqiao hurriedly rose to greet them, clasping the hands of the four ghosts and reminiscing about their time apart. Zhang Bao and Yin Si seized the opportunity to flee the grand hall. Upon seeing this, Diao Yidao, having just lost face, erupted in fury. With a strange cry, he leaped forth, landing before the two men, and with a wave of his hand, the coffin nails glimmered with silver light as they shot towards them. He then gracefully returned to the grand hall, moving with such swiftness that it seemed as if he had never shifted position at all. Zhang Bao and Yin Si cried out in agony, rolling on the ground until they lay still. The skeleton ghost, witnessing this, thought to himself that Diao Yidao had grown even more formidable in the years since they last met, and thus chose not to harbor animosity, exclaiming, "Brother Jiao, splendid skills." Diao Yidao merely smiled faintly. Sun Laotu and Luan Jiaodo, witnessing this, felt their legs turn to jelly and collapsed to the ground, repeatedly banging their heads and crying out, "My lord, spare this dog's life. Truly, what a farce. They might as well send them to the Western Paradise." Meanwhile, Do Yibiao, who had been standing aside, was already itching to showcase his own prowess. He stepped forward, his hand forming a claw-like grip imbued with a sinister aura, swiftly aiming for the crown of the two men. Just as his hand was about to descend, it clashed against a rattan staff that had crossed in front of him. Frustrated, he exerted more force downward, yet the staff remained unyielding, steadfast against his tremendous strength. In this clash, neither side gained an advantage. You? Do Yibiao, feeling both humiliated and enraged, raised his head. Grim Reaper, what do you mean by this? Ha ha ha. The Grim Reaper, with a mocking smile, retracted his rattan staff and addressed Do Laudi, saying, "It appears that Master Mu has remained silent while you two brothers display your prowess." This Grim Reaper deliberately seeks to showcase his skill before the crowd, allowing Master Mu's disciples to overshadow him, as if the four ghosts of Shangxi are merely a bunch of drunken louts. Ha ha ha. With a sinister grin, Mu Haqiao expressed his gratitude. "I am truly honored by your esteemed presence." He then turned to Sun Laotu and Luan Jiaodo, stating, "Today, as we gather here, I am delighted, and I shall spare your lives." Seeing themselves miraculously spared, Sun Laotu and Luan Jiaodo bowed deeply, offering countless thanks. With fervor, Sun Laotu proclaimed, "Noble sirs, you are magnanimous and gracious, not holding my transgressions against me. You are akin to my reborn parents. Should I ever forget this kindness, may I be stricken blind." Upon hearing this, Mu Haqiao furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a complex amalgamation of emotions, as a sharp discomfort pricked at his left eye, which had been blinded years prior by the Taoist Ziyun. Sun Laotu's careless words had inadvertently struck a nerve. He pressed his half-closed left eyelid and, with a scowl, retorted, "Very well, then. I kindly ask you both to leave behind your left eye, and you may descend the mountain." What? The two men collapsed to the ground in despair. Would they really wait for Master Mu to carry out the deed himself? The slumbering ghost, who had long sought an opportunity to display himself, hoarsely remarked, "Indeed, indeed." The tuberculosis ghost, unwilling to be outdone, coughed in agreement. With a resounding clang, Diao Yidao tossed two coffin nails before them, commanding, "Let the deed commence." Losing an eye was certainly preferable to losing one's life. Sun Laotu, steeling himself, grasped the coffin nail and, with a decisive strike akin to sealing a coffin, drove it into his eye socket. A spray of blood erupted, and with a pained cry, he clutched his eye, trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Mu Haqiao laughed heartily, exuding an air of untouchable authority. At that moment, Do Yibiao, filled with pent-up frustration from being thwarted, pointed at Sun Laotu and barked, "Are you not opposing our leader? The master clearly instructed you to gouge out your left eye, yet you foolishly blinded your right." The crowd fell silent, gazing in astonishment. For Sun Laotu was indeed wide-eyed with shock, staring at Do Yibiao with his unscathed left eye. Sun Laotu, in utter dismay, cursed under his breath, "Damn it! What difference does left eye or right eye make? It's just an eye." Alas, he regretted his eagerness to showcase his bravery without fully understanding the situation. He longed to slap himself in frustration. Mu Huqiao, equally taken aback, displayed his displeasure. There is nothing to fear from misfortune, but rather from the ill intentions of others. Do Yibiao's provocation made it seem as though Sun Laotu was intentionally seeking trouble. Gentlemen, did we not agree to spare the left eye? Sun Laotu lamented, his face a mask of despair. With a playful leap forward, the skeleton ghost poked a finger at his forehead and said, "What a muddled fool you are. To spare the left eye means to leave it here in the Qingshu temple. Why are you hesitating?" snarled Zhao impatiently. This, Sun Laotu squinted with his left eye at Mu Huqiao, then glanced at the crowd, pondering. Without both eyes, nothing colorful could be seen, rendering existence more unbearable than death itself. Resolute, he bellowed and prepared to leap into a desperate struggle. In that fleeting moment, a coffin nail forcefully pierced his left eye, plunging him into darkness as he emitted a chilling scream, clutching his eyes and rolling on the ground. Heh heh, heh heh. Luan Jiaodo grinned foolishly at the spectators, for it was he who, at the crucial moment, had driven the coffin nail into Sun Laotu's eye. Observing Sun Laotu's agonized writhing on the ground, a wicked smile crept across Mu Huqiao's face. Luan Jiaodo felt a surge of joy, secretly admiring his own cunning for seizing this rare opportunity, which might illuminate his future. Yet, as the smile vanished from Mu Huqiao's visage and a venomous glare was directed towards him, his hopes shattered in an instant. Master, trembling in fear, he crawled a few steps, gazing up at Mu Huqiao with beseeching eyes. Chapter 14. The truth revealed when Luan Jiaodo beheld the bloodthirsty malice glinting in Mu Huqiao's eyes. He despaired and lowered his head, hands trembling as he hesitantly clutched the coffin nail. Better to endure short-lived pain than prolonged suffering. Steeling himself with a sickening thud, he drove the nail into his own eye, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. After a moment, he raised his blood-soaked face. Master, surely you will spare me now? No. Mu Huqiao's furious rebuke sent a shock through him. What? Master still refuses to spare me? Indeed. Why? Because you pierced the wrong eye. What? Luan Jiaodo was on the verge of tears. The crowd was taken aback, pondering. What could be amiss with the leader? This fool had clearly blinded his left eye. Why then did he claim it was the wrong one? In a fit of desperation, Luan Jiaodo raised his right hand, then his left. Realizing his mistake, he exclaimed in delight. That's right. No. Mu Huqiao pointed decisively at the writhing Sun Laotu on the ground, stating with unwavering conviction, I want his left eye, yet you offered me your right. You acted without waiting for my command. Who else can you blame? Ah? Luan Jiaodo crumpled to the ground. Mu Huqiao looked down at Luan Jiaodo's tormented expression, a cold smirk gracing his lips. In truth, Luan Jiaodo had not miscalculated. Rather, it was his cruel betrayal of his own comrade that sealed his fate. Mu Huqiao could not tolerate the existence of someone more vicious than himself. At that moment, the tip of a vine staff viciously thrust into Luan Jiaodo's right eye, eliciting a scream as he writhed in agony. Ha ha ha! The Grim Reaper playfully prodded the bloodied staff into the ground, letting out a sinister chuckle. Begone. With Mu Huqiao's fierce command, the two writhing figures on the ground, as if granted a pardon, desperately scrambled to escape. Gazing at the two individuals stumbling out of the mountain gate, the Grim Reaper inquired, What are your next plans, Chief Mu? My beloved disciple, Zhao Sivan, the military governor of Yongxing, implored me to emerge from seclusion to prevent the convening of the martial arts assembly, thereby restraining the heroes of the martial world and rendering the court devoid of assistance. Should we eliminate that neo-busy Taoist, Ziyun, here and now, we would spare ourselves a great deal of trouble, for this heroic invitation was indeed issued by that neo-busy, yet we now find ourselves entangled in a web of complications. Furrowing his brow, Mu Huqiao surveyed the crowd. The mere thought of Taoist Ziyun, with his left eye blinded by the filth of a dog's gaze, sent a jolt of anguish through him. He believed that only when he personally extracted Ziyun's eyeball would his torment cease. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, We must hasten to Shaolin Temple and act according to the circumstances. What say you, esteemed friends? We shall certainly assist you to the end, accompanying Chief Mu on this endeavor. The Grim Reaper turned to the other three spirits and asked, Is that not so? Indeed, indeed. Chief Mu's affairs are our own. How could we remain indifferent? The three spirits nodded fervently. Once the group had departed, Zhao Kuangyin leapt down from the beam above. The little Baldy emerged from beneath the shrine, wiping the sweat from his brow, and breathlessly exclaimed, Brother, who are these people, that they could be so malevolent? Zhao Kuangyin's face darkened with clouds of discontent as he replied, scoundrels of the martial world. The two men dragged the bodies outside to bury them, and after tidying the temple inside and out, they rested beneath a large tree in the courtyard. The little Baldy gazed at Zhao Kuangyin, asking, "Brother, what transgression have you committed against the authorities? Do our parents know of this?" This single inquiry stirred a tide of anxious thoughts within Zhao Kuangyin. It seemed the authorities must have come to their home in search of him, which meant his father was likely aware of the situation. Under such uncertainty, how would his father lay the blame upon him? Returning to Bianliang City was impossible, and he could not linger at Qingshu Temple. Was there truly no place for Zhao Kuangyin in this vast world? He rose to his feet and let out a long, mournful howl towards the heavens. The birds nesting in the ancient towering trees startled, flapping their wings and flying off into the distance. "Brother, brother," the little Baldy called out anxiously. Zhao Kuangyin suddenly regained his composure, feeling a wave of embarrassment for his earlier lapse. He then affectionately ruffled the little Baldy's hair and said earnestly, "Kuangyi, it appears I may only wander the world from now on. Our parents are aging, and I cannot fulfill my filial duties before them. Hence, all responsibility rests upon you. They sent you to the temple due to your youthful mischief and recklessness. I hope you will diligently follow your master. Learn the craft with perseverance and become accomplished quickly, so as not to disappoint our parents' expectations, which would also ease my heart." The little Baldy felt a pang in his heart at Zhao Kuangyin's words, his eyes brimming with tears as he replied, "Do not worry, brother. I shall remember everything." Zhao Kuangyin prepared his belongings, hastily consuming the simple meal that the little Baldy had warmed for him from the kitchen, readying himself for departure. The little Baldy retrieved the coiled steel sword and handed it to Zhao Kuangyin, saying, "Brother, master specifically instructed me to ensure you take this sword. He mentioned that this time you would be going into battle, unlike your previous wanderings in the martial world." Zhao Kuangyin picked up the sword and examined it closely. Indeed, it was a remarkable weapon. With a firm bend, it could take on the shape of a hook, and upon release, it emitted a crisp sound, returning to its original form, taut as a bowstring. He secured the sword around his waist, his thoughts lingering on his master, eager to hasten to offer assistance. After imparting numerous cautions to Xiao Tu, he set forth in haste. Once Zhao Kuangyin departed, Xiao Tu secured the mountain gate tightly, recalling his elder brother's teachings. He retrieved the Tao Te Ching, a text his master had urged him to study, and began to leaf through its pages, moistening his fingers with saliva. Before long, fatigue set in, and stretching languidly, he found himself engulfed in boredom, prompting thoughts of the little bird. Unable to resist, he slipped into the backyard. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, he beheld the little bird tethered to a stake, still frolicking joyfully. His heart soared with delight as he rushed over, crouching down to scoop the bird into his palms, laughing giddily as he played with it. Just as he was engrossed in his amusement, a pair of embroidered shoes caught his eye. Startled, he looked up to find a woman with flowing hair standing before him. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Xiao Tu questioned, his voice laced with displeasure. "I am Li Shanshan." The door was firmly shut, and after knocking for quite some time without response, I leaped over the wall. She replied coolly, "Today is not a day for incense offerings. What brings you to this desolate mountain? I am here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Kuangyin. "Oh, my elder brother." Xiao Tu stared at her in astonishment, inwardly lamenting. "Elder brother, why must you entangle yourself with such a woman? She's come seeking you. What will sister-in-law think? Besides, sister-in-law is gentle and virtuous, nothing like this one. Her willow-like brows and fierce phoenix eyes suggest a daunting demeanor. How could you associate with someone like her? How did Li Shanshan manage to find this place?" The previous night, upon witnessing the four ghosts depart in frustration, she had gathered her long scarf and leaped down from a tree. Searching for Zhao Kuangyin in the vast darkness, it was impossible to locate him. Thus, she directed her ire towards the four ghosts, following their path to seek an opportunity for vengeance, hoping to alleviate some of her pent-up resentment. After racing along the mountain trail for a while, she caught sight of movement among the trees ahead. "So, he is here," she thought. With a swift motion, she crouched low, concentrating her energy as she approached, concealing herself amidst the dense foliage, straining to listen. What she overheard was not the four ghosts, but rather her master, along with her senior brother and a group of henchmen, taking a respite beneath the trees. "Can the four ghosts arrive?" she heard her master inquire. Then came the voice of Dou Yibiao. "My brother and I personally visited the skull cave and encountered the skeleton ghost. The three ghosts had matters to attend to, which delayed us for a few days, but we shall gather at the Qingshu temple tomorrow morning. There should be no issue." "That is reassuring. We shall catch Niu Bizizian off guard." No matter how formidable he is, a single fist cannot withstand 4 hands. Ha ha ha, her master laughed heartily. Once the laughter subsided, his tone shifted to one of concern. I fear if his disciple Zhao Kuangyin is present, it may pose some trouble. Hee hee, worry not, esteemed elder. Zhao Kuangyin is currently suffering in that prison. He cannot escape, even if he had wings. Do Yibiao's triumphant voice followed. Oh, what do you mean by that? Her master exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. Thanks to Brother Do for eliminating that wretched girl and framing Zhao Kuangyin, which led to his unfortunate fate. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Dai Yido's words, Li Shanshan felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, collapsing onto the ground. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves and muffling the sound of her fall. Chapter 15. Who will worry as the kingdom is in peril? Stunned, Li Shanshan sat there, her mind in a daze, images of Zhao Kuangyin, bloodied and pale, flashing through her thoughts. A tide of regret and guilt surged within her, leaving her oblivious to her master's departure. Only when a chill wind brushed against her did she regain some clarity, contemplating that Zhao Kuangyin must have retreated to Qingshu Temple. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, she realized that with his injuries, he could hardly withstand the multitude. This was a consequence of her own actions. She could not remain indifferent. Resolutely, she stood up and set forth in search of a path. As dawn broke, she encountered a woodcutter in the mountains and, after much inquiry, finally discerned the route to Qingshu Temple. After a series of twists and turns, she arrived at the temple, only to find its gates firmly shut. Undeterred, she scaled the wall. Just as she was conversing with the little bald monk, a thunderous commotion erupted at the front gate. Both were taken aback and rushed to the courtyard, where the gate had been violently flung open. Not a single person inside could be spared. It was a fight to the death. Outside, the frantic cries of the blinded and disoriented coachman Luan echoed in. Realizing escape was unlikely, Li Shanshan quickly wielded her long whip, producing a series of sharp clangs as the weapons in the hands of the incoming soldiers were sent flying, crashing to the ground amidst their cries and chaos as they retreated towards the gate. Convinced that the soldiers' departure had nothing to do with her, she contemplated fleeing. However, upon seeing the little bald monk's pitiful expression, a renewed sense of guilt washed over her for potentially abandoning him. In that moment of hesitation, another wave of soldiers charged in. She swiftly extended her arm, deftly scooping up the little monk under her armpit, and dashed towards the rear courtyard, leaping over the wall. A sudden shock gripped her as she glanced around, too late to ponder, and leapt down. The soldiers outside, hearing the commotion, assumed victory in the courtyard, only to be startled by a figure soaring overhead. As they turned to pursue, the figure wielded a whip, knocking several down, and by the time they regained their footing, the person had vanished into the distance. Li Shanshan hurriedly ran a distance before stopping to set the little monk down. The little monk, having been squeezed for so long, was flushed and breathless, sitting on the ground for a while before regaining his composure. Looking up at the billowing smoke in the distance, he realized that Qingshu Temple had been reduced to ashes. Seeing Li Shanshan preparing to leave, he quickly cried out, "Oh dear! How can you abandon me here all alone? Oh, my general of the imperial escort, do not let me down. Charge forth, quickly, and slay that treacherous Li Shozhen, the root of my troubles." Emperor Lu Chengyu shouted anxiously, then leaped up, dancing with delight, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, just like that, good, good. He has been toppled." Climbing on, severing a leg, "Ha, ha, how did I have one? Your Majesty." Standing anxiously to one side was a young eunuch who had been waiting for quite some time, exclaiming, "The esteemed ministers are currently in audience in the Chongyuan Hall." Just moments ago, Lu Chengyu had been in high spirits, but his expression immediately soured as he remarked, "This is utterly exasperating. There is not a moment's peace to be found." With a sense of disappointment, he handed the exquisite Zeatonwood cricket box to a nearby young eunuch, impatiently stating, "Very well, we shall resume our game later." The ministers in the grand hall had been waiting for the entire morning without a sight of the emperor, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. One of the military officials, positioned among the ranks, lamented, with the situation on the front lines becoming increasingly dire, with the fate of our nation hanging in the balance. How can His Majesty be so negligent in attending to court affairs? This was followed by a deep sigh directed towards the heavens. The others, startled by the voice, turned to see it was the formidable commander Shi Hongzhao, and they all lowered their heads, feigning ignorance, for everyone knew he was not one to be trifled with. Shi Hongzhao had previously assisted the late Emperor Lu Ziyuan in seizing the realm, earning him great accolades, and upon the emperor's deathbed, he entrusted the young Emperor Lu Chengyu to 4 regents, including Shi himself, to guide and support the fledgling ruler, a man of integrity and unwavering loyalty. He often spoke candidly, which naturally instilled a degree of fear even in the current sovereign. The chancellor, Su Fengji, who occupied the foremost position among the civil officials, cast a disapproving glance at him and said, "Pray remain calm. Pray remain calm." Upon hearing someone dare to interject, Shi Hongzhao's eyes flashed with ire as he recognized it was Chancellor Su. He had little regard for civil officials, especially at a time when the court desperately needed military men to fight valiantly in defense of the realm. And thus his temper flared. He retorted sharply, "To secure the stability of the court and avert chaos, we must rely on long spears and mighty swords. What use are mere writing brushes?" He derisively referred to the scholar's brush as a hair-all. Wang Zhang, the minister of the three departments, could no longer contain his indignation and interjected, "Without these so-called, how shall we fund the army and collect taxes? It is indeed a grave error to belittle them." Before Shi Hongzhao could respond, the Yellow Gate official announced, "His Majesty has arrived." At once, both civil and military officials hastily knelt on the Vermilion Terrace, calling out "Long live the Emperor," with voices that echoed throughout the hall. very well, my loyal subjects, rise," said the Emperor Lu Chengyu, who, weary and somewhat distracted, greeted the minister's homage while occasionally glancing at the young eunuch standing to the side, anxiously holding the cricket box, fearing that he might accidentally topple it and harm the prized creature within. Then, the Yellow Gate official declared, "If there are any petitions to be made, present them. If not, the court is dismissed," and no sooner had he spoken than the chief of the Privy Council, Yang Bian, stepped forward. Addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, the generals dispatched to quell the rebellion have faced setbacks. The commander of Kuizhou, Shang Hongqian, was slain by Zhao Sivan's forces during the assault on Chang'an. The Jidushi of Changzhou, Guozongyi, and the official Wang Jun, having witnessed Hongqian's death, have withdrawn their troops. The Jidushi of Bianzhou, by Wenk, remains stalled in Tongzhou, and the newly appointed Jidushi of Fengxiang, Zhao Hui, has also made no advances upon reaching Xianying. Each faction is pushing blame onto the other, leading to a stalemate. The rebel forces have already captured Tongguan, placing our dynasty in a precarious position. We beseech your Majesty to make a decisive judgment." Upon hearing the news, Emperor Lu Chengyu was seized with a sudden sense of alarm, his thoughts thrown into disarray. "Esteemed ministers, what shall we do in this predicament?" he exclaimed anxiously. Chancellor Su Fengji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the pressing concern at hand is to appoint a capable general to lead the armies and restore military might. Su Aiqing, whom do you believe in our court can undertake such a significant responsibility?" The Emperor Lu Chengyu replied, his voice tinged with worry. Shi Hongzhao interjected with a scoff, quietly suggesting, "I believe it would be most suitable for the chancellor to take on this task." Su Fengji cast a sidelong glance at Shi Hongzhao, feeling constrained by the decorum of the court. He feigned ignorance, cleared his throat, and continued, "In my humble opinion, among all the civil and military officials, only the chief minister Guo Wei is fit for this duty." Upon hearing this, the assembled ministers nodded in agreement. The Emperor Lu Chengyu, immediately beaming with delight, declared, "Very well, let us proceed as Su Aiqing suggests." He then raised his voice, "Chief Minister Guo Wei, heed my command." "Your servant is here," responded a dignified, imposing middle-aged man, his gaze piercing, with a long beard cascading to his chest. He stepped forward from the ranks of military officials and knelt in the center of the hall. The Emperor Lu Chengyu then proclaimed loudly, "I hereby appoint Chief Minister Guo Wei as the envoy to pacify and console the troops in the Western Front, with full authority over the forces in Hezhong, Yongxing, and Fengxiang." Guo Wei, who remained kneeling, paused momentarily before responding with a resounding voice, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous favor." "Dismissed?" the emperor declared, eager to conclude matters. Once back in the inner palace, the emperor hastily alighted from his carriage and hurried to the small eunuch holding a box containing a cricket, asking anxiously, "How fares my valiant general?" The small eunuch chuckled, reassuring, "Your Majesty need not worry. With this servant's care, the general shall surely be safe and sound." He then opened the lid of the box. The more cautiously the eunuch handled it, the more his hands trembled, causing the box to tilt slightly. The cricket, having been confined for so long, seized the opportunity and leaped to the edge of the box. The eunuch gasped in alarm, and the box slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the ground as the cricket sprang into the grass. The emperor let out a pained cry, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to the eunuch. Startled and trembling, the eunuch stumbled and fell to the ground in a quivering heap. "Quickly, pursue it," commanded the emperor, as several young eunuchs hurried after him in pursuit of the escaping cricket. Chapter 16. A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. A gentle breeze rippled across the emerald waters of the lake, causing the surrounding bamboo groves to sway gracefully. Birds lamented in the trees as a bamboo bridge arched over the water's surface. Amidst the ethereal mist, a captivatingly beautiful woman, wielding a flower hoe, glided gracefully across the bamboo bridge, which creaked softly beneath her steps. Upon crossing the bridge, she reached a half-mountain pavilion by the shore, leaning the flower hoe against the railing with a languid stretch. She reclined softly against the railing, settling onto the bench within the pavilion. Her phoenix eyes shimmered with sorrow, and her willow brows knitted in a troubled frown as she gazed reflectively at the autumn waters, occasionally releasing soft sighs from her vividly colored lips. In the throes of ennui, she gently closed her eyes, as if reluctant to confront the harsh realities of the world before her, instead yearning to chase after the distant, enchanting dreams that had slipped away. A cricket leapt onto her, yet she remained blissfully unaware. It was only when someone softly caressed her that she heard the words, "Noble consort Wang, take care not to catch a chill." Startled, she gasped and opened her eyes in indignation. However, her expression swiftly paled, and in a flurry, she knelt down, repeatedly pleading, "I did not realize His Majesty had arrived. Please forgive me." Lu Chengyu chuckled, his eyes roving over her form, while he extended a hand to assist her delicate waist, saying, "Consort, please rise. This inner chamber is no grand hall. There is no need for such elaborate courtesies. Moreover, as you are a consort of the late emperor, I ought to regard you with the respect due to a mother. Would you not agree?" As he spoke, his hand seemed to intentionally brush against her bosom, sending a shiver through her entire being, her face flushing a vibrant red, akin to a blooming peach blossom. The noble consort Wang was but 21 or 2, and being a stunning beauty, she found herself unwittingly stirred by the youthful charm of the emperor. Her body felt as limp as a sugar figurine that had been overcooked, rendering her unable to rise as Lu Chengyu pulled her into his embrace. A few small eunuchs, who had hurried after them, cautiously took the cricket from the emperor's hands and placed it gently into a box, chuckling as they discreetly retreated into the bamboo grove. With cloud-like hair and a flower-like visage, adorned with golden hair ornaments, she languished in the warm embrace of the hibiscus-draped chamber during a spring night. The night was fleeting, and as the sun rose high, the emperor would no longer attend morning court. Upon learning that the emperor had forsaken his morning duties, Empress Dowager Li was incensed. She summoned several eunuchs who served beside the emperor, delivering a sound thrashing that left them bruised and weeping. After enduring such punishment, none dared to remain defiant. Like bamboo shoots spilling from a tube, they recounted the events surrounding the emperor with startling clarity. Through the xiang curtains, one could faintly glimpse the two entwined figures on the soft couch within. In a fit of rage, Empress Dowager Li stormed in. "You audacious fool." Just as Lu Chengyu was about to unleash a tirade, his countenance shifted dramatically upon recognizing his mother's presence, leaving him speechless. The disheveled noble consort Wang hastily tumbled from the bed, trembling as she knelt on the ground, repeatedly exclaiming, "I deserve death. I implore your majesty to forgive me." What audacity! As a consort of the late emperor, you commit acts of treachery and abomination. Seize her and beat her to death. The moment Empress Dowager Li's words echoed, a throng of eunuchs surged in like wolves, dragging the lamenting noble consort Wang away. "Mother, spare her. Do not blame her. This is all my fault." Lu Chengyu crawled to his mother's feet, weeping bitterly. "What sort of decorum is this? For the sake of a worthless woman, you, a sovereign, would—" Empress Dowager Li sighed heavily, tears streaming down her face, lamenting, "Is it truly possible that the legacy your father toiled so hard to build will crumble in your hands?" Unable to bear the sight of Lu Chengyu's pitiful demeanor any longer, she swept her sleeve and stormed out, instructing the eunuchs beside her, "Seal off this Shui Xiang garden and sell off all the former consorts of the late emperor. The emperor Lu Chengyu has fallen gravely ill." Languishing in bed, his spirit diminished, and his face perpetually awash with tears. This dire situation has caused great distress for Empress Dowager Li, who is consumed with worry, as are all within the court and beyond. Empress Dowager Li spends her days sighing deeply, her brows furrowed in concern, unable to conceive of any viable solutions. The bleak moonlight casts its pallid glow upon the ravaged lands of the Han, illuminating the once thriving expanse that has long since lost its former splendor, the lifeless city of Dongjing Bianliang, and a garden within the city where flowers have withered away as the moon ascends to the eaves of the octagonal pavilion nestled within the garden. A tall and robust figure stands within, gazing up at the moon with a heavy sigh, a rustling sound prompts him to turn, revealing the anxious visage of the chief minister Guo. His face etched with worry as he gazes upon his increasingly frail wife. He speaks with a pained heart. "My dear, you are unwell." Lady Guo, persistently coughing, drapes her cloak over him and playfully admonishes. "General, you have stood in the cold for so long. Take care not to catch a chill." Guo clasps her warm hand and replies, "I find myself unable to sleep. How can a seasoned general, who has braved countless battles, be so troubled this time?" Guo's brows knit tightly as he responds, "My dear, as the commander of the 3 armies, my responsibilities weigh heavily upon me. It is my duty to save the common folk from calamity and to preserve the state from impending chaos. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. I dread becoming a pariah in the annals of our nation, forever scorned." He pauses briefly before continuing. "The current sovereign is young and inexperienced, struggling to grasp the full scope of governance. The courtiers are rife with discord, embroiled in deception and rivalry for power and profit. The state is perilously vulnerable. How can I not feel a deep sense of unease?" Lady Guo, her face etched with concern, replies, "General, I understand your steadfast nature. How could I not worry for you? An ancient saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will surely be sought by the wind. A pile of earth by the river will inevitably be washed away. One who walks above others will inevitably be criticized. In your quest to safeguard the nation, you must also learn to preserve yourself. You ought to learn from Grand Preceptor Feng Dao." Her words awaken him from his reverie, and Guo offers a faint smile, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, my dear. I had nearly forgotten to bid farewell to Grand Preceptor Feng." At that moment, Grand Preceptor Feng Dao sits in his study, savoring tea and reading late into the night when a servant announces the arrival of Chief Minister Guo. Upon hearing this, the Grand Preceptor hastily sets aside his book and rushes to the door, eager to receive him. As he emerges from his study, he is met by Guo, who clasps his fists in greeting, saying, "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Grand Preceptor." "Ah, General Guo, you flatter me. Your esteemed presence graces my humble abode." Grand Preceptor Feng Dao responds with a beaming smile, "It is a rare occasion that I would have the honor to invite you." He quickly pulls at Guo's robe to usher him into the study. Once seated, the Grand Preceptor regards Guo with concern, inquiring, "What brings you to visit at such an hour?" Guo exhales deeply. "I am to embark on a journey westward soon, and I have come to bid farewell to you, venerable Preceptor, and to seek your counsel." The Grand Preceptor is momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You honor me far too much, General. Do not be overly modest, esteemed elder." Guo gazed at Feng Dao with utmost reverence, for who in the court is unaware of the elder's profound knowledge, erudition, and ability to navigate both ancient and contemporary matters with grace? "Oh, ha ha ha." The elder burst into hearty laughter, remarking that since General Guo has such unwavering trust in him, it would be inappropriate for him to feign humility any longer. Guo immediately straightened his posture, adopting an attentive demeanor. The elder stroked his sparse, 5 strands of long beard thoughtfully and mused. "To this day, I have served under the Tang, Jin, and Han dynasties, advising 8 emperors. Though I do not possess extraordinary talents or grand ambitions for governing the nation, I rely solely on the principle of keeping my thoughts free from malevolence, even amidst a den of tigers and wolves. Remember this. Silence is golden, tread carefully and with fear. Words, like swords, can cut deeply and invite the ire of gods and spirits. It is better to remain silent and be blessed than to boast foolishly." Following a fit of dry cough, he paused for a moment, allowing his breathing to stabilize before continuing. "The adversary you face this time is extraordinary. Li Shozhen, a veteran of the previous dynasty, is indeed a figure of considerable merit and respect. His ability to gather followers speaks to his exceptional qualities. As you embark on this endeavor, do not be tempted by wealth. Bestow all that you acquire upon your soldiers, and you will surely win their hearts. With their support, Li Shozhen will inevitably fall before you." Guo pondered the elder's words for a considerable time, then exclaimed in admiration, "Hearing your insights is worth more than a decade of study." Chapter 17. The Dream of the Mandarin Ducks Revisited. "Where are you, Imperial Concubine Wang? Why do you not come to see me?" Emperor Lu Changyu, akin to a gravely ill patient, languished day and night, clinging to life with but a faint breath remaining. Empress Dowager Li, with tear-filled eyes, summoned Chancellor Su Pengji, imploring, "Su, dear minister, you must devise a solution. At this rate, the emperor's life will be forfeit." Su Pengji bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, then with a forced smile, replied to the Empress Dowager, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have my own strategies. Half a month later, one evening, Su Pengji knelt before Emperor Lu Qingyu's sickbed, his tears flowing as he spoke. Your Majesty's health is failing, and I am filled with anxiety. Is there any remedy to alleviate your distress? As he spoke, he was overcome with emotion. The emperor, pale and gasping, lamented. Su, I suffer from a heart ailment. It seems my time is drawing near. Su Pengji hastily reassured. Your Majesty is the sovereign, protected by the heavens and divine spirits. You shall surely turn misfortune into fortune and encounter auspicious signs in times of peril. Moreover, Su Pengji's eyes darted. And he continued, a heart ailment requires a remedy for the heart? He then leaned close to Emperor Lu Qingyu's ear, whispering a few words. The emperor's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Is what you say truly so? Truly? In the evening shadows, the residence of Wang Mama transformed into a vibrant den of revelry. Inside and out, upstairs and downstairs, red lanterns hung high, and the pavilions and halls were adorned anew, resplendent in gold and jade, reminiscent of a heavenly palace, a stark contrast to the past. The sounds of joyous music and merriment echoed into the night. At tea that moment, a sedan chair halted at the entrance, and a young gentleman, dressed in finery, hastily emerged from within. The man tilted his head back, ceaselessly surveying the magnificent pavilions and towers of Wang Mama's residence, exclaiming in wonder, such remarkable changes. At that moment, an individual emerged from within the courtyard gate, bellowing, Who goes there? What business do you have peering about? Following this, he dramatically drew his sword, brandishing it menacingly in his hand. The young gentleman, adorned in finery, was intently observing when suddenly, a figure sprang forth, brandishing a gleaming large blade. Startled, he shuddered and stammered, Why you? In broad daylight, are you attempting to rob me? Ha! You dare to accuse the wrongdoer first. The armed man then pressed the blade against the young man's neck, declaring, I shall escort you to the authorities for interrogation. The two bearers of the palanquin gasped, Oh no! A robbery! We can't even think of the money now. Let's flee. At that moment, someone chased after them, delivering a resounding slap to the armed man, causing him to stagger. How dare you? The armed man erupted in furious rage, swinging his blade toward the assailant. His gaze followed the path of the sword, and as it descended toward the intruder's head, he finally beheld the man's face. Upon recognition, he was struck with terror, the sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground as he fell to his knees, repeatedly exclaiming, I am guilty, I deserve to die. I had no knowledge that Lord Prime Minister Su was present. Please, spare me my ignorance. The newcomer was none other than Prime Minister Su Pengji, who, panting and furious, shouted, You insolent wretch! He delivered a heavy kick to the armed man's head and then rushed forward, hastily bowing to the finely dressed young man, saying, Your Majesty, I followed closely behind the palanquin after exiting the inner palace, fearing any misfortune might befall you. It is my fault for being old and feeble. I lagged behind and caused you alarm. I am guilty. I deserve to die. As he spoke, he began to slap his own face vigorously. The armed man, upon hearing this, let out a cry of despair. His body trembling uncontrollably, he thought to himself, So this man is the emperor. Today, I have offended the emperor, and surely, I am doomed. The emperor Lu Qingyu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Su Pengji, I have never treated you poorly, yet today, you conspired against me, deceiving me and laying an ambush with a blade-wielding accomplice. Is this not treasonous rebellion? Bring me. Just as he was about to utter the words, he scanned his surroundings, realizing there was no one present, and the two individuals he had intended to apprehend were nowhere to be found. Accustomed to commanding authority, the emperor now found himself in a void of response. Stamping his feet in frustration, alas, Su Pengji, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. This was a grave offense that could warrant the extermination of his entire clan. Staggering, he nearly fell, and in a desperate motion, he kneeled, pounding his head against the ground while pleading, Your Majesty, please see clearly. I am entirely loyal. Heaven and earth bear witness. Who dares to make such a ruckus here? A figure clad as a eunuch emerged, hands clasped behind his back, striding forth with an imposing presence. Upon catching sight of the individuals outside the courtyard, the man hurriedly rushed forward, kneeling in a flurry and repeatedly proclaiming, Your servant pays his respects to the sovereign. I humbly extend my greetings to Your Majesty. Oh? Emperor Lu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then steadied himself, scrutinizing the figure before him, exclaiming in astonishment, Are you not the chief eunuch? Sunday indeed. It is I, came the reply. How is it that you find yourself here? Emperor Lu Chengyu inquired, utterly perplexed. Your servant is now in charge of this place, Chief Eunuch Sun hastily explained. What on earth is happening? The emperor queried, increasingly bewildered. Your Majesty, by the esteemed command of Prime Minister Su, half a month ago, I sealed off the establishment of Madame Wang, a den of vice, as she was guilty of harboring a rapist and murderer, a grave crime that led to her imprisonment. The den has now been repurposed into an official establishment. As he spoke, he turned, pointing towards the center of the pavilion. Following his gesture, the emperor beheld a sign hanging aloft, adorned with the glittering characters "A Den of Vice," and his heart soared with elation. He was acutely aware of the implications of this transformation. After all, it was he, Emperor Lu Chengyu, who held dominion over all. Prime Minister Su Pengji, having caught sight of the emperor's delighted expression, seized the moment to interject, Today, I have specially dispatched additional guards to safeguard this area, to prevent any unseemly individuals from disturbing your Majesty. However, it seems these newly recruited guards are utterly blind to your royal presence. As he spoke, his irritation flared, and he delivered a few sharp slaps to the trembling guards. Enough of this. The matter at hand is urgent. Tell me, is that Wang? Wang truly here? Quickly, lead me to her, the emperor urged, his impatience palpable. Hurry, Chief Eunuch Sun. Assist His Majesty through the back entrance to the second floor. Prime Minister Su Pengji, still reeling from shock and the vigorous reprimand of the guards, gasped urgently. With great haste, Chief Eunuch Sun led the emperor through the back door to the second floor, opened a door, and bowed respectfully, inviting Emperor Lu Chengyu inside. He then gently closed the door behind him, murmuring, Your servant awaits outside. Should your Majesty require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Emperor Lu Chengyu gazed in astonishment at the enchanting woman seated at the octagonal table, illuminated by the dim light. A vision of ethereal beauty, none other than the Wang Guifei he had long yearned for. Guifei. Wang Guifei, it truly is you. You have haunted my thoughts. Is it really you? Is all of this genuine? Tears of joy streamed down the cheeks of Emperor Lu Chengyu. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt a dizzying sensation, as if he were caught in a dream or had indulged in too much wine. The woman, deep in contemplation, raised her head at the sound of the door, initially startled by the intrusion. Upon recognizing the one who entered, she quickly stood, taken aback by the repeated self-reference of I from the emperor. Emperor Lu Chengyu rushed forward, arms outstretched, trembling with emotion as he embraced her tightly. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her in that moment, he was utterly entranced. She smiled gently, her movements as fluid as a serpent, slipping from his embrace, then taking his hand and guiding him to the bed curtains, where she wrapped her arms around him. The emperor tilted his head, their crimson lips meeting, as they entwined and simultaneously collapsed onto the bed. Hastening towards them, Su Pengji inquired of Chief Steward Sun, who awaited outside the door. What is happening? Shu. Chief Steward Sun raised a finger to his lips, then leaned closer to Su Pengji's ear, whispering with a playful chuckle, They're quite engrossed. My lord. Listen, Su Pengji craned his neck, pressing his ear against the door, only to hear vigorous thumping and the sound of a woman's anguished wails. He exhaled a long breath, knowing that his mission was accomplished. Chapter 18. The Haunted Palace. Did you know? There have been ghostly disturbances in the palace lately. Indeed, it is no jest. It has caused sleepless nights for many. I'm utterly exhausted. Oh dear, don't mention it. Just the thought of that weeping voice in the dead of night sends chills down my spine. Several kitchen maids chatted idly while washing vegetables. You little rascals, mind your tongues, lest they be severed. Oh my, Miss Chuanxin. The kitchen maids quickly stood, exchanging words animatedly. We have said nothing at all. Yes, did we utter any words? Miss Chuanxin, did you hear anything? Miss Chuanxin, we arrived at this Taiping Palace on the same day. You wouldn't forget your old friends so easily, would you? The incessant banter rendered Miss Chuanxin's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She furrowed her brows, exclaiming, How ungrateful! I kindly remind you all, and yet it sparks such a fuss. I should be the one to receive congratulations. Indeed, indeed. You are now favored by the Empress Dowager. We sisters bask in your glory. They chimed in unison. All right, I shall not waste more words with you. I am here to inform everyone that the Empress Dowager is unwell and requires medication, so dinner must be prepared earlier than usual. The sooner she takes her medicine, the sooner she can rest. With that, she turned and departed. Humph. Once Miss Chuanxin left, the others sniffled and pouted. What is so special about her? She is merely a maid. Yet she truly believes herself to be something grand. Exactly. Did you not see her face full of dark spots? What could the Empress Dowager possibly see in her? Miss Chuanxin assisted the Empress Dowager in taking her medicine, her delicate hands gently massaging the Dowager's jade-like back, slowly lulling her into a dreamy slumber. Ghost, do not haunt me. Help. The Empress Dowager's body convulsed suddenly, accompanied by her murmurs in distress. She was having another nightmare. Miss Chuanxin hurriedly patted her gently, fearing to startle her. A tinge of sorrow swept through Miss Chuanxin's heart. The resolute and revered Empress Dowager, during the day, possessed an unseen fragility when illness and nightfall cloaked her. She felt a pang of sympathy and pity for the widow in her 30s, burdened by the unreliability of the emperor's son, who relied solely on her strength to uphold the precarious state of the kingdom. But what wrong had she committed that even the spirits would come to disturb her? Alas, the maiden, named Chuanxin, let out a long sigh, a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye. A sudden gust of night wind swept through, causing her to shiver. Outside the fluttering curtains, a shadowy figure seemed to sway in the darkness. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she saw nothing, yet faintly heard the sound of muffled weeping, sending a jolt of anxiety through her heart. Without hesitation, Chuanxin rushed outside. Under the pallid moonlight, her white dress billowed ethereally as she glided along the tree-lined path, traversing several moonlit gates that led her to the rear garden. The garden, with its jagged rocks and towering artificial mountains, exuded an air of eeriness and dread. Chuanxin treaded lightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The fear of the unknown sent chills down her spine. In an attempt to bolster her courage, she coughed loudly twice, yet the silence around her remained unbroken. Doubt began to creep in. Had she merely imagined it? Surely not. She had seen clearly. Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, whatever your intentions may be, come forth. In the throes of her terror, Chuanxin's voice erupted, paradoxically emboldening her. With all apprehensions set aside, she strode boldly around the rocky landscape, yet found nothing. What was happening? Was it truly an illusion, or something else entirely? After a moment's pause, an unsettling realization struck her. She had left the Empress Dowager alone in the palace. With this thought, she turned and sprinted back as she gasped for breath upon reaching the entrance to the inner chamber. She noticed that the door, which she had closed tightly before, now stood wide open. Creaking ominously in the wind, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She hurried inside, only to find the Empress Dowager tightly wrapped in her blanket, trembling uncontrollably, her face pale, eyes vacant, murmuring incoherently. Upon noticing Chuanxin's presence, the Dowager let out a harrowing scream. Don't come near me. This truly frightened Chuanxin. She grasped the Dowager's hand, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? What happened? Please, speak to me. Don't frighten me." After what felt like an eternity, the Dowager finally emerged from her paralyzing fear, her wide, terrified eyes fixed on Chuanxin. It was her, truly her. I saw her with my own eyes. Who do you mean? Don't scare me, Dowager. Who is she? What did you see? It's her. Indeed it is. She appeared before me, fierce and menacing, demanding my life. The Dowager trembled incessantly as she spoke. It was evident that she had been utterly terrified. Enough, Dowager. Please, stop. Chuanxin felt a chill run down her spine, already piecing together the grim reality. She had just been in this room, and how could she have vanished so suddenly? Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve such punishment? What have I truly done? The Empress Dowager let out a hoarse wail. Why, little darling, my beautiful one, where have you hidden yourself? This time, I shall capture you and will not let you escape easily. I intend to torment you mercilessly. Ha. At last, I have caught you, and I wonder where you shall run now. Ouch! The Emperor Lu Chengyu, having bumped his head against a pillar, fell unceremoniously to the ground, vexed as he tore off the silk scarf that obscured his vision, exclaiming incessantly, "This is no fun at all. I shan't play anymore. You are being unreasonable." Ouch! He then rubbed the large bump on his forehead incessantly. "Your Majesty," a soft, delicate voice called out to Lu Chengyu, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance that instantly rendered him weak in the knees, his anger dissipating entirely. He seized the tender little hand that caressed his cheek, pivoted, and embraced the ethereal body of Consort Wang, drawing her into his arms, her cheeks flushed crimson, her attire partially disheveled, revealing a chest as luminous and translucent as ivory. The Emperor's large hand gently squeezed her exquisite rear, prompting a soft moan from Consort Wang, causing her to tremble slightly. her smooth arms entwining around his neck as she murmured, "Your Majesty, you are so wicked." Those round, gleaming, tender eyes slowly fluttered shut in shyness. "Your Majesty, the young lady of Taiping Palace requests an audience." The eunuch's announcement outside startled the emperor. What could she possibly want? Consort Wang jolted slightly, hastily extricating herself from the emperor's embrace, her eyes betraying a mixture of confusion and trepidation as she glanced at him. "My beloved, do not fear. I have my reasons. I shall trouble you to hide in the back for a while." The young lady of Chuanxin Palace knelt before the emperor, recounting the strange occurrences that had transpired in Taiping Palace over the past few days. The emperor's heart raced as he listened. What could this mean? Had they perhaps offended some divine spirit? Perhaps it would be prudent to invite a sorcerer to perform a ritual to dispel any lingering spirits. Chapter 19. Truly a ghostly encounter. After the young lady of Chuanxin Palace departed, Emperor Lu Chengyu found himself restless. How could a ghost possibly appear in broad daylight? Despite his grievances towards his mother, she was currently ill, and as her son, he ought to fulfill his filial duties. By the time he arrived at Taiping Palace, it was already dusk, and he noticed an increased number of patrolling guards in the outer courtyard, armed with spears and swords, each one appearing as if they were preparing for battle. Upon entering the inner courtyard, he observed the gatekeepers, who were whispering nervously to one another. Upon seeing the emperor, they hastily knelt to pay their respects. The emperor directed the accompanying eunuchs to wait outside and proceeded leisurely towards the Empress Dowager's chambers. Upon entering, he found a moon gate leading west. Beyond it lay a meticulously crafted small courtyard. The courtyard featured a tranquil pool and bamboo groves, exuding an air of serenity. Crossing the pool, he encountered a row of 6 spacious stone buildings, serving as storerooms. As he passed by the window, he overheard voices within, stirring his curiosity, prompting him to pause and listen intently. However, within, a woman's soft voice could be heard. "Xiao Li Gu, please eat quickly. I have been out for quite a while, and among our few kitchen maids, there is quite a bit of scheming. If we delay, who knows what idle gossip will circulate tomorrow." All right, it's truly delicious. In the kitchen in the future, whatever delectable dishes you prepare, you must not forget about me, your brother." Then came the muffled sounds of a man as if he had stuffed his mouth full. Emitting incoherent sounds, it turned out to be 2 thieves. Emperor Lu Chengyu felt a surge of anger rising within him, vaguely hearing something strange, and decided to eavesdrop further. He wanted to see if these 2 were indeed up to some mischief. Impossible. The man seemed to have swallowed his food, and his words became much clearer. "How could that be? Did you see it with your own eyes?" "No, but I hear cries every night." "How terrifying. Just thinking about it makes me tremble all over." "Xiao Li Gu, look at me, I'm so frightened. Could you hold me, please?" "Stop it, little sister. Aren't you tormenting me? I'm but a eunuch that I don't care. I just want to be with you." Following this was the sound of the woman lunging at the man, who was trying to evade her. Don't make a fuss. I'm discussing serious matters with you." "Oh, you think that ghost is truly the late Wang Guifei?" Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a sudden jolt of fear. The woman, in a delicate tone, replied, "Would I deceive you? Everyone says so. It was witnessed by the Empress Dowager herself. It's over. "What is it? Xiao Li Gu? Your eyes are wide open, quite frightening. I mean, that Wang Guifei. Her ghost. She wouldn't come looking for me, would she? Why would she seek you out?" "Because it was us few inner servants, under the Empress Dowager's orders, who inflicted punishment upon Wang Guifei. I struck her with a rod, and her head split open, blood gushing out. Oh, let's not speak of it anymore. It makes me feel nauseous just thinking about it." Outside the room, the emperor, upon hearing these words, felt his hair stand on end, his body frozen in place for quite a while. Hearing the conversation between the inner eunuchs and the kitchen maids was like being struck by a bolt of lightning. He hurriedly rushed to his mother's chambers, pushed open the door, and found it eerily quiet inside, not a single light flickering. Had she gone to bed so early? What about Chuanxin? Has she also retired? Surely not. Filled with suspicion, he approached the bedside, calling softly, "Mother." Yet there was no response whatsoever as he drew back the bed curtains and beheld the empty bed. An overwhelming sense of unease seized his heart. He hurriedly made his way to the side room, delivering a series of kicks. Several maids, rubbing their sleepy eyes, yawned incessantly, mumbling, "What is it at this late hour? I'm so tired." The Emperor Lu Chengyu's furious reprimand finally roused them from their dreamy slumber. Realizing that they had caused a tremendous uproar, they quickly knelt in unison, bowing their heads like chickens pecking at rice, pleading, "Your Majesty, "Spare us," the emperor, in a fit of rage, thundered. "You lazy servants on duty. How dare you be so negligent? I ask you, where is the Empress Dowager? Where is Chuanxin? Your Majesty." A few maidservants exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. "Is the Empress Dowager not here? Miss Chuanxin has been present all along. We even saw her during dinner. Indeed, during the evening, Miss Chuanxin made a visit and brought a pot of tea. Yes, yes, she mentioned it was a new tribute from the south, something called a Hong Pao, which the Empress Dowager graciously bestowed upon us lowly servants. Right, I recall now. After we sipped that tea, we became utterly oblivious to our surroundings. Oh dear, my head aches terribly." Upon hearing the fragmented accounts from the maidservants, the Emperor Lu Chengyu was profoundly startled. The events that transpired left him utterly confounded. Accompanying the emperor were several eunuchs, who, in the shadowy night, suppressed their racing hearts, straining their ears to attentively listen to the gatekeeper eunuch's vivid recounting of the ghostly occurrences within the palace. Suddenly, a cry from behind startled everyone, "Ah!" and the collective gasp of "Mother!" sent shivers down their spines. They hastily drew their swords, pointing the blades toward the interior, demanding, "Who goes there?" Before them stood a maidservant, breathless and leaning against the door, clearly exhausted from running, momentarily at a loss for words, yet eager to convey her urgency. She could only stammer in distress. The group sheathed their swords. The gatekeeper eunuch, visibly displeased, remarked, "Do you intend to frighten us to death? What on earth has transpired to warrant such panic?" The maidservant pressed a hand against her chest, gasping for breath, while with the other hand, she anxiously gestured behind her. The Empress Dowager. She is missing. Quickly. Hurry. Your Majesty. Oh dear." The eunuchs accompanying the emperor, taken aback by this revelation, hurriedly rushed inside. "Cursed be this!" The emperor cursed vehemently, pacing back and forth before the entrance to the sleeping quarters, his face marred by anxiety. He glanced around suspiciously, flinching at the slightest sound. The maidservants crouched to one side, scarcely daring to breathe. The moment the emperor caught sight of the eunuchs rushing in, he felt a modicum of reassurance and commanded loudly, "Take those dog servants and interrogate them at once." Several eunuchs advanced, seizing the weeping maidservants and dragging them away. Shortly thereafter, a eunuch reported, "The guards who rushed in upon hearing the news are waiting outside the palace gates." The emperor's eyes lit up, and he promptly summoned them inside. Given the extraordinary circumstances, he could not afford to be concerned about the distinctions between the Empress Dowager's inner and outer chambers. The more people present, the better. Moments later, the heads of the East and West divisions led the assembled guards, lanterns in hand, marching in unison before the emperor, kneeling to request orders. The emperor stamped his foot, declaring, "Search every nook and cranny, inside and out. We must locate the Empress Dowager." The command was given, and the crowd dispersed. The palace's cooks, maids, and various attendants were roused from their slumber, each confined to a room, where two eunuchs meticulously interrogated them. After toiling through the night, there was still no sign of the Empress Dowager. This truly felt like a haunting. The moment those words escaped his lips, even the emperor himself was taken aback. After a long moment of contemplation, he suddenly seemed to recall something, and with a commanding shout, he urged, "Guards, quickly, follow me back to the palace." The emperor led the group, a swarm rushing back to his sleeping quarters. In every nook and cranny, after searching tirelessly for half a day, there was no trace of the esteemed Wang Guifei to be found. Could it be that the Wang Guifei, who had accompanied me for an entire month, was truly dead? As this thought crossed his mind, Emperor Lu Chengyu broke into a cold sweat. Was this Wang Guifei a mere mortal or a specter? Why would she haunt me so? A realization struck him. After muttering to himself for some time, Emperor Lu Chengyu suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Quickly summon Su Pengji to me." Chapter 20. Trouble from the tongue. Gazing upon the voluptuous figure and enchanting beauty of the captivating Wang Marin, whose charming eyes sparkled with allure, Shi Hongzhao felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. With delicate hands raised high, she gracefully approached him, swaying her hips, and playfully called out, "Hee, my apologies, but may I trouble Lord Shi to drink this cup once more?" Shi Hongzhao sensed that the gathering today was aimed at provoking him. They were enjoying their drinks, yet they had to introduce this absurd game, particularly that Su Pengji, who was stretching his neck and nitpicking, clearly intending to embarrass him in front of the illustrious Wang Marin. In truth, Shi Hongzhao was merely overthinking it. The drinking game was a customary source of merriment during banquets, where one person was usually designated as the officiant, while the others took turns reciting poetry, couplets, or engaging in similar amusements. Those who failed to comply were penalized by drinking, hence the name drinking under orders. This activity not only served as a display of hospitality, but also embodied the artistry of drinking intertwined with wit and intelligence. Originating in the Western Zhou dynasty, it was perfected during the Sui and Tang dynasties and became popular among the literati. Today, they were playing the most common and straightforward game known as same number, also referred to as rock, paper, scissors. Participants would use their fingers to represent a number, and upon revealing their hands, the sum had to equal a predetermined number. If the number declared by player A matched the total, they won, while the loser had to drink. If both players declared the same number, it was a draw, and they would start anew. However, Shi Hongzhao kept making mistakes, feeling increasingly humiliated in front of Wang Marin, which left him quite displeased. He took the wine cup, tilted his head back, and downed the sixth cup, which he had been penalized to drink, before slamming the cup onto the table, his stomach churning violently. Wang Marin, noticing his demeanor, remarked with a hint of displeasure, "Oh, Lord Shi, are you feeling a bit off today? Is it directed at me?" Realizing that his earlier actions had been somewhat unbecoming, Shi Hongzhao quickly embraced Wang Marin's bare, silky shoulders and chuckled, "Oh no, how could I ever offend my dear treasure? I simply have a low tolerance for alcohol and may have overindulged. And why, lovely lady, please forgive me this once." Wang Marin, seizing the moment, nestled into Shi Hongzhao's embrace and giggled, "Oh dear Lord Shi, you flatter me. I would never have the fortune in this lifetime to receive such attention from someone like you." "Oh." Shi Hongzhao was momentarily taken aback, his facial muscles twitching slightly, and his brows furrowing before he quickly regained his composure. The onlookers, amused, continued to yawn, oblivious to the fleeting and subtle change in Shi Hongzhao's demeanor. Come quickly, let the festivities continue." Chancellor Su Pengji, having won a few rounds, was pouring liquor down Shi Hongzhao's throat, relishing the sight of his gooseflesh and sour expression, and feeling quite pleased with himself, sought to press his advantage. Upon noticing this, the enchanting Wang Marin stepped out of Shi Hongzhao's embrace, advancing a couple of steps, exclaiming, "Oh, Master Su, I hadn't yet had my fill of warmth before you disrupted our moment. No more, too foolish, not worth it." Shi Hongzhao thought to himself that if this continued, he would be unaware of how many cups he would have to drink. The liquor in his stomach was surging upwards, and he waved his hands repeatedly. The guest provincial envoy, Yin Jinqing, sitting beside him, tugged at his robe sleeve. Come now, Sir Shi, with your intelligence and wit, what is there to fear from such trivialities?" As he spoke, he leaned in to whisper a few words in Shi Hongzhao's ear, gesturing animatedly with his hands. The crowd, witnessing this importation of technique, felt a twinge of discomfort, with so many present. Who was he to presume superiority? Chi Tsuedao interjected, Hurry, do not delay the matters at hand." "Very well, my esteemed husband will be here shortly." Noticing the group's discontent in Yin Jinqing's tone, he hastily mimicked Wang Marin's voice to smooth things over. The onlookers erupted in laughter at his androgynous exclamations. Su Pengji, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes, pointed at Shi Hongzhao, chuckling, Ha, with the lovely Wang in front and the surname Yin by my side. I have no fear of punishment for drinking." Upon hearing this, Shi Hongzhao was taken aback, pausing for a moment. Then, after a brief interval, he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Old scoundrel, you go too far." The cups and plates on the table clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. The crowd was startled. What could have provoked such fury from Su Pengji? Clearly, he had drunk too much. "What are you doing? You. Su Pengji, humiliated before the assembly, felt his dignity slipping away. Fueled by alcohol, he assumed a defiant posture, rolling up his sleeves and placing his hands on his hips. Su Pengji believed his bravado had intimidated Shi Hongzhao, secretly reveling in having salvaged his pride. "Go hell with you." Shi Hongzhao, seeing his blustering demeanor, was incensed beyond measure and seized a wine jug from the table, hurling it at him in his drunken haze. Su Pengji suddenly perceived an object hurtling towards him. Fortunately, Gui Yunming, seated to his left, pushed him aside, preventing a grievous injury. Cold sweat broke out in an instant, and he regained much of his sobriety. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Retreating was the best strategy. He turned and hurriedly darted down the stairs. "Old scoundrel, where do you think you are going?" Shi Hongzhao searched frantically, finally seizing the sword at the waist of the minister of the three departments, Wang Zhang, and attempted to draw it. Wang Zhang, startled, pressed down with both hands, refusing to let the sword be unsheathed. The privy councillor, Yang Bian, rushed forward, embracing Shi Hongzhao tightly, tears mingling as he pleaded, what grudge could be so great? Must there be bloodshed today? Su Pengji rushed downstairs, inadvertently colliding with the chief eunuch's son, who was greeting guests both inside and outside. Lord Su, why are you up so early today? Sun reached out to tug at Su Pengji's robe sleeve, only to be forcefully shaken off. With his head down and eyes averted, Su Pengji hurriedly dashed towards the exit. What on earth is happening today? Sun muttered to himself, perplexed. Upon reaching the grand tree outside the ghostly corridor, Su Pengji hastily untied the reins and clambered onto his steed in a frenzy, fleeing in despair. Shi Hongzhao burst out of the courtyard, witnessing Su Pengji's frantic departure akin to a bereaved dog, and, in a fit of rage, he pounded his chest and lamented, "Old scoundrel, even if I must chase you to your home today, I shall slay you." He mounted his horse, intent on pursuing Su Pengji to his residence. However, Yang Bin, following closely behind, seized his arm and implored, "Lord Su is a chancellor. If you were to kill him, what would become of the emperor's dignity? Pray, think wisely." With that, tears streamed down his face once more. After this tumultuous ordeal, having sobered up somewhat from the alcohol, Shi Hongzhao paused, refraining from further remarks, and swiftly rode away. Concerned about unforeseen incidents, Yang Bin hastily mounted his horse and followed him, accompanying him until he reached his doorstep before returning. Shortly thereafter, Yang Bin arrived at Su Pengji's residence, knocking on the door for an extended period. The household guards, sensing a formidable threat, scrutinized him for a long while, and only upon confirming his identity as the privy councillor Yang Bin did they allow him entry. Su Pengji, with a heavy sigh and a furrowed brow, slumped in the Grand Tutor's chair in his study, where Yang Bin attempted to console him. Su Pengji shook his head in confusion, exclaiming, "What have I done to offend him? This man is utterly unreasonable." Yang Bin realized that without revealing the truth, he could never alleviate Su Pengji's doubts. Thus, he reluctantly recounted the reasons behind Shi Hongzhao's ire. Chapter 21. The unintentional speaker and the attentive listener. I ask you, what is the surname of Yan Jinqing? Yang Bin's inquiry left Su Pengji momentarily stunned. Su Pengji gazed at Yang Bin with bewildered eyes, utterly perplexed. "Lord Su, have you had too much to drink? How could you not know the surname of the guest minister Yan Jinqing?" As Yang Bin mumbled this, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. I've overindulged. No, it's the matter concerning you two today that has left me so unsettled." Yang Bin then pressed on, "And what about the surname of Shi Hongzhao's wife? Surely you know that, right?" "Oh dear, my Lord Yang, spare me the roundabout way. Who in the court is unaware? Her surname is Yin." As the words escaped his lips, he suddenly seemed to grasp something, exclaiming, "Oh, could she be a sibling of Yan Jinqing? No, that is not related at all." Yang Bin pulled his chair closer to Su Pengji, glanced around cautiously, and lowered his voice to recount the intricate details of the situation. Shi Hongzhao hailed from a farming family in Zhengzhou. From a young age, he was unlike his father, disinterested in toiling in the fields. Preferring instead to wander idly, practicing martial arts, it was said that he could cover 200 miles in a day, rivaling the speed of a galloping horse. Due to his singular focus on martial arts and disregard for agriculture, he was regarded by his fellow villagers as someone neglecting proper pursuits. However, Shi Hongzhao relished these activities and paid little heed to others' opinions. In the waning years of the Daliang dynasty, the court issued an edict mandating that one individual from every 7 households must serve in the military, prompting Shi Hongzhao to enlist in the Daliang army. Owing to his solid foundation and exceptional martial prowess, he was selected for the Imperial Guard. Later, he served as a personal bodyguard under Shi Jingtang, and when Shi Jingtang ascended to the throne, he was promoted to the rank of officer in the Imperial Guard. One day, after receiving their monthly stipend, Shi Hongzhao and a few comrades in arms decided to indulge in leisure at a courtesan's establishment. After several rounds of drinks, among the courtesans was a lady named Yin Yueying. With her delicate fingers akin to tender bamboo shoots, she held a gilded dragon flute and performed a captivating tune that resonated with clarity and beauty, bringing immense joy to the audience. However, a group of debauched young lords arrived and, upon seeing Yin Yueying, forcibly pulled her away to partake in drinking and frivolity, indulging in various lewd antics. Enraged, Shi Hongzhao sprang forth, delivering a flurry of blows that sent the ruffians fleeing in terror. Concerned that the ruffians might return to harass her, Shi Hongzhao personally escorted Yin Yueying home, delivering her safely to her brother. Yin Zhaoyang, a skilled flute craftsman, was idly sitting outside his home on a snowy winter day when he noticed a burly figure approaching. Recognizing Shi Hongzhao, he was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Isn't this the valiant Shi Gong?" Braving the snow, he hurried forward, grasping Shi Hongzhao's sleeve and greeting him warmly. Shi Hongzhao recognized Yin Zhaoliang and promptly returned the gesture. Yin Zhaoliang said, "On this snowy day, the weather is frigid. What better fortune than this serendipitous encounter? Let us enjoy a few cups together." He then led Shi Hongzhao to a tavern, where they drank and conversed before parting ways for the night. The following day, Yin Zhaoliang visited his sister, Yin Yueying, and recounted his meeting. After listening intently, she realized that her brother was referring to the rough man from the other day, a figure she had already forgotten until now. Yin Zhaoliang, eager to unite the two, thought that such a strong protector for his sister would alleviate his own concerns. Yet, as a courtesan, Yin Yueying had encountered countless men and did not harbor any affection for this boorish fellow. She preferred a refined gentleman with intellect and grace. Thus, the matter lingered unresolved. On another occasion, the two men crossed paths again, and Shi Hongzhao invited Yin Zhaoliang to a tavern for drinks. When it came time to settle the bill, Shi Hongzhao adamantly refused, insisting, "You have treated me several times. This time, I must treat you." After exchanging polite words, Yin Zhaoliang left, humming a merry tune, content with the encounter. Once he had departed, Shi Hongzhao turned to the tavern keeper and confessed, "I have not brought any money. Please accompany me to the barracks and I shall repay you." Reluctantly, the tavern keeper followed him. Upon reaching the barracks, Shi Hongzhao reiterated, "I truly have no money today. You may return, and I will settle the debt tomorrow." The tavern keeper protested, "The owner will surely be displeased. I will face scolding upon my return." Shi Hongzhao retorted, "What of it if the owner is unhappy? If you understand, you may leave. If not, prepare to face my fists." With a fist as formidable as a hammer, he waved it menacingly before the bartender's nose. The bartender, recognizing the imposing stature of the man before him and realizing that he could not afford to provoke him, resigned himself to his misfortune and walked away in dejection. After a prolonged ordeal, Shi Hongzhao felt a twinge of hunger and made his way to the old Wang, who sold tofu pudding across from the military camp, ordering an oil cake and a bowl of tofu pudding. After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth, he remarked, "Uncle, I find myself without money in my pocket and currently owe for my drinks, so I have nothing to repay." Old Wang grimaced, half laughing, half crying, and replied, "Sir, in our modest business, we earn but a meager profit, and to encounter someone like you who dines without paying is truly burdensome." Shi Hongzhao, feeling insulted by his stinginess, became incensed. "You truly overstep your bounds. I assure you, even if I merely consumed a bowl of your tofu pudding, or even if I were to take half your stall, what of it? Without officials like myself risking our lives, how could common folk like you enjoy your peaceful days?" His ire mounting, Shi Hongzhao rolled up his sleeves, prepared to overturn Old Wang's stall. Terrified, Old Wang bowed and pleaded for mercy, prompting Shi Hongzhao to relent as he departed. He tossed a parting remark, "Keep your door open tonight. I shall come to steal from you to settle my debts." Old Wang returned home to inform his wife, "A military official plans to steal from us tonight and told me to leave the door ajar." His wife laughed heartily. "This official certainly knows how to jest. Do you think he would truly come?" That night, Shi Hongzhao indeed approached and pushed against the closed door in a fit of rage, breaking the latch. Upon entering the house and surveying the surroundings, he found little of value, except for a pot on the stove that seemed to possess some weight. He seized the pot, contemplating its worth, and struck it with a stick to test its quality, producing a resounding clang. Realizing it was a fine pot, he flipped it over and placed it atop his head, only to be doused by the water at the bottom, soaking him thoroughly. With the pot atop his head, he attempted to make his escape. Old Wang shouted, "Thief!" and rushed outside clad in his garments. The local constables, alerted by the commotion, hurried to the scene. Shi Hongzhao hastily discarded the pot and concealed himself in an alleyway, only to discover that it was a dead end. The constables called out, "Catch the thief!" Yuan Yueying, hearing the ruckus outside, lit a candle to investigate and caught a glimpse of a white figure leaping gracefully over the high wall into her courtyard. Startled, she focused her gaze and recognized Shi Hongzhao. Upon seeing him, he quickly bowed in greeting. Yuan Yueying, impressed by his agility and recalling her brother Yin Zhaoliang's words about his promising future, urged him to hide inside her home. When the constables knocked, she swiftly claimed, "I have not seen anyone. Perhaps he jumped over the wall into another yard." Once the constables and Old Wang had departed, Yuan Yueying opened the door and allowed Shi Hongzhao to escape. The following day, after lunch, she sent someone to summon her brother, stating, "Brother, I once doubted your words about Shi Hongzhao, but last night I witnessed his extraordinary abilities. He is destined for greatness, and I would gladly marry him." Su Pengji, having seen Yang Bin off, felt a lingering regret. Having served alongside Shi Hongzhao for so long, he had no inkling that he had taken a courtesan as his wife. He suddenly recalled the scene from that time, particularly the words of the enchanting Wang Marin from the ghostly realm. Alas, my lord Shi, you have truly distressed this humble maid. I in this life and the next, I shall never possess such fortune. How could you ever take a liking to someone of my station? It was already apparent that Shi Hongzhao was displeased. He added, with someone named Yin by your side, there is no need to fear the punishment of wine. Today, it was indeed a case of the speaker being oblivious while the listener took heed. It seemed that one must exercise greater caution in future conversations, for careless words could inadvertently cause harm to another. Su Pengji, vexed, had just returned to his quarters to rest when he heard a resounding noise at the street gate. Shortly after, a servant rushed in, reporting that the emperor summoned the chancellor to the palace for an immediate audience. Su Pengji, he exclaimed, realizing that this must be a matter of urgency. Otherwise, the emperor had never summoned him at such an hour. When Su Pengji hurried to the Emperor Lu Chengyo's chamber, he saw the leaders of the East and West divisions, accompanied by a dozen guards, brandishing sharp blades and holding lanterns aloft, surrounding the emperor. The faces of each man appeared ghastly pale under the lantern's glow as Su Pengji rushed forward, just as he was about to kneel. The emperor raised his hand and struck him, causing him to stagger. What audacity, Su Pengji! Dare you to employ such ghostly tricks? Seize him! At the emperor's command, the guards surged forward and forced Su Pengji to the ground. Your Majesty, you see clearly. Your Majesty, please enlighten this old minister on what crime he has committed. As Su Pengji found himself pinned to the ground by the guards, he pleaded incessantly, Su Pengji, do you still feign ignorance at this moment? I ask you, the Wang Guifei has long been executed. What manner of being is now present in the palace, human or ghost? Speak the truth. The Emperor Lu Chengyu shouted in a voice hoarse from desperation. Upon hearing these words, Su Pengji felt himself collapse in despair. He realized it was over. His clever scheme had finally been exposed. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Well, now that you acknowledge your guilt, why do you not confess fully? You claim that you intervened during the execution of the Wang Guifei and deceived the Empress Dowager. Is this true? The Emperor pressed urgently. That cannot be true. It cannot be true. Those were merely words spoken to deceive your Majesty. Su Pengji lamented. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Why did you deceive me? The Emperor roared with fury. All I did was for your Majesty. Su Pengji pleaded. For me? How can that be? Since the Wang Guifei's execution, your Majesty has been consumed with worry, neglecting food and suffering in silence. The pain afflicting your Majesty's body is mirrored in my heart. One day, I visited the home of Madame Wang to find solace, and a new courtesan caught my attention. Not for any other reason, but she bore an uncanny resemblance to the Wang Guifei. And so what of it? The Emperor replied with dissatisfaction, urging him to continue. Speak quickly, tell me more. Su Pengji wiped away the tears streaming from his nose due to anxiety with his cuff, coughed twice, and then continued. On that day, it so happened that the Empress Dowager summoned her ministers, urging them to devise a means to save His Majesty. I concocted a stratagem akin to using a Li to sacrifice a Tao. For the sake of His Majesty's safety, I had a ghostly figure appointed to an official position, with the eunuch's son in charge of instructing that lady in court etiquette and the daily comportment of concubine Wang. Your Majesty, my actions are as transparent as the heavens themselves. With that, Su Pengji burst into a fit of inconsolable tears. You. After Su Pengji concluded, it became evident that every aspect was for his own benefit, leaving the emperor at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin his rebuke. Suddenly, he felt an inkling of something amiss. But, have you not summoned the incense that beckons forth the ghost? What, then, is the origin of this woman, and where has she concealed herself? Now that the Empress Dowager is missing, is she perhaps involved? Speak, if you will. This. How is it that the Empress Dowager has vanished? Su Pengji's shock was profound. Report. Several palace guards rushed into the emperor's presence, hastily carrying 2 individuals bound at the wrists. What on earth is happening? The emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Your Majesty, these individuals were discovered beneath the Empress Dowager's bed. The head of the Eastern Guard replied, simultaneously removing the hoods from the captives' heads, only to be taken aback. Zhang Xiaowang? Why are you 2 here? The 2 men, having their hoods removed, shook their heads vigorously, writhing in their bindings. The head of the Eastern Guard bowed respectfully and addressed the emperor. It turns out they are 2 eunuchs from within the palace. He then turned to the captives, demanding, what is the meaning of this? Speak. In a fit of exasperation, The head of the Eastern Guard slapped one of them. My lord, they are unable to speak. A nearby guard interjected urgently. What? The head of the Eastern Guard then noticed that the men's mouths were gagged with towels, and he hastily tore the towels away. What is going on? Speak quickly. Once Zhang Xiaowang was freed from his bindings, he knelt before the emperor, stating, Your Excellency, Your Majesty. He then coughed incessantly, swallowed hard a few times, and after catching his breath, continued. Today, it was my turn along with Wang Er to serve our duties, gesturing toward the frail figure beside him, who was still wiping his nose with his sleeve. We were responsible for patrolling the inner courtyard as per regulations. In the afternoon, we saw Miss Chuanxin returning from outside, and upon inquiry, we learned she had been to see His Majesty. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Miss Chuanxin, she hurried back to the Empress Dowager's quarters. A while later, when we patrolled to the entrance of the Empress Dowager's chamber, we heard screams from within, and we rushed over to knock on the door and inquire. Having spoken in a rush, Zhang Xiaowang found himself breathless with anxiety. Please, continued, Su Pengji urged, eager to hear more and to absolve himself. Zhang Xiaowang hastily continued. After a prolonged silence at the door, we, as mere servants, felt it inappropriate to force our way inside. Yet, we were also apprehensive about potential calamities, especially given the recent hauntings within the palace, were they not? However, one cannot expect apparitions to manifest in broad daylight. What, I wonder, has transpired within? We find ourselves in a quandary, whether to stay or to leave. What on earth has happened? Speak swiftly, the emperor, in a state of urgency, pressed for answers. You really are something. Wang Er, who stood beside Zhang Xiaowang, found his companions rambling tiresome and unproductive, casting an annoyed glance in his direction. He seized the opportunity to speak. Here's the matter. Today, while we were patrolling near the Empress Dowager's quarters, everything appeared perfectly normal, no different from any other day. Yet, on this seemingly mundane day, trouble unexpectedly arose. At this juncture, Wang Er's eyes widened in terror. A sudden scream pierced the tranquil courtyard. Can you imagine how frightful that was? The emperor, distressed, stomped his feet in frustration, muttering to himself, Why is it that each of you is more verbose than the last? Have you all been rendered senseless by fear? Fuming, the head of the Eastern class interjected, and the Empress Dowager. What of the girl Chuanxin? Zhang Xiaowang, feeling aggrieved, lamented, but they simply won't come out. No matter how we knock, they refuse to answer. What can we do? Reluctantly, I had to endure some discomfort, lying on the ground while Wang Er stood on my back, peering through the window. After all, being the elder brother, I must bear the brunt of it. What did you see? The emperor demanded anxiously. We saw. Oh no, not I. Rather, Wang Er saw that within, the favored concubine Wang was flying about, brandishing a long sword, pursuing the Empress Dowager and Chuanxin. Zhang Xiaowang pressed a trembling hand to his wildly racing heart and turned to Wang Er. Is this not true, Wang Er? Indeed, yes. Wang Er nodded fervently, his complexion draining of color, his lips quivering uncontrollably. You truly saw the favored concubine Wang. The emperor stared at Wang Er with wide, fearful eyes. If I speak a single lie, may heaven strike me down, Wang Er declared, thumping his chest with assurance. I am not doubting you, the emperor muttered to himself, ruminating as he massaged his temples, attempting to organize his thoughts. He pondered whether he had seen concubine Wang after Chuanxin had departed from his presence. After a long deliberation, convinced he had not encountered her again, he urged, Continue your account swiftly. Indeed, who would not be frightened upon witnessing a ghost in broad daylight? I was so startled that I fell from Xiaowang's back to the ground, taking a considerable time to regain my composure. After catching his breath and stabilizing his emotions, Wang Er continued. As we sought to climb up to the windowsill once more, we sawed a chew. Wang Er seemed to suffer from a cold, repeatedly wiping his nose with his sleeve. What exactly did you see? Su Pengji inquired anxiously. I saw a masked figure leap through the northern window, intervening against the favored concubine Wang. Oh. The emperor exhaled deeply. Quickly, tell me more. Thus, these two individuals clashed with their swords, creating sparks as they battled from indoors to outdoors, ultimately leaping over the grand wall, disappearing without a trace. Wang Er continuously patted his own chest, reflecting with a shudder of trepidation. The emperor urged, Then how is it that you found yourselves bound beneath the Empress Dowager's bed? This. Wang Er tapped his forehead, his eyes darting as he pondered. Then shook his head. We truly do not know. He then cast a glance towards Zhang Xiaowang. Xiaowang, do you have any knowledge of this? I do not, replied Xiaowang. It was merely during our patrol in the courtyard that Miss Chuanxin beckoned us over, stating we looked weary, and invited us to sample the newly arrived tribute from the south, Beta Hong Pao. Wang Er hastily interjected, indeed, I recall now. After we finished that tea, we were utterly oblivious to what transpired next. The emperor's expression darkened immediately. Wang Er sniffled, suddenly exclaiming, why do I feel so cold? Where has my outer garment gone? Zhang Xiaowang echoed, I too. Alas, where has my waist token vanished to? Chapter 23. A dark night with treacherous roads and the chill of the night wind. At the foot of Camel Mountain, the sign of the Lion trembled, producing a rattling sound. The young attendant, having just closed the door, was preparing to retire for the night when a series of knocks echoed. Irritated, he muttered, in the dead of night, who could it be? Rubbing his eyes and stifling yawns, he sluggishly made his way to open the door. A gust of cold wind assailed him, and as the light flickered, a cloaked figure entered. The door is shut. The attendant pushed the individual, only to feel as though he had collided with a wall, staggering back 2 steps in surprise as he watched the figure stride to a table and sit down. Young attendant, I am utterly famished, having journeyed a great distance. I implore you to show some leniency and bring forth some food and drink. The attendant realized that resisting would yield him no advantage, so he reluctantly retreated to the kitchen. After a while, he returned with a few dishes and rice. Young attendant, why is there no wine or meat? The figure frowned. All has been sold out. We must finish our meal and set off promptly. We cannot afford to delay at this late hour. The attendant shot the man a disdainful glance. The figure sniffed the air and then produced a few silver coins from his waist, placing them on the table. Young attendant, I detect the enticing aroma of stewed dog meat from the kitchen. Why then do you claim there is none? This small sum is yours to keep as a token for your efforts. Now, quickly bring forth some fine wine and meat. The attendant's eyes brightened, and he hurried back to the kitchen with delight. In a short while, he returned with dog ribs, braised beef, and a jar of wine, setting them upon the table. The figure devoured the meal with the fervor of a tempest, and in no time, the table was a disarray of empty plates and cups. Finally, still craving more, he said, Young attendant, I am in haste to continue my journey. Please bring me another jar of wine and a dog leg to sustain me on the road. He then produced some scattered silver coins, placing them on the table. The attendant's eyes gleamed as he smiled broadly and turned to enter the inn. Shopkeeper, when will you? Hush! A murmur emanated from the back room. The guest raised an eyebrow slightly, lifted his cup, and drained the last remnants of wine in one swift motion. After a moment, the young waiter emerged from within, listlessly watching him as he exited through the door in a daze. He heard a sound behind him, turned around, and beheld a hunchbacked figure with bulging eyes stealthily making his way out from the back room, exclaiming, Shopkeeper! Who on earth is he? The hunchbacked man, with a twitching goatee, gritted his teeth and enunciated with a stammer, Zhao, Kuang, Yin, today is your day. Accompanied by a laugh that was more painful than a cry, he hobbled away, disappearing into the dark night. As Zhao Kuangyin stepped out of the inn, a gust of wind hit him, stirring the effects of the Ina haze. He perceived a black mountain looming before him, with a winding path ascending its slopes. Without regard for the elevation, he stumbled upwards. After a while, he paused, feeling the trees flanking the path grow denser, their shadows deepening in a way that was somewhat unsettling. Just as he steadied himself, a loud rustle erupted from the thicket, and 2 masked figures emerged. Startled, he broke into a cold sweat. The leader, wielding a club, barked, Halt! This road is mine. These trees are mine. If you wish to pass, pay the toll. Zhao Kuangyin, after a prolonged gaze at the 2 men and the towering ancient trees, could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Ha! I have never seen a robber who could still laugh. What are you laughing at? The shorter one grumbled behind him. How peculiar! How peculiar! Zhao Kuangyin kept tapping his forehead. What is so strange about it? The taller one demanded. Did you really plant these trees? Indeed. Both men replied in unison. Then, by your claim, you must be over 100 years old. Nonsense. My mother is only in her 40s, retorted the shorter one. If these trees are a century old, how could they possibly be yours? You are clearly lying. Enough with the prattle. Who wishes to hear your nonsense? Hand over your money. The tall one raised his club menacingly. Brothers, I truly have nothing of value to offer. Then what is that bulge in your chest? The shorter one inquired. Zhao Kuangyin touched his chest and exclaimed, Oh, this? It's a small jar of daughter's red wine. Bah, damn it. After waiting all night, we get a drunkard. What'll fortune? The tall one spat, grumbling in annoyance. Brother, this is better than nothing at all. Let us have a few sips to warm ourselves. I'm freezing. The shorter one leaned forward and snatched the wine from Zhao Kuangyin's embrace. And here, have this to accompany it. Zhao Kuangyin decided to toss over the pouch of dog meat he had tucked at his waist. At least you have some sense. The two men cheered, sitting down to share the dog meat, taking turns to guzzle it down without end. My dear disciple, my poor disciple. The bulging-eyed figure stared blankly at the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Wailing in despair, Zhao Kuangyin, you have once again brought ruin to my two disciples. What a joke. Clearly, you are the one who caused their demise. How can you blame others? Suddenly, a sharp rebuke echoed through the night sky, causing the hunchbacked man to shudder. Who? The hunchbacked man, consumed by terror, cast frantic glances around him, surrounded by dense foliage, where not a single human silhouette could be discerned. After a prolonged silence, a voice echoed eerily, Camel Old 3. Such despicable tactics as poisoning wine, you dare to employ, truly laughable. Camel Old 3 was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Kuangyin? Indeed. As these words resounded, they struck him like a thunderclap, leaving his body trembling uncontrollably. Then why do you not come forth and slay me? He exclaimed, his eyes darting nervously, as a dozen lethal flying needles hovered in his palm, poised to strike Zhao Kuangyin dead upon his appearance. This was his sole hope for survival, for the two elder brothers of the camel trio, whose martial prowess far surpassed his own, had already perished at Zhao Kuangyin's hands. He found himself riddled with uncertainty about whether he would leave this day alive. A long, oppressive silence ensued, broken only by the whispering wind rustling through the leaves. Zhao Kuangyin, come out and kill me. Unable to endure the suffocating silence any longer, he let out a frenzied howl. You camel brothers have committed countless atrocities. I shall spare not a single one of you. Ever since I laid waste to your stronghold, you, the last remaining rat, have been hiding here for far too long. Haven to you. But justice shall prevail, and good and evil shall be repaid in kind. Today, you have once again fallen into my grasp. What say you now? A sharp command erupted above him. He understood clearly that Zhao Kuangyin was not far off, perched on a tree, his hand clutching the lethal needles beginning to tremble. Zhao Kuangyin, are you truly a man of virtue? Everyone in the realm knows of your heinous crime against the maiden Pinger. Who does not speak of it? Every province has posted notices to apprehend you. You are a wanted criminal of the court, and all are compelled to seek your demise. You have nowhere to turn, neither to heaven nor to earth. As he spoke, with a swift motion, he raised his arm, sending forth a flurry of cold gleams that sliced through the night sky toward the tree. A shadow plummeted down, prompting a cry of exhilaration from Camel Old 3 as he leapt forward, only to freeze in shock. The cloak that landed on the ground was pierced by a multitude of flying needles. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolled down his forehead. He realized that Zhao Kuangyin was not in a hurry to kill him. Rather, he was toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Sensing the rustle of wind near his ear, he understood that Zhao Kuangyin had leapt down from the tree and hastily drew two Judge S pins from his waist. With a swift motion reminiscent of a rhinoceros gazing at the moon, he aimed them at the descending shadow with fervent precision. The clash of metal rang out, and brilliant sparks scattered. Camel Old 3 felt his arms tingle from the impact, nearly losing grip on the Judge S pins. Yet today, he was resolved to risk his life, believing it was a fight to the death. Either he would live or Zhao Kuangyin would. With no fear, he engaged in a relentless struggle. Zhao Kuangyin wielded his steel sword, utilizing the rebound from the clash with the Judge S pins to propel himself in a graceful arc through the air. Under the relentless onslaught, Camel Old 3 found himself cornered against a grand tree. With no avenue for retreat, he quickly transferred the Judge S pin from his left hand to his right, drawing it close to his chest before launching it forth. Dozens of cold beams shot toward Zhao Kuangyin with urgency. Zhao Kuangyin swiftly summoned a multitude of sword lights, and with a series of resounding clashes, the lethal needles were deflected. Observing this, Camel Old 3 swiftly channeled his internal energy, forcefully pushing off the tree trunk with his feet. The Judge S pin leading the charge as he hurtled toward Zhao Kuangyin like an arrow. As Zhao Kuangyin's body was about to touch the ground, he noticed that Camel Old 3 had already approached. He hastily sprang up, performing a somersault in midair, just as Camel Old 3 darted beneath him. With a swift twist of his body, he struck out with his sword. A sharp tearing sound echoed through the air as Camel Old 3 let out a howl, crashing heavily against a large tree opposite him before rebounding onto the ground. Camel Old 3, you have perpetrated countless evils, and today marks your demise. Zhao Kuangyin thundered, brandishing his sword and lunging towards him. Just as the tip of the sword was about to make contact with Camel Old Three's body, a sharp clang resounded as a flying dart swiftly struck, diverting Zhao Kuangyin's blade. In Chapter 24. A fierce battle on Camel Mountain. Zhao Kuangyin felt a sudden numbness in his right arm and, startled, looked up to see three dark figures leaping towards him, standing boldly atop a massive boulder. "Who dares to engage in combat at this hour?" demanded an elderly man dressed in a Taoist robe, wielding a whisk, his long beard flowing down to his chest. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Kuangyin recognized the three individuals. They were figures he had encountered years ago during the martial arts competition for leadership among various sects at Wudong Mountain. Accompanied by his master, Zhang Taoist from the Wudong sect, Jingyuan monk from the Amei sect, and Master Yun from Lianhua Mountain. Just then, Camel Old Three scrambled to his feet, clutching his wounded arm, and cried out like a man who had found salvation. "Taoist, quickly come to my aid and eliminate this disgrace to the martial world." Zhao Kuangyin. In a fit of anger, Zhao Kuangyin swung his sword towards him, prompting Camel Old Three to hastily hide behind the three figures. Zhang Taoist, upon recognizing Zhao Kuangyin, shouted, "Stop! Zhao Kuangyin, is your guilt not sufficient? How dare you continue to act recklessly before us?" Taken aback, Zhao Kuangyin quickly sheathed his sword and, with a hint of indignation, replied, "Zhang Taoist, I am at a loss as to why you would say such things." Master Yun interjected sternly, "Zhao Kuangyin, what evidence do you possess to prove your innocence? You have just recently caused the death of my two disciples." Camel Old Three seized the moment to add, "What a grave sin! Lay down your weapons and you shall attain enlightenment." Zhao Kuangyin, your transgressions are grievous. You must repent and turn back before it is too late. Jingyuan monk admonished with conviction. How absurd! Monastics are incapable of distinguishing good from evil. Do you not realize that the Camel Old Three hiding behind you is a notorious criminal, engaging in murder and robbery? Zhao Kuangyin retorted with righteous indignation. Enough of this banter. Take him back for further deliberation, Master Yun declared with impatience. Zhang Taoist added, we must proceed to Shaolin Temple. Keeping him with us may prove troublesome. Then let us dispose of him here to avoid encumbrance. Camel Old Three interjected with a sinister grin. Zhang Taoist, stroking his beard, fell into deep thought. Zhao Kuangyin, genuinely reluctant to engage further with them, clasped his fists and said, Esteemed ones, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Halt! Master Yun sprang forth like a whirlwind, blocking his path. This matter is not yet resolved. How can you simply come and go as you please? Today, I must seek justice for all women. As she spoke, her sword was already drawn, the tip aimed directly at Zhao Kuangyin. Taken aback, Zhao Kuangyin wondered why the master was being so aggressive. You are a respected elder in the martial world. I harbor no desire to harm you. I kindly ask you to show restraint and allow me to pass. The esteemed Master Yun, her brows furrowed and her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury, exclaimed, Zhao Kuangyin, do you think you can escape under my blade? Master Yun, a formidable figure in the martial arts world, had seen better days. Her advanced years had rendered her a rare presence in the realm of heroes. Yet, as the new generation surged forth, overshadowing her and her contemporaries, a sense of discontent had long taken root within her. Today, she seized the opportunity to confront Zhao Kuangyin, hoping to remind the martial artists of their respect for the venerable elders of the community. Zhao Kuangyin wore an expression of reluctant resignation. At that moment, Master Yun unleashed the techniques of the 39 lotus swords, advancing with relentless vigor. Zhao Kuangyin deftly dodged her every strike, causing her to miss with each attempt. Zhao Kuangyin, why do you not retaliate? She demanded, her anger evident as her fierce swordplay was easily evaded by him, leaving her pride somewhat wounded. Following this, she launched a flurry of attacks like a tempest. Master, please do not push me too far, Zhao Kuangyin retorted, irritation lacing his voice as he continued to evade her onslaught. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with her, believing that doing so would only exacerbate the misunderstandings between them. However, it now seemed that if he did not teach her a lesson, escape would be impossible. With that thought in mind, he bellowed, Master, I must offend you. His sword, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, surged forth, forcing Master Yun to retreat as their blades clashed. A jarring sound echoed, and Zhao Kuangyin felt a sudden pang of discomfort in his right arm, his face flushed with exertion as he gasped for breath. Observing from the sidelines, Monk Jinyuan discerned the unfolding dynamics. It was evident that Master Yun alone could not subdue Zhao Kuangyin, as both were of the younger generation. Jinyuan had long harbored a sense of rivalry towards Zhao, whose reputation had flourished in the martial world. Seizing the opportune moment, he leapt into action, executing a move akin to the demon probing the sea, as his meteor hammer aimed directly at Zhao Kuangyin's head. Just as Zhang Daolang attempted to intervene, it was too late. He felt a deep-seated unease about the notion of overwhelming numbers in a confrontation, which was unbecoming of the righteous sections yet. The reality was that Master Yun was indeed no match for Zhao Kuangyin, leaving him in a quandary. This turn of events delighted the onlooker, the mischievous Lao San, who had forgotten the pain in his wounded arm, shaking his goat-like beard and gleefully urging, "Kill him! Kill him!" A glance from Zhang silenced him, restoring his demeanor. With Master Yun momentarily forced back, Zhao Kuangyin's assault began to wane. He had no intention of harming her, awaiting Zhang Daolang and Monk Jingyuan to mediate a resolution. However, Master Yun misinterpreted his intent, believing that she had thwarted his fierce onslaught, and thus pressed on with even greater intensity, raining down a barrage of strikes upon him. Zhao Kuangyin was compelled to focus his energy, his sword aura soaring. As he shielded himself at that critical juncture, he sensed an impending ambush from behind. With no time to turn, he executed a swift counter, Su Qin's back sword, producing a sharp clang as his blade deflected the incoming attack. Immediately following, he performed parting the clouds to reveal the sun, forcing Master Yun back several paces. He then turned to glare at Monk Jingyuan, exclaiming, "I did not expect such despicable tactics from a reputed righteous sect." As the Monk Jingyuan felt a rush of warmth to his face, his eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, "Zhao Kuangyin, what need is there to discuss the principles of chivalry with someone like you?" With that, he hurled his meteor hammer with a swift, forceful motion, sending it hurtling through the air. The monk's mastery of the weapon was nothing short of extraordinary, its movements unpredictable as it soared high and low, left and right, effortlessly evading capture. Zhao Kuangyin, with a focused demeanor and eyes like lightning, wielded his sword with a fluid grace, engaging in a fierce dance with Jing Yuan's meteor hammer. Under the moonlight, the scene appeared as a shimmering meteor, a silver serpent in flight, akin to a celestial dragon playing with a pearl. After exchanging over 40 blows, the meteor hammer began to show signs of fatigue, while Zhao's sword remained as swift as a flash of lightning, striking with the force of a startled dragon. Gradually, Jingyuan found himself reduced to mere defense, lacking the strength to counterattack. Observing this from the sidelines, Master Yun let out a fierce cry, brandishing her sword as she leapt forward to launch a rapid assault on Zhao Kuangyin. Zhao, adeptly parrying the monk's weapon, simultaneously evaded Yun's relentless strikes. With Yun's assistance, Jing Yuan's spirit surged, and the force of his meteor hammer regained its vigor. Zhao Kuangyin, his sword a white serpent flicking its tongue against the night sky, maneuvered with agility, parrying and countering, showing no signs of trepidation as he faced both opponents as the battle wore on. Both Zhao and Yun began to tire. Zhang Daoshang, observing the unfolding chaos, felt a pang of anxiety. He pondered. If this continued, the advantage would inevitably fall to Zhao Kuangyin. Allowing him to escape was a minor concern, but the loss of face in the aftermath was an unbearable thought. With this in mind, he let out a thunderous shout, leaping 3 yards into the air, his Buddhist whisk aimed at Zhao Kuangyin. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao glanced up, his heart sinking. He saw a myriad of steel needles hurtling towards him from the night sky. The Wudong school was renowned for its internal mastery, and the once soft whisk, now infused with Zhang's internal energy, transformed into a barrage of piercing strikes. Zhao Kuangyin, sensing the urgency, unleashed a flurry of swift strikes to force back Yun and Jingyuan. Then, with a powerful thrust, he swung his sword horizontally to counter the whisk. A thunderous clash echoed through the air as sword met whisk, producing a dazzling array of golden sparks. Immediately after, the whisk swept towards Zhao's midsection, carving a celestial river across the night sky. Zhao evaded with a swift motion, executing a powerful downward slash that resembled the majestic waterfall of Mount Lu cascading 1,000 feet. Zhang Daoshang, performing an acrobatic maneuver to evade the lethal sword, landed gracefully atop the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, then propelled himself back into the fray against Zhao Kuangyin. As Zhao descended, the tip of his sword grazed the ground, bending like a bow, which in turn propelled Zhang into the air, where he launched a relentless assault with his sword in midair. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither gaining the upper hand after dozens of exchanges. After a prolonged struggle, Zhang, feeling the pressure mounting, retracted his whisk and gathered his energy, preparing to unleash the ultimate technique of the Qian Kuan palm, ready to test their strengths. With his right hand embodying Qian and his left Kuan, he formed a ball-like posture at his chest, concentrating his energy until a swirling mass began to coalesce. Zhao Kuangyin, witnessing this, swiftly secured his sword at his waist, drawing his energy inward, his eyes narrowing slightly as he brought his palms together. A purple aura rising from his fingertips. With a thunderous shout, Zhang propelled the swirling mass from his palms, sending it hurtling towards Zhao like a shooting star. In the same instant, Zhao followed suit, striking forth with his palms. The moment their energies collided in the air, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the very heavens. In an instant, the winds howled and the sands swirled, trees snapped and wood splintered. The sky darkened and the earth dimmed, with stars and moonlight rendered invisible. After a brief pause, as the dust settled, two figures emerged, their bodies cloaked in grime and their faces pale as parchment, standing silently in opposition. Zhao Kuangyin had exerted merely 80% of his internal strength, unwilling to inflict harm upon Zhang Daoshang. Yet the aged Taoist was, after all, advanced in years. Moments later, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Zhang Daoshang's lips. Master Yiyun and Monk Jingyuan rushed forward, supporting the swaying Zhang Daoshang. Taoist. Zhao Kuangyin exclaimed, taking a startled step forward. Halt! Master Yiyun pointed her sword at Zhao Kuangyin, her voice laced with scorn. Do not feign compassion like a cat weeping for a mouse. Zhao Kuangyin, this debt shall be settled by me. As she spoke, she brandished her sword, lunging towards Zhao Kuangyin. Immediately following, Monk Jingyuan's meteor hammer struck with a resounding clang, aimed at Zhao Kuangyin. Nearby, the third camel driver, holding a judge's pin, rushed in, feigning authority. Zhao Kuangyin swiftly leapt back a distance of 10 feet, drawing his steel sword from his waist. The meteor hammer, swift as a shooting star, descended upon him. The sharp blade, akin to a white serpent flicking its tongue, aimed for his center, while the judge's pin darted towards his lower openings. Zhao Kuangyin glanced left and right, his sword dancing like the wind, countering the fierce assaults of the three. They constantly shifted positions, seeking openings to strike. After dozens of exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. In a moment of desperation, Monk Jingyuan let out a fierce roar, propelling the meteor hammer towards Zhao Kuangyin's face. Just as Zhao Kuangyin prepared to deflect it with his sword, Monk Jingyuan unexpectedly surged forward, causing a crisp clatter as the hammer's chain ensnared the sword, leaving him unable to break free. Observing this, Master Yiyun advanced with her sword raised, aiming a swift thrust at Zhao Kuangyin. In a moment of urgency, Zhao Kuangyin extended his hand, pinching the incoming sword between his fingers. Hearing a rush of wind from behind, he lifted his foot and kicked the camel driver, sending him flying. Following this, with an enraged roar, both the hammer's chain and the sword wedged in his fingers shattered into several pieces under the force of his internal energy, propelling Master Yiyun and Monk Jingyuan several feet away. Zhao Kuangyin realized the chaos he had stirred was truly considerable. Reluctantly, he stomped his foot and fled, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest in an instant. The sound of galloping hooves echoed along the dusklit path, where three young maidens, adorned in clusters of blossoms, rode and frolicked in playful pursuit. One maiden, clad in a red dress and draped in a crimson cloak, quickly distanced herself from the other two, galloping far ahead before finally halting her horse and turning to await their arrival. After a while, the two others caught up, their steeds neighing loudly as they pawed at the brown earth. Third sister, don't stray too far apart. We're in the wilds here, and we must be cautious of any mishaps. One maiden, dressed in white with a white cloak, furrowed her brows as she gazed at the red-clad girl. Humph! Senior sister, what is there to fear? Who would dare disturb the realm of the Tai Sui? The red-dressed maiden replied nonchalantly, her long lashes framing a pair of innocent eyes. But we cannot say that. If anything were to happen, Master would surely scold us severely, chimed in the girl in blue, her almond-shaped eyes wide with concern. Oh, listen to the two of you. Am I truly the one dragging you both down on this journey? The red-dressed maiden retorted, turning her horse's head in a huff and galloping ahead in a fit of pique. The maiden clad in white and the one adorned in blue exchanged a knowing glance, stifling their laughter with pursed lips. It was evident that the younger sister possessed a penchant for sulking, and soon enough, she would be sweet-talking her elder sister, forever trapped in her childish whims. As dusk approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, a sense of anxiety enveloped the maiden in red, for she could not yet see her companions. At that moment, a disheveled figure came rushing down the mountain path, covered in dust, which brought her a flicker of hope. Hey! She called out loudly, however. The man paid her no heed, fixated on his path. This incited her ire, and with her legs tightening around her horse's belly, she leaped forward, cutting him off. reining in her steed at the path's entrance, and admonished sharply, "Humph! You rustic fool, are you deaf or blind? I am speaking to you." The man halted abruptly, raising his gaze. To her surprise, it was Zhao Kuangyin, who, after a grueling battle the night prior with Zhang the Taoist, Jingyuan the monk, and Yiyun the nun, had collapsed in the depths of the forest, utterly dejected in the vastness of the world. His path seemed increasingly constricted, feeling ensnared and unable to defend himself. Now, he felt like a rat scurrying across the street. In his despondency, he had allowed himself to drift into a troubled sleep. Awakening the following evening, muddled and descending the mountain, thoughts of his growing enmity with Zhang and the others plagued him. He was startled by the scolding. Upon looking up, he found only a girl of 17 or 18, which eased his anger somewhat. He mused that a child, spoiled and capricious, spoke without restraint. Why should a man of stature stoop to her level? He composed himself and replied, "I am neither deaf nor blind. Merely hasty in my journey and disinterested in other matters. It would be wise for you to temper your words, for if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals, you are utterly unreasonable. I was merely inquiring for directions, and you choose to ignore me. Very well, why do you presume to lecture me?" she retorted. "What concern do I have for good or ill? What harm could a rogue do to me?" As she spoke, the maiden in red flicked her wrist, and with a sharp crack, her whip lashed towards Zhao Kuangyin's head. Amused yet vexed, he thought to himself that the little girl was quite unreasonable, and it would be remiss of him not to teach her a lesson. As the whip approached, he reached out, deftly grasping its tip, and with a slight exertion, he sent her tumbling from her mount. The maiden, who prized her beauty above all, internally lamented her fate, fearing the imminent bruises that would mar her visage, and she cried out in distress. However, the situation was not as dire as she imagined, for she did not land upon the unforgiving ground but rather into the soft embrace of the man. Zhao Kuangyin harbored no intent to harm her. He merely sought to startle her. As she was about to hit the ground, he caught her with a swift motion. Infuriated, she wriggled free from his grasp. Her eyes wide with rage, brows furrowed, and she scolded fiercely, "Scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on me? You must be seeking death." With that, she unsheathed her sword from her waist and lunged at him. "Third sister, cease this at once," called the maidens in white and blue as they galloped closer to intervene. In a recent scene, the two individuals observed from afar, clearly perceiving that the third sister's brash nature would inevitably lead her to misfortune. Humph! Upon noticing the arrival of her senior sisters, she resolutely sheathed her sword and, in a fit of pique, turned her back, refusing to show her face. The young lady in white clasped her fists and addressed the elder brother, saying, "My little sister is inherently reckless and lacks decorum. Should she have caused any offense, I kindly ask for your understanding. I extend my apologies on her behalf." Zhao Kuangyin found himself in a state of acute embarrassment due to the young lady's words and actions. Hastily returning the gesture with a bow, "Children are naturally mischievous. I was merely jesting with her." "Who are you calling a child? You're not that young yourself," the young lady in red retorted, taking the reins handed to her by the young lady in blue, and with a defiant pout, she spurred her horse forward. The young lady in white chuckled softly and remarked, "Elder brother, we are in haste. I hope to meet you again." With that, she and the young lady in blue rode off in pursuit. Zhao Kuangyin looked up to see the sky darkening and, feeling a sense of urgency, hastened his pace. Gradually, he spotted houses ahead and felt a surge of joy. They had arrived at a village. Chapter 26. The Yangshupeo. And as the year drew to a close, the world seemed to close in, and a chilling wind swept through the desolate village. The town was eerily quiet, the cold breeze stirring the withered yellow leaves on the ground, producing a rustling sound. A row of bare poplar trees stretched their branches towards the night sky. As if engaged in a desperate struggle, a gaunt wild dog, with eyes glistening with hunger, peered nervously, letting out a feeble whimper before hastily retreating. The landlady of the Yangshupeo Inn stood at the threshold, cracking sunflower seeds. Upon seeing a handsome young man approach, her face lit up with delight, and she promptly discarded the remnants of seeds into a nearby slop bucket. She then brushed off her clothing and inquired, "Sir, are you seeking accommodation?" Innkeeper, please bring some hot water. Where has everyone gone?" At that moment, someone called from downstairs. The person rushed halfway down, paused in surprise, wondering, "Have I been followed?" The newcomer was none other than Zhao Kuangyin, who, upon recognizing the young lady in red, managed a wry smile and said, "Fair lady, please do not misunderstand. This is merely a coincidence." "Such a coincidence?" She shot him a glance, then turned to the landlady. who was gazing at Zhao Kuangyin with a flirtatious smile, and commanded, "Bring some hot water." "Oh." The landlady snapped back to attention, wiggling her ample figure as she scurried into the kitchen. "What an oddly suited pair," the young lady in red scoffed, quickly ascending the stairs. "You?" Zhao Kuangyin glared at her retreating figure, letting out a helpless sigh. Once the landlady returned with the hot water, she grinned at Zhao Kuangyin and said, "You must be famished, sir. Shall I bring you something to eat? We have some readily available wine and meat." Zhao Kuangyin, feeling weary, stretched his back and replied, "Please bring me whatever you have." Just as the landlady was preparing the food in the kitchen, she collided with the innkeeper who was entering with a bundle of firewood. The innkeeper took a glance and remarked, "Ah, is there poison in the wine?" I noticed his silhouette, a sturdy young man, perfect for selling fresh yellow beef. The proprietress curled her lips in disdain, remarking, "Nowadays, the clientele has dwindled. The livestock we slaughtered in recent days has been more than sufficient for sale, and I have not seen him carry much silver. You might as well accumulate some karmic merit." With that, she shoved aside the shopkeeper who obstructed her path and staggered towards the front hall. The jingling of wind chimes resonated, and from beneath the covers emerged a head that blinked incessantly, perking up its ears to listen for a moment before hastily donning clothes and getting out of bed. "What are you doing, you scoundrel? Just when the excitement is building." A disgruntled murmur emanated from the bedding. With a loud thud, the shopkeeper exited. Shortly after, he returned from outside, clutching a pigeon in his hand, chuckling as he affectionately caressed it. The proprietress shot him a sharp glare with her beady eyes and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you up to now? You've been so morose and stifled all day. If you intend to stew the pigeon for nourishment, now is hardly the time." "Ah, but dear wife, forgive me," the shopkeeper stammered. His face flushed crimson as he retreated into the inner room. "How disappointing," the proprietress huffed, turning to sulk in bed. The shopkeeper closed the door to the inner chamber, lit an oil lamp, and removed a slender bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg. He placed it to his lips and blew forcefully, causing a scroll to tumble out. He picked it up from the floor and brought it close to the lamp, slowly unfurling it. A faint, unusual sound from outside roused Zhao Kuangyin from his slumber. He sprang upright, cautiously approaching the door to listen intently. Just then, a handsome young man was surely involved. "Why harm him?" the proprietress's low voice wafted in. It's Tua Sany. The flying pigeon delivers a message, demanding his life, asking, "What?" The shopkeeper replied in a hushed, impatient tone. "What Tua Sany? The tree has fallen, scattering the monkeys. Why mention him? You should keep your head down for a few days and live peacefully. Don't go seeking death again." The proprietress let out a low hum of discontent, followed by the sound of her quietly descending the stairs. After a prolonged silence, a slender bamboo tube pierced through the paper window, followed closely by a wisp of blue smoke drifting languidly from its end. Zhao Kuangyin understood. This was yet another ploy from Tua Sany's gang. Enraged, he struck the bamboo tube with his palm, and a muffled groan erupted from outside. Soon after, hurried footsteps raced down the stairs. Zhao Kuangyin darted out the door in pursuit. Meanwhile, the proprietress, who had returned to the underground chamber to search for a sack to collect the corpses, heard the sound of the door and turned to investigate. Seeing her husband rush in, clutching his bloodied mouth in a state of panic, she gasped in shock. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly barred the door. In her fright, she repeatedly inquired, but the shopkeeper remained silent, his head bowed. There, suspended from a beam, hung several bloody human legs, and beneath a table adorned with several pale human skins, he sought for a long time until he unearthed a glimmering steel knife. Just then, a frantic knocking echoed on the door. The two exchanged alarmed glances, quickly retreating to a corner. The proprietress trembled, trying to maintain her composure, and said, "At this late hour, who is it?" "It is I." The lodger opened the door to speak. Zhao Kuangyin's voice rang out sharply. The door shook increasingly with urgency. The shopkeeper, realizing escape was futile, exchanged a knowing glance with the proprietress and stealthily positioned himself beside the door. The proprietress, understanding the situation, nodded slightly and replied with a trembling voice, "They have arrived. They have arrived." As the door swung open, Zhao Kuangyin strode in confidently, sensing a rush of air beside him. He swiftly dodged. The shopkeeper, seeing a blade coming down, was astonished that Zhao had evaded it. The knife then sliced horizontally. With no time to spare, in a moment of desperation, Zhao extended both palms, forcefully pinching the steel blade between them. The shopkeeper struggled fiercely to reclaim the knife, but Zhao, using the momentum, thrust it away. The shopkeeper stumbled, the knife flying from his grasp, narrowly missing the startled proprietress and embedding itself into the wall with a resounding clang. The proprietress let out a startled cry, collapsing to the ground. Hearing her exclamation, Zhao glanced back, only to find the shopkeeper seizing the opportunity to bolt out the door. Zhao pursued closely, witnessing the shopkeeper dash towards the stable. By the time he arrived, the shopkeeper had mounted a horse and galloped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Without hesitation, Zhao leapt into the stable, grabbed a horse, and spurted on like an arrow in pursuit. As the silvery dawn gradually revealed its crimson hues, painting the window panes with morning light, the girl in red sprang from her bed with a start. Senior sister, junior sister, it is time to rise. After calling out for some time with no response, she turned to find both beds empty. Where could they be? She mumbled to herself as she dressed and descended from the bed that moment. The girl in blue entered with a basin of water, announcing loudly, "Rise and shine. You lazybones, if you keep this up, you might find it hard to get married in the future." Hee hee. The girl in red laughed sweetly. "Where is junior sister?" "She has gone to the kitchen to prepare breakfast." The girl in blue replied thoughtfully. "It is strange, though. Why is it that the shop is suddenly devoid of any customers?" "Devoid of customers? What? Have they all left? Did the guest next door leave as well?" The girl in red paused her washing, intrigued. "The guest next door? Which guest?" "That one." "Which one? You need to be more specific. Is it a man or a woman? An elder or a youth? An adult or a child? Ugly or handsome? Fat or thin? You keep saying that one in my mind cannot grasp who you are referring to. You should just tell me outright." The girl in blue seemed to ponder deeply, tapping her head in contemplation. "Oh." The girl in red suddenly realized she had been teased by her junior sister. "You are quite mischievous." Without caring about the water still on her face, she chased after her. Early in the morning, what were these two mischievous girls up to? The girl in white, just entering, collided with the girl in blue, who reached out to restrain the relentless girl in red. "Senior sister, have you found anyone?" the girl in blue asked the girl in white. "Not yet." The girl in white shook her head. "This is truly peculiar." The girl in red blinked her large eyes, speaking to herself. She then turned and rummaged through her belongings on the bed. "Quick, check. Could it be that the fellow from yesterday, in a fit of anger, has stolen something and abducted the proprietress, fleeing together? I noticed the two of them exchanging glances yesterday. Humph. There is not a single good man among them." After rummaging for a while, she paused. "But nothing seems to be missing. It appears that breakfast will not be served, so we should hastily pack up and set off," remarked the maiden in white, as the three of them finished their preparations and approached the stable to mount their horses. They were taken aback. Where had the chestnut horse gone? Just then, the sharp-eyed maiden in red spotted a figure peering around outside the stable and called out, "Who goes there?" The three of them sprang out of the stable, and the figure, in a state of panic, fled but stumbled over a stone and tumbled to the ground. The maiden in red rushed forward and seized him. Spare my life," cried the innkeeper's wife, trembling uncontrollably. "Quickly tell me, where is my chestnut horse?" The maiden in red demanded angrily. Chapter 27. The Shirili Pagoda Zen Temple. A mountain ridge loomed before them. The innkeeper, in a state of disarray, glanced back in alarm before hastily disappearing over the ridge. A cloud of dust rose as Zhao Kuangyin galloped after him. Vaulting over the ridge and through the morning mist, he beheld several ancient pagodas standing majestically on a mountain slope, flanked by lush trees and a row of yellow walls. As the gentle breeze passed, the clear sounds of bells and chimes drifted through the air. He reined in his horse, gazing intently at the plaque inscribed with the words Shirili Pagoda Zen Temple hanging above the mountain gate. His brow furrowing in contemplation, the innkeeper had long vanished from sight. He surveyed the expansive surroundings, noting that aside from this temple, there was nowhere else to hide. Dismounting before the mountain gate, he knocked for quite some time. With a creak, a young acolyte peeked out, bewildered, and asked, "May I inquire, esteemed patron, why do you knock so urgently?" Zhao Kuangyin hesitated for a moment before replying, "Someone has fled into your temple, and I intend to seek him out." The young acolyte's eyes darted about, and he said, "I have been in the courtyard all along and have not seen anyone. Am I to believe that I have entered through the main gate only to be met with falsehood?" Zhao Kuangyin, irritated by the acolyte's cunning demeanor, thrust his hand against the door just as it was about to close. The young acolyte stumbled back and hurriedly said, "Do not be angry, esteemed patron. I am but a child and cannot contend with you. Allow me to take you to see the master for a proper decision." As he spoke, he stepped outside, took the reins from Zhao Kuangyin, tied the horse to a large tree outside, and turned to lead the way into the temple. Upon entering, they passed through the incense-filled grand hall, navigated around the sutra pavilion, and walked along a path paved with blue stones. Traversing several moon gates, the young acolyte guided Zhao Kuangyin to a meditation room nestled beneath an ancient cypress tree. Inside, there were a bed, a table, a couch, and a few cushions, remarkably clean, yet imbued with a sense of chill. "Please wait here, esteemed patron," the young acolyte said, gently closing the door behind him as he departed. Why had the sounds of bells and chimes ceased? After a while, Zhao Kuangyin found the stillness here to be almost oppressive. In boredom, he looked up and noticed a traditional ink-wash painting hanging on the wall, and he strolled over to admire it. The painting depicted an elderly man clad in a dark robe, seated beneath a pine tree, playing the lute, with fragrant smoke curling up from a cauldron nearby. To the left front of the elder was a figure in red, holding a round fan, slightly bowed as if lost in thought. To the right front, another figure in green stood with arms crossed, gazing upward, creating a harmonious resonance with the figure in red. All three appeared captivated by the music, lost in contemplation, exuding a profound sense of intrigue. In the backdrop stands a solitary pine, entwined with wisteria. Blossoms are in the process of unfurling. Beside the tree, several verdant bamboos, fresh and glistening, contribute to an atmosphere of harmonious tranquility. The painting is rendered in subdued hues, where the reds and greens are not garish, but rather complement the deep grays, creating an exquisite balance. The lines are meticulously drawn, capturing the textures of wood grain, fur, and silk with appropriate precision. As Zhao Kuangyin gazes deeper, he becomes immersed in the enchanting realm depicted within the artwork, the sound of the guqin wafting softly to his ears. The unique melody evokes sensations akin to sipping from a cool forest spring or hearing the distant chimes of an ancient temple. Filled with lingering melancholy and poignant sorrow at times, it resonates like a forlorn widow weeping under the moonlight on a cold night, and at others, like a solitary goose lamenting in the starry sky. Tugging at the heartstrings in every direction in this reverie, Zhao Kuangyin not only feels a profound sadness wash over him. Contemplating the brevity of life and the capriciousness of fate, he is overtaken by a sense of loss for the ancients he cannot meet, and the future generations he will never know. Reflecting on the vastness of existence, he cannot help but shed tears in his solitude. He ponders his own existence in an age of chaos and ignorance, where wise men are hidden away, leaving him with unfulfilled ambitions, destined to fade into obscurity, forgotten a century hence. What difference is there between having lived in this world and having never existed at all? Upon such thoughts, tears stream down his face. The more he thinks, the more sorrowful he becomes. His gaze loses focus as his hand slowly reaches for the sword at his waist, drawing it forth and placing it against his neck. With a sharp sound, his sleeve sweeps away several teacups, shattering them upon the ground. Startled, he trembles, and the sword clatters to the floor. His spirit is instantly restored to its usual state. Bewildered, he murmurs, "What is happening? What am I doing?" In a daze, he retrieves the sword from the ground, fastening it to his waist, and lifts his head to stare at the painting, murmuring, "From whence does this music emanate? What power does it possess to so thoroughly dismantle one's will and disturb the heart?" The plaintive, weeping notes of the guqin continue, drawing him gently toward the dense thicket of ancient cypress trees. Although he had conjured various images of what he was about to witness, upon confronting it, he could not help but rub his eyes in astonishment. In the haze, he believed his eyes had yet to recover from the recent vision. Before him sits an elderly man clad in a dark robe, seated beneath the pine, playing the guqin, with fragrant smoke curling from a boson censer. To the elder's left, a figure in red attire, holding a round fan, slightly bows their head, as if absorbed in the ambience. To the right, another figure in green robes stands with arms folded, slightly raising their chin, responding to the one in red from afar. All three are visibly moved by the rhythm, lost in thought. Zhao Kuangyin stares in wide-eyed wonder. The three seem oblivious to his presence, still immersed in the cadence, which suddenly surges with fervor. Zhao Kuangyin's body jolts, feeling a powerful wave of energy approach him. He quickly focuses his spirit and breath, and soon the energy within him swells, coursing through his limbs, repelling external forces. Almost immediately, his vital energy surges toward the elder. The elder, momentarily taken aback, quickens the rhythm. The sound swells like crashing waves, 1,000 heaps of snow, a myriad of horses galloping, an unstoppable torrent of energy surging toward Zhao Kuangyin. He hastily adopts a soaring stance. Like a great rock spreading its wings, his garments billowing, emitting a series of sharp whistles. In an instant, dust swirls, grasses bend, and the pines roar. After a brief moment, a clang reverberates, and all returns to a serene stillness. The strings are silenced, the guqin shattered. The elder's face pales, his gaze dulls, blood spilling from his mouth. The two figures beside him also appear weakened, slumped in place. Zhao Daxia truly lives up to his illustrious reputation. A resonant voice echoed from afar, startling Zhao Kuangyin. Such formidable internal power. Zhao Kuangyin discerned that the speaker was not in close proximity but was employing the technique of transmitting sound over 100 paces. He could scarcely believe that such an exceptional figure existed in the wilderness. He must tread carefully. Soon, an elderly monk, with half a foot of snow-white eyebrows, glinting eyes, prominent temples, and a gaunt frame, trembled as he emerged from the dense forest. Amitba, the old monk chanted a Buddhist invocation, joined his palms in reverence, and with a beaming smile, addressed Zhao Daxia. Xian Kong pays his respects to Zhao Daxia. May I inquire what brings you to our humble Zen monastery? Zhao Kuangyin, ever vigilant, replied, Ah, so it is Master Xian Kong. How do you come to recognize me? Ha ha ha. Is there anyone in the Jianghu who does not know Zhao Daxia? Zhao Kuangyin, aware of the monk's insincere flattery, adopted a serious demeanor. I seek a malevolent criminal and hope for your assistance, Master. Oh, Master Xian Kong paused, then added, Please, let us converse in the Zen chamber. Upon entering the Zen chamber, Xian Kong gestured for Zhao Kuangyin to take a seat on the mat. And he too settled down. He gently pushed the tea offered by a young acolyte towards Zhao Kuangyin and waved his hand. Once the young acolyte exited, Xian Kong scrutinized Zhao Kuangyin with keen interest. Whom does the esteemed hero seek? The villain who intends to harm me. I wish to uncover the mastermind behind him. Does the esteemed hero believe this individual is connected to our monastery? Xian Kong inquired thoughtfully. I would prefer not to think so. But Zhao Kuangyin fixed his piercing gaze upon Xian Kong. Oh, ha ha ha. Xian Kong's eyes sparkled with a sinister glint, resembling black glass orbs, as he articulated deliberately, the Buddha's teachings state, Dust is born of the heart, and the heart is the cause of dust. When causes and conditions converge, illusions arise. All matters arise from the mind's intentions. Zhao Daxia, your inner demons are too heavy, and what you perceive is not reality. Upon finishing his words, he quickly squinted, concealing his gaze. Zhao Kuangyin smiled faintly. Master, are you aware that the Buddha's teachings also state, without water possessing a constant nature, how can the waves of illusion arise? Oh? Xian Kong was taken aback. He hastily cleared his throat twice and continued. Zhao Daxia speaks with fervor, his gaze betraying murderous intent, leading this old monk to feel besieged by myriad demons. One must cast aside worldly thoughts, tranquil the mind, and engage in Zen practice to expel evil spirits and return to the righteous path. Surely, you have not forgotten the matter of the ghostly den at the brothel. At this juncture, he halted, casting an expectant look at Zhao Kuangyin. Sensing that he had gained the upper hand in their verbal exchange, his expression revealing a sense of triumph. Zhao Kuangyin stiffened. He had not anticipated that Master Xian Kong would employ a strategy of counterattack. This old fox was not easily dealt with. After a brief contemplation, he pressed on with his inquiry. Master, did you witness it personally? Not directly, but surely, there are no waves without wind. Xian Kong chuckled. Zhao Kuangyin replied sternly, It seems Master has not yet transcended worldly concerns. Your previous remark has indeed infringed upon one of the 5 precepts of a monastic. What do you mean by that? Xian Kong's expression darkened slightly, eager to hear further clarification. 1 must refrain from taking life. 2 must abstain from thievery. 3 must shun illicit desires. 4 must avoid excessive indulgence in wine. 5 must not engage in falsehoods. The master had not witnessed these matters firsthand, but rather heard them through rumor and gossip, and to speak so without knowledge is indeed a form of falsehood. Zhao Kuangyin gestured with his finger, and a moment of silence ensued. After a while, Xian Kong, with an awkward smile, remarked, A hero talks for too long and grows parched. Please partake of this tea. As he spoke, a hand, resembling a withered branch, emerged from his sleeve and with a gentle wave. A teacup lifted from the table, soaring gracefully before landing steadily at Zhao Kuangyin's knee. Upon seeing this, Zhao Kuangyin smiled faintly and replied, Master, you are too courteous. I am not accustomed to drinking tea. He then lightly tapped the ground with his palm, and the teacup returned to the table as if it had never been moved, not a drop spilled. Drinking tea is the way of a gentleman in hosting guests. Why should the hero decline? Xian Kong said, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He pointed towards the teacup. This humble monk extends his sincere invitation. I hope the hero will graciously accept. in a display reminiscent of a dragon spitting heavenly nectar. A stream of tea erupted from the cup, darting towards Zhao Kuangyin's face like a swift arrow. Zhao Kuangyin let out a cold smile and said, "Thank you," with a gentle flick of his sleeve. He performed a graceful gesture, and with a resounding gurgle, the tea obediently returned to the cup. This. Xinkong stretched his neck, staring wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he spoke slowly. "This humble monk finds it difficult to hinder the actions of the hero. Please, feel free." With that, he rose, his demeanor melancholic, and walked towards the exit. By the time Zhao Kuangyin followed, Xinkong had already vanished from sight. Frustrated, he resolved to delve deeper into the temple's recesses. This place, a lair of dragons and tigers, he would dare to explore today. Zhao Kuangyin traversed the ancient cypress forest that lay before him, and soon came upon a stone bridge, beneath which clear mountain stream water flowed with a gentle murmur. Crossing the stone bridge, he found a quaint dwelling entwined with withered vines at the foot of the mountain. After surveying the place, just as he intended to turn away, he faintly heard the sound of a woman weeping from within. Troubled by this anomaly, he pondered how a woman could be hidden in a place inhabited by monks. There must be some untold secrets here. He was determined to uncover them. Approaching the door, he found it tightly locked and shook it vigorously, calling out several times, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" Yet, there was no response from inside. In his impatience, he struck the chain lock with his palm, breaking it in two, and pushed the door open with confidence. Entering the room, he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. It was empty save for a few beds languishing in disuse. His gaze fixated on the second door, concealed behind a crystal bead curtain. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, scattering the crystal beads across the floor. He leapt through the doorway, finding little difference between the inner chamber and the outer one, save for an offering table against the wall, which bore no idol but a solitary bell. Puzzled, he could not resist the urge to pick up a nearby wooden mallet and lightly struck the bell. A melodious sound resonated throughout the room, but to his surprise, the floor suddenly creaked open, revealing a hidden door. Several flamboyantly dressed, enchanting women emerged in a single file, giggling incessantly. "Is our Sanling here, my dear? No, it must be my beloved Li Gige who longs for me." Upon closer inspection, a mistake was made, prompting a hasty retreat. Zhao Kuangyin had already observed the situation clearly. He stepped firmly onto the hidden door and demanded in a stern voice, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" The onlookers, taken aback by his fierce expression and the glint of his blade, were paralyzed with fear and dared not move an inch. They sobbed and insisted they were virtuous women, lured and abducted to this place, enduring daily torment at the hands of the monks, living a fate worse than death, with no other choice. Listening to their words, Zhao Kuangyin, caught between belief and skepticism, suddenly heard sorrowful cries emanating from beneath the hidden door. He then inquired sharply, "And who dwells below?" He urged the crowd to lead him to the dark chamber. There, he beheld a disheveled young woman, chained in a corner, weeping incessantly. The crowd urged her, "Do cease your tears, for outsiders have arrived." Upon hearing this, the young woman lifted her gaze to Zhao Kuangyin, immediately silencing her cries. Unaware of why she had been confined or where her home lay, he compassionately questioned her, "Pray tell, what is your name and where do you come from?" "Esteemed sir," she replied, "I am Zhao, known as Jingyang, hailing from Shaoxiang village in Zhejiang County, Puzhou, at merely 17 years of age. I accompanied my father to fulfill a vow at Zhongyue. Alas, we encountered vile brigands who abducted us here. Why father fell from a cliff, and his fate remains unknown. I have heard from my fellow sisters that those seized here never find their way back to freedom." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, choking on her sorrow. Unable to continue, an older woman stepped forward, saying, "This girl possesses a truly resolute spirit. For 3 days, she has refused food and drink, resisting all coercion and temptation. Unlike us, alas, with such a withered existence, what face do we have left to show our families?" With that, she began to weep. Her lament struck a chord with the others, and soon the air was filled with genuine and feigned cries of despair. Zhao Kuangyin, incensed, bellowed, "In this vast and just world, how can there exist such lawless and malevolent disciples of the Buddha?" Before he could finish his sentence, he swung his sword, the blade whistling as it severed the chains binding the young woman. With a triumphant shout, she urged, "All of you, flee for your lives." Just as Zhao Kuangyin felt a sense of relief from his noble deed, the women began to weep anew, choking out, "Though your intentions are noble, you have brought ruin upon us." "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Kuangyin asked, perplexed. The women continued, We were sheltered at home, never stepping beyond our thresholds. Now, having been abducted to this place, we are terrified and disoriented, lacking the clarity to navigate our escape. Even if we manage to leave the temple, we cannot discern east from west. Even if we could, the journey home would be long and arduous. We are frail and feeble. How can we endure? Even if we could take a few steps, we would traverse desolate wilderness, beset by wild beasts and roving brigands, not to mention the scarcity of food and water. Your well-meaning actions may inadvertently bring us greater harm. Furthermore, whether we can indeed escape this monastery remains uncertain. The crowd, rather than uniting, seemed willing to endure the torment of the lecherous monk. Zhao Kuangyin's furious roar silenced their babbling. The woman, Jingyang, hurriedly stepped forward and declared, "Ladies, this brave hero speaks the truth. Even if we perish outside, at least we shall do so with dignity, which is far superior to surviving in this wretched place." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Kuangyin silently nodded in agreement. Realizing that rescuing this woman alone would render his efforts worthwhile, he then called out, "Please follow me," and boldly advanced with sword in hand. The crowd, startled, immediately scattered, frantically seizing the valuables and jewelry from their chests. "Stop! Those are the jewels gifted to me by Sanlang," one exclaimed. "Oh heavens! Where's the fragrant pouch given to me by Brother Li?" Zhao Kuangyin turned to see only Jingyang closely following him, her voice sharp as she urged, "If you do not leave now, there will be no opportunities left." The group paused, finally comprehending that they needed to return home with these meager possessions and ponder how to explain their circumstances. They hastily tucked away the valuable items while discarding the worthless ones onto the ground, stomping on them in frustration, muttering, "This bald Sanlang must have scavenged these worthless trinkets to deceive me." They spat disdainfully at the inconspicuous silks, exclaiming, "Who cares for the stolen goods pilfered by that lecherously monk?" Meanwhile, a famished wild dog lunged at a human leg, eliciting a howl from a young monk who leaped out from the concealment of the bushes, startling the dog, which retreated in fear. The young monk, furious and limping, pursued briefly, but slipped and fell. Grasping for a stone to hurl at the dog in his vexation, he instead clutched a soft, unpleasant object. Disheartened, he shook his hand vigorously and wiped it on the grass. The dog glanced back warily before vanishing into the dense forest. When he returned to his original position, he noticed that Zhao Kuangyin had already led the women up the mountain path. "Oh dear, I nearly lost sight of them," he exclaimed, hastening to inform Xiankong. Zhao Kuangyin, scanning the surroundings, realized they were nearing the mountain's peak and urged the women to move faster. Their voices filled the air with complaints. "My feet ache terribly. I must have worn the skin raw, and my legs feel so weak. I cannot take another step." Chapter 29. The hidden dangers. Jingyang hurried to assist the weary women, anxiously saying, "Sisters, we must grit our teeth and persevere for just a bit longer. Once we cross this mountain, we can escape this den of evil. Now is not the time to slacken our efforts." Just as she spoke, Xiankong appeared with a dozen fierce-looking monks wielding clubs, rushing up the mountain with shouts. Zhao Kuangyin felt a jolt of alarm. He was not afraid of these few men, nor of an army of thousands. But in this moment, observing the terrified expressions of the women, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Could it be that today he had inadvertently endangered them all? At the moment of hesitation, a sudden glance revealed a cave not far from the crowd, obscured by withered vines, making it difficult to notice without close inspection. In a state of urgency, an idea struck. Why not conceal themselves within, thereby avoiding being attacked from both sides? Promptly, he pointed and exclaimed, "There lies a cave ahead. Quickly, everyone, let us take refuge inside." Upon hearing these words, the pain in their feet vanished, their legs regained strength, and they scrambled to the cave in a frantic rush. Just as they reached the entrance, the hidden weapons unleashed by Xiankong and his companions descended upon them like a swarm of locusts. Zhao Kuangyin leaped into the air, twisting his body and wielding his sword with finesse, deflecting the projectiles and shielding everyone as they hurried into the cave. Inside the cavern, the space was narrow and the light dimmed with each step. Zhao Kuangyin felt a sense of relief. This truly was a formidable place, where one man could hold off 1,000, and he knew that Xiankong and his associates would hesitate to venture in recklessly. Alas, it was dark here. Might there be venomous snakes or venomous insects lurking? Perhaps even vengeful spirits? The group trembled, murmuring anxiously as they followed closely behind Zhao Kuangyin. After navigating through several twists and turns, a sudden brightness illuminated their path, revealing a spacious grotto before them. In this cavern, torches crackled on the stone walls, casting a light akin to daylight, and in the center stood a colossal bronze cauldron, from which emerald flames danced. On an elevated platform, a rotund monk sat in quiet meditation, his palms resting upon the crowns of two young women with skin as pale as snow, both of whom appeared on the brink of unconsciousness, a wisp of purple chi swirling above the monk's head. Zhao Kuangyin gasped, realizing the monk was practicing a sinister technique to absorb vitality. He raised his arm, shaking his sword, and thundered, "Who are you, and why do you linger here?" The monk slowly opened his eyes, two beams of cold light shooting forth from his gaze. He responded in a sinister tone, "It is rather you who should answer this, for this place is where I, a humble monk, engage in Zen meditation and sacred practice. You have trespassed into a forbidden area, making it seem as though I am the intruder." The women gasped in unison, "Tanjia," and recoiled in fear. Zhao Kuangyin, hearing this, widened his eyes in fury, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What a grandiose pretense of Zen and devotion! Yet your true actions are those of debauchery and murder, a place of sacred retreat. This is nothing but a den of thieves and a brothel. Is there truly a disciple of Buddhism such as yourself? You have defiled the sacred ground of the Buddha." "Zhao the hero," the monk replied, "I have long been aware of your intrusion into this sacred retreat and have chosen not to hold it against you. But now, you have willingly walked into my trap, and I cannot be blamed." As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it downward, unleashing a wave of force that sent the emerald flames from the bronze cauldron surging towards the crowd. The women screamed and scattered in all directions. Zhao Kuangyin deftly evaded the torrent of flames, striding purposefully towards the seated Tanjia, declaring fiercely, "Tanjia, your time has come. I shall send this irredeemable devil to hell, where he shall never see the light of day again." As Zhao Kuangyin approached, he lunged forward with his sword aimed at Tanjia, but unexpectedly, his legs weakened, and he began to plummet downward. He desperately sought to grasp something, yet the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, rendering him blind to all above him. He heard Tanjia's chilling laughter. "Ha ha! Let us see who descends into hell today. Open the door, open the door." The temple gate reverberated with a resounding thud, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Startled, Xiankong, seated beneath the dim light of the meditation hall, furrowed his brow and hastily concealed the letter in his bosom. Rising in confusion to step outside as he emerged, he collided directly with a young monk. "What is the matter in such a fluster?" Xiankong pushed past the young monk, his expression one of displeasure. The young monk, upon recognizing Xiankong, hurriedly gasped, "Master, several young ladies outside are clamoring for someone." Xiankong paused, perplexed. Seeking someone? What could they possibly want in the Zen temple? His mind raced, and he thought, let us see. "Hey, old monk, where have you hidden that horse thief?" A young lady in red exclaimed upon spotting Xiankong emerge from the door. Xiankong squinted, astonished as he scrutinized the three young ladies who had seemingly materialized from nowhere. "What horse thief? There are no outsiders here. The Buddhist temple is a place of tranquility. Please speak softly, young lady." "Oh, old monk, how dare you lie with such wide-open eyes? The evidence is all here, and you still deny it." The young lady in red's ire intensified, and her voice rose even louder. "Evidence?" Xiankong stared blankly at the young lady in red, bewildered. "What evidence?" Pointing towards a horse tied to a tree outside, the young lady gestured vehemently as it pawed at the ground, its chestnut mane tossing. Xiankong was taken aback, his mouth agape, before finally responding, "A horse? Who doesn't know it's a horse? I am asking whose horse it is." "Ah, you have utterly befuddled me, you monk," the young lady exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she stomped her foot in frustration. Xiankong blinked repeatedly, irritated. "Look at your words. How would I know whose horse it is? It bears no label with its owner's name, truly perplexing. Why are you glaring at me? This is utterly unreasonable." The young lady retorted sharply, "This is my steed." "Indeed. How did this horse come to be tied before your Zen temple?" The young lady in blue chimed in indignantly. "That." Xiankong found himself momentarily speechless, then turned to the young monk beside him, eyes wide. "What is going on?" "This." The young monk, hiding behind Xiankong, squinted his eyes and secretly gazed at the three striking young ladies. Swallowing hard, caught off guard by Xiankong's inquiry, he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. After a moment of clarity, his eyes darted, and he exclaimed, "Ah, now I understand. This morning, as I was sweeping the fallen leaves, I noticed this horse wandering about, so I led it over and tied it to the tree, hoping its owner would come to reclaim it. My intentions were pure. I never expected such a colossal misunderstanding to arise." "What? It was wandering about on its own. How could it have wandered all the way here? Perhaps it wishes to become a monk as well? The young lady in red scoffed. Upon hearing this, Xuankong's expression darkened immediately. Umitba, young lady, please choose your words more carefully. Do not tarnish the sanctity of my temple. Pray tell, what more do you wish to say? The maiden clad in red was abruptly interrupted by the maiden in white, who pulled her back, exclaiming, "Third sister, do not be impolite." The white-clad maiden stepped forward and offered a graceful bow to Xuankong, saying, "My younger sister possesses a forthright disposition, unrestrained by decorum and speaks without a filter. I beg your pardon for her candor. This lady is indeed well-versed and reasonable." Xuankong responded with a subtle smile directed at the maiden in white. Humph. Both the red-clad maiden and the blue-clad maiden cast disapproving glances at Xuankong in unison. The white-clad maiden then glanced at the twilight sky, her expression turning somewhat troubled as she said, "Master, we happened upon this esteemed monastery while passing through, and thus intruded upon your sanctuary. Regrettably, we have lingered too long. Missing our intended lodging as the hour grows late, we must humbly seek refuge within this sacred abode." This. Xuankong blinked repeatedly, realizing that the most formidable opponent before him was, in fact, this white-clad maiden. Though she seemed gentle on the surface, her cunning was profound. Was this request for lodging not a guise to uncover certain truths? Chapter 30. The arrival of the master brother Zhao Kuangyin slowly opened his eyes, groggily rubbing them, only to find himself surrounded by impenetrable darkness. As he groped about to rise, his hand brushed against his sword, which he secured at his waist. After moving just a couple of steps, he stumbled over an obstruction, causing him to tumble and feel dizzy. Gradually, as he extended his hand, he encountered a pile of bones, sending a jolt of alarm through him. As his mind gradually cleared, he began to recollect that he had fallen prey to the traps set by Tan Jie during his assassination attempt. Where was he now? What was the true nature of these bones? Surely, he had not perished and found himself in the realm of the dead. He persevered and slowly rose from the ground, bending at the waist to catch his breath for a moment. Once his strength returned, he anxiously pressed forward, his hands brushing against the smooth, cavernous walls. Glancing upward, he discerned a distant aperture, no larger than a star. Climbing toward it seemed an insurmountable task, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. In the midst of his despair, he suddenly noticed a faint depth to his right, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He quickly navigated through the darkness, traversing a short distance. However, as he rounded a corner, he collided with the cave wall with a thud, causing stars to dance before his eyes and nearly sending him into a daze. Regaining his balance, he leaned against the wall, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Was this truly the end? No path remained. Did the heavens genuinely seek to extinguish Zhao Kuangyin? With a heavy sigh, he leaned back against the wall, succumbing to a moment of despondency when unexpectedly, he stumbled. Startled, he reached out and was pleasantly surprised to discover a small concealed cave below, difficult to notice at first glance. He quickly lowered himself and began to wriggle inside. The cave was exceedingly narrow, allowing him to only grip the hard walls with his fingertips, inching forward without the ability to rise as time passed. The tunnel showed no signs of an end, and his strength waned to a near exhaustion. With his fingertips throbbing in pain as waves of fatigue washed over him, he admonished himself silently, "Do not succumb." He understood that retreat was not an option. There was no turning back. He must grit his teeth and persevere onward. Despite the uncertainty of what awaited him ahead, he had no alternative left. A sudden, urgent knocking at the door jolted the innkeeper from his slumber, having only recently returned from the serene Shali Tower Zen monastery to the Yangshupoan. He grasped a flickering oil lamp and stealthily approached the door, pressing his ear against the crack and in a hushed tone, inquired, "Who goes there?" "It's a guest. Please open the door. It's terribly cold outside," came a man's voice from beyond, accompanied by the sound of neighing horses. With a creak, the door swung open, and a gust of frigid wind rushed in, prompting the innkeeper to shield the flickering flame with his hands. The wavering light illuminated the figure of a young man, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, who stepped inside. On his back, he bore a pair of formidable weapons, 2 enormous iron hooks. The sharp points glinted menacingly in the light, suggesting that he could effortlessly unsheathe one and deliver a fatal strike. "Innkeeper, do tether the horse and provide some fodder. Also, bring forth some wine and dishes," the young man commanded, taking a seat at a clean table, rubbing his numbed hands together. "Dear, a bit of assistance, please," the innkeeper called out, placing the oil lamp on the stained table, tightened his collar, and hurried outside to tend to the horse. After a while, The innkeeper's wife emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning, her disheveled hair and attire reflecting her groggy state. Upon catching sight of the handsome young guest, she quickly smoothed her hair and adjusted her clothing, exclaiming, "Oh, esteemed guest! On such a bitterly cold day, having traveled a fair distance, you must be parched and famished. I shall prepare something for you at once." The young man glanced up briefly, grunted in acknowledgement, and then returned his gaze to the flickering wick, lost in thought. Not long after, the innkeeper's wife returned with steaming dishes and wine. While the innkeeper came back from the stable, the young man set down his chopsticks and inquired, "Innkeeper, have 3 young ladies passed this way?" He proceeded to describe the appearance and attire of the 3 maidens in detail. "Oh." The innkeeper blinked rapidly, pondering for a moment before responding, "What are they to you?" "They are my junior sisters," the young man replied, his eyes lighting up at the innkeeper's tone. "Have you seen them?" "Indeed, there were such young ladies, but they departed quite early," the innkeeper shrugged. "Alas, I have arrived too late." The young man, feeling lost and despondent, lowered his head and took to drinking in silence. After several cups, his face flushed to the roots of his ears, and he muttered to himself, "My 3 junior sisters are undoubtedly the most beautiful maidens in the world." His expression shifted to one of delight tinged with bashfulness, as he furtively glanced at the innkeeper who had just returned from the kitchen with a cup of hot water. Noticing the young man's expression, the innkeeper discerned a hint of something more and couldn't help but burst into laughter, prompting the young man to glare at him with a peculiar look and retort, "What? Did I say something wrong?" The innkeeper wiped the water from his chin, casually pulling a stool closer to sit opposite him. "Not at all. It's just that it seems difficult for you and your hands." "What do you mean by that?" the young man exclaimed, stretching his neck in agitation, clearly dissatisfied. "What makes you think I am unworthy?" The shopkeeper's eyes darted peculiarly for a moment before he remarked, "I fear your young apprentice has already captured someone's heart." The young man, filled with urgency, pressed on, Who is he?" The shopkeeper, in a leisurely manner, replied, It's Zhao Kuangyin." The young man's emotion surged even further. "Zhao Kuangyin? I'll kill him. Can that even be done?" The shopkeeper shot the young man an exasperated glance. The young man slammed his fist on the table, causing the wine bowls and dishes to leap high into the air. He's some sort of invincible being. The commotion startled the innkeeper's wife, who had already retreated to her quarters, and she hurriedly slipped on her shoes. Hands on her hips, rushing out, "I say, my dear, have you eaten too much to be spouting such nonsense, provoking our guest to such a degree of fury? What time is it, and yet you still linger here instead of going back to your room?" She then turned to the young man and, without waiting for him to speak, revealed her reddened gums. "Ignore him. Just consider it as him having let out a foul wind. The scent will dissipate." She added, "When it comes to matters concerning men, women ought not to meddle." The shopkeeper shot a fierce glare at the innkeeper's wife and signaled her with his eyes. She muttered under her breath as she turned and returned to the room. "Shopkeeper, today I shall demonstrate my prowess to you." Once the innkeeper's wife had departed, the young man puffed out his chest and surveyed the surroundings. Noticing a large millstone in the corner, he strode over, assessed it briefly, then bent down, grasping the edge of the stone with both hands. With a grunt, he hoisted the millstone above his head. After a moment, he set it back down and turned his flushed face towards the shopkeeper. "What do you think?" The shopkeeper appeared unimpressed. "Well, there's a certain degree of brute strength, but if it comes to a real fight, who knows if it would be effective." "What kind of talk is that?" The young man, greatly displeased, shot an annoyed glance at the shopkeeper. "You may not have heard of me, but surely you must have heard of my master." The shopkeeper, curious, inquired, Who is your master? Is he well known?" "Of course. Speaking of my master, he is quite a notable figure in the martial world, known to all and sundry. Unfortunately, he is currently elusive. But once I mention my master's wife, you will surely know who my master is." Upon seeing the shopkeeper's astonished expression as he leaned in to listen intently, the young man's spirits soared. "Why, master's wife wields a green belt that traverses the martial realm, knowledgeable in both celestial phenomena and earthly geography. A master of the esoteric arts, known as the Green Belt Fairy. A champion unmatched." The young man, beaming with pride, gazed at the shopkeeper and declared, "Now you know who my master is, right?" The shopkeeper, mouth agape, stared blankly at the young man for a long moment before responding, No, I don't know." The young man was taken aback, deeply disappointed as he exclaimed, "Why don't you know? You simply don't know. How could you not know?" The shopkeeper, bemused, sighed, "Alas, The young man let out a long sigh, then spoke with a sense of helplessness. If you don't know, then you simply don't know. Who's to blame for your ignorance? But how could your master be so uninformed? The shopkeeper, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, then why don't you introduce your master to us? Chapter 31. The cold wind cannot deter the night traveler with anger boiling within. There was no chance for sleep. The young woman in red paced the floor of the Cloudwater Hall where wandering monks were accommodated. Enough, enough, it is too late for anger. We shall conduct a thorough investigation tomorrow. The young woman in blue, lying in bed, pulled the covers snugly around herself, turned on her side, and gazed at the young woman in red. Leaning against the headboard, half covered by her blanket, the young woman in white, lost in thought, finally responded to the blue-clad sister's words with concern. Indeed, third sister, your health is paramount. You should rest early, say. Do you think that person was Zhao Kuangyin? The young woman in red suddenly halted and fixed her gaze on her two elder sisters. Oh, junior sister, what is there to doubt? The innkeeper herself told us. How could that be false? The young woman in blue replied indignantly. Did Pinger really perish? What of our master? Why hasn't she sought revenge on Zhao Kuangyin for the sake of our junior sister? The young woman in red's voice trembled with emotion. Upon mentioning the junior sister, a somber mood enveloped the group. After a moment of silence, the young woman in white, her eyes misty with tears, glanced at her companions and sighed. We heard of this matter on our way here. Whether it is true or false is still uncertain. Let us wait until the truth comes to light before avenging our junior sister. As the two elder sisters succumbed to slumber, the young woman in red quietly donned her attire, fastened her sword at her waist, and stealthily crept out, stepping carefully on the creaking floorboards as she descended from the Cloudwater Hall. A gust of cold wind swept over her, causing her to shiver and pull her shoulders in. The pale moon hung partially obscured in the sky, imparting an eerie sensation. As she continued on her path, she traversed the cobblestone pathway and passed through several moon gates, only to discover a lit room beneath the cover of ancient cypress trees. The dim light revealed two elongated figures within. Observing this, the young woman in red crouched down and swiftly approached the window, her heart racing at the thought. Could it be that someone is hiding here? Faintly, she heard a voice from inside. Is there truly no sign of movement? Yes, replied the voice of a young monk. I saw that their room extinguished the light and they have already gone to sleep. So I hurried back to report to you, esteemed master. Have you not left before this? No, I have remained crouched below, even holding back the urge to relieve myself. My heart feels utterly devoid of warmth at this moment. The young monk's voice carried a hint of grievance. Very well, however. Xian Kong pondered. We cannot be careless. You should go back and keep a close watch to prevent any mishaps, though. The young monk's voice sounded somewhat reluctant as he assented. Within the confines of the chamber, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, disturbed only by the creaking sound of a door. The young woman clad in red swiftly darted behind a cluster of ancient cypress trees. Concealing herself, a young acolyte, peering out with his bald head, scanned the surroundings before emerging hastily and sprinting towards the front courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Xian Kong stepped out, closed the door, and ventured deeper into the dense grove of cypress. The young woman in red followed closely behind Abbot. Abbot! Xian Kong's eyes darted suspiciously as he surveyed the cavern illuminated by the torchlight, resembling daylight, and muttered to himself, Where has everyone gone? Ha, 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 a triumphant, sinister chuckle resonated within the cavern. With a sense of resignation, Xian Kong called out, Abbot, please show yourself. I have completely succumbed to your prowess. Is that so? Tanjie suddenly descended from above the cavern, landing behind Xian Kong, gently patting his shoulder. Xian Kong was taken aback, his body stiffening in shock, filled with dread. The thought that Tanjie could easily take his life sent chills down his spine. He knew he must be cautious in his service, lest he entertain treacherous thoughts, for the consequences could be dire. Ha ha, master, what troubles you? Tanjie reached out, pulling Xian Kong up onto the high platform. At this moment, Xian Kong's expression finally began to return to normal, his face adorned with obsequiousness as he remarked, Abbot Tan, your skills are truly unparalleled. With a muscular physique, sinews taut, Tanjie fixed a piercing gaze upon Xian Kong and declared, I am currently in seclusion, and without permission, no one is allowed to disturb me. You are well aware of this, are you not? Just now, I clearly observed that your life was in jeopardy, Xian Kong. Glancing at the lifeless, pale bodies of several women sprawled on the platform, momentarily stunned, covered his nose with his sleeve and replied, Unless it is of utmost urgency, I would not dare to intrude upon the abbot. Tanjia's eyes brightened. Is there some good news? Indeed, indeed. Shin Kong brushed aside his long eyebrows and pondered for a moment before continuing. I have just received a secret missive. Li Shoujing has declared himself the king of Qin. Furthermore, he has appointed you as the national master. Oh, ha 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 ha. Tanjia stroked his chin, wearing an expression of triumph, then glanced at Shin Kong's countenance, musing, you and I reside here in seclusion, nurturing monk soldiers, procuring weaponry and stockpiling provisions, all in anticipation of the day we can march upon Bianjing and seize the realm. Once our endeavor is successful, Li Jidushi, no, Li Qinhuang will certainly not neglect you at a tea that time. We shall share in the riches and glory, and our efforts shall not be in vain. Upon hearing this, Shin Kong's face lit up with joy as he replied, in that case, I shall rely on the abbot. No, I must fully depend on the national master's gracious words. You bald donkey. How dare you conspire with traitors and plot treachery? Prepare to face my sword. A piercing shriek reverberated through the cavern, startling both men. Turning to investigate, they beheld the young woman in red, sword in hand, charging towards them. Unbeknownst to them, she had followed their trail, overhearing their entire conversation. Who goes there? Tanjia, his eyes blazing with fury, shot a menacing glance at Shin Kong before fixing his icy stare upon the young woman in red, barking a fierce reprimand. Shin Kong's body trembled with indignation as he exclaimed, this little girl, unaware of her own limitations, is courting death. Just as he was about to strike, Tanjia seized him by the arm, stating that it was unnecessary for the master to intervene. They would let her descend into hell herself. As they spoke, the sword tip of the young lady in red was merely half a foot away from the two of them. In this critical moment, Tanjia deftly tapped the mechanism on the stage with his toes. The young lady in red felt her footing give way, letting out a shriek as her body plummeted downwards. The shopkeeper stripped the young man bare, dragging him to the counter. He picked up a bucket and, with a splash, rinsed him off before grabbing a steel knife from the side of the counter. With a vigorous swing of his arm, a cold glimmer sliced through the dim room. Just as the young man was about to be disemboweled, a sudden series of loud knocks echoed from the street door, startling the shopkeeper and causing the knife to freeze in midair. With bated breath, he listened carefully, recognizing that it was the innkeeper. The landlady had gone to open the door, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He muttered under his breath, young lad. Who told you? Your master is Morong. Yanzhao? If you wish to seek him out, you are in for some misfortune. Just as he prepared to strike again, he heard a ruckus from above, making it difficult for him to steady his nerves. With a clanging sound, he irritably drove the steel knife into the counter, resignedly stating, let you live a few more hours. In the hall, several merchants, clad in fine attire and armed like wolves, were drinking heartily. Upon seeing him, they shouted, innkeeper, hurry with the food and drink. We are famished. We will pay generously. Meanwhile, the landlady was bustling about, her feet barely touching the ground. Spotting him, she scolded, where have you been? I've been working my fingers to the bone for half the day. The shopkeeper, feeling uneasy as he pondered the patron's origins, hurried into the kitchen. With the clattering of pots and pans, the landlady began serving dishes at a much quicker pace than before. Brother, proceeding any further may prove perilous, remarked a burly man, his face flushed after several rounds of drinks. He glanced at the imposing figure seated at the head of the table. What is there to fear? The man replied, rolling up his sleeves and clearing his throat. Little brother, put your worries to rest. With me around, whether we encounter a band of ruffians or an army of thousands, what can they possibly do to us? With that, a hearty laughter erupted. Come, let us drink. He downed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. The others chimed in unison, indeed, with our big brother around, what is there to fear? Let us drink freely. Just as they were indulging in their revelry, the street door creaked open, a gust of cold wind sweeping in, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward the sound. Chapter 32. A night of terror in the tavern, and walked a young gentleman with a strikingly handsome visage, exuding charm and grace. The man seated at the head of the table caught sight of him and exclaimed, ah, with a startled cry. He sprang up and hurried over, seizing the man's hand, exclaiming joyfully, is that not my esteemed elder brother Shoshin? It has been ages since we last met. What have you been preoccupied with? The newcomer, momentarily taken aback, soon recognized him and exclaimed with delight, ah, Constable Han. What brings you to this place and in such attire? Come, sit down and let us converse. Constable Han tugged at Shoshin's robe sleeve, drawing him to the table and urging him to take the seat of honor. After Shoshin modestly declined several times, He ultimately yielded to Han's insistence. After Han and the brothers raised 3 cups in toast to Shi Shoshin, he inquired, "Might I ask where you are headed, Brother Shi?" Setting down his cup with a faint smile, Shi Shoshin replied, "I find myself rather idle and thought to join the festivities at Shaolin Temple. Pray tell, where does my dear brother intend to go on official business?" "Oh, you are bound for Shaolin Temple," Han exclaimed. "Alas, I knew that a person of your character would never turn a blind eye to the suffering of the common folk," Han expressed with admiration. After a brief pause, he continued, "As for us, we are reluctantly toiling for the benefit of others." "What do you mean by that, dear brother?" Shi Shoshin asked, gazing at Constable Han with a puzzled expression. Han glanced at the others present and, seeing their nods of agreement, explained, "The family of Lord Hou-Yi, the magistrate of Kaifeng, is currently in Fengxiang. Concerned for their safety, he has sent us to escort them back to Bianliang. The situation in Fengxiang is chaotic, with the military governor Wang Jingchong fomenting rebellion. You must exercise caution, dear brother." Shi Shoshin looked at Han with concern, saying, "Alas, thank you for your care, Brother Shi. We have considered these matters, but our positions in the public sphere leave us with little choice." Han sighed in resignation, then noticed the wine had run dry. "Barkeep, quick, bring us more wine," he called. The innkeeper promptly appeared, delivering the wine. Upon seeing the innkeeper, Shi Shoshin hastily added, "Good sir, could you please tend to the horse I tied to the tree outside and provide it with some fodder?" Han, hearing this, quickly remarked, "How could I forget? Our horses are tied there as well. Please see to them all. Oh dear, this donkey refuses to budge," exclaimed the small, bald figure seated atop the donkey as it stood stubbornly in place. "Is it the donkey that cannot move, or do you have some mischievous plan in mind?" retorted Li Shanshan, riding on her spirited steed, her almond-shaped eyes flashing with irritation. "Goodness, my dear, after traversing this towering mountain, the journey continues without respite, and I can barely sit still. How can this donkey possibly bear the weight of a person?" the small figure lamented. "Indeed, it lacks motivation," Li Shanshan declared, brandishing a long whip that she cracked against the donkey's rear. The donkey, feeling the sharp sting, bolted forward with a sudden burst of speed. The small figure on its back swayed precariously, quickly lowering his body and clutching the donkey's neck, exclaiming, "Oh no! The donkey is startled. The donkey is startled." Seeing this, Li Shanshan burst into laughter, squeezing her legs against her horse's sides to give chase. It was not until they had raced a considerable distance that the donkey finally slowed its pace. As they approached a village, the small, bald figure gazed at the brightly lit 2-story loft bearing the sign of Yangshipping Inn, and turned to Li Shanshan, saying, "I say, dear aunt, should we not take a rest and continue our journey tomorrow morning?" Li Shanshan reined in her horse, momentarily hesitant, for she had heard from the small figure that their master, Mu Huqiao, and his companions were also en route to Shaolin Temple now. Upon hearing the raucous sounds emanating from within the inn, she feared it might be her master and the others. Observing her dazed expression, the small figure, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Aunt, do speak up. Why is it that at this crucial moment, you remain silent? Whatever happened to your usual decisiveness?" Ever since that day when the small figure expressed his desire to accompany her to Shaolin Temple in search of his elder brother, Li Shanshan, unfamiliar with the journey, was delighted to have company and thus procured 2 fine steeds at the marketplace. However, due to the small figure's diminutive stature, mounting the horses proved to be quite a challenge, prompting her to exchange them for a pair of small donkeys. Thus, they continued their relentless journey, day and night, with the small figure feeling quite exhausted. Particularly irksome was her capricious temperament, which tested his patience to its limits. Now, the small figure truly regretted accompanying her, but feeling committed to the journey, he had no choice but to pacify her with words throughout the day. Upon hearing his remarks, Li Shanshan smiled slightly, saying, "It is possible that those ruthless fiends from Qingshu Temple are right here. Why not go and see for yourself?" The small figure, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, "Are you not sending me to my doom?" Trembling, he slid off the donkey's back and fled, Li Shanshan, spotting him, swiftly threw her long whip, ensnaring his feet and causing him to tumble to the ground. She admonished sternly, "If you do not obey, I shall break your legs with that." She retracted the whip and then flung it again, producing a loud crack as it severed a white poplar tree, thick as a bowl, in two. "Oh my goodness!" The small figure, startled, scrambled to his feet, his spirit utterly shattered, too frightened to move another inch. "Will you go or not?" Li Shanshan, casually swinging the whip in the air, glanced sideways at him. The small figure blinked, contemplating that perhaps entering the inn might offer a glimmer of hope. After all, what harm could they inflict upon a mere child? With lingering hesitation, he made his way toward the inn. However, he tripped over an iron plow in front of the door, falling with a rip as his trousers tore open. Rising from the ground, he despondently brushed off the dirt, paused for a moment, and then, in a fit of frustration, fell back to the ground, rolling vigorously in the dust, leaving Li Shanshan watching him in bewilderment, her brows furrowed, unsure of what antics he was up to. Finally, standing up, he scooped up a handful of dirt and smeared it across his face before swaggering into the inn. Inside, Shoshin and Constable Han, along with others, were all flushed and spirited, reminiscing about past events, inevitably mentioning Zhao Kuangyin, unaware of his current state, which led to a palpable sense of concern among them in the dimly lit chamber. The young man, who had been incapacitated by the shopkeeper's soporific concoction, now stirred as the effects of the drug began to wane, groggy and disoriented. He clambered up from the table and, in a daze, seized the steel dagger that the shopkeeper had left embedded there. As he emerged into the open, he caught the sound of the name Zhao Kuangyin, sending a jolt of alarm through him. His gaze fell upon a dashing young gentleman seated in the prominent position, and he immediately recognized him as none other than Zhao Kuangyin. A surge of fury welled up within him, and with a roar, he bellowed, "Zhao Kuangyin, I shall slay you, you lecherous scoundrel!" The onlookers, their vision clouded by intoxication, were startled to see a figure clad in white flesh brandishing a gleaming steel dagger before them, prompting an involuntary gasp of shock. The dagger was aimed directly at Shoshin, who, caught off guard and unable to evade, found himself in a perilous predicament. Only Han the constable, who was positioned advantageously beside Shur, seized the moment. With a swift motion, he sprang up, grasped the assailant's wrist, and delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground, the dagger clattering beside him. Seeing the man sprawled on the floor, the crowd erupted from their seats, drawing their weapons to subdue him, fueled by the liquor's potency. Han's reflexes were sharper than usual, and he felt a swell of pride. He then barked, "Where did this wretched fool spring from? You think you can challenge me? Ha! You are woefully mistaken." As he spoke, he retrieved the fallen dagger from the ground, declaring, "I shall grant you your wish. You will come bare and leave bare." With that, he prepared to strike downwards. "Hold on." Shoshin slowly rose from his chair, his eyes fixed intently on the assailant. "Let us clarify matters before proceeding." At that moment, the shop door creaked open, startling everyone, who feared they had fallen into a trap. They turned swiftly to investigate, only to find a dust-covered young beggar peering in, glancing around in confusion. "What do you want?" Han roared, rushing forward, seizing the beggar by the collar and dragging him toward the young man. "Are you in league with him? Speak." The little beggar rolled his eyes, baffled. "What do you mean by in league?" "I'm merely here to beg." He then glanced at the young man and remarked, "It seems he is even poorer than I." Unable to afford clothes. Chapter 33. The enigmatic scent of the dark room constable. Do not frighten the child. We have pressing matters at hand. Seeing the little beggar's pale face, Shoshin felt a pang of compassion. He quickly grabbed a few steamed buns and approached the boy, smiling as he said, "Our brother here was merely jesting with you. Take these buns to quell your hunger and do not wander aimlessly. Return home soon." Upon hearing this, the little beggar felt as if he had received a pardon. Grasping the buns, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother," and hurriedly retreated, bowing his head. Once outside, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, took a deep breath, and bolted away. Concealed within a thicket, Li Shanshan watched the little beggar dash back and emerged from the trees. Smiling as she asked, "Well, how did it go?" The little beggar, upon seeing Li Shanshan, replied indignantly, "Oh my goodness, you are so carefree while I nearly lost my life. What happened?" Li Shanshan was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Where is that scoundrel Mu Huqiao?" "Not here," replied the young man Xiaotu, "but there are several unfamiliar men inside, brandishing knives and guns in a scuffle." "Indeed?" Li Shanshan furrowed her brows tightly and declared, "It seems we cannot linger here. We must depart." After walking a short distance, a growing sense of unease compelled her to repeatedly inquire about the appearances of those men, until Xiaotu, exasperated, retorted, "Why don't you simply return to ascertain the truth for yourself? Asking endlessly yields no answers." She recalled her husband, Murong Yanzhao, and wondered if he might be among them. For a year, her search for him had left her feeling as though she were ensnared in a quagmire. Unable to extricate herself, the gentleman may be slain but not humiliated. Zhao Kuangyin, return my garments. After Xiaotu exited, the young man gradually regained his senses, only to realize he was entirely unclothed, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, he shouted. Upon hearing this, Shi Shouxin vaguely remembered that during his previous assault, there had been a chaotic outcry from Zhao Kuangyin. He chuckled lightly and said, "Brother, you seem to be mistaken. My name is Shi Shouxin, not Zhao Kuangyin. My companions and I were merely enjoying a drink, and we have yet to lay eyes on your attire." He then added with keen interest, "Might I inquire what connection you have with Zhao Kuangyin?" The young man, awkwardly attempting to cover himself, looked at Shi Shouxin with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you truly not Zhao Kuangyin? On my way here, I heard that he had wronged my junior sister, and now I learn he has stolen my beloved maiden." Beside him, the Constable Han cast a disdainful glance, interrupting impatiently, "A true man does not change his name or his surname. If you are not him, then you are not. Enough with the incessant prattle. It is truly a feminine trait. What need have we to deceive you?" Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he added, "Do not slander with baseless accusations. Zhao, my brother, has taken your beloved? What proof do you possess? That he would behave in such a manner is utterly ludicrous. Proof. Proof." The young man rubbed his throbbing head, desperately trying to recall something. The innkeeper. Yes, the innkeeper told me. At the mention of the innkeeper, he shivered and suddenly jolted awake. Scrambling to his feet and forgetting his shame, he grabbed an oil lamp from the table and dashed back along the path he came, exclaiming, "It turns out the wine was drugged." The group paused in surprise before quickly following suit. The flickering lights illuminated the ghastly sight of blood-stained human limbs and skin hanging from the beams of the dark chamber, sending shivers down their spines. Many felt their stomachs churn violently, and some were unable to contain themselves, retching onto the ground. What kind of vile and malicious person exists in this world? Shi Shouxin's brows knitted tightly. "Ah!" The Constable Han, unable to contain his fury any longer, roared and swung his blade, cleaving the table in two. The young man, noticing his clothing nearby, hastily donned it, brandishing his sword with a fierce cry. "Let us settle accounts with this scoundrel." The crowd surged towards the dark chamber door in a frenzy. Upon arriving at the entrance, a thunderous crash resounded, as a massive stone fell, effectively sealing the exit of the dark chamber. The crowd was taken aback. Realizing they had fallen victim to a treacherous plot in a fit of rage, Constable Han swung his blade, only to have it shatter into two pieces. A handful of individuals exerted all their strength to push against the colossal stone, but it remained immovable. Shi shook his head and declared, "It is futile. What shall we do now?" Constable Han inquired anxiously. "Could there possibly be a second exit here?" The group raised their lanterns to inspect their surroundings, each person disheartened, shaking their heads and sighing. "Alas, what shall we do? Are we to wait here for death?" A young man exclaimed, rubbing his palms together in agitation. "Not good!" Constable Han shouted in alarm. A peculiar, acrid fragrance began to permeate the dark chamber, causing the crowd to turn pale with fear. "Everyone, remain calm. Sit down and circulate your energy to combat the effects of this intoxicating aroma," Shi shouted. Promptly taking a seat on the ground, the others, upon hearing his command, hurriedly followed suit. The toxic gas thickened within the chamber. Some began to cough incessantly, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing one after another. Shi's heart raced, and he opened his eyes to see the young man and several of Constable Han's companions had succumbed. The young man, having been incapacitated by the medicinal wine, was unable to resist the intoxicating scent. The constable's brothers, lacking sufficient skill, were similarly affected. Desperation gripped Shi. "Oh dear, my good brothers!" Constable Han cried out, shaking the fallen men, inadvertently depleting his own energy and succumbing to coughs as well. Shi furrowed his brow and spoke softly, "Constable, it's in vain." He dared not speak further, fearing it might further drain his vitality, and instead directed his energy towards those lying on the ground. After a short while, their breathing began to stabilize, and their lives were no longer in jeopardy, though the toll on their inner strength left them coughing uncontrollably. Constable Han looked at him gratefully, weakly uttering, "Thank you, Brother Shi." After catching his breath for a moment, Shi replied, "Constable, do not speak much. Conserve your strength. The intoxicating aroma will dissipate in due time, and we shall devise a plan." With that, he swayed slightly. Seeing this, Constable Han anxiously fixed his gaze on Shi and said, "Brother Shi, I am fine." Shi responded with a faint smile, then continued to close his eyes and regulate his breath. The shopkeeper, meanwhile, was busily pouring the intoxicating fragrance into the chamber, chuckling with delight. Just then, something gently pressed against his shoulder, prompting him to instinctively turn his head, only to find a gleaming dagger poised at his throat. With a startled gasp, his legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees. Please spare me," he stammered. "What are you doing, committing such heinous acts?" shouted the small, bald figure, who had followed Li Shanshan closely, stepping forward to firmly twist the shopkeeper's ear. "Is there a kind older brother down here who can provide me with some delicious buns?" Please, gentle. It hurts," the shopkeeper whimpered. "Speak, quickly," the small, bald figure urged, tightening his grip in a fit of agitation. I will tell you," the shopkeeper cried through gritted teeth. "How do we open it?" the small, bald figure demanded desperately. The shopkeeper's eyes darted anxiously. Upon witnessing this, Li Shanshan pressed her icy short sword against his flesh, threateningly uttering, "Should you dare to play tricks?" In a swift motion, she slashed his throat, leaving a gaping wound. The shopkeeper, upon seeing his own blood, immediately collapsed to the ground, stammering that while pointing to the rotating mechanism beside the door, in a tone of despair. Meanwhile, in the dark chamber, the incense-induced stupor had left Shoshin and Constable Han teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a gust of fresh air flooded in, clearing their throats and awakening their minds. They sprang to their feet, brandishing their weapons and charging toward the door of the chamber. In their dazed state, they did not take the time to discern the situation clearly before swinging their blades at the figures outside. With a resounding clang, their weapons clashed against a horizontally positioned short sword, and the force of the impact sent both of them sprawling to the ground. In the midst of their frustration, they heard a jubilant call, "Big brother, it's us. We've come to rescue you." Looking up, they were surprised to see the little beggar. Shoshin, filled with gratitude, managed to smile at the small, bald boy. "Thank you," he began, but then abruptly noticed that the wielder of the short sword was none other than Li Shanshan. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is it that you are all together?" Li Shanshan recognized him as well, her expression tinged with disappointment. "Oh, it's you," she replied with a dismissive snort, turning on her heel to exit. "Let us go." The little bald boy, feeling helpless, made a face at Shoshin before pushing the shopkeeper towards them and scampering after Li Shanshan. Constable Han, rising with determination, seized the shopkeeper and, with his half-broken blade, delivered a vicious blow to his neck. Blood spurted forth like an arrow, and the shopkeeper's head rolled across the ground. Just then, they heard a loud bang from the back door, prompting them to rush over. Upon pushing it, they found it barricaded from the outside. In a fit of rage, he stepped back and hurled the broken blade at the door. With a sharp crack, the door splintered, and he charged forward, kicking it open. After searching fruitlessly around the vicinity, he realized that the landlady had seized the opportunity to escape. When he returned, Shoshin had already rescued everyone. Chapter 34. "Master, save me." As the girl in blue opened her eyes, she leaned over to peek at the bed of the girl in red, intending to playfully awaken her. To her surprise, her junior sister was nowhere to be found, prompting her to urgently call for her senior sister. The girl in white jolted awake, startled. Where could she have gone? While rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Indeed, the girl in blue hurriedly dressed, for their junior sister was notoriously a lazy sloth, never rising so early. Could it be? Once both were properly attired, they rushed out of Yunshui Hall, searching frantically around the courtyard. Form is not different from emptiness, and emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness, and emptiness is precisely form. A group of monks, who had just finished their morning prayers, shuffled out of the main hall, heads bowed and necks drawn in, still reciting the Heart Sutra of the Bodhi tree as they made their way toward the dining hall. "Hey!" The girl in blue dashed forward and grabbed the sleeve of a slightly younger monk. The young monk turned, his face flushing crimson, and stammered, "Lady benefactor, please let go. It would be quite improper if others were to see. You monk, despite your tender years, how is it that you harbor such wicked thoughts?" "I refuse to relent. Let us see who can do anything about it." In her vexation, the young lady in blue hoisted the little monk by his collar as if he were a mere chick. Senior brother, save me." The little monk could only beseech the elder monks ahead for assistance. Upon hearing his plea, the front monks rushed back, palms pressed together in reverence, exclaiming, "Umitba, kindly spare the young female benefactor's wrath. Our junior brother is but a child, unversed in worldly affairs. If he has offended, we shall atone on his behalf, and we implore your mercy. Junior sister, quickly release him," urged the maiden in white, hurrying forward. The girl in blue, Responding to this, let go of her grip. The little monk, feeling as if he had received a royal pardon, dashed away, trembling as he hid behind his elder brothers. Thank you, benefactor. Several monks turned to leave. Hold on. The girl in blue's commanding voice halted them in their tracks. What further orders does the benefactor have? The monks inquired. Astonished, I ask you, have you seen my junior sister? The girl in blue's piercing gaze scrutinized the monks. They paused, bewildered. What, junior sister? They exchanged glances, some of the monks appearing utterly perplexed, shaking their heads in unison. Then she must have flown to the heavens. The thought of her junior sister vanishing without a trace filled the girl in blue with anxiety. Could it be that this temple is a den of thieves, where innocents simply disappear? How could you possibly absolve yourselves of this? You must return my junior sister today, or I shall not rest until I hold you accountable. As she spoke, she rattled the sword at her waist ominously. The monks stood frozen, caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave or to remain. Why all this commotion so early in the day? The Buddhist sanctuary is a place of tranquility. Have you forgotten even this basic tenet? Just then, Xian Kong emerged from the main hall, casting an irate glare at the monks and admonishing them. Hey, old monk, let us be clear. The trick of covertly scolding someone while pretending to speak of another does not work on me. Pray tell, who is causing the disturbance? Only I am here questioning. How can that be deemed a ruckus? If you lost someone, would you choose to remain mute as if you were a deaf mute? A place of tranquility? I think not. The girl in blue was about to retort further when she was abruptly interrupted by the girl in white. Junior sister, speak with kindness. Xian Kong's face flushed with anger, seizing the moment to turn to the supervising monk. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and escort the monks to the dining hall. As the monks departed, Xian Kong turned back, a sly smile creeping across his face. Who is it that has gone missing? Humph. The girl in blue turned her face away in disdain. She understood that from this cunning old monk, she could extract not a single truthful word. Immediately, she grasped the hand of the girl in white. Senior sister, let us search ourselves. I refuse to believe we cannot find her. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we shall uncover our junior sister. A place of tranquility, indeed. If you do not produce her, do not expect peace. The two began their search throughout the temple. Wherever they went, monks peeked around corners, whispering amongst themselves, inciting the ire of Xian Kong, who incessantly berated the monks trailing behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the Zen room, shrouded by the ancient cypress trees in the backyard, the girl in blue exclaimed, So it was here all along. Xuankong's heart jolted in surprise. How could it be? He hurriedly advanced a few steps and feigned calmness, asking, Where is it? Where is it? Right here. The girl in blue barked, pointing to the ground. Xian Kong, feeling apprehensive, bent down to scrutinize the area for a long while, then straightened up with a sinister chuckle. Do not jest, miss. There is not even a crack in the earth. How can you claim it's here or there? The girl in blue picked up a piece of jade pendant from the ground and said, This is clearly an item worn by my little junior sister. How could it be here? It must be you who. What can a mere jade pendant prove? Everyone possesses such things. Do not speak so recklessly. Xian Kong exhaled deeply, his face displaying displeasure. The girl in blue swiftly drew her sword, indignation radiating from her as she pointed it at Xian Kong, exclaiming, You old scoundrel! Even now, you wish to deny it. This bears the character Fu inscribed upon it, not someone else's. Li Shanshan had once taken 4 female disciples, bestowing upon each a name. Exiner, Ruer, Fuer, and Pinger. This was because she missed her husband dearly, her heart perpetually suspended in the air, thus her heart resembled floating duckweed. The girl in white, upon realizing the potential peril faced by her little junior sister, grew anxious and unsheathed her sword as well, declaring, Why does the master always seek to cover up the obvious? Where exactly is the little junior sister? Speak swiftly, or we shall show no mercy under the edge of our swords. Xian Kong, filled with rage and humiliation, noticed no one was around and, with a murderous glint in his eyes, swiftly unleashed his palms, intending to eliminate the 2 women to prevent future troubles. The 2, sensing the impending danger as Xuankong's sleeves billowed, felt a surge of internal force pressing upon them, and hurriedly leaped aside, simultaneously drawing their swords. Xian Kong, seeing his initial strike fail and the 2 swords aimed at him, rapidly twirled his sleeves like a windmill. As the 2 approached, they felt a powerful internal force lifting them into the air, causing them to lose control, swirling helplessly in midair. Xian Kong appeared enveloped in a radiant aura, shimmering like a rainbow. When the moment was ripe, Xian Kong declared, Off you go. and hurled the two women high into the sky, certain they would meet their demise upon falling. At this critical juncture, a green ribbon fluttered through the air. As the two girls lost control of their bodies and closed their eyes in resignation, they were unexpectedly caught by something mid-air and gently lowered to the ground. Astonished, they opened their eyes to find their master had appeared, joy and sorrow mingling as they called out in unison, "Master!" Li Shanshan regarded the two with a faint smile before her gaze turned icy, fixing upon the utterly bewildered Xiankong. Chapter 35. A strange encounter in the cave in the inn. Li Shanshan had anticipated that the people she rescued would bring her joy, yet the outcome left her profoundly disappointed. Out of spite, she galloped away on horseback, leaving the little monk trailing behind in a frantic pursuit, lamenting all the while. After traversing a hillock, the sky gradually brightened, revealing in the distance the serene site of the Shalita Zen temple, adorned with a plaque, nestled on the mountainside. The temple gate. A scattering of devout pilgrims entered and exited. Li Shanshan slowed her horse, calculating the date and realizing it was the temple fair, in times of peace and prosperity, during the new and full moons or festive occasions. The area in front of the temple would bustle with acrobats, performers, and vendors, a veritable flow of people, vibrant and lively. Especially the young maidens and brides, each adorned in splendid attire, captivatingly beautiful, mingling among the throngs of all walks of life. Their soft whispers, playful gestures, and flirtatious glances adding a touch of charm to the scene. However, in the current tumultuous times, where survival was uncertain, who had the leisure to partake in such revelry? As Li Shanshan approached, her companion, the little bald man, hurried to catch up, panting, I say, "Miss, could you please consider each other as well-being and not just follow your own whims?" Li Shanshan pouted, casting him a sidelong glance before dismounting and tethering her horse to a tree in front of the temple. Stepping inside, with a heart full of thoughts, she wished to offer incense and pray before the deities, hoping to find her husband soon. The little bald man, eager to join in the excitement, quickly tied his donkey to the tree, exclaiming, "Hey, just when I finished speaking, you're already moving on. Wait for me." He scampered after her with his short legs. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Shanshan donated incense money, silently making a wish before the statue of the Buddha, and after offering her incense, she wandered about, appreciating the tranquil and pleasant surroundings. Deep within her heart, a yearning for liberation from worldly disputes began to stir, leading her to contemplate the possibility of embracing a monastic life should her search for a husband prove fruitless. While lost in these thoughts, she was startled by the sounds of commotion from the back courtyard and wondered, how could such disturbances occur in a sacred place? Curiosity piqued, she followed the noise. Upon reaching the back courtyard, she witnessed a brawl, with two individuals precariously suspended in midair. Without hesitation, she intervened to rescue them, only to discover that the ones she saved were her own two disciples. "Who dares?" Xiankong, seeing assistance arrive, exclaimed furiously. "Those who come to pay respects and offer incense." Although Li Shanshan noted Xiankong's gaunt frame and haggard visage, the display of skill just witnessed, combined with the chilling aura emanating from him, revealed that his martial prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Not daring to underestimate him, she steeled herself and retorted, "Offering incense and prayers occurs in the front courtyard. What business do you have here?" Xiankong, dissatisfied, replied, "A monk should embody compassion. Why must you harm others here?" Li Shanshan rebuked sharply, "It seems you are also one to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. If you do not receive a lesson, you will not learn your place." As her words left her lips, Xiankong waved his sleeve, and the air seemed to tear with a sharp cry. Li Shanshan felt a formidable force bearing down upon her and, refusing to slacken her resolve, countered with her long whip. The clash of their energies reverberated like thunder in the air. Quickly, Li Shanshan retracted her whip and cast it forth again. Xiankong had not anticipated that she wielded the whip with such finesse, its movements elusive and unpredictable. Before he could react, the whip coiled around his calf, and with a swift tug, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The two maidens, witnessing this, leaped into action from either side. Forced to retreat rapidly, Xiankong narrowly avoided their two glinting swords, breaking out in a cold sweat, secretly pondering. This whip-wielding maiden is not to be trifled with. Could she be the renowned green whip fairy of the martial world? Upon reflection, with a swift turn of his gaze, he hastily made his way deeper into the ancient cypress grove. The three disciples, upon witnessing this, promptly followed in pursuit. As they ventured into the dense forest, their feet barely found solid ground before a net descended from above, ensnaring them. They struggled fiercely to free themselves from the net. But the more they fought, the tighter it became, until it gradually lifted them into the air, rendering them utterly powerless, only able to unleash a torrent of curses at the treacherous bald man. From below, Xiankong erupted into a fit of hearty laughter. Just then, at the corner of the moonlit archway, the little bald man, having just relieved himself, was taken aback at the sight, nearly letting out a startled cry. Li Shanshan, catching sight of him, quickly waved her hand to signal. The little bald man, understanding her intent, turned and fled in haste, as they gazed upon the Yangshu Purin, reduced to ashes by the raging flames. Shi Shouxin and the others finally felt the weight of their frustrations lift, erupting into joyous laughter. At that moment, a tall steed galloped wildly past the group, causing Constable Han to halt in astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't that the little beggar?" Shi Shouxin looked up and, filled with excitement, called out, "Little brother, what has transpired? Why the urgency?" The rider was indeed the little bald man, who, having escaped from the Shaili Pagoda Zen monastery, was fueled by an unknown vigor as he leapt onto Li Shanshan's horse. Deeming the donkey too slow, he galloped away, distancing himself from the monastery, and gradually slowed his pace, pondering how to rescue Li Shanshan and the others. In his urgency, he suddenly recalled the kind-hearted older brother he had encountered at the Iron Inn. As he raced along, focused solely on locating the two-story loft he had seen that night, he nearly brushed past the others. Hearing someone call out, he turned back for a glance, halted abruptly, and desperately grasped the reins of the horse. The steed let out a long whinny, rearing up almost to a stand. Once the horse's hooves returned to the ground, he turned it around and, upon nearing them, dismounted, throwing himself into Shi Shouxin's embrace, exclaiming anxiously, "Big brother, I found you." Shi Shouxin, taken aback, steadied the little bald man and asked with concern, "Do not fret, little brother. What on earth has transpired? Speak slowly." A profound desire for survival propelled Zhao Kuangyin as he relentlessly ventured forward into the darkness. At this juncture, he was utterly exhausted, yearning to lie down and succumb to slumber, yet he persevered, doubting whether he would awaken if he did. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he finally discerned a glimmer of light. The narrow cave had at last reached its end. He crawled out, stretching his weary back and rubbing his eyes vigorously. Once he adapted to the light, he opened his eyes to find himself within a cavern. Gazing upward, he noted that the illumination streamed through a fissure above. Though its brightness was akin to gazing at the North Star from afar, it nonetheless enabled him to vaguely perceive his surroundings, and for that, he felt a sense of contentment. "Hey, what are you staring at?" A low, gravelly voice suddenly echoed within the silent cavern, sending a shiver down his spine. "Who are you? Are you human or ghost? Show yourself." Zhao Kuangyin shouted sternly, swiftly drawing his sword from his waist, alertly scanning his surroundings. "Ha ha ha! You are far from human." The aged and hoarse voice continued to reverberate from an indiscernible location. "Hello, where are you hiding? Could you come out and speak with me?" Zhao Kuangyin inquired. Filled with suspicion, "Absolutely not," came the reply. "Why not?" Zhao Kuangyin pressed. "Be precise. I can only roll out to converse with you," the voice responded, tinged with a hint of melancholy. As the voice faded, a spherical object rolled to Zhao Kuangyin's feet, startling him. Chapter 36. The true and false Tan Jia. "My legs are crippled, so I can only roll out, right, young man?" As the sphere gradually unfurled, a disheveled old man sat before Zhao Kuangyin, grinning. Zhao Kuangyin exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder, who are you, and why are you here at AS for me? I am called Tan Jia. What? You?" Zhao Kuangyin stammered, scarcely able to believe his ears. The old man observed Zhao Kuangyin's incredulous expression, a faint, bitter smile flickering across his face as he sighed deeply. "Indeed, your skepticism is not unwarranted, for someone has certainly usurped my position and is masquerading under my name as the abbot. If I am not mistaken, you, too, have been manipulated by others, leading you to this unfortunate state, correct? Then who is the Tan Jia above?" Zhao Kuangyin queried, increasingly perplexed. This question seemed to strike a chord of sorrow within the old man, whose eyes, shadowed with melancholy, remained fixed upon Zhao Kuangyin in silence for a considerable time. After a brief pause, noticing Zhao Kuangyin's puzzled expression, he hastened to break the silence. "Oh, right, young man, I almost forgot to ask. What is your name?" Zhao Kuangyin, somewhat distracted, replied. "Zhao Kuangyin Dado? Zhao Kuangyin is Daoist Nabizi Ziyun, your master." The old man scrutinized him intently. "You know my master? An old acquaintance, indeed. We have merely drifted apart in recent years. However, I have heard whispers of a remarkable disciple of his, a hero who roams the martial world, quelling violence and upholding justice. None other than yourself. The old man clasped his hands in respect. Master, please, do not speak so. You flatter me, Zhao Kuangyin protested, waving his hands in modesty. Hero Zhao, I must inform you that our current predicament is quite dire. The old man fixed Zhao Kuangyin with a serious gaze. Since we are kin in this matter, I have nothing to conceal. Allow me to share my tale with you. Alas, the old man sighed heavily before continuing. It was a frigid night when I visited Shaolin Temple to discuss doctrines with Master Dekon. After lingering for 3 to 5 days, I returned only to find a wandering monk collapsed from the cold at my temple's gate. I rescued him, allowing him to recuperate within the temple for several days. Once his health began to improve, he earnestly requested to remain with us. Seeing his sincerity, I consented. Initially, he was diligent and respectful, earning the favor of the temple's monks. Observing his keen intellect, I resolved to nurture him as my successor, gradually imparting my lifelong teachings. To my astonishment, this person gradually infiltrated my thoughts. The current emperor is foolish and tyrannical, while the governor of the river, Li Shozhen, is known for his integrity and kindness. Possessing the virtues of a sovereign, he encouraged me to align with the will of heaven, suggesting that should I assist him in his endeavors, we could share in the future's splendor and wealth. Monastics have always harbored compassion, unable to bear witness to the suffering of the common folk, tormented by the ravages of war, and plunging the populace into peril. Thus, I rebuked him vehemently and resolved to expel him from the mountain. However, this man implored me earnestly, claiming to have been momentarily overtaken by malevolent thoughts, vowing never to entertain such notions again and pleading for my forgiveness. The old monk reasoned that this individual lacked profound cultivation and steadfastness, and that remaining in his presence for a while would surely dispel the demons tormenting his heart. Unbeknownst to me, nurturing a tiger could lead to disaster. This wicked scoundrel took advantage of my retreat into the cave for meditation and poisoned the food delivered to me. In a bid to erase all evidence, he left me here in this subterranean lair. Fortunately, due to my deep-rooted power, I merely lost consciousness temporarily. Upon awakening, I gradually employed my energy to restore myself and managed to reclaim my life. Alas, the poison has settled in my legs, rendering them utterly useless. Sigh. Could it be that none of the monks in the temple noticed this? Zhao Kuangyin expressed his confusion. Indeed, your perplexity is not without merit. However, during your time in the temple, did you ever encounter that impostor, Tan Jia, roaming about? The old man inquired with wide eyes. I did not. I only heard the startled cries of the women who were looted and brought here. Thus realizing the situation, the affairs of the Zen monastery were solely managed by Xian Kong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuangyin paused. Xian Kong. This old rogue has betrayed me. It seems they have long conspired together, colluding in their treachery. The impersonator, Tan Jia, need only hide in the cave and issue orders in my name. And how would the monks in the temple suspect anything amiss? Zhao Kuangyin then asked, have you not been down here for quite some time? Yes, the old man replied with resignation. How do you sustain yourself? Indeed, your query is quite reasonable. Now that you mention it, I find myself rather hungry. As he spoke, the old man's eyes darted around swiftly, and a sly smile crept across his face as he pointed. Zhao, the valiant hero, look there. Following his gesture, Zhao Kuangyin looked up to see a pair of eerie, blue eyes lurking in the crevice above, causing his heart to skip a beat. After rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed, a snake. Hee hee. The old man chuckled. That shall be a splendid meal for the old monk. No sooner had he spoken than a stone was flicked from his fingers, striking the snake precisely at its vital spot. The snake fell to the ground with a thud, and he swiftly seized it, using his nails to slash its belly, causing blood to spurt forth, which he hurriedly began to drink. After some time, he lifted his head to gaze at the bewildered Zhao Kuangyin, somewhat embarrassed, murmuring, Amitabha, Buddha, forgive my transgressions. Buddha, forgive my transgressions. As a disciple, in my struggle for survival, I have violated the precepts of Buddhism. It was truly an unavoidable act. Master, what is this place, and how can we escape? Zhao Kuangyin anxiously implored the old man. He, do not be hasty. If I had a means to venture forth, would you still see me here? We cannot simply sit idly by. Zhao Kuangyin expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. It seems your sharpness and edges have yet to be dulled. The old man sighed. Master, where exactly are we now? Is this the place? We currently find ourselves beneath the relic pagoda Zen monastery, the old man replied, sighing once more. This is a long story, indeed. It all begins with Emperor Wen of Sui. The founding emperor of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian, was born in a nunnery in Shaanxi, raised by a nun, which forged an indelible connection with Buddhism from a young age. Before ascending to the throne, an Indian monk visited his residence, presenting him with a package of the Buddha's relics, urging him to venerate them properly. The old man paused, glancing at Zhao Kuangyin, who was listening intently, and continued. Yang Jian commissioned a finely crafted 7-treasure box to house the relics. Upon his ascension, he issued edicts throughout the realm, promoting Buddhist practices widely in the capital. He established twin pagodas at a nunnery, placing the relics beneath as a gesture of gratitude to the nun who nurtured him. On the occasion of his 60th birthday, he invited several esteemed monks to the Rensho Palace to engage in profound discussions on the Buddhist path. Ultimately, he decreed the construction of relic pagodas in 30 selected states, each in serene and tranquil locations. For this purpose, he personally drafted a detailed edict proclaiming, "I take refuge in the 3 jewels, revive the sacred teachings, and wish for all people within the 4 seas to cultivate enlightenment and collectively create merits." He opened the 7-treasure box in a secret chamber, reverently extracted 30 relics, placed them on the imperial altar, offered incense, and then distributed the relics into 30 golden vials, which were further encased in crystal bottles, sealed with fragrant clay. After being sent to the 30 states, they were subsequently placed into copper and stone coffins. The emperor's deep reverence for Buddhism, coupled with the sincere efforts and grand ceremonies of his officials, is well documented in ancient texts. The Relic Pagoda Zen Monastery was established precisely to house these sacred relics. Chapter 37. The terrifying underground chamber. Zhao Kuangyin glanced around and remarked, "Master, the relics of the Buddha are the most sacred treasures of Buddhism. How could they be carelessly stored in this dilapidated, drafty cave?" "Ha ha ha!" The old man chuckled, casting a mysterious look at Zhao Kuangyin. "Is this truly where the Buddha's relics are kept? If it were that simple, the search for this underground treasure wouldn't have led to countless tomb raiders meeting their demise over the centuries." Tomb raiders? Treasure? Zhao Kuangyin stared at the old man in bewilderment. Having been confined underground for so long, the old man finally had someone to converse with and continued to speak animatedly. "Indeed, the path you took to arrive here was none other than a tomb raider's tunnel. The underground chamber beneath the Relic Pagoda Zen Monastery not only houses the Buddha's relics, but also conceals countless treasures dedicated to the Buddha, which have attracted the attention of tomb raiders." The elderly man observed Zhao Kuangyin listening to his words with rapt attention, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. A faint smile crossed his lips as he mused. "When you fell, you must have encountered numerous skeletons, did you not?" Zhao Kuangyin, engrossed in the conversation, noticed the old man's sudden pause and gaze directed at him. Realizing he was being asked a question, he promptly nodded fervently. "Yes, indeed. Those skeletons belonged to grave robbers, as well as monks who sacrificed themselves to protect the tomb." The old man paused, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he muttered to himself, "Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Master, what purpose does the cave we currently inhabit serve?" he inquired. "This." The old man hesitated for a moment, then chuckled softly, patting his head as he said, "Oh dear. What secrets can I possibly keep from the valiant Zhao?" Zhao Kuangyin, with solemnity, fixed his gaze upon the elder, asserting, "The secrets of Buddhism are not to be divulged. I would never press the master." No, Zhao, please do not take offense. I was merely following my usual line of thought." The old man, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at Zhao Kuangyin before continuing. "The secret scrolls passed down from the Relic Pagoda Zen temple state that to deter treasure thieves, the ground beneath the pagoda was excavated to form a cave. Thus, even if grave robbers were to dig here, they would be left in doubt, for locating the tomb would require extensive exploration, naturally resulting in considerable effort." "And what of the crevices above?" Zhao Kuangyin inquired, tilting his head in hopeful anticipation. The old man, perceiving Zhao Kuangyin's thoughts, replied with a smile, "Those are fissures formed by the subsidence of the surface. They are of no use. Do not harbor any illusions about them. Let us return to discussing the tomb. In truth, it lies beneath our very feet." "Is that so? How can the master be so certain?" Zhao Kuangyin exclaimed in astonishment. "This is a principle of illusion and reality." The old man chuckled, explaining that many grave robbers had been thus deceived, returning empty-handed. "Zhao, please follow me." Before he could finish his sentence, the man leapt effortlessly into the air, resembling a spinning wheel of wind, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Zhao Kuangyin hurried after him, rounding a bend to find the old man dimly leaning against the cave wall, striking stones together to ignite an oil lamp resembling a bowl. Zhao Kuangyin surmised that the oil within was undoubtedly snake oil. Then, as if triggered by a mechanism, a resounding rumble echoed through the cave. To Zhao Kuangyin's astonishment, A passageway appeared before him beneath his feet. "Zhao, please proceed," the old man said with a triumphant grin. Zhao Kuangyin approached, peering down, but just as he was about to step forward, a chilling sensation coursed through him, causing him to hesitate. "What's the matter? Do you not trust me, Zhao?" "No, no, no, master. I mean no disrespect. It is merely that it seems rather dim below." "Indeed, that is precisely what I wish to convey. You shall lead and I will follow. The light will not be too intense. Otherwise." "What then, master?" Zhao Kuangyin asked, perplexed. The old man regarded Zhao Kuangyin with a mysterious smile, stating, "The passage below is designed to easily deceive the ordinary eye, resembling a soul-snatching staircase or a path of bewilderment. If the light is too intense, one may find it exceedingly difficult to discern the correct path, resulting in a futile rotation within a fixed space. Unable to escape. So that is how it is." Zhao Kuangyin gasped for breath, tentatively making his way downward. The flickering shadows of the light danced behind him. Glancing back, he saw the elder lightly tapping the ground, his body gracefully drifting forward, occasionally reminding him of the direction. "Hey, Zhao hero, do not proceed forward, come this way." "However, master, this passage is quite spacious. Why must we traverse the edges and corners?" Zhao Kuangyin inquired, utterly perplexed. The elder firmly gestured, leaping ahead of Zhao Kuangyin, smiling as he explained. "Every gate has its own rules. To traverse different paths is akin to crossing mountains." He then elucidated that the expansive passage led to the main entrance of the Grand Hall, and that entry to the Buddhist temple should not be through the central gate, but rather from the side entrance. In ancient times, lower-ranking officials were required to enter the residences of high-ranking officials through side doors, with only emperors and princes permitted to enter through the center. The temple is the royal hall of the Dharma king, and the Buddha occupies a position exalted above even the Jade Emperor and all celestial beings. Entering the Buddhist temple should be regarded as an audience with the emperor, necessitating adherence to the temple's etiquette, lest one inadvertently commits the grave offense of disrespecting the three jewels. Under the elder's guidance, they traversed a lengthy tomb passage, arriving at a side door of the underground palace. The elder informed him that this was the bell tower, commonly known as the bell hall, a part of the 7 halls where the sacred bell is suspended, typically situated on either side of the main hall, separate from the drum tower. He then handed the oil lamp to Zhao Kuangyin, saying, "Very well, brave hero, you need no further guidance from me. You may now proceed freely ahead, while I prepare your accommodation in the rear hall." Zhao Kuangyin held the oil lamp as he entered, discovering an altar dedicated to Kayatagarbha Bodhisattva, symbolizing the salvation from hell and the guidance of sentient beings. He then proceeded to the drum tower, positioned to the right of the main hall and facing the bell tower, hence the ancient saying left for the bell, right for the drum. The drum, placed atop the drum tower, serves as a timekeeper for the assembly of monks and laypeople during ceremonies. The drum tower is dedicated to the auspicious Bodhisattva, Manjushri. Subsequently, Zhao Kuangyin visited the Hall of Heavenly Kings, also known as the Maitreya Hall. There, he beheld a statue of Maitreya in the center, flanked by the 4 heavenly kings, with the revered statue of Wei-Tua behind them. Finally, he arrived at the Great Hero Hall, which is the main hall. Within, he saw the statue of the original master, Shakyamuni Buddha. Great Hero is the honorific of the Buddha. Great signifies the encompassing of all things, while hero denotes the subjugation of all demons. As Shakyamuni Buddha possesses the wisdom of complete enlightenment, capable of pacifying the vast world, his disciples affectionately refer to him as the Great Hero. The statues in the Great Hero Hall are divided into 3 parts: the principal Buddha statue in the center, the 18 arhats on either side, and the 3 great bodhisattvas behind the Buddha altar. The walls of the hall are adorned with paintings depicting stories from Buddhist scriptures. As he gazed, Zhao Kuangyin found himself captivated by the words inscribed upon one wall, which read, "The nature is ever tranquil and free, clear and unencumbered, devoid of greed for all matters, unattached to all things. Incense is too lazy to burn, and the Buddha too lazy to worship. The front hall remains uncleaned, while the back hall decays as it wishes. No tea is poured for visitors, and guests depart unaccompanied. Let them speak as they will, let them blame as they choose. The truth and falsehood stand at my door, cast into the azure skies beyond. In my hand, a singular relic, valued at 3,000 realms. Restore to me the price of heaven, for I have no heart to sell it lazily. With wealth, one may ascend to the clouds, yet without it, one must content oneself with a humble back. When asked what to eat, I reply with hemp and bitter herbs. When inquired about Zen, I mention clay clumps and soil fragments. Bodhidharma is the ancestral founder, while I am too indolent to praise the 2nd generation. Should one learn my laziness, they shall find their own freedom. As I gaze in rapture, suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter resonates from behind. Zhao Kuangyin is taken aback, for he distinctly recognizes that this is not the voice of the elder who had just led him in. Chapter 38. The celestial dragon 8 trigram formation. Zhao Kuangyin swiftly turns around, his sharp gaze darting towards the source of the laughter. There, he sees a figure, back turned, seated in the corner of the grand hall, raising arms in jubilant cheer. Who dares to play tricks in this manner? In an instant, Zhao Kuangyin leaps into the air, gliding closer, reaching out to seize the individual. Unaware of the formidable traps concealed within, he resolves to strike first, believing that capturing this person would afford him leverage for negotiation. Yet the figure is equally swift. Upon hearing his words, they whirl into action. Zhao Kuangyin's grasp meets only air. Not one to relent easily, he gracefully pursues, catching hold of the corner of the figure's robe. Exerting force in his grip, in the midst of this tug, the individual finds themselves airborne, unable to exert strength or escape, and thus must resort to a counter-move, executing a dual wind strike. Zhao Kuangyin had anticipated that this pull would lead to the figure's capture, but suddenly, the wind rushes by his ear, and the pair of fists is upon him. He must release his hold, swiftly ducking and retracting his neck to evade. Such remarkable agility. Zhao Kuangyin exclaims, feeling a kinship born of mutual admiration. The figure lands gracefully, stabilizing themselves, scrutinizing Zhao Kuangyin from head to toe, remarking on his impressive skills. What brings you here? At this moment, the elder, who had been arranging a bed for Zhao Kuangyin in the back hall, hears the sounds of combat from the grand hall and rushes in like a whirlwind, shouting repeatedly, "Family, family, I nearly forgot to introduce you." He promptly slaps his forehead, lamenting, "Oh dear, old age is catching up with me, master. I have deduced it." The figure exclaims upon seeing the elder, filled with excitement. "Oh, is that truly so? What you speak is genuine." "Ha ha ha." The elder bursts into hearty laughter. Zhao Kuangyin, perplexed, follows the two to the corner of the grand hall, where he sees the oil lamp casting a flickering glow upon an arrangement of stones depicting the 8 trigrams. The figure explains, "Feng Shui operates thus. Water embodies vitality. Water follows the mountains, while mountains contain the waters. Without mountains, the energy dissipates. Without water, the energy grows cold. The higher the land, the thicker the energy. The deeper the water, the greater the vitality." This illustrates that Feng Shui can determine the magnitude of energy through the size of water. Ideally, it should be surrounded by meandering rivers, with water embracing the bends in the front, and dragons on the left and tigers on the right, forming a harmonious tableau. A landscape of clear mountains and beautiful waters is desirable, with supportive mountains both in front and behind. Moreover, the water in Feng Shui must preserve, nurture, and guard the energy, akin to a city wall. Thus, the boundary water before a site is referred to as the water star or water city in Feng Shui. Among the 5 types of water cities, the shapes of metal, water, and earth are auspicious, while those of wood and fire are inauspicious. According to geomancers, this is primarily due to the water bending towards us, which is considered auspicious. After a lengthy exposition, with no one responding, the individual looked up at the two and, noticing their bewildered blinking, continued, "Well, I shall not elaborate further on the deductions I've made previously. In essence, I wish to convey from which direction we might exit. The subterranean chamber in which we currently find ourselves faces south while sitting north. Based on the 8 trigrams, Qian is in the northwest, Qian is due north, Jin lies in the northeast, Zhan is directly east, Sun is in the southeast, Li is in the south, Kurin is in the southwest, and Dui is in the west. Their sequence is as follows. 1 is Qin water, 2 is Kuin earth, 3 is Zhan wood, 4 is Sun wood, 5 is the central palace, 6 is Qian metal, 7 is Dui metal, 8 is Jin earth, and 9 is Li fire. Upon reaching this point, the individual raised his head once more, discerning from the expressions and gazes of the two that they were utterly confounded. He sighed and retrieved a tattered book from his robe, patting it gently. My master's tome on Chimen Duanjia elucidates this matter quite clearly, yet it is evident that you cannot absorb so much knowledge in such a short span. Zhao Kuangyin candidly remarked, my brother, if you wish us to undertake a task, please articulate it plainly. We shall certainly heed your instructions. It is too late to learn extensively now. Shishou Xin, accompanied by his brethren, hastened forth, galloping towards the Shaili Tower Zen Monastery. Upon entering the monastery, they were intercepted by the attendant monk overseeing the guest hall, who stated, esteemed patrons, this is a sacred Buddhist ground. No one may enter while holding weapons. He then pressed his palms together, relinquishing his sword, and proclaimed, Ba. He he he. After indulging in enough tea in the meditation room, Xian Kong returned with a sly grin. Observing the three disciples suspended in the net, listless and silent, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his cunning strategy. It was akin to reeling in a large fish. If one hastily attempts to haul it from the water, it will struggle fiercely to escape. One must possess patience, gently coaxing it until it is too weary to resist, at which point it can be easily controlled. In truth, Li Shanshan and her two disciples were merely conserving their strength and biding their time, knowing that sooner or later, Xiao Tu would devise a means to rescue them. Rather than waste their breath in futile chatter, they opted to rest and gather their energy. That moment, a young novice hurriedly approached, whispering urgently into Xian Kong's ear. Xian Kong's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly instructed, "Let us investigate." Upon hearing this, the three disciples felt a surge of joy, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Xiao Tu stealthily slipped into the backyard. Naturally, no one paid much attention to a mere child. Watching Xian Kong depart, she emerged from the thicket with a mischievous grin, looking up and asking, "Auntie, how is it up there?" Li Shanshan, upon hearing this, felt a mix of surprise, joy, and exasperation. At such a critical moment, there was still time for jest. She scolded, "What time do you think it is? Stop fooling around and free us at once." Xiao Tu chuckled, picking up the sword that had fallen from the white-clad maiden, and with all her might, she hurled it towards the ropes binding the three disciples. By the time the disciples rushed into the front courtyard, the vast plaza was already bustling with the clash between Shi Shouxin and his companions and the monks led by Xian Kong. Li Shanshan glanced up, her heart sinking in alarm. Xian Kong had organized the monks into an 8-trigram formation. Shi Shouxin and his men, lacking knowledge of formation tactics, found themselves in a perilous situation. The intruders within the formation each bore injuries. Li Shanshan gazed upwards at the suspended crimson sun and murmured to herself, "It is precisely noon at this moment." Following this, she lowered her head, calculated with her fingers, and mumbled. The technique employed during this solar term is Yin Dun's 9 sections. Currently, it is the Ren Wu day and Bing Wu hour, with the initial phase being Jiacha. She quickly lifted her head, confirming that her position was indeed facing south, and anxiously remarked, "The very entrance through which everyone charged is the gate of death." Beside her, 2 disciples stood momentarily taken aback. Though they did not fully grasp the situation, they could discern the gravity of the matter from their master's expression. After a brief contemplation, Li Shanshan suddenly instructed, "You two must assault the Qianlu Palace in the northwest, which is the open gate. Heed my command, and you may yet save everyone." Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples were elated, responding in unison, "Understood, Master." Rest assured. They drew their swords and swiftly made their way towards the northwest. With remarkable agility, the 2 executed their lightness skills, darting and leaping until they penetrated the Qianlu Palace. Xian Kong, observing Shi Shouxin and the others ensnared within the formation, each unable to assist one another and on the brink of perishing under the staffs, could not help but feel a surge of triumph. Suddenly, he beheld the white-clad maiden, as light as a swallow and swift in her movements, charging into the Qianlu Palace from the northwest, momentarily rendering him speechless. Upon reaching the trapped individuals, the white-clad maiden surveyed the scene, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, she heard her master's commanding voice. "First, strike down the monk adorned with the character Qin on his body." Looking around, she spotted a monk with the large character Qin inscribed on his robe, brandishing a command flag within the Kuan-Wu Palace, darting about and coordinating the monks. Without a moment's hesitation, the white-clad maiden swung her sword at the monk, who, startled, hurriedly raised his staff to defend himself. Driven by a fervent desire to rescue her comrades, the white-clad maiden would not allow him a moment's respite. With a flurry of tempestuous swordplay, the monk found himself unable to withstand her onslaught and was compelled to flee in disarray. The monks within the Kuan-Wu Palace instantly lost their coordination, their formation thrown into chaos. Within the formation, Shi Shouxin and the others, previously fragmented, felt a surge of morale as they witnessed the monks' waning spirit. They steeled themselves, fighting their way through the encirclement to regroup. Xian Kong, witnessing this, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Who possesses such formidable prowess to dismantle my heavenly dragon 8 trigrams formation? Junior sister, how is it you? How did you end up here?" From the Yangshipping Inn, the senior brother, who had rushed to rescue them wielding dual hooks, called out in astonishment to the white-clad maiden. Chapter 39. 3 Missing 1 Not right. "Not right, master," the individual incessantly shouted to the elder, adjusting his position. There, yes, This is finally correct, the elder, supporting himself with both arms on the ground and dragging his two injured legs, was indeed suffering. Upon hearing the assurance that all was well, he exhaled a long breath and sat down with a thud, saying, "This old monk is utterly exhausted. All right, master. Ensure you maintain that position and do not move." He then turned his head towards Zhao Kuangyin, calling out, "Hey!" At that moment, Zhao Kuangyin stood above in the subterranean chamber, igniting several snake oil lamps within the cavern, forming a slanted triangle with the two below him, pondering this futile trickery, wondering when such a day would see the light of day again. With his head bowed and heart heavy with despair, he paid no heed to the calls of the man. "Do not be so dismissive. The gentleman's name is Zhao Kuangyin, a detail I neglected to mention." The elder, weary from the exertions of the past half-day, sought to pacify him with words. "What did it turns out to be the great hero Zhao? My apologies." The man's eyes lit up, and he clasped his fists in respect, exclaiming, "No wonder he possesses such remarkable skills." Zhao Kuangyin, upon hearing this, hastily returned the gesture, saying, "Brother, you flatter me. Zhao the hero, could you please shift to the left a bit, and then, just a tad back. Splendid." The man, brimming with confidence, instructed as the two opened their arms to their fullest extent. "Just like that. Follow my lead." Zhao Kuangyin and the elder mimicked him, lowering themselves to the ground and spreading their arms, perplexed by the nature of this endeavor. "Now, beneath your hands, is there a depression in the stone?" "Indeed," they both replied, sending dust into the air as they coughed. The elder sat back down, exclaiming, "Enough of this. It is far too strenuous, and after all this effort, we still do not know if it will yield results. Master, this is our sole hope for escape. I beseech you," the man implored, his expression one of urgency. "Very well. I shall comply." The elder relented, once more positioning himself on the ground. "Now, apply force with your hands and press down." The man directed the two. Suddenly, a resounding rumble emanated from the cave wall in the northwest. The elder, astonished, exclaimed, "Oh my! Young man, you indeed possess talent. Have we succeeded?" The man released his grip and slumped to the ground, letting out a series of sighs. "What troubles you?" The two, taken aback by his sudden despondency, were puzzled. "Alas!" He gazed intently at them. "Currently, one of us is pressing down on 2 trigrams. We have only managed to secure 6 of the 8 trigrams, leaving the other 2 unaddressed, thus we cannot open the exit. Is there truly no other method? How did you ascertain the existence of this mechanism?" The elder queried, his spirit unyielding. "Master, is there not an inscription on the wall? It reads, in hand, a relic worth 3,000 realms. Bodhidharma is the progenitor, laziness the second generation. Master, how many numbers are mentioned therein?" The man inquired of the elder. After a moment of contemplation, the elder replied, 3. "Which 3? The man pressed point 1, 2, 3. The elder enumerated, gazing at the man with bemusement. "Thus, 1, 2, 3, when summed, equals 6. These 6 ones, stacked together, form the Qian hexagram. The Qian hexagram is situated in the northwest, precisely where the stone has begun to loosen. Moreover, it states, right and wrong, leave my door, cast towards the azure sky. Qian represents heaven. This signifies the means to exit the underground palace in search of a path to survival. Through diligent exploration of this cavern, I ultimately discerned the mechanism of this 8 trigrams formation. Master, based on my understanding of feng shui and the study of trigrams, and after extensive deliberation, I have finally discerned some pathways. We are on the verge of unlocking the Qian position in the northwest, which signifies heaven. Heaven does not close off all avenues for man.it is associated with metal, a favorable position in feng shui. Zhan is in the due east, and Sun in the southeast, both belonging to wood, while Li is in the south, associated with fire in feng shui. Wood and fire are deemed ominous. Kuan is in the southwest, and Jin in the northeast, both belonging to earth. Kuan represents the earth, while Jin signifies the mountain, embodying the essence of solid ground, rendering any escape passage utterly implausible. Dui lies to the west, associated with metal and bearing a resemblance to the position of Qian. Currently, only the Qin position remains, situated to the north and linked to water, which actually stands as a favorable location. The geomantic features surrounding this underground palace have been meticulously studied by me. Thus, we are left with only the Qian and Qin positions for our escape. What do you propose we do? The elder inquired anxiously. Let us make another attempt, albeit by merely altering our orientation. Zhao Kuangyin and the elder, in accordance with his instructions, moved clockwise as a trio, shifting one position simultaneously. Following the previous method, A resounding rumble erupted as a massive stone in the northern position trembled violently. Have we succeeded? The elder asked with urgency. You shall see for yourself. Is there an exit? The man sat down, exhaling deeply. Alas, there is none. The elder glanced at the recently rumbling boulder, expressing his disappointment. We only require one more person, and if we all press the 8 trigrams simultaneously, success will follow. The man said helplessly, but where shall we find such a person? The elder shrugged his shoulders, then his eyes lit up. I've got it. Upon hearing this, the man instantly perked up. What is it? Master, do you have a solution? Let us give it a try. The elder assessed the distance between their previous position and their current one, stating, I will count to 3, and you both shall press at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. As the last word left his lips, all 3 pressed down simultaneously. Suddenly, the elder soared into the air, landing at the 2 trigrams that had not been pressed, exerting all his strength to press down. A thunderous noise erupted, and the massive stone trembled even more violently than before, yet it was still futile. The 3 of them collapsed onto the ground, exchanging glances and releasing a collective sigh. The elder lamented, we are 1 short, and it is quite distressing. How can a living person emerge from beneath the ground? If one were to emerge, it would surely be a ghost. Truly, Zhao Kuangyin, give me your life. A sudden roar reverberated through the silent cavern, startling the 3 despondent individuals. As the sword lunged toward him, Zhao Kuangyin instinctively leaned back, witnessing the red-clad maiden sweep past his head, momentarily bewildered. How did she arrive here? He quickly regained his composure, leaping onto a nearby rock, pointing at the red-clad maiden and exclaiming with fury. How dare you, at such a tender age, wield such a ruthless sword technique? What grievance do I hold against you? Ha! Does the death of my little junior sister not concern you? Today, it is either your demise or mine. Behold the sword. A piercing cry echoed through the cavern as the red-clad maiden soared into the air, brandishing her sword and leaping toward Zhao Kuangyin. The elder and the other man stood frozen in a trance, utterly baffled by the sudden appearance of this disruptive maiden. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Zhao Kuangyin's throat, he realized she was not toying with him. She was genuinely fighting for her life. He quickly gathered his wits and pushed the sword aside. The red-clad maiden, seeing her thrust fail, swiftly executed a horizontal slash. Zhao Kuangyin ducked just in time, but the maiden's vacant left hand followed with a punch aimed at his face. Zhao Kuangyin had no choice but to retreat several steps, his back pressed against the cave wall. With a swift motion, the red-clad maiden's sword sliced toward his right arm, for she wished to spare it, the very arm that had once embraced her. Zhao Kuangyin was taken aback, swiftly sidestepping as a resounding clang echoed, the long sword striking the rocky wall and sparking flames, in quick succession. A flurry of sparks erupted as the sword danced perilously close to Zhao Kuangyin's body. He evaded the relentless and fierce assaults of the girl in red, akin to a pancake flipping in a hot pan, twisting and turning to avoid her onslaught. Chapter 40. A fruitless search for the iron shoes. Stop, the elder, momentarily bewildered by this sudden turn of events, observed the girl's deadly strikes and realized that this was no mere playful exchange between young lovers. With a fierce shout, he sought to intervene. This was precisely the declaration Zhao Kuangyin wished to hear. Yet, the girl in red remained undeterred in a fit of anger. The elder unleashed a palm strike in midair. A burst of blue flames surged between the two, startling them into retreat. The girl in red, her face aflame with indignation, turned to the elder. Who are you? You look neither human nor ghost, certainly not a good sort. Do you wish to meddle and assist him? Humph! Old monster, do not speak so rudely. How dare you call me a monster? Zhao Kuangyin retorted angrily that I knew it. This is a matter of kinship, not courtesy. You are all of the same ilk. Why should I show him any respect? His eyes glinted mischievously, however. If he intends to aid me in vanquishing you, I might reconsider my stance. As he spoke, he swayed his head playfully, casting a mocking glance at the two. So, what say you? Will you agree to that? Zhao Kuangyin's face flushed with anger, leaving him speechless. The elder, however, found amusement in her words, chuckling. Ah, little girl, sharp-witted and tongue-tied. Such prowess. I fear no one will dare to wed you. Will there even be a future? Today, I have fallen into this hellish abyss due to your treachery. Will I truly escape alive? Who would believe such a thing? She scoffed. Hey, old monster, if you have any tricks left, reveal them. Spare me the pretense of benevolence. I am feeling quite impatient. Speak your mind and do not delay my quest to slay. Who is scheming against you? Who is deceiving you? The old monk has been trapped down here for ages. How could I conspire against you? It is utterly nonsensical. Ah, so you are a monk, are you? I have never seen a monk with a head full of hair before. The girl in red, witnessing his flustered state, shot him a disapproving glance. Dear lady, we are both unfortunate souls in this world. Let us cease our verbal sparring and devise a plan to escape this place, interjected the silent observer, unable to contain himself. Who are you? Is it truly impossible to leave this place? The girl in red questioned, gazing at him with uncertainty. If we could escape, we would not endure this torment any longer. Fortune smiled upon us when you arrived. With your assistance, we can activate the 8 trigrams. We have enough hands now, the man exclaimed with great excitement. Activate the 8 trigrams? What does that mean? Do you possess a method? The girl in red scrutinized him with renewed curiosity. Upon hearing the man's words, Zhao Kuangyin and the elder felt a surge of joy. They had been so preoccupied with their bickering that they had overlooked this crucial layer of understanding. The elder pressed his hand to the ground, and in an instant, he floated down to the feet of the young lady in our ED. Why, dear girl, are you unaware of his formidable prowess? Do you realize there exists a hidden tomb beneath us? Observing the girl's wide, dazed eyes fixated upon him, the elder refrained from causing a commotion and seized the moment to elaborate. Gesturing fervently, in my youth, I found myself trapped within this cavern, utterly suffocated by the oppressive silence. Little did I anticipate that upon his arrival, he would employ that mysterious art of evasion to ascertain the location of the tomb and the means to unlock it. My admiration for him is boundless. Now that we have sufficient hands, we must heed his command if we are to rescue everyone. At this, Zhao Kuangyin felt a surge of enthusiasm and edged closer. The girl in red, sensing movement behind her, pivoted and brandished her sword. Zhao Kuangyin promptly halted in his tracks. Observing the girl's lingering doubts and heightened vigilance, the man sighed deeply. My dear lady, I, Murong Yanzhao, swear to the heavens, should I harbor the slightest malice towards you, may the heavens strike me down. This declaration was born from his desperation, yet upon its utterance, the young lady seemed as though she had truly been struck by lightning, rendered motionless. Zhao Kuangyin, equally stunned, stammered, What did you say? You, are you? The girl in red could scarcely believe her ears, her words tumbling forth in disarray. A man of honor does not change his name or forsake his surname. I, Murong Yanzhao, was captured by treacherous individuals who sought to learn my mysterious art of evasion. I resolutely refused, only to be cast into this hellish abyss, devoid of any sense of time, if you believe in me. Before he could finish, the girl began to weep profusely, collapsing to the ground as she cried out, So it is you. Do you know how desperately Master has been searching for you? The man stood there, momentarily frozen. You are. He spluttered, but soon regained his composure, reaching out to help the girl up. Quickly, rise. The girl stood, sheathing her sword and wiping her tears. Since your disappearance, Master has scoured the land for news of your whereabouts. For various reasons, he has taken in 4 disciples along the way. The eldest is named Exar, the second Ruer, I am the third, called Fuer, and the youngest, our little junior sister, is named Pinger. As Murong Yanzhao repeated the names, Exiner, Ruer, Fuer, Pinger, his body stiffened, and tears streamed down his face. Indeed, she had been like a floating duckweed all this time. Fuer suddenly drew her sword from her waist, its tip aimed at Zhao Kuangyin. I must avenge my junior sister. With that, she lunged towards Zhao Kuangyin. Murong Yanzhao swiftly intervened, exclaiming, Fuer, do not act impudently. You have misunderstood. Zhao Kuangyin took a step back, misunderstood. Why would I not misconstrue others, yet single you out? Are you truly so easy to misunderstand? Fuer retorted, unyielding. Enough, Fuer. I trust in Zhao Dexia's character. What we urgently need now is a way to escape. Murong Yanzhao waved his hand dismissively. The elder, upon realizing the situation, hurriedly interjected with a sense of urgency. Indeed, indeed. If you do not trust our words, surely you must believe your masteress. The young lady, with her large, sorrowful eyes, cast a glance at the man, and then, with a resentful glare directed at Zhao Kuangyin, resignedly sheathed her sword at her waist. Zhao Kuangyin stood at a distance, shaking his head in bemusement. All right, everyone, listen to my instructions, Murong Yanzhao exclaimed cheerfully. Zhao Hero, you take your original position. Master, you remain there without moving. And Miss Fuer, you head to the south and manage the Li and Sun trigrams. Proceed in that direction, following this path. Reluctantly, Miss Fuer passed by Zhao Kuangyin, letting out a huff as she turned her head away. Zhao Kuangyin lowered his gaze, feigning ignorance. Everyone took their places as per Murong Yanzhao's arrangements, and with bated breath, they pressed down firmly, fearing that their actions might lead to ruin. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed as a massive stone from the northern position slowly ascended, revealing an entrance. The group paused momentarily, gathering their wits, and then erupted into applause and cheers. Yet, with another thunderous crash, the stone returned to its original position, silencing their jubilation. They exchanged glances, and in an instant, sprang towards the stone. Although the elder could not walk, he swiftly propelled himself forward using his hands, outpacing everyone. They pushed against the stone, but it would not budge. With collective sighs of despair, they slumped down, defeated. Chapter 41. The true man emerges in crisis after several futile attempts. They found that the stone would revert to its place as soon as they released it. They sat in silence, lost in thought, until the elder broke the stillness. "Oh dear, surely you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a delightful feast for you all in the underground palace, shall I? Old rascal, can you truly whip up a delicious meal? You're not pulling our leg, are you? I'm absolutely famished. Perhaps I could assist you." Miss Fuer, already on the brink of starvation, perked up at the mention of food. The group, feeling somewhat dejected, made their way back to the underground palace. Miss Fuer, captivated by the wonders around her, wandered excitedly through the grand hall. Eventually, she reached the back chamber, eager to lend a hand to the elder in preparing the sumptuous feast for everyone. The elder produced an array of utensils, repurposing the gold, silver, and copper vessels used for offerings within the palace as kitchenware. Suddenly, Miss Fuer let out a startled scream, causing the elder, who was attempting to strike a spark with flint, to jump in fright as he turned, scolding her. "Young lady, must you scare an old monk to death with your antics?" Miss Fuer, jumping up and down, cried out, "A snake! A snake!" The elder glanced over and dismissed her alarm. "What is there to be so startled about? That will be our exquisite meal." Miss Fuer, horrified at the sight of a bloodied snake in a bronze cauldron, felt her stomach churn at the elder's words, and with a retch, she covered her mouth. During the meal, she adamantly refused to eat, despite the elder's repeated encouragement, while the others feasted with great relish. Murong Yanzhao also persuaded Miss Fuer to eat a little, so she would have the strength to work later. The alluring aroma of snake meat wafted delicately into Miss Fuer's nostrils. She inhaled deeply, and, driven by extreme hunger, her stomach rumbled audibly. It is often said that hunger knows no choice. She could hardly contain her cravings any longer. Without much hesitation, she reached out, seized a few pieces, and brought them to her lips, closing her eyes as she savored them slowly. The old man burst into hearty laughter, while Zhao Kuangyin could not suppress a chuckle. Seeing this, Miss Fuer, annoyed, snatched a few pieces of snake meat from his pot, gnawing on them with great satisfaction. This elicited another round of laughter from Murong Yanzhao. Once everyone had their fill, Murong Yanzhao and Zhao Kuangyin made their way to the main hall to devise a plan for their escape. Meanwhile, Miss Fuer engaged the old man, eagerly requesting explanations of the hall's mysteries. Upon hearing that there were relics of the Buddha within, she insisted on seeing them. The old man replied with a smile, "Are such sacred relics meant for the eyes of ordinary folk?" Miss Fuer retorted stubbornly, "What is there that cannot be seen? Aren't they just a few unburnable bones? What of it? Umitba. Forgive me, O Buddha, for my ignorance." The old man clasped his hands together in prayer, repeatedly beseeching, "Enough of the charade. You might as well have feasted on human flesh. What kind of disciple are you?" Miss Fuer scoffed, wrinkling her nose in derision. The old man chuckled, "Little girl, do not speak so recklessly, or the Buddha may take offense. What does it matter? If you deny me sight, I shall speak as I please. Who will the Buddha blame? I do not believe in him. He cannot hold me accountable, only you." After declaring this, Miss Fuer laughed mischievously. All right, I concede. I am intimidated by you. Now, summon those two. Today, I shall make an exception and let you see." The old man shook his head helplessly. Miss Fuer eagerly waved to Murong Yanzhao and Zhao Kuangyin, who were seated in a corner of the hall, pondering strategies. Upon seeing her beckoning, their hearts leaped with joy. Could she have devised a solution? They quickly rose, excitement propelling them forward. In her moment of joy at the old man's acquiescence, Miss Fuer momentarily forgot her grudge against Zhao Kuangyin. As he approached with enthusiasm, she suddenly remembered their previous conflict. Annoyed, she elbowed him backward with a sharp jab, striking him right in the ribs. Zhao Kuangyin, caught off guard and in pain, doubled over, clutching his stomach, struggling to regain his composure. In his frustration, He shoved Miss Fuer's arm forward. Humph. Miss Fuer reveled in her perceived advantage, puffing with pride. The group followed the old man to the stone sarcophagus before the statue of Shakyamuni. The old man instructed them to slowly move the lid aside. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted, revealing a magnificent array of treasures within the vast sarcophagus, a sight to behold. Zhao Kuangyin and Miss Fuer were utterly astonished. In their lifetimes, they had never encountered such a bounty. Morong Yinzhao and the old man, having seen it before, were less surprised, yet even they felt a stirring within their hearts upon witnessing it anew. The elderly man gestured towards the pure golden treasure chest and remarked, "The relics of the Buddha reside within that chest, sealed with 8 layers of protection." Curious, the young lady named Fuer inquired, "Then what purpose do all these jars and vessels serve?" The old man chuckled softly and replied, "What jars and vessels? Each of these items is a priceless treasure of humanity," he pointed out. "That is a gilded, hollow-carved flying swan tapestry. That is an incense burner used by monks during their prayers. And that is a beautifully adorned, slender-necked glass bottle." "How exquisite!" Fuer exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. The old man chuckled again and continued, "That is a silver staff adorned with flowers and 12 rings, symbolizing the highest authority in the Buddhist realm. That is an octagonal, secret-colored porcelain water vessel, used in the rituals of Buddhist esotericism, representing the pinnacle of secret-colored ceramics. And that is a cage woven from strands of gold and silver." Everyone was profoundly awed by the ancient craftsmanship and wisdom displayed before them, nodding in silent agreement, realizing that each item was a marvel beyond comprehension. Indeed, one could perceive that life is finite, yet knowledge is infinite. Having witnessed the treasures within the underground palace, they felt a sense of fulfillment. However, Fuer remained unsatisfied, declaring, "After all this, we still haven't seen the crucial item." She bent down, determined to open the centrally placed, 8-sealed golden treasure chest. The old man hastily exclaimed, "Do not touch it, do not touch it." Fuer was taken aback. "Am I truly not allowed to?" she questioned. "Do not deceive me." "Indeed, indeed," the old man insisted. "Did you not see the emperor's seal?" He gestured frantically. Fuer scoffed and retorted, "Humph! Which emperor? What dynasty? Can he dictate our actions?" "Fuer!" Morong Yinzhao called softly, managing to halt her incessant prattling. The old man instructed everyone to replace the stone coffin's lid and then stated, "We must devise a plan for our escape." Morong Yinzhao fixed his gaze upon the old man and said, "Master, you must have thought of a solution." The old man chuckled, "Indeed, after much contemplation, I have finally devised a method." Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone became exceptionally excited, exclaiming in unison, "Is that true? Is there really a way out?" When they returned to the upper level of the tomb, the old man directed them to take their original positions. Morong Yinzhao began to issue commands, 1, 2, 3. "Everyone, press down on your respective trigrams with all your might." A thunderous rumble echoed as a passageway opened in the northern quadrant. The group remained steadfast, their arms not daring to move. Morong Yinzhao strained to look up and asked, "Master, do you have a plan?" The old man's expression turned grave as he replied, "Yes, but from this moment on, everyone must heed my instructions without fail. Each of you must promise me that, regardless of what transpires, you will not waver and will follow my orders. If you do not comply, all our efforts will be in vain. One by one, swear your allegiance, starting with Morong Yinzhao. Hurry. Very well, I swear. I will certainly listen to the master's words and obey his commands." As the conversation progressed, Morong Yinzhao could not help but chuckle, for in his eyes, Master Tanjia was never serious. Zhao Kuangyin and Miss Fu followed suit, with Miss Fu giggling incessantly. "Old monster," she teased, "why do you sound like you're delivering your last words? Hurry up or I shall burst into laughter." "Well then, since everyone has sworn an oath, a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses," Master Tanjia proclaimed loudly. With that, everyone pressed down with all their might. "Oh dear!" Before he could finish his sentence, he leapt into the air, soaring to the enormous stone that had risen at the entrance of the passage. Sitting down, he propped the stone up and shouted, "Children, quickly flee for your lives." The crowd was momentarily taken aback but soon understood, springing forth from the passage like fish leaping from the water. Master Tanjia erupted into hearty laughter, though his strength was waning, and the massive stone began to slide down slowly. The escaping crowd turned in unison, exclaiming, "Master, hurry!" At that moment, they realized that Master Tanjia could not evade the descending stone. Several rushed forward to assist in lifting it, but Master Tanjia cried out, "It's futile. Quickly get away. You have sworn an oath, children." Live well. The stone descended gradually, and the crowd let out heart-wrenching cries. Master! They all knelt upon the ground. Miss Fu wept uncontrollably, shouting, Old monster! I have yet to hear all your stories. You cannot leave us like this. Chapter 42. A blood-soaked battle. The group collapsed to the ground, weeping for a while, and finding themselves powerless to change their fate. Zhao Kuangyin roared, We must avenge the master. Morong Yinzhao replied, Yes, let us head straight to the Shenli Pagoda Zen Temple, ensure they leave no survivors. They rose, feeling their way forward. The passage led to a naturally formed cave. Twisting and turning, and after considerable effort, they finally emerged through a crevice in the mountainside. Suddenly, they were greeted by blinding sunlight, and tears streamed down their faces. They hastily closed their eyes, shielding them with their hands, and after a while, they cautiously opened them. The three stood up, realizing they were at the back of the Shenli Pagoda Zen Temple, casting a glance back at the crevice from which they had emerged. Morong Yinzhao led the way, and they all knelt down. Morong Yinzhao murmured, Buddha, with compassion, you bestow the mind of enlightenment upon the masses, always leaving a path for survival. We, having benefited from this passage, have been granted a new life. In our remaining years, we shall take it upon ourselves to propagate the Dharma and spread goodwill. A sense of gratitude quietly blossomed within them. It was indeed the benevolent heart of Buddhism that had allowed their escape. During the construction of the tomb, a secret path had been left to prevent anyone from becoming lost. After their prayers, the three solemnly made their way towards the Shenli Pagoda Zen Temple. Inside the temple, the sounds of battle echoed thunderously. The recently gathered crowd, witnessing the formation shifting rapidly once more, saw the monks regrouping, leaving them momentarily at a loss. At present, every individual has emerged from a fierce battle, each bearing the scars of their struggle, their bodies merely enduring the strain. If this continues, they will surely succumb in the fray. As they gazed anxiously at the throng of monks surging like a tide. Suddenly, outside the formation, Li Shanshan called out urgently, Divide into two paths and blind the eyes of Yin and Yang. Charge forth from the Jin 8 Palace, the gate of life in the northeast corner. Upon hearing her words, a wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd, revitalizing their spirits. Shi Shouxin led a few brothers to besiege the black-clad flag-bearer within the Bagua white-clad formation, known as the White Fish with Black Eyes. Meanwhile, Constable Han, accompanied by the white-clad maiden and her senior brother, advanced to confront the white-clad flag-bearer within the Bagua black-clad formation, referred to as the Black Fish with White Eyes. This pair of Yin and Yang eyes played a crucial role. Their absence would be catastrophic. The White Fish Eye, commanding from the elevated platform with a sense of triumph, suddenly heard a fierce shout from behind. Thieving bald donkey, prepare to meet your end. Instantly, he perceived a glinting sword hurtling toward him and, in a panic, shielded his head, pivoting to flee. Shi Shouxin, having been seething with pent-up frustration, would not allow him to escape. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunged forward, driving his sword into the man. The moment he leaped down from the platform and had taken but 2 steps, he felt a gale at his back, a powerful inertia propelling him forward, rendering him unable to halt. The wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Upon looking down, he saw a portion of the sword protruding from his chest. With a howl, he collapsed to the ground. Shi Shouxin exerted himself to withdraw the sword, exhaling a long breath of frustration. Meanwhile, Constable Han led the others in a charge towards the Black Fish Eye, brandishing their wooden blades with a clatter, striking down at the flag-bearer. The man, preoccupied with directing the monks to hunt down Shi Shouxin and his companions, was caught off guard as a fierce wind swept past, sending chills across his scalp. Upon touching his head, he discovered a patch of skin had been severed by the blade. With a cry, he bolted down from the platform and fled, only to be intercepted by the white-clad maiden's senior brother, who swiftly hooked him with dual weapons, causing his gut to rupture and his life to slip away as he rolled on the ground. Blinded of their guiding eyes, the monks within the Bagua formation lost all semblance of order, collapsing into disarray. Unable to discern directions, they inadvertently trampled one another, eliciting cries of despair. Strikes intended for foes instead landed upon comrades, resulting in anguished wails. In summary, chaos reigned supreme. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Shouxin and Constable Han's factions converged, advancing towards the Jin 8 Palace. The monks, fighting desperately, found it challenging to break free from the encirclement. At that juncture, the blue-clad maiden, who had been waiting at the periphery, dashed towards the Jin 8 Palace. With an internal and external assault, the monks could no longer withstand the pressure and began to scatter. The senior brother, wielding his dual hooks, was the first to carve a path through the encirclement. Upon seeing the blue-clad maiden, he exclaimed in delight, "What a surprise, junior sister! You are here." As she swung her long sword to clear a route for him, she joyfully replied, "Senior brother, your martial prowess has significantly advanced of late. Is that so?" The senior brother beamed with pride. "Indeed, I observed it from outside the formation." The blue-clad maiden, upon encountering her senior brother, was particularly affectionate, her words flowing forth without restraint. "What of the junior sister? Is she not with you?" The senior brother suddenly recalled and inquired hastily, "Oh." In a moment of distraction, a monk struck with a staff, causing the young woman in blue to cry out in pain as half of her shoulder went numb. Upon witnessing this, the elder brother let out a furious roar, swiftly employing his twin hooks, which with a sharp crack, ensnared the bald-headed assailant, sending him tumbling to the ground. The crowd rushed forward, collectively breaking through the encirclement. At that moment, the expression of Xian Kong, who was observing from the steps of the grand hall, was akin to that of a corpse. He let out a low murmur. The hidden dragon must not be used. Immediately after, he collapsed in a heap, utterly drained of strength. The other monks, who had been in a daze from the earlier chaos, suddenly regained their senses upon hearing the command and quickly returned to formation. Standing at the foot of the grand hall's steps, Shi Shouxin and the others hastily gathered around Li Shanshan. Upon seeing them, Li Shanshan hurried forward, deeply bowing to the ground and declaring, "I, Li Shanshan, am honored to have your presence. Today, I am eternally grateful for your valiant rescue. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to plunge into fire or water." Shi Shouxin laughed heartily, saying, "You flatter us. Did you not save our lives as well?" The crowd echoed their gratitude, causing Li Shanshan to blush deeply, feeling a sense of guilt for her earlier petulance in turning away. Master's wife, the elder brother of the young woman in white, seeing that his master's wife was oblivious to him, exclaimed impatiently. Li Shanshan cast him a sidelong glance and feigned reproach. "I have noticed you all along. Your performance in the fray today was commendable, displaying bravery. However, why could you not keep an eye on your junior sisters, allowing them to follow and cause such trouble? You are not fulfilling your duties as the elder brother." Upon hearing her words, the elder brother felt embarrassed, glancing at the others with a flushed face, scratching his head awkwardly and chuckling sheepishly. At that moment, Shi Shouxin raised his head to gaze at the monks before the grand hall. The nearby Constable Han inquired, "Big brother, what shall we do now?" Shi Shouxin replied with a grave expression, each word measured, "Fight to the death." Chapter 43. At the brink of life and death as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was awash with brilliant hues, the setting sun resembling blood, and the air crackled with tension. Shi Shouxin led the group, armed with sharp blades, advancing step by step toward the Maviro Hall. In the biting north wind, their garments flapped with a resounding rustle. Xian Kong felt a tremor within, realizing they had come to fight to the death. With a wave of his hands, he issued a command. "Monks, heed my words, spare no one. Annihilate the intruders." The monks ground their wooden staffs against the earth and responded in unison, "As you command." Their voices resounded across the expanse, infused with murderous intent that sent chills down the spine. Faced with overwhelming odds and formidable foes, Shi Shouxin and his companions exhibited no signs of retreat. Their expressions were solemn, eyes brimming with the spirit of vengeance, resolutely prepared to face death. A fierce battle was imminent. The monks encircled them, forming a tight net. Strike at the leader to subdue the followers. Ignore the rest and charge straight for Xian Kong. Li Shanshan, witnessing the others preparing to disperse and engage the enemies on all sides, feared they would be scattered and defeated as they had been in the previous chaos. Thus, she called out sharply to remind everyone, directing their focus toward the target. The crowd, in perfect unison, understood the gravity of the moment and resolutely surged toward Xian Kong. When all forces converge upon a single point, they become an unstoppable force. With swift, glimmering blades, they cleaved through the oncoming foes. The dark, cold broadswords struck down adversaries with decisive force. The silvery hooks danced through the air, disarming those who wielded clubs, and the elusive green ribbons sent the thieves tumbling in disarray. Each individual, invigorated and resolute, unleashed their signature skills, leaving their opponents wailing and retreating, reduced to mere defense without the means to counterattack. The throng pressed forward towards the grand hall, and upon witnessing this, Xian Kong, aware of the impending assault, realized that passively enduring was less favorable than taking the initiative. With renewed determination, he summoned his internal energy and let out a piercing cry. descending from the hall's steps like a magnificent eagle, circling above the crowd before lightly landing, his robe sleeves sweeping the air with the force of a tempest, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. The crowd gasped, astonished by the depth of the old thief's power. However, Li Shanshan remained unfazed, having previously encountered his tactics, recognizing his intent to seize the initiative. With a derisive snort, she unleashed her green ribbon, aiming a strike directly at Xian Kong. Xian Kong had initially intended to bluff and intimidate the crowd, but as the ribbon hurtled towards him with a whoosh, he was taken aback, realizing it was Li Shanshan's attack. Remembering the pain he had previously endured at her hands, anger welled within him, and he resolved to settle the score with this thought. He sidestepped the green ribbon and swiftly retaliated, brandishing his robe sleeve. The senior disciple, witnessing his master's move, detected a flicker of trepidation in Xian Kong's eyes, sensing that he was not as formidable as he appeared, merely relying on aerial tricks to deceive. Eager to demonstrate his prowess before the crowd, he wielded his hooks, danced forward with grace, and leaped close to Xian Kong. Li Shanshan exclaimed, feeling a surge of anxiety. She intended to warn him against underestimating their foe, but before she could complete her warning, the senior disciple was caught in the whirlwind created by Xian Kong's robe sleeve, sent soaring into the air before crashing down heavily, sprawled out upon the ground, groaning in pain. The two junior sisters rushed forward, brandishing their swords, to retrieve him. Observing this, the crowd felt a heightened sense of caution, exchanging glances as they encircled Xian Kong, determined to subdue him. Xian Kong, with a sinister chuckle, taunted the assembly, "Are you all afraid of this old monk?" and engaged them in battle. The crowd, driven by their resolve to capture Xian Kong and eradicate the bandits, was willing to resort to any means necessary to achieve their objective. In this clash of masters, the ordinary monks could hardly intervene without courting death. Those who blindly charged forward were easily dispatched, leaving the others hesitant to approach. Each individual seized the opportunity to strike at Xian Kong, and soon the air was filled with the glint of blades. Xian Kong found himself hard-pressed, outnumbered and unable to defend against all sides, gradually succumbing to the onslaught. Li Shanshan, sensing her advantage, deliberately created an opening. Xian Kong, recognizing this rare opportunity, leaped into the air and soared through the gap, escaping into the fray. This turn of events was precisely to Li Shanshan's liking, for after the crowd had encircled Xian Kong for half a day, his strength had nearly been depleted. Should the assault continue, Xian Kong would undoubtedly fight back like a cornered beast, leading to mutual destruction. Moreover, within the confines of the small circle, the green ribbon wielded by Li Shanshan could easily injure her own allies. Only from a distance could it prove effective. Observing that Xian Kong had just leapt 5 meters away, the green ribbon was at its most effective range. A cold chuckle escaped her lips. "Old thief, where do you think you're running to?" No sooner had she spoken than the green ribbon was already in motion, swiftly coiling around Xian Kong's ankle. With a fierce tug, he plummeted from the air to the ground. Seeing this, Constable Han brandished his broadsword and leapt forward, aiming a strike at Xian Kong's head. Just as the blade was mere inches from its target, a sudden kick flew in, producing a resounding clang as the broadsword shattered into 2 pieces, soaring into the air. Constable Han felt a numbing sensation in his wrist, his entire body trembling in shock. Just as he attempted to regain his composure, another kick struck his right shoulder, sending him airborne before crashing heavily to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd as they looked up. When the dust settled, it revealed a robust monk with a bare upper body, sinewy muscles rippling. Glaring with eyes that sparkled with fury, he stomped his feet on the ground, sinking half a foot into the earth, adopting a half-squatting stance, his entire body vibrating as his joints emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. Xian Kong, realizing his life was not yet forfeit, scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply to the stout monk, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Tanjia, for saving my life." The stout monk responded with a cold grunt and then soared into the air, landing among the brothers who were assisting Constable Han, delivering a series of brutal kicks. Alas, poor Constable Han's valiant comrades met a swift and tragic fate. The onlookers were struck with fear, astonished that such ferocity could exist in the world, their hearts tightening with dread. Shi Shouxin glanced around, noting that the only remaining allies were the white-clad maiden, the blue-clad maiden, and their injured senior brother, with Constable Han's fate hanging in the balance. Now, it seemed that only he and Li Shanshan stood a chance against this malevolent monk. As the monk approached, Shi Shouxin stepped forward to shield Li Shanshan. Grateful, she felt a surge of determination and rushed to his side, declaring that in times of peril, True brothers must share in the tribulations. Shoshin was secretly impressed by her bravery, truly a heroine among women. He softly urged, I need you to stay back and protect our injured brother. Under the collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs, brother? Let us not waste words. Let us fight with all we have. Li Shanshan resolutely grasped Shoshin's hand. A warm current surged through his fingertips, filling him with boundless strength. He glanced at Li Shanshan, noting her spirited demeanor and charming features, so different from the fearsome reputation that preceded her. Master, be careful, warned Li Shanshan's two disciples anxiously. Heart, look after the injured. Li Shanshan replied without turning her head. Yes, master, please rest assured. The two individuals hastily promised and rushed over, assisting the senior master and Inspector Han to the base of a nearby tree. Upon realizing that the two were merely injured by internal force and not in mortal danger, the two young ladies let out a long sigh of relief. The small, bald figure, who had been hiding in the tree, trembling with fear and unable to descend, gleefully slid down when he saw the others arrive. Eager to lend a hand, Ixen and Seichen stood resolutely before the malevolent monk, displaying no signs of trepidation. In the realm of existence, it is often not brute strength that prevails, but rather sheer spirit. The corpulent monk found himself momentarily intimidated by the duo's formidable presence. Approaching closer, Lshn furrowed her brow, her eyes darting upward as she exchanged a knowing glance with Shuxn. Understanding her unspoken cue, he let out a loud shout, soaring into the air, while Lshn lent him a boost with her hand. Xn performed several somersaults in midair. He landed atop the monk's head, brandishing his sword and striking downwards with swift precision. Lshn executed her moves in perfect synchrony, her whip cracking through the air, fiercely targeting the monk's lower defenses. Caught in the vice-like grip of their combined assault, the hefty monk floundered, unable to effectively defend himself against their relentless onslaught, his frustration manifesting in howls of rage. Observing the efficacy of their strategy, the duo intensified their efforts to subdue the villainous monk. Just as Nuxn was about to descend, Lshn, in perfect harmony, flung her whip out, gently lifting him back into the air, allowing him to continue his assault. Realizing he was temporarily at a disadvantage, the monk stamped his feet in a furious frenzy, stirring up clouds of dust around him, and momentarily lost his focus. His swordplay became lackadaisical, relying on the assumption that Lshn's whip would once again catch him as he fell. Their seamless cooperation had led him to believe that the monk could not harm him. However, this time was different. As he began to descend, he caught a glimpse of the monk through the swirling dust, his guard lowered as he awaited Lshn's support. Amidst the chaos, Lshnn, unable to see clearly, hesitated to strike, fearful of inadvertently harming Hxn. As the monk lunged at Shuxn, he aimed a vicious blow at his chest. Caught off guard, Hxn had no time to evade. He could only rely on luck as he braced himself for impact, closing his eyes and bracing for the collision. The sound of a dull thud resonated as he was sent crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The monk, upon witnessing this, let out a chilling, sinister laugh, propelling himself into the air like a predatory eagle swooping down on its prey, swiftly descending upon Nuxn's fallen form. As he approached, his hands transformed into talons, imbued with a chilling aura, reaching for Nuxn's head. Struck down by the monk's earlier blow, Nuxn lay on the ground, and as the monk surged towards him, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Lshn discerned the unfolding events through the dust, she realized Shuxn was on the verge of being severely harmed. In a moment of desperation, she lunged forward, but as she did, she realized it was too late and hastily swung her whip. Just as the monk's hand was about to descend, he felt a gust of wind rush towards his wrist, compelling him to retract his strike. Yet it was a moment too late. He sidestepped to the side, feeling a sharp pain in his now swollen wrist. Enraged, he searched for Lshn, only to find her collapsed in the dust, having exhausted her strength in a desperate attempt to save him. In a moment of furious rage, a malevolent figure leapt into the air, aiming a vicious strike at the fallen Li Shanshan. It seemed that her life was about to be extinguished beneath that cruel hand. Two disciples in the distance let out piercing screams, desperately attempting to rush to her aid, yet ultimately remaining out of reach. The wicked monk let out a sinister chuckle, relishing the satisfaction of avenging his earlier grievance. However, unexpectedly, a figure dashed forward, intercepting the lethal blow. This noble savior swiftly pulled her away, stumbling over 10 paces before collapsing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth in his fall. He instinctively twisted his body, shielding Li Shanshan beneath him. Li Shanshan, sensing the monk's hand aimed at her, found herself devoid of strength to resist, unable to evade, and thus closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted into the air and, after a brief pause, realized she had returned to the ground. Upon opening her eyes in astonishment, she questioned if she had indeed perished from the monk's strike and found herself in the underworld in her dazed state. She lunged into the arms of her rescuer, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, exclaiming, "Is that really you? Am I dreaming? Yen Zhao? It's truly you." In a flood of joy and tears, Li Shanshan playfully chastised him with soft punches. Morong Yen Zhao chuckled softly, "My dear, I am unharmed." Yet before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Li Shanshan gasped in horror. "Ah, you're injured?" Suddenly recalling that he had been wounded while saving her. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "From our very first meeting, I have caused you suffering." The malevolent monk, witnessing their intimate exchange as if they were the only two souls in existence, approached them with fury, raising his hands to deliver a crushing blow, aiming to send them to the depths of despair. Lost in their emotions, the pair remained oblivious to the impending danger, in the distance. The two disciples, having just realized their master's peril, rushed forward in a panic, only to witness a figure rescuing him and the two embracing in tears, their hearts already piecing together the grim reality. They halted, hands clasped, joyously celebrating their reunion. Suddenly, they saw the wicked monk launching a vicious ambush towards them, eliciting a startled cry. Just as the monk's hands were about to descend upon the two, another figure soared in, arms raised to block the impending strike. With a resounding thud, the monk was sent staggering back, struggling to maintain his ground, yet ultimately forced to retreat 3 paces, leaving deep grooves in the earth beneath his feet, a dull ache now resonating in his chest. Astonished, he pondered who possessed such formidable power. As their gazes met, both were taken aback, eyes widening in disbelief. "How is it, Zhao Kuangyin? You're still alive? It's not so easy. There are many matters yet to resolve." With that declaration, Zhao Kuangyin strode forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, ready to strike. Li Shanshan and Morong Yen Zhao, upon hearing the disciples' cries, realized too late that the wicked monk had launched a surprise attack. Yet, they were taken aback by the unexpected intervention, especially when Li Shanshan learned that it was Zhao Kuangyin who had come to their aid. Her heart swelling with both surprise and joy. "Master!" she exclaimed urgently, as a young woman in red seemingly descended from the heavens, grasping Li Shanshan's hand and pulling her up from the ground. The continuous stream of surprises left Li Shanshan utterly bewildered, as if she were caught in a dreamlike reverie. "My elder brother." From a distance, Xiao Tu spotted Zhao Kuangyin's arrival and was overwhelmed with joy, dancing with delight. How wonderful, little junior sister." The two senior sisters, upon recognizing her from afar, joyfully rushed over. "Senior sister, second senior sister." The maiden Fu heir, hearing their voices, excitedly made her way towards them. The elder brother, who had been injured and was languishing against a great tree, suddenly regained clarity of mind and hurriedly sought the source of the sound. Upon confirming it was indeed little junior sister, he instantly sprang to his feet. "Little junior sister? Is it really you?" Tears of joy glistened in the corners of his eyes as he unsteadily approached her. Xiao Tu, standing nearby, marveled, "Your injury has healed so swiftly?" Meanwhile, Xian Kong, who had been lurking in the shadows, initially believed that the rotund monk could single-handedly subdue them all. However, he did not anticipate Zhao Kuangyin's sudden emergence, which startled him. Having previously encountered Zhao Kuangyin's formidable abilities, he harbored a deep-seated trepidation and promptly retreated to the steps of the main hall to secure an escape route. The other monks, witnessing Zhao Kuangyin's prowess, also withdrew to the temple. Zhao Kuangyin fixed a fierce gaze upon the malevolent monk, advancing towards him step by step. The square fell into an eerie silence, with everyone holding their breath, hearts racing, fully aware that a bloody confrontation was inevitable. Chapter 45. Zhao Kuangyin comes forth with his life. Zhao Kuangyin approached, executing a technique known as lifting the earth to support the sky, and launched a powerful punch towards him. The wicked monk, upon seeing this, quickly rallied his spirit, pivoting to the left and stepping forward with his right foot, while simultaneously curling his arms inward to deflect Zhao's fists, aiming a strike at his wrist's Shinmin acupoint. Zhao Kuangyin swiftly transformed his fists into tiger claws, aiming for the monk's ribs. The monk, in turn, adjusted his grip, sweeping his palms downward and outward to counter Zhao's attack. Zhao Kuangyin deftly shifted his technique, transforming his claws into a dual strike aimed at the monk's head, his fists rising in unison. A technique known as dual winds passing the ears. The monk, taken aback, immediately leaped back several feet. He had not anticipated Zhao Kuangyin's rapid succession of techniques, executed with such seamless fluidity that it left him defenseless. This close-quarters combat required immense skill, distinct from broad, sweeping moves. It demanded profound mastery and quick reflexes, where even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Zhao Kuangyin was unwilling to let him escape. With a piercing cry, he leapt into the air, descending close to the monk. Delivering a flurry of flying kicks, the monk, employing the white crane spreads its wings technique, adeptly countered with wild horses split their manes, effectively neutralizing Zhao Kuangyin's fierce onslaught. As Zhao Kuangyin landed, he stirred up a cloud of dust. Advancing with the force of an earthquake, he followed up with a series of intricate maneuvers, strikes and parries, thrusts and sweeps, each executed with precision. The relentless barrage of techniques showcased the monk's own remarkable prowess, as he too stood resolute, refusing to yield as he deftly manipulated the dual levers. His hands moved with the swiftness of flying sand. The golden dragon extended its claws, firmly supporting the tower. The 5 dragons exalted the sacred might, while the white ape presented fruits and melons. Swiftly alternating steps, they collectively formed a cohesive unit. His movements showcased remarkable skill, and in that moment, nothing could be amiss. The plum blossom was but a cushion. The stance he adopted was a method of rising. With a push, he collapsed the slippery momentum. His fervor made it difficult to shed his armor. The lever's force demanded transformation, his feet landing like snowflakes. Beneath him, he executed 3-foot strikes, compressing hands and elbows in a powerful grip. Summoning winds and invoking rain, his whirlwind kick was truly commendable. With a grand spirit in his chest and a sense of purpose coursing through him, he embraced the moment. His hands cradled the sun and moon, while his toes grasped the earth. The 2 warriors engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for over 40 or 50 rounds, as darkness enveloped the sky and the sun and moon lost their brilliance, rendering it difficult to discern victory from defeat. The prolonged struggle bore no resolution, and the onlookers, including Morong Yanzhao, grew anxious beneath the tree, feeling helpless. The elder brother wished to display his prowess before the younger sister. Should he capture the vile monk, he would undoubtedly surpass Zhao Kuangyin in skill, and she would no longer be drawn to him. Quietly picking up 2 iron hooks from the ground, he maneuvered around the crowd, staggering toward the fray. By the time the others noticed, it was already too late. Eli Shanshan cried out in desperation, "Come back! Where are you going? Return!" Morong Yanzhao bellowed in command. Several younger sisters urgently called out, "Elder brother, it's dangerous. Come back." What does he intend to do? Shizuxin and Constable Han, nursing their injuries, voiced their concern. Hearing their calls, fearing they might intervene, the elder brother quickened his pace without looking back, rushing forward. Upon nearing the scene, he shouted, "Vile monk, prepare to meet your end." With a swift motion, he aimed his hook at the head of the rotund monk engaged in battle with Zhao Kuangyin. The monk, caught off guard and seemingly engrossed in his duel with Zhao Kuangyin, remained oblivious. Seizing the opportunity, the elder brother felt a surge of elation. Zhao Kuangyin, now we shall see whose strength prevails. You have fought long without success, and I shall strike true. My younger sister will no longer be enamored with you." In his exhilaration, he envisioned a scene of himself marrying his younger sister. The wicked monk, sensing movement behind him, feigned ignorance. Gathering his strength, he executed a swift kick aimed at the elder brother's groin just as he approached within striking distance. A piercing scream echoed as the elder brother was sent flying 2 zhang into the air, crashing to the ground, lifeless. The onlookers erupted in anguished cries. "Elder brother!" Several younger sisters collapsed in tears. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Kuangyin unleashed a torrent of fury upon the vile monk. The monk, momentarily distracted by the commotion behind him, was unprepared for the onslaught of Zhao Kuangyin's wrath. With a sudden strike to his chest, the monk staggered back 5 steps, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Just as he caught his breath, Zhao Kuangyin advanced, raining down punches like a downpour. In a duel among masters, it is customary to uphold the chivalric code, never to take advantage of another's misfortune. However, the monk's recent actions ignited Zhao Kuangyin's fury, compelling him to seek the vile monk's life that day. Each punch landed on the monk with unrelenting force, causing him to stagger, blood pouring from his mouth, until with a final defiant glare, he collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. the distant Xiankong, upon seeing the monks, scattered in a frenzy, fleeing towards the back mountains. The others hurriedly rushed forward, glancing at their master brother, who lay in profound silence. Several junior sisters knelt beside the corpse, weeping bitterly. Master Murong Yanzhao and Mistress Li Shanshan were reduced to tears. The rest of the group also wore somber expressions of grief. After a brief moment, Shi Shouxin, Captain Han, and Zhao Kuangyin met one by one, expressing their sentiments of parting. Zhao Kuangyin anxiously inquired about the injuries of the two, employing some techniques of energy manipulation and massage, which brought them considerable relief. The little bald one hid behind a tree, contemplating whether he should emerge to face his elder brother and how he might explain the situation. That female demon, Li Shanshan, had found her beloved. What was he to his elder brother? How would he navigate this unexpected intrusion? If mishandled, it could lead to disaster. It would be best to escape. With this thought, he took off running. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, he was spotted by Li Shanshan, who called out, "Little bald, why go to such lengths to see your elder brother only to flee?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuangyin looked around, confirming the truth of the matter, and rushed over, lifting the little bald one into his arms, exclaiming, "How did you come here?" The little bald one flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed for his earlier impulse to flee, and casually replied, "It was my aunt who brought me Dado." Zhao Kuangyin was momentarily taken aback. Following the direction indicated by the little bald one, he discerned that it was Li Shanshan, and a sense of understanding washed over him, followed by a hearty laugh. However, this laughter fell upon ears unwelcoming. Young Lady Fu, immersed in the sorrow of her master brother's demise, was taken aback by the laughter. Upon lifting her gaze to see Zhao Kuangyin, memories of her junior sister's death flooded back to her. Although Zhao Kuangyin had slain the wicked monk, avenging her master brother, one must adhere to the principle of retribution. Murder demands a life, and debts must be repaid. This is but natural law. The master and others were constrained by sentiment, unable to act, yet she and her junior sister shared a bond akin to that of siblings. If she did not seek vengeance for her, who would? With this thought igniting her fury, she felt rage bubbling within. Drawing her sword with a swift motion, she cried out, "Zhao Kuangyin, prepare to meet your end." As she swung her blade towards him, "Beware, elder brother." The little bald one, cradled in Zhao Kuangyin's embrace, exclaimed in alarm. Zhao Kuangyin swiftly turned, witnessing the sword aimed at him, and hastily sidestepped. Young Lady Fu brushed past him. Seeing her strike miss, she pivoted and raised her sword once more, declaring, "Return my junior sister's life." Moments ago, everyone was bewildered by young Lady Fu's actions towards Zhao Kuangyin, but upon hearing her words, they understood the motive behind her fury. "Such reckless folly," Li Shanshan admonished sharply, stepping forward with a visage filled with rage. She struck out with her jade palm, forcefully pushing young Lady Fu back several feet. "Master?" The red-clad maiden was taken aback by her master's treatment, feeling unjustly wronged as tears brimmed in her eyes. "Master." The white-clad and blue-clad maidens were equally astonished by their master's explosive anger. They thought perhaps the death of the master brother had overwhelmed him with grief, causing him to lose control of his emotions. Yet, they felt it unnecessary for him to treat young Lady Fu in such a manner. Her pursuit of justice against Zhao Kuangyin was not unwarranted. They hurried over to support young Lady Fu, offering comfort and casting puzzled glances back at Li Shanshan. Xiao Dage, Shi Shouxin and Han Bupai hastened forward, their concern evident as they grasped Zhao Kuangyin. Gently placing the small two on the ground, Zhao Kuangyin approached the two, reassuringly stating, "Brothers, all is well." The duo, shrouded in confusion regarding the events that had transpired, found themselves in a predicament, unable to divulge too much yet unwilling to remain entirely silent, leaving them in a state of quandary. Murong Yanzhao, entirely oblivious to the occurrences beyond, had only heard fleeting words from the young Lady Fu while in the subterranean hideout. Observing the group in a standstill, he quickly interjected, "Shanshan, please converse earnestly with Fu." He then turned to Fu, saying, "Fu, I have always believed in Zhao Dage's character." "Alas!" Li Shanshan let out a deep sigh, lamenting, "This is indeed a monumental misunderstanding. It was my rashness that led to inadvertently wounding Zhao Dage, and I have felt remorse ever since." Subsequently, Li Shanshan meticulously recounted the sequence of events to everyone upon hearing her explanation. The group felt a sense of relief. Li Shanshan stepped forward to Zhao Kuangyin, offering a profound bow. "Zhao Dage, please forgive any past grievances." Zhao Kuangyin hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, please don't." He attempted to reach out, but feeling it inappropriate to extend his hand to a lady, he blushed deeply. Uncertain of how to proceed, Fu, already flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head in guilt and turned away to a corner. Enough, enough. Let us not dwell on the past. We have much to attend to. Zhao Kuangyin's words served as a reminder to all. Tears welled up anew in the eyes of Li Shanshan and Morong Yanzhao. And Li Shanshan wiped her tears, urging, Exiner, Ruer, Fuer, hasten to prepare your senior brother, ensuring he departs in cleanliness and elegance. At this point, Li Shanshan covered her mouth in a choked sob, unable to continue. Hearing their master's words, several female disciples rushed forward, weeping as they carried their senior brother to the shade of a large tree. Fuer hurried to the temple, fetched a basin of water, and with a towel she carried, tearfully wiped her senior brother's visage, murmuring, senior brother, must we part ways forever, never to meet again? What has transpired? Han Bupai, upon reaching the temple, gathered several discarded wooden crates, reserving one for their senior brother. With the assistance of Zhao Kuangyin and Shi Shouxin, he wept as they placed the bodies of their fallen comrades into the crates. One by one, Li Shanshan and Murong Yanzhao ventured into the dense forest behind the temple. Selecting a site of exceptional feng shui, one by one, they carried the crates, procuring shovels and other tools to bury their companions, mounding up graves and setting alight the paper offerings and incense from the temple. The women wept uncontrollably, while the men silently shed tears, the small two hiding far away, unable to bear the sight. In the end, Han Bupai could no longer contain his grief, collapsing to his knees at the graves of his fallen brothers, wailing, brothers, I am so sorry. I failed to take care of you. How shall I return to explain this to your parents and wives? A man may shed tears, but he does so sparingly, only when he reaches a point of profound sorrow. At this moment, his weeping provokes an overwhelming response from those around him, and soon the air is filled with a chorus of cries. After this cathartic release, hearts feel considerably lighter, and everyone finds a moment to catch their breath, resting on the ground. After a brief period of silence, they begin to discuss their plans moving forward. With Li Shanshan having found her husband, it is only natural for her to return to Shangxi alongside Morong Yanzhao and a few disciples. As for Constable Han, having lost his brother, he cannot proceed to Fengxiang and must first return to report. Shi Shouxin, despite his injuries, insists on accompanying Zhao Kuangyin to Shaolin Temple. Once their plans are set, they prepare for their bittersweet farewells, ready to part ways. Zhao Kuangyin gazes around, a lingering sense of unfinished business weighing on his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly slaps his forehead, exclaiming in realization, almost forgetting this important matter. The others pause, bewildered, unsure of what crucial matter he has yet to address. Follow me. Zhao Kuangyin beckons as he leads the group through a dense forest of ancient cypress trees, revealing a stone bridge over a babbling brook of crystal-clear mountain water. As they cross the bridge, they come upon a quaint, ivy-covered dwelling nestled at the foot of the mountain. A sense of intrigue envelopes the group. What purpose does Zhao Kuangyin have in bringing them here? As they approach, they find the front door tightly shut. Zhao Kuangyin shakes the door and calls out, is anyone there? Receiving no response, he forcefully pushes the door open and steps inside. Once within, they scan the empty space, finding only a few beds scattered about. Zhao Kuangyin guides them through a second set of doors. He reaches for a wooden mallet resting on the offering table and gently taps it against the bell. The melodious sound resonates throughout the room, and suddenly, a trapdoor in the center of the floor creaks open. Startled, they see a woman peering out, her excitement palpable as she exclaims, Zhao Gu. It truly is you. Zhao Gu, everyone, come out. Zhao Gu has arrived. I always said he would come to rescue us. As she speaks, she leaps up from below and clings to Zhao Kuangyin's hand. The others stand in stunned silence, taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Jing Yang. Zhao Kuangyin calls out joyfully. At that moment, the imprisoned women begin to emerge from below, all exclaiming, Zhao Gu has come. You have finally arrived. Each one eagerly rushes forward to greet him. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Li Shanshan and the others, who regard the flamboyantly dressed women with raised brows and curious eyes, Zhao Kuangyin hastily recounts the events leading to their reunion. Only then do they begin to grasp the situation, though they remain hesitant to draw too close. Zhao Kuangyin, alongside Morong Yanzhao and Li Shanshan, resolves to rescue the women. With the monks of the monastery having scattered, leaving them without provisions, it would be irresponsible to leave them behind. Zhao Kuangyin expresses his urgency to reach Shaolin Temple, confessing that he cannot escort each woman home alone and implores their assistance. Jing Yang replies, I originally came with my father to Shaolin Temple on Mount Song to fulfill a vow. Now that Zhao Gu is heading to Shaolin, I wish to accompany you, thus fulfilling my promise. Surely this is fate. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Kuangyin, initially reluctant to accompany a woman due to the inconveniences it might entail, found himself unable to refuse. After all, this matter was one he had taken upon himself. And if he did not take the initiative, how could he expect others to do so? Li Shanshan, perceiving Zhao Kuangyin's predicament and feeling indebted to him, recognized that, being among the captives herself, she was indeed the most suitable to escort the group of women. Thus, she resolutely declared, "Zhao Dage, do not trouble yourself any further. I shall shoulder this responsibility." Grateful beyond measure, Zhao Kuangyin clasped his hands in gratitude, repeatedly expressing, "Thank you, thank you." Kuangyin is most obliged. Seeing that Morong Yinzhao bore injuries, both Shi Shouxin and Constable Han, aware of the potential for mishaps among so many women, voluntarily offered to accompany and protect them. This further eased Zhao Kuangyin's concerns, and he grasped the hands of the two men, exclaiming, "Brothers, you are truly men of chivalry." Little Bald, Zhao Kuangyin called out to the diminutive figure lingering behind. "Elder brother, did you call for me?" The little one stepped forward. Zhao Kuangyin affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "You must return with Shi Dage and the others. Be sure to behave on the way." "Understood, elder brother," Little Bald replied, reluctantly tugging at Zhao Kuangyin's garment. "Be careful," Little Bald, nestled in Zhao Kuangyin's embrace, suddenly cried out. In an instant, Zhao Kuangyin pivoted to find the sword of Miss Fu thrusting toward him, and he swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack. Miss Fu brushed past Zhao Kuangyin, and witnessing her strike miss its mark, she turned back, raising her sword once more to strike at him. "Return my little junior sister's life." Initially, the onlookers were perplexed by Miss Fu's actions toward Zhao Kuangyin, but upon hearing her words, the reason became clear. "What utter nonsense!" Li Shanshan exclaimed with indignation, stepping forward with a fierce expression and forcefully pushing Miss Fu several feet away with a single strike of her jade palm. "Master?" Miss Fu was taken aback, unable to comprehend why her master would treat her thus, seemingly protecting an outsider, tears welling in her eyes. "Master." Both Exiner and Ruer were equally astonished by their master's explosive reaction, suspecting that perhaps the death of their senior brother had caused her overwhelming grief, leading to this loss of composure. Yet, they felt it unnecessary for their master to treat Miss Fu in such a manner, especially since she was merely holding Zhao Kuangyin accountable. They hurried to support Miss Fu in an attempt to offer comfort, casting puzzled glances back at Li Shanshan. Zhao Dage, Shi Shouxin, and Constable Han rushed forward, their concern evident as they grasped Zhao Kuangyin. He gently set Little Bald down and faced the two men, reassuring them, "Brothers, it is nothing." The two were still quite bewildered by the unfolding events, unsure of how to articulate their confusion without remaining entirely silent, leaving them in a state of dilemma. Meanwhile, Morong Yinzhao was wholly unaware of what transpired outside, having only overheard fragments of Miss Fu's words while in the underground chamber. Seeing everyone frozen in place, he hastily interjected, "Shanshan, please speak kindly to Fu." He then turned to Miss Fu, saying, "Fu, I have always assured you of my utmost faith in Zhao Dage's character." "Oh dear," Li Shanshan sighed deeply, realizing that this was indeed a colossal misunderstanding. "It was my reckless behavior that inadvertently harmed Brother Zhao, and I have been plagued by guilt ever since." Subsequently, Li Shanshan meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events to everyone, leading them to a collective sense of relief. Approaching Zhao Kuangyin, Li Shanshan bowed deeply and said, "Brother Zhao, I sincerely hope you can forgive any past offenses." Zhao Kuangyin hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "No, no, please don't." He reached out, but feeling the awkwardness of the situation due to Li Shanshan being a woman, he blushed deeply, unsure of how to proceed. Miss Fu had already turned crimson with embarrassment, lowering her head in shame and retreating to a corner. "Enough, enough. Let us not dwell on the past. We have much to attend to now," Zhao Kuangyin reminded everyone with a single statement. Tears flowed anew from Li Shanshan and Morong Yinzhao. Wiping her tears, Li Shanshan urged, "Exiner, Ruer, Fu, please prepare our senior brother for his final journey, ensuring he departs in a clean and beautiful manner." At this juncture, Li Shanshan covered her mouth in anguish, choking on her words and unable to continue. Hearing their master's words, several female disciples rushed over, wailing as they carried their senior brother to the shade of a large tree. Miss Fu went to the nearby temple, fetched a basin of water, and with a towel she carried, tearfully wiped her senior brother's face while murmuring, "Senior brother, dear senior brother, must we part ways forever, never to meet again? What has transpired?" Upon arriving at the temple, Constable Han gathered a few discarded wooden boxes, leaving one for their senior brother. With the help of Zhao Kuangyin and Shi Shouxin,
he tearfully placed the bodies of their fallen comrades into the boxes. Meanwhile, Li Shanshan and Murong Yanzhao ventured into the dense woods behind the temple to select a spot of exceptional feng shui, and one by one, they carried the boxes over, bringing shovels and other tools to bury the deceased, mounding up grave mounds and burning paper offerings and incense from the temple. The women wept uncontrollably, while the men silently shed tears, and the little bald boy hid far away, unable to bear the sight. In the end, Constable Han could no longer contain his sorrow. Kneeling at the graves of his fallen brothers, he cried out, "Brothers, I am so sorry. I failed to look after you. How can I return and explain this to your parents and wives?" A man may shed tears only with great reluctance. Yet when the sorrow strikes, his lament caused the others to lose their composure, and soon the air was filled with cries of grief. After this cathartic release, they felt a little lighter in heart, finally able to catch their breath and rest on the ground. After a moment of silence, they began discussing their next steps. With Li Shanshan having found her husband, she would naturally return to Shangxi with Murong Yanzhao and several disciples. Constable Han, having lost his brothers, could not proceed to Fengxiang and would first return to report. Shi Shouxin, despite his injuries, insisted on accompanying Zhao Kuangyin to Shaolin Temple. Once their plans were set, they prepared to part ways with lingering reluctance. Zhao Kuangyin glanced around, feeling an inexplicable sense of unfinished business. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, I nearly forgot about this matter." Everyone paused, puzzled as to what important issue he had yet to clarify. "Please follow me." Zhao Kuangyin led the group through the ancient cypress forest that loomed before them, revealing a stone bridge over which crystal-clear mountain stream water flowed with a melodic rush. Upon crossing the bridge, they found themselves at the foot of a hill, where a quaint tiled dwelling, entwined with withered vines, stood in serene isolation. A sense of mystery enveloped the group. What purpose did Zhao Kuangyin have in bringing them here? As they approached, they found the main door firmly locked. Zhao Kuangyin knocked on the door with his hand, calling out repeatedly, "Is anyone inside?" Receiving no response, he forcefully pushed the door open and entered. Inside the abode, they scanned the surroundings, finding it utterly deserted except for a few beds scattered about. Zhao Kuangyin led them through a second door. He seized a wooden mallet from the offering table and gently struck the bell, producing a clear and melodious sound that resonated throughout the room. Suddenly, with a creak, a hidden trapdoor in the center of the floor swung open. Startled, they beheld a woman peering up, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Zhao, big brother. It truly is you. Everyone, come out quickly. Zhao, big brother has come. I always knew he would come to rescue us." As she spoke, she leaped from below, grasping Zhao Kuangyin's hand and refusing to let go. The onlookers stood in a daze, utterly astonished. "Jingyang!" Zhao Kuangyin exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, the imprisoned women began to pour forth from the hidden entrance. "Big brother Zhao has arrived. At last, you've come." Each rushed forward to greet him. Zhao Kuangyin noticed Li Shanshan and the others frowning, casting peculiar glances as they scrutinized the flamboyantly dressed women. He quickly recounted the events that had transpired, allowing them to understand the situation, yet they remained hesitant to draw too close. Zhao Kuangyin, along with Murong Yanzhao and Li Shanshan, deliberated on the necessity of rescuing the women. With the monks of the temple now dispersed, leaving them behind would mean no one would provide for their needs. Zhao Kuangyin expressed his urgency to reach Shaolin Temple, admitting his inability to escort each woman back home alone, and thus, he sought their assistance. Jingyang remarked, "I initially accompanied my father to Mount Song and Shaolin Temple to fulfill a vow. Now that big brother Zhao is heading to Shaolin, I wish to accompany you, thus fulfilling my promise. Surely this is fate." Zhao Kuangyin, while reluctant to take a woman along due to the potential inconveniences, found himself unable to refuse her request. Having taken on this responsibility himself, he could hardly expect others to take initiative. Li Shanshan, recognizing Zhao Kuangyin's dilemma and feeling indebted to him, understood that as a woman herself, she was best suited to escort the imprisoned women. Resolutely, she declared, "Big brother Zhao, do not trouble yourself further. I shall take care of everything." Grateful, Zhao Kuangyin clasped his fists in appreciation, repeatedly expressing his thanks. "I am truly indebted to you. Your kindness is noted." Seeing that Murong Yanzhao was injured and considering the number of women, Shi Shouxin and the Constable Han volunteered to accompany them to ensure the safe passage of the group. This assurance brought Zhao Kuangyin further peace of mind, as he grasped their hands and exclaimed, "Brothers, you are indeed men of chivalry." "Little Baldy," Zhao Kuangyin called to the diminutive figure lingering behind. "Brother, did you call for me?" Little Baldy stepped forward. Zhao Kuangyin tenderly caressed his head and said, "You shall return with Brother Shi and be sure to behave on the journey." "Understood, Brother, the little bald one replied, reluctantly tugging at Zhao Kuangyin's garment. Chapter 47. Flesh and blood kinship. A cacophony of clinking metal sounds drew near. A disheveled woman, hissing in pursuit, relentlessly chased after a masked figure ahead. As the masked man felt her approach, he swiftly brandished his long sword, engaging her in a brief skirmish. However, when she grew fatigued and leaned against a great tree, resting on a rock, he made no attempt to escape, remaining quietly at a distance of several dozen meters. Very well, you are intentionally opposing me. Why do you prevent me from slaying the Empress Dowager? Who sent you? What is your connection to her? After a barrage of questions, she angrily swept aside her disheveled hair that obscured her face, revealing the pallid visage of Consort Wang. Her ire intensified as she spoke, and without restraint, she swung her long sword at him once more. Just as she lifted her foot, a stone tripped her, causing her to tumble to the ground with a thud. Upon witnessing his eager attempt to assist her, coupled with a glimmer of tenderness in his gaze, her fury surged further. Get away from me. Spare me your false compassion. Do you think I will let you go just like that? Dream on. I have only pursued you for a few days, and now you fear me? Let me tell you, I will not easily pardon those who thwart my plans. They say I am a ghost. Indeed, I am a ghost, and I shall haunt you relentlessly. The masked man spoke in a low voice. As long as I am here, you shall not harm the Empress Dowager. Who are you? Who are you truly? And why do you obstruct me? She lamented, her voice a wail of despair. Rising from the ground, her hair billowed chaotically in the wind. She gazed skyward with vacant eyes, slowly advancing forward. She muttered incessantly, Sister, did you truly die in vain? How useless I am, unable to avenge your death, and yet I still dare to live in this world. Sister, do you know how much I long for you? Wait for me, sister. I shall come to you now. With that, she turned the blade of her long sword towards her chest, gripping the hilt tightly and thrusting it forcefully. The masked man gasped in alarm, leaping towards her before he could reach her. The sword had already been unleashed with a clang. Her long sword slipped from her grasp and flew away. A shiver coursed through her body, as if she had awakened from a stupor. She covered her face, resembling a child wronged, and began to sob softly. Leave me be. Let me die. Do not hinder me. What meaning does my existence hold anymore? The masked man, distressed, implored, Do you think that by dying, your sister will return to life? You must understand, your sister was at fault. As the consort of the late emperor, she dared to. He paused, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, fearing that any words might desecrate the memory of the departed. Are you aware that everything enveloping you is fundamentally rooted in your own self-interest? In comparison to the fate of the entire Han dynasty, what does it truly amount to? He cleared his throat and continued. Have you contemplated the chaos that would ensue within the Han dynasty if you were to exact personal vengeance by assassinating the Empress Dowager? Presently, the weight of the Han realm rests solely upon her shoulders. Do you comprehend this? I am indifferent to such matters. How do they pertain to me? All I desire is for my sister to remain safe and sound. What of the Empress Dowager? Does she possess the right to slay at will? The Empress Dowager has always harbored a deep-seated aversion to evil, unable to tolerate even the slightest injustice. While she may at times be somewhat obstinate, with the recent demise of the late emperor, what more could you expect from a pair of orphans and a widow? Without employing iron-fisted measures, how else could she maintain order among the masses? He paused momentarily, casting a glance at her, and upon seeing her silent and still presence, his emotions began to settle, sensing that his words had resonated with her. Swiftly, he sheathed his sword and continued. Do you truly understand the Empress Dowager? Once you grasp the entirety of her circumstances, you shall find yourself incapable of taking action. She stood there, quietly absorbing his narrative, her thoughts embroiled in conflict. Yet, this turmoil was fleeting, as a vision of her sister's youthful, playful visage flashed before her. Sister, what troubles you, with that furrowed brow? Who has dared to bully my dear sister? Speak swiftly, and I shall assist you. The sister's previously jovial expression and sparkling eyes turned grave. Oh, how did such a large bump appear on your head? Who did this? Immediately, she rolled up her sleeves, stomping her feet in agitation. Quickly, tell me, who has wronged you? It was always thus. Upon seeing her sister, she felt a sense of refuge. With a sudden outburst of tears, she choked out, It was. It was all I did to second son. And with that, the floodgates of her tears opened wide. How audacious of you, Li Erden, to bully my sister. May you be blinded for your insolence. Come, let us confront him. As she spoke, she grasped her sister's hand and set off, Sister, is this wise? It is just the two of us against many. She shrank back, uncertainty gnawing at her heart. Her sister, filled with indignation, retorted, "What is there to fear? Do you think they could devour us? Come." Reluctantly, she followed her sister as they reached the threshold of the courtyard. Her sister picked up a horse-blocking stick that lay at the entrance, for the recent festivities had yet to see it removed. The household maids and older servants exchanged glances, murmuring, "Where could they possibly be going? Surely, they aren't seeking trouble again." One of the older servants advised another maid. "Quickly, rush to the main hall and inform the eldest madam. Should anything go awry, we, as the help, cannot bear the consequences." "Understood," replied the maid, hurrying off toward the main hall. "Erden, it is your turn." As the first round concluded, both teams found themselves evenly matched, with victories and defeats on either side, leaving the ultimate winner yet to be determined. Underneath a venerable weeping willow, a sturdy young boy, hands on his hips, animatedly gestured and proclaimed, "Hey, I say, Dajwang. Our team undeniably won one more round just now. How can that not count?" The boy known as Erden, with a face resembling a pockmarked landscape, pouted in discontent. "Indeed, indeed. How can it not count?" echoed several others standing behind Erden in agreement. "Well, you see," the boy referred to as Dajwang replied, his eyes darting thoughtfully. "It's because Erden injured one of our team members just now." Right, he hurt one of our own," the others chimed in unison. Erden, irritated, retorted, "What? Your team members? Nonsense. The second miss of the Wang family is a prize. Whoever wins gets to claim her. Himph. When did she become one of your team?" Dajwang sighed. "Regardless of that, you injured someone, and now they're unavailable. Continuing this match seems rather pointless, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Erden grew increasingly agitated. No way. This must continue. We need to settle the score. I accidentally hurt her while sparring with someone else. Why was she standing so close? The second miss of the Wang family will eventually appear, and we need to settle this now to avoid future disputes." Dajwang smiled slightly, feeling quite pleased with himself for having deftly navigated the situation. "All right then, it's settled. One round to determine the victor. I shall compete against Erden." Upon hearing this, Erden felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. He was anxious about Dajwang's robust physique, fearing he might not be able to match him, yet exhilarated by the prospect of winning the beautiful second miss of the Wang family. Taking a deep breath, he hastily drew his wooden sword, letting out a loud cry, and charged fiercely at Dajwang. Chapter 48. Erden, don't flee. Erden dashed before Dajwang, disregarding all caution, as he wildly swung his wooden sword, leaving Dajwang momentarily dazed. "Hey, the kid's got some stamina." Dajwang instinctively began to parry with his own wooden sword. When Erden saw his initial strike fail, he swiftly retreated a few steps to assess his opponent, preparing for a second assault. His teammates rallied behind him, cheering, "Erden will surely win. Erden will surely win." Energized by their encouragement, Erden grinned widely, asserting, "Brothers, have no fear. I will achieve victory." Dajwang, upon witnessing this, thought to himself, "Bring it on. Today, I'll show you something fierce, or else you won't know the might of the king of horses." With that determination, he gathered his strength, waiting for Erden to charge once more, ready to give him a taste of his power. Erden, brandishing his sword, charged forward again, and as he reached Dajwang, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his wooden sword, attacking from all angles. As Dajwang stood firmly in place, the moment Dan approached, he deftly sidestepped and executed a sweeping kick. Caught off guard by this cunning maneuver, Dan stumbled unexpectedly, falling to the ground in a clumsy manner. After a while, he managed to rise, his face covered in dirt. His lips bloodied and bleeding profusely. He forcefully sucked in air and spat out a mouthful of blood, immediately followed by an indignant shout. "Dajwang, you're cheating. This doesn't count." "Who is cheating?" "A wager is a wager. I won. And that means the second Miss Wang is mine now," Dajwang exclaimed, bursting into jubilant celebration. Upon hearing this, and realizing that the second Miss Wang would henceforth be Dajwang's cherished consort, tears welled up in Dan's eyes. Suddenly, fury ignited within him as he charged at Dajwang's midsection. Caught up in his moment of triumph, Dajwang was taken aback by Dan's unexpected assault, landing awkwardly on the ground. Just as Dajwang was about to rise and confront Dan for retribution, Dan swiftly mounted him, raining down punches while proclaiming, "The second miss is mine. Now and forever. No one is allowed to contest this. If anyone dares to challenge me, I shall fight them to the end." Dan's onslaught left Dajwang dazed. He closed his eyes and desperately swatted at Erdan's fists. However, while he focused on defending himself from above, he could not protect himself from the sides. De Zhuang, pinned beneath Erdan, groaned in despair, making several futile attempts to overturn him, only to find himself grinding helplessly against the ground. Do you yield? Speak. Is the second miss mine or yours? Erdan declared triumphantly, straddling De Zhuang as he howled in victory. At the height of his triumph, he was suddenly struck on the head by a bamboo pole, causing a resounding thud. You wretched Erdan, how dare you bully my sister? Apologize to her at once, came a voice filled with reprimand, as the bamboo pole rained down upon him mercilessly. Erdan yelped in pain, clutching his head, and upon turning to see the eldest Miss Wang, he was instantly filled with terror, rolling off De Zhuang and desperately trying to escape the stinging blows of the bamboo. The spectators erupted into laughter at his disheveled retreat. The eldest Miss Wang pursued him relentlessly, her anger rising as she shouted, Erdan, don't you dare run. You won Team Meet a good end. How could you, as a man, act without accountability? Bah! She then turned her gaze fiercely upon the crowd. Witnessing her fierce demeanor, the onlookers quickly averted their eyes, fearing her wrath. Some timid souls kicked stones with their toes. Seizing the opportunity to flee, De Zhuang, having dusted himself off, bowed deeply and proclaimed, Thank you, Miss Wang, for saving my life. Save your life? Me? What a joke. Why would I save you? I can clearly tell you're no good yourself. Humph, from now on, if anyone dares to target my sister again, I shall shatter their skull with a stick. A few words left De Zhuang speechless, standing there like a wooden puppet. Miss Wang returned triumphantly hand in hand with her sister. They were met at the entrance by the hurriedly arriving matron, old nanny, and several maidservants. Where on earth have you two mischievous girls run off to? The matron asked, her face stern. Mother, what brings you out here? The sisters giggled as they grasped their mother's hand. Oh, I feared you might cause me trouble. Upon uttering these words, the matron began to cough incessantly. Mother, you are unwell. How could we dare to provoke your anger? You are always so worried about us. Miss Wang chided playfully. Just then, a distant wailing, reminiscent of a funeral dirge, echoed through the air. Everyone was taken aback. What could be the matter? It wasn't until the source of the cries drew near that the sisters' hearts began to race. I say, sister-in-law, is this not an act of bullying? What law has my Erdan transgressed to be beaten into a bloody pulp? Is there no justice left in this world? Oh, my heavens, this is unbearable. Erdan's mother lamented while clutching her child. The matron was momentarily stunned, her heart aching. Indeed, that was a vicious beating. Who did this? What? Erdan's mother immediately dried her tears, her eyes widening in anger. Sister-in-law, are you truly unaware? Or are you merely pretending to be ignorant? Your eldest daughter has injured someone. Do you not know? Have I come to your doorstep to cause trouble? Oh, my heavens. Before she could finish, she began to weep again. What? The matron, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Eldest daughter, is this your doing? As her body swayed unsteadily, darkness clouded her vision, and she nearly collapsed. Mother! The second young lady exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support her. Miss Wang straightened herself, pointing at Erdan, who was cowering behind their mother, and shouted, Erdan, speak the truth. Did I inflict those injuries on your nostrils and lips? One must not speak falsely in disregard of their conscience. Beware of divine retribution. Oh, how fierce the eldest daughter is. With such bravado, does he dare to speak the truth? Erdan's mother remarked, yet her eyes were fixed intently on the matron. The matron understood all too well. If she did not provide an explanation today, Erdan's mother would not relent. Everyone in the neighborhood knew her as a notoriously difficult person. Why had the eldest daughter chosen to provoke such a foe? Hurry up and speak. How did you come to raise such a feckless child? One who summons trouble but cannot quell it. Erdan's mother angrily twisted Erdan's ear. Ouch, mother, it hurts. Erdan cried out in a pitiful wail. Seemingly grasping her mother's intent, she quickly grinned and said, Eldest sister, if you say it wasn't you who struck me, then how did I get these injuries? Seeing that the eldest daughter remained silent, Erdan felt emboldened, thinking she must be intimidated by their mother. She immediately shouted, One cannot strike without reason. Stealing a glance at her mother and seeing a glimmer of approval on her face, Erdan began to feel a sense of triumph, realizing she had accurately interpreted her mother's intentions. Such innocent words, spoken without restraint, awakened the slumbering mind. The lady, troubled by the lack of a resolution, found clarity in Erdan's remarks. For families of their stature, matters that can be settled with money are hardly considered issues. Turning to the old maid behind her, she commanded, Zhang Ma, hasten to my chamber and fetch a few taels of silver. Having harmed someone's child, we must ensure they receive proper care. The old maid acquiesced and promptly departed. Ah, I must say, this lady of a prominent household is indeed reasonable and understanding. I have no complaints on that front. Erden's mother, witnessing the retrieval of silver, could not contain her delight, chuckling with glee. The lady then addressed a group of maidservants. You all, swiftly escort the eldest maid to the pavilion in the rear garden and keep a close watch on her. She is not to step outside the pavilion for a month. The maidservants hesitated, caught in a dilemma, fully aware of the young lady's temperament. It could end poorly for them. Shall we proceed then? What is there to fear? The young lady, sensing her maidservant's reluctance, made her way toward the rear garden, casting a fierce glare at Erden and his mother, brandishing the whip in her hand with a menacing flourish. Both mother and son felt a chill run down their spines. Erden's mother quickly attempted to appease her, saying, Madam, since you have already extended your generosity, please do not punish the eldest maid. The lady smiled slightly, then replied with a serious tone, Erden's mother, this is a family matter. The second young lady rushed into her mother's embrace, pleading, Mother, please let my sister go. The lady cleared her throat, her voice stern, Do you truly believe I would spare you? Chapter 49. The rear garden of the Wang Manor's second young lady. It is time for a respite. Zhang Ma swiftly seized the broom from her hands, offering, if not, allow this old servant to assist you with the cleaning. The second young lady glanced around nervously and quickly reclaimed the broom, exclaiming, Zhang Ma, no need for that. This is a punishment for mother. If she sees me slacking off, she will surely be displeased. At your tender age, with such a delicate constitution, how can you manage such labor? I wonder what the lady is thinking. As Zhang Ma spoke, she gazed at the second young lady, tears welling in her eyes from concern. There is nothing I cannot do, the second young lady retorted, feeling a surge of defiance, and resumed her work with even greater vigor. Despite her seemingly fragile exterior, her spirit was indomitable. She feared the judgment of others more than anything. Zhang Ma sighed, helpless, and departed. A few young maidservants peeked curiously, but seeing the second young lady's indifference to Zhang Ma's kindness, none dared to approach, quickly retreating to attend to their own tasks. Once the second young lady had tidied the courtyard thoroughly, panting and wiping the sweat from her brow, she looked up to see the sun well past its zenith. Glancing around and finding no one in sight, she set down the broom, lowered her body, and stealthily slipped toward the rear garden. Xinghua, came the voice of the eldest young lady from the pavilion, but there was no reply. Xinghua. As the voice grew increasingly irritable, a maid dozing off on the stairs beneath the attic, her head bobbing, was startled into wakefulness by the loud call of the young lady for the second time. She quickly glanced around, confirming that the sound originated from the attic, and hurriedly replied, Coming, coming. Subsequently, she turned to ascend the stairs in haste. However, in her flurry, she stumbled, her legs weakening, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the steps, exclaiming in pain, Ouch! The agony pierced through her, yet she grit her teeth and bore it, rising to lift her pant leg, revealing a knee already swollen and bruised. Xinghua, where have you been? The young lady in the attic called out impatiently. Coming, coming, the maid answered, dragging her injured leg, limping as she made her way upward. Upon reaching the door, she timidly inquired, What does the young lady wish of her servant? Oh, it's nothing much, I merely wish to know the time. The young lady within the room replied lazily, stifling a yawn. The maid, vexed, shot an annoyed glare toward the interior, pouted slightly, and reluctantly glanced at the sun, saying, replying to the young lady, It is just past the third hour. Alas! Why does the day drag on so slowly? The young lady sighed in resignation, then added, Very well, that will be all. You may go. Thank you, young lady. The maid responded languidly, turning her body and limping back down the stairs, casting irritated faces toward the door as she went. The second young lady traversed the lengthy corridor, circumnavigating 3 courtyards, crossing 4 bridges, and leaping over 5 rockeries, finally pausing not far from the attic in the back garden. She bent low, hiding behind a cluster of low shrubs, peering through the gaps to observe. Upon seeing the maid Xinghua limping toward the front courtyard, she felt a surge of curiosity, delighted to find such a splendid opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, the maid was injured and was on her way to fetch some ointment for bruises and sprains. The second young lady, reveling in her fortune, suddenly heard a series of giggles and hushed whispers from behind her. What a fine figure! So beautifully curvaceous! Look at that roundness! Oh, I'm utterly tempted! Hee hee! Startled, the second young lady turned around, only to find several greedy eyes gleaming through the openings in the floral wall. "Who is there? What do you want?" she demanded angrily as she rushed toward the floral wall to confront the intruders. Outside, a startled cry rang out, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps fleeing. Peering through the gap, she caught sight of Erden and a few others desperately escaping. "You rascal Erden, always up to no good. Just wait, I won't let you off this time," she fumed, her anger causing her to stomp her feet in exasperation. "Sister, is that you? What is going on?" The young lady in the attic, hearing the commotion below and recognizing her sister's voice, quickly inquired with urgency. The second young lady ascended to the attic and recounted the events that had transpired. The elder sister immediately flew into a rage, exclaiming, "Ah, you filthy Erden, I haven't dealt with you from last time yet. In recent days, I have observed those rascals meandering around this vicinity. They are well aware that I am confined to this upper floor by my mother. It seems they wish to witness my humiliation." As I spoke, I rolled up my sleeves, ready to rush downstairs. The second young lady hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her sister's hand, feeling guilty as she said, "Sister, it is all my fault that you are implicated in suffering. Please do not be angry. Once this matter has settled, we shall devise a plan to deal with Erden at our leisure. You cannot descend from this floor. If mother discovers it, she will surely be enraged." At the mention of this, the eldest young lady immediately felt deflated, realizing that she was still in a precarious situation. She slumped onto the bed, breathing heavily. After sitting in silence for a while, she suddenly asked, "Sister, when you came up, did you not encounter the maid Xinghua?" Xinghua went to the front yard, limping as if she had encountered some misfortune. The second young lady, still preoccupied with the recent humiliation inflicted upon her by Erden, thought about using the horsewhip that her sister had employed yesterday to blind him for having gazed upon her back. Naturally, the second young lady was distracted as she responded to her sister's inquiry. "Oh," upon hearing this, the eldest young lady's eyes brightened, and she muttered to herself, "I have an idea." She then leaned close to her sister's ear and whispered conspiratorially, "Hmm." The second young lady nodded incessantly, occasionally letting out a giggle. Once the eldest young lady settled back onto the bed, she sat in a daze for a moment before raising her head to look at her sister and smiling. "Sister, is it feasible? Please do not create any more chaos." "Humph." The eldest young lady disdainfully curled her lip, saying, "This is akin to Jiang Taigong fishing. Those willing will take the bait." Creaking sounds echoed as a small, tightly shut door in the back courtyard of the Wang residence was pushed open from within. Following that, a modest lantern extended through the crack, swaying slightly before the second young lady cautiously poked her head through the opening, nervously scanning her surroundings. Upon finding nothing amiss, she let out a relieved sigh, hunched her back, and slipped out through the back door. Glancing back, she beckoned her sister inside, saying, "Sister, no one is around, hurry." Upon hearing her sister's words, the eldest young lady, with a flower hose slung over her shoulder and a chamber pot in her hand, dashed out from the door, giggling, "What a lovely night, sister. What about that maid Xinghua?" The younger sister turned back to her sister, concerned. Do not worry, she injured herself today, remember? I prepared a remedy for her injuries, and she has taken it. Now she is upstairs in the side room, sleeping like a log. All right, sister, let us commence." Chapter 50. Inviting you into the trap on the banks of the river. The cuckoo sings, "A graceful lady, the gentleman's perfect match." The water plants grow unevenly, flowing left and right. The graceful lady, sought after in both waking and dreaming, if sought and not attained, thoughts linger through the night, leisurely, back and forth, tossing and turning. The water plants grow unevenly, gathered left and right. The graceful lady, harmonized with the qin and se. The water plants grow unevenly, collected left and right. The graceful lady, accompanied by the sound of bells and drums. The second young lady stood with her back to the flower wall, reciting the verses from the book of songs that her cousin had taught her and her sister, specifically the section concerning the Guanju, while continuously twisting her slender waist. She could sense the multitude of greedy, shameless, and lascivious eyes burning into her back. It was only when she stealthily leaned against the permeable flower wall and caught sight of Dan and his companions rushing towards her that she turned around. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of the poem her cousin had taught her at the academy, she vaguely recalled him mentioning that it expressed the sentiments between men and women. This was conveyed through his deep, intense gaze as he stared at her sister with fervent longing. He had tirelessly explained the poem. The croaking waterfowl reside on the sandy banks of the river. A lovely and virtuous maiden is indeed a suitable partner for a man. The unevenly growing water plants see the maidens busily gathering on either side. The beautiful and kind-hearted maiden thinks of him both awake and asleep. She longs for what she cannot possess, pondering him endlessly. She truly misses him, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. The unevenly growing water plants see the maidens busily gathering on either side. The beautiful and kind-hearted maiden plays the zither, signaling her affection. The unevenly growing water plants see the maidens busily gathering on either side. The beautiful and kind-hearted maiden delights him with the sound of drums. After her cousin departed that day, she observed her sister's cheeks flushed, her gaze lowered, shyly staring at a budding rose in the garden. How beautiful! She heard the laughter and whispers from beyond the flower wall, yet there was no other commotion. Something felt amiss. How could this be? She quietly pondered. Raising her head, she then spotted the maid, Xinghua, dozing at the stairway of the pavilion. Upon hearing the noise, Xinghua glanced around and, upon noticing the second young lady, alertly inquired, "Are you admiring the flowers, miss?" She smiled and casually plucked a blooming rose, bringing it to her nose for a sniff, closing her eyes and feigning a look of rapture. Seeing that the young lady had no intention of approaching the pavilion, Xinghua relaxed her guard, lowering her head to resume her sweet daydreams. While pretending to savor the fragrance of the flower, she squinted, glancing around stealthily, beginning to realize that her position was not quite right. The previous night's darkness made it difficult to accurately recall her location in the daylight. Just then, a pair of butterflies fluttered gracefully towards her, landing in the flowers to her left, aligning perfectly with the direction she intended to go. Instantly, she waved the rose branch in her hand lightly up and down, following the butterflies as they danced and chased each other. She could hear the sound of footsteps and the rustling of clothes brushing against the flower wall from outside. She knew Dan and his companions were pursuing her silhouette, and a laugh escaped her lips. Soon after, a commotion erupted outside the flower wall, accompanied by exclamations of, "Oh my goodness! Ugh, it stinks to spit!" The second young lady swiftly ran to the flower wall and peered out, only to see Dan and the others sprawled in a muck pit outside the wall. Although the pit was barely 3 feet deep, it extended along the wall in a slender line. Dan and his companions were so preoccupied with what lay above that they paid no heed to the ground beneath their feet. Moreover, the top was covered with grass matting and a sprinkling of fine soil, making it nearly impossible to notice. They could never have imagined the existence of such a trap, and one by one they tumbled headlong into the pit, their mouths filled with filth and excrement. Clambering back up, they sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably. The second young lady clasped her stomach, stifling her laughter. Her heart was elated beyond measure. Casting a glance back, she saw her sister at the window of the second-floor loft, hand over her mouth, shaking with laughter and repeatedly giving her a thumbs up. Dan, it's all your fault. We said we shouldn't come, but you insisted. Now what will we tell mother when we return? Woe is us. Several of them wept bitterly, directing their grievances toward Dan. How could this happen? Are we to blame for the fried beans? Is it solely one person's misfortune? I had good intentions, wanting to broaden everyone's horizons. Who could have foreseen such a treacherous woman? Truly, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. And now I am left reeking of filth. What is to be done? I must simply accept my misfortune. Seeing that the blame was being heaped upon him, Dan felt like he would become a historical scapegoat. He quickly began to defend himself, eager to absolve his name. In any case, we are not responsible. You invited this trouble upon us. Did you not boast of your capabilities? Last time, you managed to swindle several taels from Dia's mother, did you not? Are you just bragging? Where are your wits this time? Why not visit her family again and extort a few taels from her? That way, we can return home with some explanation. Well, what do you say? Is that not a good plan? Indeed. Speak up. The crowd chimed in, leaving Dan in a state of turmoil. He began to regret his earlier bravado. If only he had kept his mouth shut. Now, his companions expected him to seek justice on their behalf. This incident truly required a resolution, or he would no longer be able to hold the title of Big Brother with any credibility. Realizing this, Dan rose from the ground, shaking off the foul-smelling garments, clearing his throat to assert his authority. This matter must be addressed by the Wang family, whether it be an apology or compensation. It cannot simply be brushed aside. Upon hearing this, the others immediately erupted in indignation. Indeed, we cannot suffer such a great loss without recompense. In that moment, Dan's stature among them was restored. They rallied behind him, ready to follow his lead. However, he scratched his head, pondering, what on earth can be done? This predicament is a result of my own actions, and it was my mother who cried and lamented for a solution. What shall I do now? Erdan was at a loss as to how to navigate this situation. His brow furrowed in distress as if he might burst into tears, but to the others, he appeared to be deep in contemplation. Only those who seldom spoke yet could devise strategies were fit to be leaders and to accomplish great deeds. The crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting his words. Erdan kept clearing his throat, his eyes darting around as he feigned deep thought. A considerable amount of time has passed, and the crowd, with their necks craned in discomfort, remains in a state of uncertainty as he continues to mutter. Hey, Erdan, is your throat bothering you today? Why do you keep mumbling? Speak up, what should we do? We can't just linger here indefinitely. The sun is setting, and our mother awaits our return for dinner. Please, say something. Erdan's eyes flashed with a fierce anger. Chapter 51. Trouble looms. Erdan cleared his throat and took a deep breath, then glared at everyone with an intimidating gaze, declaring, what I propose, do you all dare to follow through with it? Wait, Erdan, don't frighten us. You aren't suggesting we commit murder, are you? That is a matter of life and death, and we certainly won't partake in that. A few individuals exchanged glances, each voicing their apprehension. The second miss, crouched by the floral wall, had been straining to eavesdrop. She had caught snippets of conversation that hinted at murder, causing her heart to race wildly, and tears streamed down her cheeks. What am I to do? I have entangled myself with such a notorious troublemaker. Is there any hope for the future? I must hurry to inform my sister to avert any misfortune. Without delay, she crouched low and stealthily made her way around the base of the wall to the back of the attic. Once there, she scanned her surroundings carefully and, after determining her position, hurried to the left corner of the building. Peering around, she spotted the maid Xinghua still napping, her head bobbing sleepily. Anxiously, she pondered how to ascend the stairs and deliver her message. Suddenly, a flower-patterned cat leapt out from behind her, startling her. She quickly subdued the cat, fearing it would make a noise and alert Xinghua. However, the cat had other ideas, meowing persistently. The second miss attempted to cover its mouth, but it was too late. Xinghua had already lifted her head from her stupor, looking towards the source of the cat's cries. This cat was one she had brought from the front yard, as the mistress had instructed her to watch over the young lady. Finding her task too dull, she had brought the cat along for companionship. Hearing the meowing, she rose, her plump figure moving towards the sound. Concerned that something was amiss, Erdan fixed his gaze upon the crowd, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he spoke softly. If you're frightened, that's quite all right. I know you're not individuals of great ambition. For today, consider that I have said nothing, and you have heard nothing. Ha? Erdan, what do you mean by not individuals of great ambition? What is this nonsense about you having said nothing, when you clearly have? Indeed, Erdan, stop speaking in riddles. We have heard nothing. You haven't communicated anything at all. The group expressed their dissatisfaction with Erdan's delay, their frustration palpable. Erdan shot them an exasperated glare, initially flustered and opening his mouth to speak, only to bite his lip, his eyes darting around. He then stated, must I spell everything out? Some matters are better left unspoken, understood only through implication. A voice from the crowd retorted, what is this all about? There are no outsiders present. Speak freely. We are too dull-witted to grasp your half-hidden meanings. Just tell us plainly. Shall we go to the Wang family today to seek justice? If we go, what then? If we do not go, what then? Erdan snorted disdainfully through his nostrils, remarking, if you have the capability, why not go yourself? It's not as if you lack legs. Honestly, all you do is brandish your sword behind closed doors, performing heroics in secret. Who are you referring to? Retorted the young man who had just been ridiculed by Erdan, rising from the ground and rolling up his sleeves with a shout. Repeat that. Who has been playing the hero behind someone's back? I wasn't done speaking yet. What can you do to me? I remain unconvinced by your bravado. How many severed heads adorn your doorstep, to boast so grandly? Erdan lifted his chin defiantly, advancing boldly. A showdown was imminent. The others swiftly rose to mediate, exclaiming, all right, enough. Why are we turning on each other before the real trouble even begins? Won't this invite ridicule from outsiders? Let us keep our voices down. As the crowd attempted to pull Erdan back, he was amused to play along and concede a step. However, upon witnessing the other side retreat, he could not resist taunting. What's so impressive about that? This provoked the opposing party to charge forward once more. Yet Erdan remained remarkably composed. In truth, he deftly controlled the ebb and flow of the situation. Should it escalate too far, he feared a mutual downfall. Yet if it calmed, he worried attention would shift back to himself. Thus, he maintained an unhurried demeanor, for he had no pressing urgency. Miss Two held her breath, crouching in the corner, pondering how to evade the gaze of the apricot blossom maid. What was she up to? Alas, she was soon discovered by the maid. At a loss for a reply, she stared at the cat in her hands, contemplating how to explain to the maid. In her distraction, her grip tightened, prompting the cat to struggle against its bonds and suddenly scratch her. Glancing at her wrist, where faint scratch marks were visible, an idea struck her. She seized the cat's paw and mimicked the motion on her own arm. Ouch, she yelped, releasing her grip, and the cat darted away. The apricot blossom maid, hearing the commotion, hurriedly inquired, "Miss Two, what happened?" She clasped her bloodied arm, feigning urgency as she stepped forward, muttering incessantly, "That wretched cat, I shall not let you escape," followed by a series of delicate exclamations. Ouch! The apricot blossom maid rushed to her side, horrified to see Miss Two's arm drenched in blood. "Oh my heavens, what shall we do?" "It's nothing, nothing at all. Just a minor injury. Pray, dear apricot blossom, could you fetch me some ointment from the front courtyard? I shall wait here." Ouched as Miss Two spoke. She feigned agony, stomping her foot. The maid was drenched in sweat, for she had brought the cat, and should Madame discover the extent of Miss Two's injuries, she would surely bear the brunt of her wrath. The apricot blossom maid dashed off in a flurry towards the front yard. Once she was out of sight, Miss Two allowed herself a subtle smile, brushing her arm. There were no traces of a cat's claws, for it was merely the color from rose petals that had stained her skin. She had just mentioned the cat's paw, lightly scratching her arm, and the pain was unbearable. In a moment of desperation, she caught sight of the rose in her hand, crushed the petals, and rubbed them against her arm. Now, seeing that the maid Xinghua had walked far away, she hurriedly dashed upstairs. "Sister." Upon reaching the upper floor, she called out anxiously before even entering. "What is it? You seem so frantic." Her sister came out of the room, noticing her drenched in sweat, and inquired with concern. "Sister." Upon seeing her sister, tears streamed down her face. "Sister, Erden and the others." She pressed her hand against her wildly beating heart, gasping for breath, unable to articulate her thoughts. "Younger sister, do not worry. Come inside and sit down to speak slowly. Whatever the matter, your sister will support you." The eldest young lady grasped the second young lady's hand and pulled her inside. The second young lady was gently seated on the spring bench within the room, took a few sips of the cool tea her sister offered, and her breath gradually became more even. Opening her mouth, she said, "Sister, something terrible has happened." Chapter 52. The mysterious night traveler. A bolt of lightning struck down, the cold light piercing through the night, illuminating it as if it were day. The night sky was tumultuous with swirling dark clouds, and the muffled thunder rolled ominously behind them. The entire night was filled with the sounds of thunder and flashes of lightning, and by dawn, a torrential downpour finally commenced. The rain fell incessantly, heavy and unyielding, showing no signs of respite. With a creak, the decaying, swollen wooden door of the city god temple was gently pushed open from the outside. A figure, cloaked in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat, entered with heavy steps. He appeared utterly exhausted, clearly having traversed a long distance to arrive here. He paused, seemingly reluctant to take another step. After exhaling a long breath, he removed his hat and raincoat, shaking off the rainwater, and placed them by the door. With another creak, he firmly shut the door, which had been continuously flooded by the rain. By the flickering lightning that illuminated the night sky, he discerned that the altar housed the city god and his consort. However, due to years of neglect, their gilded visages were tarnished and grotesque, appearing somewhat sinister and eerie in the thunderous darkness, truly striking a disconcerting chord. He rubbed his eyes, then turned to the back of the altar. In the darkness, a sudden crash echoed, and he was knocked to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the space, terrifying in its stillness, broken only by the sound of the relentless rain and the rumble of thunder outside. He longed to lie there indefinitely, feeling an overwhelming fatigue, cherishing this rare opportunity. After a while, having rested enough, he slowly pushed aside the weight upon him and rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. From his pocket, he retrieved a fire stick wrapped in oiled paper. Striking it to produce a faint glow, he soon realized that he had collided with a bookshelf, its dusty scriptures now scattered across the floor. Using his foot, he nudged the bookshelf aside and lifted his eyes to the uneven earthen wall revealed behind it. Suddenly, he noticed a hole at the base of the wall, large enough for a person to enter. He bent down and crawled inside. Originally, this space was a compartment, yet the door opened only slightly and was hidden behind a bookshelf, rendering it nearly undetectable to the average person. What purpose could this concealed chamber possibly serve? He felt an unsettling chill emanating from within. By the feeble light of a flickering match, he discerned what appeared to be two figures huddled together in the corner, their forms shrouded in a haze. Startled, his heart raced, and he muttered to himself, fearing he had trespassed into another's sacred domain, thereby interrupting a clandestine affair. He turned to leave, determined to act as if he had seen nothing. However, after taking just a few steps, a nagging feeling compelled him to reconsider. Surely, these two should have gasped in surprise at the sudden intrusion in the dark, or at the very least, made some sound. Yet they remained as silent as the grave. With this thought, a chill ran down his spine. Could they truly be lifeless? He turned back, bringing the match closer for illumination. Indeed, he found two skeletal remains propped against the wall, their long hair dried and withered. Yet they remained entwined in a final embrace. The man was clad in a monk's robe, while the woman was adorned in silks that, though not decayed, reeked of death. He stood there, rooted in disbelief, staring intently until the match finally extinguished, jolting him back to reality. A long sigh escaped him, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Fortunately, in the cover of darkness, no one witnessed this moment. Otherwise, his reputation as the world's most ruthless assassin would be irrevocably tarnished. For he too possessed emotions, he too could be moved. He was not the iron-hearted figure of legend. Such is the nature of humanity. The unknown evokes mystery and reverence, yet familiarity breeds a sense of the mundane. He understood that these two had perished in a tragic act of love. A married woman who fell for a monk, transcending the mortal realm. Though the eyes of society, their love was deemed scandalous. Yet they valued their bond above life itself, choosing love over existence. The world could not accommodate them. Thus, they sought solace in another realm, where they could soar together in spirit, their bodies merely husks left behind. He suddenly knelt on the ground, hands raised to the heavens, tears flowing as he proclaimed, "I bow before you both." He then struck the ground thrice in reverence. "Here I am, a robust man, possessing unparalleled martial prowess. Yet I cannot compare to what you two have achieved, even in the slightest." Choking on his emotion, he cried out, "Yearns, where are you? Where could you possibly be? I have searched for you tirelessly. Do you comprehend my anguish? I would gladly embrace you as they did, and perish by your side, finding fulfillment in that alone. What is the point of my extraordinary abilities if I am to exist in this world without you?" Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground as tremors coursed through him. He realized with dread that his old affliction had returned. His body rolled on the ground uncontrollably, teeth clenched, foam escaping his lips. Thus he writhed, with no one coming to his aid, not even to offer a moment's concern. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to this. Each time he succumbed to his ailment, he emerged more ruthless in his killings than before. His psyche, twisted and tormented, spiraled deeper into an abyss. Time lost its meaning as he drifted in and out of consciousness, eventually succumbing to a profound slumber. When he awoke, the sunlight had already streamed through the window, illuminating the room so that even the intricate cracks in the decaying walls were clearly visible. He rose from his slumber, emerged from his compartment, and rubbed his eyes, feeling a painful dryness in his throat. Approaching the door, he gathered his raincoat, neatly folded it into his bundle, and placed his conical hat atop it, securing it on his back with everything in order. He creaked open the temple door. A burst of blinding sunlight met him, and he shielded his eyes with his hand, taking a moment to acclimate before stepping onto the main road. As he walked, he heard cries in the distance. Raising his gaze, he beheld a tattered straw mat laid out at the entrance of a house, upon which lay the body of a young man. Tall and robust, the youth was wrapped inadequately in the mat, his head and feet protruding. His features were unrecognizable, having been disfigured by a blunt object, smeared with dried blood, creating a scene of utter devastation. An elderly woman wailed loudly while attempting to wash the bloodstains from the deceased's body with water from a wooden basin. Moved by a surge of compassion, he approached and exclaimed, "Old woman, what has caused his untimely demise?" The old lady, upon hearing his inquiry, wept as if she had found a savior, crying, "Oh, kind-hearted stranger, my son was beaten to death by the men of the Wang residence." "The Wang residence? Which Wang residence? Is there even a prince residing nearby?" he asked in astonishment. "Ah, it is but half a li away, at the estate of the old Wang family, known for their high-ranking officials. We simply refer to it as the Wang residence. Their nameplate hangs prominently above the doorway." She lamented, "O heavens, without my son, how shall I continue to live?" Upon hearing her sorrowful words, he felt a pang of unease in his heart. He resolved to set aside his own affairs for the moment and investigate the true nature of this Wong residence. If they were to provoke my displeasure, even the depths of a dragon's lair or the mouth of a tiger would not shield them from my wrath. Chapter 52. The mysterious night traveler. A bolt of lightning struck down, cold and fierce, illuminating the dark night as if it were day. The sky was tumultuous with swirling clouds, and low thunder rumbled ominously from behind the veil of darkness. Throughout the night, the air was filled with the sound of thunder and flashes of lightning, until dawn finally brought a torrential downpour. The rain fell in sheets, incessantly pouring down with no sign of respite. With a creak, the rotting, swollen wooden door of the city temple was gently pushed open from the outside, and a figure, draped in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat, trudged inside with heavy steps. He appeared utterly fatigued, clearly having traveled a great distance to arrive here. He paused, seemingly reluctant to take another step. Exhaling deeply, he removed his hat and raincoat, shaking off the rainwater before placing them by the door. With another creak, he firmly closed the door against the relentless downpour outside. In the flickering light of the lightning that illuminated the night sky, he discerned that the altar housed the deities of the city god and goddess. However, due to years of neglect, their gilded features had become faded and grotesque, presenting a rather chilling sight amidst the stormy night. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to the rear of the altar and the darkness. A sudden crash echoed, and he was knocked to the ground. A chilling silence ensued. A silence so profound that only the relentless sound of the rain and the rumbling thunder outside could be heard. He truly wished to remain in that position indefinitely, feeling utterly exhausted, and such an opportunity was rare indeed. After a while, having rested sufficiently, he slowly pushed aside the objects weighing down upon him and rose from the ground. Brushing off the dust that clung to him from within his pocket, he retrieved a firebrand wrapped in oiled paper, igniting it to produce a faint flicker of light. As clarity returned, he realized that what he had collided with and which had fallen upon him was a bookshelf, its dusty tomes scattered across the floor. He nudged the bookshelf aside with his foot and lifted his gaze toward the wall revealed by its collapse. The flickering flame illuminated the uneven surface of the earthen wall, which bore the marks of age. Suddenly, he noticed a hole at the base of the wall, large enough for a person to enter. He bent down and crawled inside. What he discovered within was a concealed compartment, the door of which was exceedingly small and hidden behind the bookshelf, making it virtually undetectable to an ordinary person. What purpose did this hidden chamber serve? A chill ran down his spine as he sensed the oppressive atmosphere within. By the dim light of the firebrand, he discerned the vague outlines of two figures huddled together in the corner. Startled, his heart leapt to his throat. How ominous! He muttered to himself, believing he had trespassed into someone else's sacred space. Intruding upon their private moments, he turned to leave, determined to feign ignorance of what he had witnessed. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he felt a disquieting sensation. Surely, these two individuals would have cried out in alarm at the sudden intrusion, or at the very least, made some sound. Instead, they remained eerily still, like the dead. With this unsettling thought, his heart sank. Could they truly be lifeless? He turned back, bringing the firebrand closer to illuminate the scene. Indeed, there were two skeletal remains propped against the wall, their long hair withered, yet they remained entwined in an eternal embrace. The man was clad in a monk's robe, while the woman was draped in silk and satin, the fabric untouched by decay. Yet a stench of death assailed his senses. He stood there, transfixed, gazing for an extended period until the firebrand flickered out, sending a shiver coursing through him. A long sigh escaped his lips, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Fortunately, in the darkness of night, no one bore witness. Otherwise, he, the cold-blooded and ruthless assassin, would lose the fear he once instilled in others. For he too possessed emotions, he too was capable of feeling deeply. He was not the iron-hearted figure of legend. Such is humanity. The unknown evokes a sense of mystery and reverence, yet with frequent exposure, even the most heroic can become commonplace. He comprehended that these two had perished in a tragic union, a married woman who had fallen for a monk, one who had transcended the mundane realms. To the eyes of society, their love was deemed scandalous, yet they cherished this bond above all else. Valuing their love more than life itself in a world that could not accept them, they sought solace in the afterlife, where their souls could unite in eternal bliss. He sank to his knees, raising his hands to the heavens and weeping, "I bow before you, esteemed spirits." He then struck his forehead against the ground 3 times with great reverence. A man of stature, possessing unparalleled martial prowess, he felt utterly insignificant compared to the depth of their devotion. Overcome with emotion, he called out, "Yearns, where are you? Where could you possibly be? I have searched for you with great anguish, do you know? I would rather embrace you tightly like those two and perish alongside you, finding contentment in such a fate. Despite possessing unparalleled abilities, what meaning does life hold without you? Suddenly, his body convulsed and he collapsed to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, he realized that disaster had struck. His old ailment had resurfaced. His body rolled on the ground incessantly, his teeth clenched, foam frothing at his mouth. In this agonizing state, no one came to his aid, nor did anyone even bother to show concern for him. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to this. Each time he fell ill, upon recovery, his propensity for violence intensified. His psyche, twisted and warped, gradually spiraled into an abyss. Time blurred as he drifted in and out of consciousness, until he eventually succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the cracks in the dilapidated walls. He rose, emerged from his partition, and rubbed his eyes, only to feel the painful dryness in his throat. Approaching the door, he gathered his raincoat, bundled it up, placed his straw hat atop it, and slung it over his shoulder, with everything in order. He creaked open the temple door, a blinding ray of sunlight struck him, and he shielded his eyes, adjusting before setting off down the main road. As he walked, he heard weeping not far away. Looking up, he noticed a tattered mat laid out at the entrance of a house, enveloping a young man within. The individual was tall and robust, the mat failing to conceal him, leaving his head and feet exposed. His features were indiscernible, his head disfigured by a blunt instrument, stained with dried blood, a scene of utter devastation. An elderly woman wailed loudly, while attempting to wash away the blood from the deceased's body with water from a wooden basin. Overcome with compassion, he stepped forward. "Granny, what has caused his death?" The old woman, upon seeing someone inquire, wept as if she had found a savior. "Oh, kind-hearted stranger, my son was beaten to death by the men of the royal house." "The royal house? Which royal house? Is there a prince residing here?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh dear, it's just a half-mile away, at the residence of the old Wang family, a well-known official. We all refer to it as the royal house. Their doorframe even bears the plaque of the royal house. My heavens, without my son, how shall I continue to live?" With that, the old woman fell into another fit of weeping. Her sorrow struck a chord within him, and he resolved to set aside his own matters for the moment, seeking to uncover the truth behind this royal house. If it were to provoke my displeasure, even a dragon's lair or a tiger's den would tremble in chaos. Chapter 53. The old beggar before the entrance of the residence of Lord Wang Changming, the military commander of the Shaanxi Jinyang campaign. An elderly man appeared, clad in tattered garments, hunched over, his face etched with deep lines, trembling with trepidation. The old man rubbed his bleary eyes, wiped his running nose with his sleeve, then raised the beggar's staff he held aloft, pointing at the plaque above the door, enunciating each word with precision. "Wang Fu." A series of dry chuckles escaped him, followed by a fit of labored coughing. "Hey, what are you doing?" Several attendants, patrolling inside, immediately shouted upon seeing him through the open door. The old man appeared to be taken aback, hastily turning to flee, but escape was far from simple. Several burly men, like wolves and tigers, had already leapt forth from within the door, surrounding him completely. The leader among them, hands on his hips, scrutinized him from head to toe, glaring with eyes that glinted with menace, and barked, "What business do you have here? Surely you are not merely surveying the area." The old man retorted, "You can't tell what I am here for? I'm merely old, not a thing. Do you understand, young man?" He coughed vehemently and continued, pointing his staff toward the ground, which he thrust lightly, causing it to penetrate the earth by over half a foot, before effortlessly pulling it back out. The leader was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering his hands from his waist to protect himself, studying the trembling, gasping old man. He did not appear to be concealing an identity or possessing extraordinary martial prowess. He then gestured, saying, "Recently, thieves have been rampant, and we must be vigilant. After all this talk, you still evade the truth. I shall ask you again, and you had better answer truthfully. If you do not, I shall hand you over to the authorities, and at that point, no one will be able to save you. Do you understand?" The old man repeatedly nodded, replying, "I do not understand." The leader snapped, "What are you nodding for then? Truly, are you genuinely confused or merely pretending to be so?" The old man, in discontent, protested, "What have I nodded for? My head has been unresponsive for years, trembling in this manner. How is that a nod? Ridiculous, brother. Just throw this filthy beggar out. Why waste more words on him?" The others chimed in impatiently. Very well, you should leave quickly to avoid further trouble, the leader declared, waving his hand grandly, addressing the old man. For the sake of my brothers, please, I refuse. The old man remained stubbornly planted in place. I have yet to receive what I came for. Ha! Truly audacious. You should consider yourself fortunate to still be alive. How dare you ask for anything more? One of the younger men retorted disdainfully. The old man, upon hearing this, paused, his eyes suddenly brightening. What, do you dare to kill in broad daylight? The leader shot a fierce glare at the young man, hissing, Do not speak out of turn. Oh, the young man, realizing his blunder, flushed red, casting apologetic glances around before hastily covering his mouth. Now, leave, old man. Do not stir up trouble or spread rumors. Just go. Several of them advanced, hurling insults while attempting to shove the old man away, finding him to be an annoyance. Yet, as they pushed forward, it felt as though they were colliding with a solid wall, stumbling backward in surprise. What is happening? I have no idea. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, a voice rang out, Have you all forgotten your breakfast? Even such a feeble old man cannot be budged. Fools! The leading servant rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, saying, Old man, cease your antics. We do not entertain guests here. As he spoke, he gave the elder a shove, only for the old man to arch his back and tumble to the ground, causing the servant to kneel in surprise. The elder turned to him with a smile and remarked, Young lad, there's no need for such formality. I refuse to believe this, brothers. Let us all advance together. The leading servant exclaimed, his fury palpable, at his command. The crowd surged forward, seizing the elder by his arms and legs, lifting him high into the air, intent on throwing him far away to preserve the dignity of the manor's entrance. Oh dear, oh dear. The elder appeared to revel in the experience, calling out joyfully as he was hoisted aloft. 1, 2, 3. When they reached a spot distant from the manor's gate, beside the shadowy gutter of the road, the leading servant shouted a command. The crowd, holding the elder aloft, began to sway him vigorously, and as the final word left his lips, they let go simultaneously. Though their astonishment, the elder did not plummet away but instead swung back, as if their hands were glued to him, swaying like a cradle, his form drifting through the air without cease. What on earth is happening? I'm feeling quite dizzy, the crowd lamented, yet they were powerless to change the situation. What are you all doing? Came a distant voice. Tinged with feminine reproach, the elder, momentarily pausing in midair, looked towards the sound in surprise. As the crowd released their grip, he fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Despite the pain in his posterior, he cast a sidelong glance at the woman, who stood elegantly, her graceful figure captivating, eyes shimmering, cheeks flushed, casting a reproachful gaze upon the crowd. They hurriedly approached her, bowing in deference. Madam, this old beggar has been causing a ruckus. Oh, how could this be? She took a few steps forward, her concern evident as she gazed at the elder. He isn't hurt, is he? Quickly, find something for him to eat. The elder's eyes flared with an intensity akin to fire. Fixated on her, his lips trembling as he muttered a barely audible phrase, Yearns, is it truly you? Just as he prepared to spring from the ground, he heard her gentle, warm, and affectionate call, Yearns. A robust man approached and took the woman's hand, to which she responded with a smile, My dear, I apologize for the disturbance. There is merely a beggar here. Oh, how pitiful. What is the matter? The man embraced her tenderly. You weren't frightened, were you? Ah, the elder let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Realizing that he was succumbing to his ailment once more, he knew he must depart swiftly. Otherwise, it would soon be too late. He felt the resounding chime of gold, the chaotic eruption of Mars, his blood surging and boiling with unbearable agony, his body incessantly rolling and spiraling upon the ground. With both hands pressed tightly against his ears, he shrieked in a high-pitched wail, attempting to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Finally, he stumbled to his feet, unsteadily escaping amidst a cacophony of gasps left in his wake. Chapter 54. The cliff of oblivion. He ran aimlessly, pounding his chest with his fists and tugging at his disheveled hair. Time slipped away as he sprinted, until he was confronted by a towering peak that blocked his path. Forcing him to halt at the waist of this mountain stood a precipice, upon which the words Cliff of Oblivion had been carved long ago by an unknown hand. Overwhelmed by the sight, he could not restrain his tears, muttering repeatedly, Cliff of Oblivion? Ha ha ha! Amidst his weeping, a fit of wild laughter erupted. Cliff of Oblivion. What a splendid phrase! As he gazed upward, surrounded by swirling clouds and fierce winds, Even the majestic eagle found it difficult to rest above. He paused momentarily, but then, compelled by the allure of the words etched into the cliff, he was oblivious to the tragic tale intertwined with them. With determination, he climbed along the rugged, steep crevice to the summit. Below him lay a profound abyss, while the peak jutted sharply into the clouds, its end shrouded in mystery. Peering into the dark depths below, he found it unfathomable, the rocks on the cliff face slick and treacherous, rendering it seldom trodden by human feet. Standing against the wind atop the precipice, his long, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. The disguise of a facial mask, tattered garments, and his beggar-esque staff were lost to him, as he silently gazed westward at the setting sun. Enveloped in golden rays, this moment, his silhouette appeared slender and upright, his azure robe immaculate, his garments billowing in the breeze, exuding an ethereal grace. No one could fathom that mere moments before, he had been a hunched, wrinkled old beggar. Yearner, is it you? Is it truly you? Why do you appear in my life once more? Why? Why? Why must heaven torment me so? He whispered incessantly. The fading sun, rather than alleviating his sorrow, only intensified his melancholy, casting a deeper gloom over the dimming sky, as if the earth itself shared in his grief at that moment. The remnants of the sunset gradually vanished, the sky darkening further. As the wind blew, distant echoes of weeping resonated from the depths of the tranquil forest. What am I to do? Where am I to go? He felt that his mind, small and fragile, could scarcely contain the torrential thoughts akin to the endless waters of the Yangtze River. His head throbbed painfully, teetering on the brink of madness, the cliff of oblivion. How does one forget? Can standing upon the cliff of oblivion truly lead to forgetfulness? Could it be? He cast a glance down into the abyss and stepped forward slowly. Indeed, perhaps the only way to liberate oneself from the burdens of life is, "Sir, it is quite late. How do you?" In the hazy twilight, she beheld her husband, resplendently adorned, entering the chamber. Hastily, she rose from her bed, lifting the exquisite sapphire quilt embroidered with auspicious floral motifs, parting the silk curtains adorned with finely crafted tassels, and navigating around the ebony screen depicting serene landscapes, her face flushed with bashfulness. He accepted the water she offered, taking a sip before placing it on the intricately carved rosewood round table. Exhaling a deep sigh and uttering, "Yearner, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I have just received urgent news via swift horse. Lord Shi Jingtang summons me. Alas, at such a late hour, what could my brother possibly want with you?" She pressed her hand to her chest, her heart racing with apprehension. "My dear, surely nothing grave has occurred." That moment, a masked figure clad in black, lurking beneath the eaves, eavesdropped through the window. Upon hearing her words, he involuntarily shuddered, his mind swirling in a dizzying haze, nearly plummeting from the second-floor ledge. He pinched his ear sharply, striving to regain his composure. Little did he dream that the Eastern Circuit Governor, Shi Jingtang, was indeed Yearner's brother. During their time studying under Master Diang at Wutai Mountain, she had never once mentioned her sibling. After she departed, her whereabouts had remained a mystery. What had transpired since their abrupt separation? He knew nothing of her life. What was he to do? Inwardly, he fretted, for his mission was to accept the imperial bounty to assassinate Shi Jingtang, as the court had suspected him of treasonous intent. What a predicament! Should he take the life of her brother, Yearner would never forgive him. Yet, if this mission did not meet the court's expectations, would he be spared? His thoughts spiraled chaotically. As a hired assassin, he was bound to fulfill his obligations, and accepting remuneration to resolve others' troubles was a matter of course. Alas, what was to be done? But what of Yearner? The one he cherished so dearly, how would she suffer? Might she succumb to despair? Although she had left him unexpectedly, why had he been unable to uncover the reason behind her departure? What to do? This was indeed a most excruciating dilemma. For now, he could ponder no further. The cloaked figure gazed longingly into the room, yearning to behold his Yearner once more. Yearner, the situation appears dire, he thought heavily, reluctantly settling into the grand armchair, gazing at her with profound affection. Recently, the court appointed Shi Jingtang as the governor of Tianping. He paused, then continued, Tianping, located in Dongping County of Shandong, is far inferior to Hudong. Given its strategic military significance and historical accumulation of troops and provisions, it ought to be classified as a second-rate fief within the Central Plains. Thus, my elder brother is incensed and has refused the appointment. He exhaled deeply, then added, the entire court, upon hearing this news, could not help but exchange alarmed glances. Any with a semblance of understanding knew that a great crisis was imminent. He cast a furtive glance around, his expression tense as he whispered, Thus, I have come to bid farewell to you, my lady, just in case. She swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, tears streaming down her face as she implored, my lord, do not speak further. For the sake of us few women, you must ensure your safety. Otherwise, what shall we do? She collapsed into his embrace, kneeling before him in despair. He too was overcome with tears. Take care of yourself. He held her tightly, inhaling the familiar sweet fragrance emanating from her. Reluctant to part, he truly feared that if he left, he might never see her again. The figure in black perched on the eaves could not help but wipe away tears from his eyes. My lord, the carriage is prepared. Please depart quickly. A soldier rushed in from outside to report. Very well, I shall come at once. He lifted his head, cradled tightly in her arms, responding helplessly, my lord. She, seeing him rise and move towards the door, tugged at his robe with reluctance. Will you not look at me once more? Embrace me just once. He realized that if this continued, he would truly be unable to leave this room. The figure in black outside, unable to bear the sight, drew back, landing atop the roof, wiping his eyes, glancing around, and taking advantage of the night. He crouched low and traversed the rooftop, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Chapter 55. Who could have done this? The second young lady has vanished, gone without a trace. This has thrown the entire Wang residence into a state of chaos. Everyone scattered to search, scouring every nook and cranny, inside and out, front and back, left and right, near and far, exhausting every possible location. A day has passed, yet there remains no sign of her. As night fell, the lady, overcome by anxiety, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The old maid and the maidservants were flustered, hastily summoning a physician. The physician checked the lady's pulse, stroked his sparse goat-like beard, sipped a bit of the hot tea offered by a maid, squinted his eyes and rasped, this is merely a result of fright and excessive worry. She needs to calm down and rest, avoiding any further distress. I shall prescribe a few doses of medicine. After several days, she shall recover. Grateful beyond measure, Zhang Ma escorted the physician to the entrance. The physician blinked at the household servants, who were on high alert, watching him with wary eyes, and though he opened his mouth as if to speak, he held back the words that almost escaped. When he finally mounted his donkey, he could not resist turning back to gaze at Zhang Ma, asking, is there something significant occurring in this residence? Oh? This? Zhang Ma sighed, glancing around. Was it inappropriate to divulge? The physician, noticing her hesitance, chuckled. I have spoken too much. He urged the donkey forward with a firm squeeze, intending to leave. Zhang Ma, feeling uneasy, as if doubting the truth, hurriedly interjected. Ah, the second young lady has gone missing. Oh? Is that so? The physician abruptly turned back, pausing momentarily, his face tinged with a faint blush, hesitantly continuing. I have certain words to express, though I am uncertain if I ought to speak them. Sir, please feel free to share whatever is on your mind. Zhang Ma sighed, taking a few steps closer, ensuring the physician could lower his voice, lest he utter something inappropriate that could not be retracted. After all, we have been long-time patrons. Do speak plainly. The physician cleared his throat, the muscles in his face involuntarily twitching. I am not certain if what I am about to say will be of any significance. It was unclear whether the physician was anxious or indecisive, as he continued to clear his throat. Oh dear, old sir, do hurry and speak. This is truly exasperating. He lingered in his hesitation, causing Zhang Ma to impatiently slap her thigh. He still harbored concerns, casually responding while scanning the surroundings, only exhaling slowly once he discerned there were no outsiders present. What I wish to convey is that I am a physician, not. Yes, yes, Zhang Ma nodded vigorously, internally urging him to proceed without further delay. I often venture up the mountain to gather herbs, and I have encountered my fair share of peculiar occurrences. Just this morning, I ascended the mountain to forage. As he spoke, he turned and pointed towards the distant, darkened peaks, continuing, do you know the name of that mountain? Indeed. Is it not called Yizhu Zhang Ma replied, gazing upwards. Yes, Yizhu with its perilous terrain, concealing dragons and crouching tigers, is home to abundant rare medicinal herbs. At this point, a flicker of panic crossed the physician's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Ma. You are aware of the Wangqing Cliff, yes? Yes, yes. Zhang Ma nodded quickly, eager to keep the conversation on track. The Wangqing Cliff, precisely, that is it. When I arrived beneath the Wangqing Cliff, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Not even the sound of flowing water or the chirping of insects could be heard. He paused, glancing around before continuing. I traversed a vast expanse of barren grassland, and through the cracks in the grass, I could see a chaotic field of rocks, bizarre formations varying in size. Beyond that lay a mountain stream, the water flowing gently, as if whispering incantations. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm, for at that moment, I faintly heard cries and pleas for help from not far ahead. What? You truly heard cries for help? Is it the young lady? Zhang Ma exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, struggling to close it. The physician hesitated, momentarily stabilizing his emotions before continuing. I cannot ascertain if it is indeed the young lady, but it is certainly the voice of a girl. Then you must hurry and rescue her. Zhang Ma urged anxiously. Rescue her. The physician pressed down on his racing heart, trembling in fear. Oh my Zhang Ma, this fright is nearly enough to claim my life. How could I dare to move even an inch? I had no choice but to burrow into the grass, lowering my body as much as possible, fearing detection, holding my breath and daring not to make a sound. In the attic of the garden, the young lady, disturbed by the commotion below, inquired of her maid, Xinghua, what was amiss. With palpable anxiety, Xinghua informed her that the second young lady had been absent the entire day, leaving no trace behind, which had caused their mother to become overwhelmed with worry and faint. What? The young lady exclaimed in fury. What have you all been doing? Why did you not inform me sooner? With a downcast demeanor, Xinghua replied, My lady, are you not confined here as punishment? The young lady, in a fit of rage, retorted that the circumstances were dire enough that they could not afford to dwell on such matters. She hastily descended from the secluded attic of the garden, rushing to her mother's sick room, her heart heavy with concern as she asked, What on earth has happened? Their mother, with her eyes barely opening, took a long moment for her disoriented gaze to focus. Her cracked lips struggled to part several times before she managed to emit a faint, raspy voice. Is it you? You have returned. Mother, it is I am Daya. How have you fallen so ill? The young lady grasped her mother's hand, weeping profusely. The mother's eyes, which had just begun to brighten, dimmed once more as she inquired, Daya, why are you here? Where is your sister? Why has she not returned? Where could she possibly be? Choking back tears, the young lady reassured her, Mother, do not worry, I shall go find her, and I will certainly bring her back. She then instructed Xinghua, who had been following closely behind, anxious and fearful of her mother's rebuke, to take good care of her mother. Xinghua nodded earnestly, as if pecking at rice. Upon exiting the main room, the young lady traversed the cobbled path beneath the trees, her mind racing with thoughts of where her sister might have gone and whether she might be in danger. The more she pondered, the more her heart raced with trepidation. As she turned through a moon gate, she spotted several servants gathered around Master Zhang, the instructor, engaged in friendly banter. A burly servant, bowing respectfully, remarked, Master, we have been quite anxious these past few days. Another, thin as a reed, chimed in, Indeed, Master. Have you suffered any hardship in that prison? Such words seemed absurd. What kind of suffering could befall one in a household of such stature, with the master present? Even if a petty thief were to be killed, it would be easily forgotten, and the master would never endure any misfortune. A stout servant, with wide eyes and a disdainful expression, scoffed, That is preposterous. Master Zhang, stroking his bushy beard, chuckled and said, I am well, thank you, my dear disciples. He then stretched his neck, feigning fatigue, and mused, What has transpired in my absence? The disciples echoed his sentiment. Indeed, without you, Master Zhang, all manner of fiends and demons have emerged. The stout servant leaned in closer, conspiratorially whispering, What exactly has happened? Could it be that the family of the thief you dispatched has come seeking revenge? Impossible, impossible! The gaunt servant, as slender as a bamboo pole, shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum. His family? What kin did he possess? He had but a timid grandmother, trembling as she eked out a meager living by sewing and laundering, barely scraping together enough to sustain the family. She would come seeking vengeance. Oh! Upon hearing this, Master Zhang lowered his head. Who could it possibly be that had done such a thing? Chapter 55. Who did it? The second young lady had vanished, gone without a trace. An air of panic enveloped the entire estate. Everyone dispersed in search of her, scouring every nook and cranny, inside and out, front and back, left and right, near and far, leaving no stone unturned. A day had passed, yet still no sign of her. As evening approached, the lady, overtaken by anxiety, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The old nurse and maidservants were in a frenzy, hastily summoning the physician. The doctor checked the lady's pulse. stroked his sparse goat-like beard, sipped a bit of the hot tea handed to him by the maid, and with his bulging eyes, rasped in a hoarse voice. This is merely a result of fright, an excessive worry. She must calm her mind and rest well, avoiding further distress. I shall prescribe a remedy. After a few doses, she will recover. Gratefully, Zhang's mother escorted the physician to the entrance, where he blinked at the armed servants glaring at him menacingly. As though facing a great threat, he opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed the words back down after a moment of hesitation. As he mounted his donkey, he could not help but glance back at Zhang's mother, asking, "Is there something significant occurring in this household?" "Oh," Zhang's mother sighed, surveying her surroundings. Was it inappropriate to speak? Noticing her hesitation, the doctor smiled wryly. Realizing he had pried too much, he urged his donkey forward. But Zhang's mother, sensing the gravity of the matter, interjected, "Alas, the second young lady has gone missing." "Oh, is that so?" The doctor immediately turned back, pausing for a moment, his face reddening as he hesitated to continue. "There are some things I wonder if I should." "What is it that you wish to express, sir?" "Speak freely." Zhang's mother sighed again, taking a few steps closer so that the doctor could lower his voice, lest he inadvertently reveal something untoward that could not be retracted. "After all, we have been long-time patrons. Please, speak candidly." The doctor cleared his throat, the muscles in his face twitching involuntarily. "I don't know if what I say will be of any consequence." Whether from anxiety or indecision, he continued to clear his throat. "Oh dear, sir, please do hurry. This is truly urgent." His incessant murmurs caused Zhang's mother to slap her thigh in exasperation. "Oh?" It seemed he was still apprehensive, muttering absent-mindedly while scanning the area, only relaxing when he noticed there were no outsiders present. "What I wish to convey is that I am a physician, not—" "Yes, indeed." Zhang Ma nodded repeatedly, thinking to herself, "Hurry up and speak. Don't dawdle. I often venture up the mountain to gather medicinal herbs, and during my excursions, I have encountered my fair share of peculiar occurrences. This morning, I ascended the mountain to collect herbs." As she spoke, she turned around and pointed towards the distant, dark mountain, continuing, "Do you know what that mountain is called?" "Yes, isn't that Yazudian?" Zhang Ma replied, gazing upwards. "Indeed, Yazudian, with its perilous cliffs, concealing dragons and crouching tigers, and abundant with many precious Chinese medicinal herbs." At this point, a flicker of panic surged in the physician's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Ma. "You are aware of the Wangqing Cliff, right?" Yes. Zhang Ma nodded quickly, anxious to expedite the conversation to reach the crux of the matter. "The Wangqing Cliff, yes, that very Wangqing Cliff. When I arrived at the base of the Wangqing Cliff, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the sounds of flowing water or chirping insects." Pausing momentarily, the physician glanced around before continuing. "After crossing a vast expanse of wild grass, I peered through the grass and beheld a sprawling area of chaotic rocks, bizarrely shaped and varying in size. Beyond that lay a mountain stream, its waters babbling softly as if chanting incantations." His eyes widened in shock as he suddenly heard cries and pleas for help not far ahead. "What? You truly heard cries for help? Is it the young lady?" Zhang Ma exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape for a long moment. The physician paused, steadied his emotions, and replied, "I cannot confirm if it is indeed her, but it is undoubtedly the voice of a girl. Then you must hurry and rescue her." Zhang Ma urged anxiously, "Rescue her." The physician pressed his hand against his racing heart, trembling with trepidation, and lamented, "Oh my Zhang Ma, this fright has nearly sent me to my grave. How could I dare to move even an inch? I had no choice but to burrow my head into the grass, keeping my profile low, fearful of being discovered, holding my breath and daring not to make a sound." In the back garden, the young lady, hearing the commotion below, inquired of her maid, Xinghua, what was amiss. Xinghua, in a state of distress, informed the young lady that the second young lady had been out all day without a trace, causing their mother to become overwhelmed with worry and faint. "What?" the young lady bellowed in anger. "What have you all been doing? Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Xinghua, submissively lowering her gaze, replied, "Young lady, are you not being punished here?" The young lady, filled with rage, exclaimed, "What does that matter at a time like this?" She dashed down from the confines of the secluded back garden loft, racing to her mother's sickbed, urgently asking, "What on earth is happening?" The lady slowly opened her eyes, her gaze gradually focusing after a prolonged daze. Her parched lips struggled to part several times before finally producing a faint, hoarse voice. "Yis that you? You've returned. Mother, it is I, I am Daya. How could you have fallen so ill? The young lady, with tears streaming down her face, grasped her mother's hand tightly and exclaimed, Mother, how could this be? Where is my sister? Why has she not returned? Where on earth could she be? Sobbing, she reassured her mother. Do not worry, dear mother. I shall go and find her. I will surely bring my sister back. Subsequently, she urged the anxious maid, Xinghua, who had been following closely behind, fearful of incurring her mistress's wrath, to take good care of their mother. Xinghua nodded fervently. As if pecking at rice, the young lady stepped out of the main chamber. She traversed the pebble-paved path shaded by trees, her mind racing with thoughts of where her sister could possibly be and whether she might be in danger. The more she pondered, the more frantic her heart became. Upon turning through a moon gate, she spotted several servants gathered around Master Zhang, the instructor, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with them. A burly servant, bowing slightly, remarked, Master, we have been quite worried these past few days. Another servant, slender as a reed, chimed in, Indeed, Master. Have you suffered any hardships during your time in prison? Such words. What hardships could befall him? This household was of considerable standing. With the master present, even if a petty thief were to be killed, or even if an innocent life were mistakenly taken, it would all be swept under the rug. There was no way the master would suffer any consequences. A portly servant, rolling his eyes and sneering, interjected. Master Zhang, broad-shouldered and bearded, stroked his chin and chuckled. I'm quite well, thank you, my dear disciples. He then stretched his neck, feigning weariness, and sighed. What on earth has happened in my absence? The disciples echoed in agreement. Yes, yes, without you around. All manner of demons and monsters seem to have emerged. The stout servant leaned in closer, speaking in hushed tones. What exactly has transpired? Could it be that the family of that petty thief you dispatched has come seeking vengeance? Impossible, impossible, protested the reed-like servant, shaking his head vigorously. That thief had no family. The only one he had was a frail grandmother who barely made ends meet by mending clothes. Would she dare come seeking revenge? Upon hearing this, Master Zhang lowered his head in contemplation, pondering who could possibly be responsible for the turmoil. Chapter 56. Searching in the deep mountains. Miss Second has been found. Miss Second has been found. Zhang Ma exclaimed in a flurry, rushing into the courtyard. The young lady's heart leapt with joy upon hearing the news, and she hurried to greet Zhang Ma. The servants and Master Zhang, who had been idly chatting, gathered around in curiosity. Zhang Ma, where is my sister? The young lady eagerly grasped Zhang Ma's hand, shaking it fervently and pressing for answers. How is she? Zhang Ma gasped for breath, struggling to respond. An ominous premonition washed over the young lady's heart. Please, speak quickly, Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma swallowed a few times, pressed her hand against her chest, and after much effort, finally managed to utter. Someone has seen the second Miss at Wangqing Cliff. Where is that sister now? The eldest Miss, in a fit of anxiety, began to stamp her feet. At this moment, Zhang Ma recounted the doctor's words, leaving everyone astonished. The eldest Miss felt deeply disappointed, silently chastising herself. Such is the nature of servants. They heed every whisper as if it were a tempest. After all this commotion, they have not even caught a glimpse, yet they assert it is indeed the second Miss. Moreover, how eager they are to claim credit. Regardless, one must grasp at any flicker of hope, for it is certainly better than none at all. So, what are we lingering here for? Let us hasten to Wangqing Cliff to search for the second Miss. With the eldest Miss's urging, Zhang Jiao quickly rallied the crowd, summoning the head servant who was still searching for people, giving him instructions. The head servant gathered all the others, assigning the task of venturing into the mountains to locate the second Miss. Immediately, everyone dispersed in a flurry, hastily preparing lanterns, torches, and various implements. After a while, they assembled outside the courtyard, gradually forming a chaotic throng before the Wang residence, filled with the sounds of shouting and hoarse neighs. Zhang Jiao left behind 8 or 10 individuals to guard the premises while the rest split into 2 groups, one led by himself and the other by the head servant. The eldest Miss desperately insisted on accompanying them, but Zhang Jiao exclaimed, My dear lady, please refrain from causing further chaos in this pitch-black night, with treacherous mountains and perilous paths. You, a young lady unskilled in horseback riding, should remain at home and await news. Should anything happen to you, how shall I report to the master? His words clearly indicated that the past was no concern of his. Having been released from prison, he now bore the responsibility for any new troubles within the estate. This statement caused the head servant to blush furiously. Yet, as their master, no one dared to voice any objections. Having spoken, he turned and with a sharp whistle, The cavalry took off like arrows released from a bow, the dust billowing in their wake, the sound of hooves thundering like a landslide. The eldest misgazed longingly, watching the trail of red lanterns swiftly drift towards the horizon, her heart soaring alongside them. After a brief ride, they reached the mountain's mouth, where the landscape appeared desolate. After the heavy rains of recent days, the ground was a chaotic mix of mud and debris. The withered grass strewn about, and the empty mountains were eerily silent, save for the gentle sound of flowing springs and the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoing in harmony. Occasionally, rabbits and badgers would scurry from the thickets. As they galloped deeper into the mountains, the dense forest grew thicker, the peaks loomed higher, and human presence was scarce, relying solely on the moonlight to discern the path as they approached Wangqing Cliff. Zhang Jiaodo reined in his horse, lifted his gaze to the moonlight to ascertain their direction, and then raised his hand skyward, applauding several times. The head servant understood the signal, whistled sharply, and the group swiftly flanked towards the direction of Wangqing Cliff. As they rode past, crows resting upon the gnarled branches took flight, squawking in alarm as they vanished into the dark night sky. The path grew increasingly treacherous, with slippery stones lining their way. A moment's carelessness could send one plummeting into the abyss. Zhang Jiaodo cast a glance back, intending to caution everyone to be vigilant, but was suddenly startled by a chilling scream from behind. What on earth happened? With a sharp reprimand, Zhang Jiaodo's voice sent a shiver down everyone's spine. A moment of silence ensued before they cautiously turned back, their feet echoing on the narrow mountain path. After considerable effort, they finally returned to the spot from whence the anguished cry had emanated. The flickering lanterns illuminated a horrifying sight. The plump servant who had lagged behind lay sprawled on the ground, his head nearly severed, blood gushing uncontrollably. At that moment, the group heard a dull thud from below, and after searching in vain, they realized his steed had plummeted into the abyss, taking half a day to reach the bottom. Just how deep could that chasm be? A wave of terror washed over them, their legs turning to jelly. Zhang Jiaodo's eyes widened in shock. A glint of cold steel flashed in his gaze as he surveyed the surroundings, unsheathing his sword with a metallic clang, and commanded, "Listen to my orders and do not move." None had ever witnessed such a spectacle. The timid quaked uncontrollably, on the verge of tears, stammering, "Master, what shall we do?" Meanwhile, the group led by the chief servant traversed a similarly treacherous mountain path, equally narrow and perilous, as they cautiously rode across a mountain ravine hidden within the secluded valley. Steep cliffs bordered them on both sides. To the left, a narrow gorge hugged the cliff's base, while the right bank was adorned with fragrant herbs like orchids. The ravine was not particularly deep, with jagged rocks jutting out from the floor. A waterfall cascaded down from the heights above. As they pressed on, a sudden cry echoed ahead. It's the third watch of the day. The sky finally brightened. The sun, a golden disk, peeked over the distant horizon, its rays slicing through the grayish sky like a gleaming sword. The young lady had tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find repose, her thoughts swirling as she lay restlessly in bed. As dawn broke, she noted with concern that those who had ventured into the mountains had yet to return. With a heavy sigh, she resolved to rise, donning her robe with a furrowed brow, and strolled anxiously into the garden. The hour was still early, and the air in the back garden was crisp. Dew clung to the mossy path. Towering bamboos flanked the walkway, their vibrant green casting a serene backdrop, while a jade-green basin overflowed with splendid roses of every hue. Passing through a curtain of hanging flowers and a moon gate, she finally heard the gentle murmur of the river amidst the distant chirping of birds. The young lady pushed open the garden's rear door, revealing a small river with an old, rickety bridge spanning across it. Although the water was murky and foul-smelling, and the bridge appeared dilapidated, the newly risen sun bathed the water in a soft glow, the morning light lingering on the surface, while a gentle breeze rustled the willow branches by the riverbank. The faint sound of crowing roosters carried on the wind, imbuing the scene with a touch of poetic charm. Yet, she was too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty surrounding her, her mind solely consumed with thoughts of her sister's safety. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed a few figures peering from the shade of the willows on the opposite bank, casting furtive glances toward the garden. The young lady froze momentarily. Who were these individuals? Why were they behaving so suspiciously? Could they be connected to her sister's disappearance? Rubbing her swollen eyes, she squinted for a clearer view, and in the wavering shadows, she discerned a figure resembling Erden. A jolt ran through her heart as she suddenly recalled her sister's earlier words about Dan and his companions seeking an opportunity for revenge. At the time, she had paid little heed to her sister's warning, but now, as memories flooded back, A chill ran down her spine. Could it truly be Dan and his gang? Chapter 57. The return of those who entered the mountains. Dan. Dan, a fellow who had been vigilantly watching the movements of the Wang residents, jabbed his finger forcefully into Dan, who was bent over, removing his shoes and rubbing his sore feet. Dan's instep, having struck a rocky surface the previous day, was swollen to an alarming degree. Every step sent fiery pain coursing through him. Despite applying ointment for bruises and injuries, the redness and swelling persisted. Just as he was fretting over his discomfort, someone prodded him sharply in his side, causing a wave of pain to wash over him. He hastily swatted the intruding hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Hey, look over there. Isn't that Dia coming out?" The man shouted, heedless of his own guilt. Upon hearing this, Dan quickly stood upright, his heart racing as he glanced up. Indeed, it was her. The others, who had been idly chatting and boasting, immediately scrambled to flee at the news. "Wait a moment," Dan called out to the group. "I must tell you, never admit to that incident, even if it costs you your life. Understood?" "Understood, understood," they all responded hurriedly. Eager to escape in that moment, they would have called him father if it meant getting away. They had already experienced Dia's formidable wrath. If they did not leave now, when else would they? Delaying any longer would be too late, and they swiftly scattered like birds fleeing from a predator. Hey, I haven't finished speaking in truth. Dan had run out of words. He deliberately spoke this way to buy time for the others. Knowing he could not move quickly due to his injured foot, he feared Dia might pursue him, and he felt vulnerable on his own. At the very least, he needed someone to cover his retreat. One of the group, who was usually rather dim-witted, turned back, asking, "What words?" "What words?" Dan chuckled mischievously and pointed in a direction. Seizing the moment the man turned to run off himself, suddenly feeling no pain in his foot. Enraged, the man behind him began to shout and curse. Meanwhile, the second young lady, observing the frantic escape of the group, was convinced that this was indeed the work of Dan and his companions. She prepared to leap over the bridge to pursue them. Suddenly, she heard her maid, Xinghua, calling out in a flurry, Miss, the ones who entered the mountains have returned." When the young lady rushed into the front courtyard, she was met with the sight of the weary group, each one looking utterly dejected. Master Zhang was directing everyone, slow down. Hey, carry him into the room on the west side." The young lady's heart sank as she saw a person lying on a stretcher, covered with clothing. Her spirit shattered in an instant. "Sister," she cried, rushing forward, "what on earth has happened?" Just then, Zhang Ma, who had been chasing closely behind, caught her arm, urging, "Miss, please calm down." Soon, she too was overcome with sobs. Master Zhang called out, "Hurry up with the ones in the back." Following closely, another stretcher was brought in, leaving the young lady momentarily stunned. Seeing that everyone had entered the room, Master Zhang turned and shouted towards the courtyard. "Has the doctor arrived yet?" The outside world had long departed, and soon they would return. The young lady, in a fit of despair, wept uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, her heart racing with worry over her sister's condition as she rushed to see her. However, she was restrained at the door by Zhang Jiaodo's outstretched hand, and a chill of dread gripped her heart. This was the end. Embracing Zhang Ma, the two wept together in a sorrowful embrace. Suddenly, the sound of a donkey braying echoed, and a voice called from outside, "They are coming, they are coming." A servant led the way, while a physician, taking measured steps, hurried in with a medicine box, bouncing with every stride. Zhang Jiaodo quickly ushered them inside. The young lady broke free from Zhang Ma's grasp and followed closely behind. The physician lifted the covering cloth with his hand, sighed deeply, and uttered the words, "There is no hope." The young lady was blocked from view by the crowd, yearning to see yet unable to catch a glimpse. Upon hearing those words, she let out a wail and began to cry hysterically. Zhang Jiaodo, upon hearing her cries, turned to glance back and wondered, what next? Hearing this, the young lady paused her lamenting, thinking that perhaps there was still hope. Could it be this one? Fate has its ways. "I shall do my best." Hearing the physician's words, the young lady burst into tears once more. Outside the cave, a crimson sun rose, casting its rays into the cavern, illuminating it with a fiery glow. The second young lady stifled a yawn, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and slowly rose from her bed of straw, tiptoeing toward the cave entrance. There, she beheld a figure standing at the cliff's edge, gazing pensively into the distance, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Silently, she approached him, her steps muffled, her eyes gleaming with clarity and intensity. Above them, the sun bathed the clouds in radiant hues, reflecting a breathtaking display of colors. As the sun ascended, the mountain birds sang, the morning breeze caressed the dew, and the flowers began to bloom anew. A fresh day had dawned. She drew near to him and looked down the mountain, but no signs of life were in sight. Even the temples nestled within the mountains were shrouded in mist, causing her to exhale a long sigh, feeling dizzy and disoriented. "You are awake?" With her question, he turned to face her. She saw the haggard face of the old beggar, realizing he had stood there all night without rest. What thoughts occupied his mind? She could not fathom. Since yesterday, he had left her with myriad mysteries in her heart. Who was he? Where did he come from? Why did he always seem so troubled? What past weighed upon him? Alas! All of this had her head spinning. The second young lady took a step back and replied softly, not daring to look further. "You resemble someone." The old beggar's gaze softened, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at her. "Resemble whom?" She chuckled, tilting her head in contemplation. "Of course, I resemble my mother. But I am not as beautiful as she is." Mention of her mother caused her to lower her head suddenly, her eyes tinged with red. He smiled knowingly, recognizing her longing for home, and then paused, asking, "Your mother? What is her name?" "My mother, her name is yearns." Speaking of her mother seemed to fill her with immense pride, as she lifted her chin playfully, fixing her gaze upon him. "Why do you ask such things?" She noticed him staring at her with wide eyes, mouth agape, fixated intently. "What? Your mother is named yearns? Indeed. Why are you trembling? Is it the mountain breeze this morning that is too chill? You must be cautious of catching a cold." I doubt his shivering intensified. "Let us hurry inside," she said with concern. Her voice sent a shiver down his spine, and he murmured, "Your voice resembles that of your mother." "What?" she exclaimed, her innocent eyes wide with surprise. "You know my mother?" No, he mumbled in a daze, stumbling towards the cave. All she saw was his hunched back, unaware of the two streams of hot tears cascading down his cheeks. Chapter 58. Erdan's mother. Hey? Stuff the towel into his mouth. Yes, just like that. You hold his head. Hey. You grab his arm. No. Yes, you. The one standing on the side. Yes, you. Hold down his body. Good. Just like that. Everyone stay still. All right, 1, 2, 3. A gleaming, sharp axe sliced through the air, carving a silver arc before coming down with a heavy thud. With a crack, the entire arm was severed. The detached limb twitched on the ground, and a torrent of foul blood gushed forth from the stump. He exhaled deeply, casting aside the axe, and pulled a towel from his waist to wipe the crimson stains from his face. Noticing fresh red blood oozing from the severed limb, he shouted, "Quick, bring me the pack of Plantago from my medicine chest." "No, that pack, He took the herbal bundle handed to him, opened it, and after kneading it in his hands, pressed it firmly onto the still bleeding stump, soon halting the flow. "Also, bring out the ghost needle grass." "Yes, that pack with the writing on it." He received it and applied it to the severed arm. "Doctor, the bleeding has stopped, but what further use does it serve?" Zhang Jiao sighed. The doctor turned, furrowing his brow as he examined him and replied, "He has been bitten by a venomous snake." "What?" Zhang Jiao paused, shook his head, and sighed. "We always thought he was bitten by the common viper in our region." Snakes are ectothermic creatures, emerging only when temperatures reach a certain warmth, particularly active during muggy, rainy weather or after the rain has just cleared. The doctor coughed a few times, stroking his goat-like beard, and continued with a hint of pride. "Fortunately, I administered aid in time, releasing his venomous blood. Otherwise, alas, you were just a bit late, causing him to lose an arm. To save his life is already a tremendous blessing. One can only say he is fortunate, having accumulated virtue in his past life, to encounter a divine physician." Zhang Jiao exchanged polite words with the doctor. "Divine physician, could you take a look at that one who could not be saved? Was he harmed by blades or sharp instruments?" Zhang Jiao inquired with reluctance. The doctor sighed helplessly and replied, "That one? I recognized him as soon as I stepped in. He was bitten by a brown bear." With a mind clouded and utterly devoid of clarity, Zhang Jiao found himself in a state of despondency. He reflected ruefully, after all the commotion, after a sleepless night of turmoil, he had merely frightened himself with phantoms of martial arts masters, thus wasting precious time in his search. Expressing profound gratitude to the healer, he settled his payment and sent him on his way. The healer, gleefully riding his donkey, dashed off as if he had urgent matters to attend to. Having been urged out of the blood-stained interior, the young lady outside the door had already gleaned the entire narrative of the events from other servants. Upon seeing Zhang Jiao emerge, she hurriedly approached him, voicing her suspicions regarding Erdan and his companions. Is that so? Exclaimed Zhang Jiaodo, his eyes brightening with newfound resolve. Excellent, we shall act immediately. He summoned the lead servant and meticulously instructed him on the burial arrangements for the deceased, how to console the bereaved family, the amount of compensation to provide, and the necessary follow-up care for the injured, leaving no detail unaddressed. Next, he called upon several sturdy servants, all clad in short garments with concealed weapons at their waists. Once they were prepared, guided by the young lady, they swiftly made their way through the back garden side gate towards Dan's residence. Crossing a small bridge and meandering along the willow-lined riverbank, they descended a slope and traversed a water hollow, soon arriving at the dilapidated temple known as Baogua Temple. Dan's home lay directly behind this temple, nestled among a row of decrepit old houses. Originally, these structures belonged to the temple, but due to the incessant changes in dynasties, the nation's fortunes waned, leading to chaos and disorder, thereby diminishing the temple's offerings. With a sparse population, the temple was utterly incapable of upkeep. Dan's father was a debauched man, indulging in vice and laziness, squandering ancestral properties to settle gambling debts. Faced with homelessness, he resorted to unscrupulous tactics, forcibly claiming the temple's property as his own. The temple was guarded only by a timid old monk who could hardly defend against such an affront. Upon reaching the entrance, the group was about to knock when they suddenly heard the jingling of bells and the braying of a donkey from within the courtyard. Startled, they crouched down to peer through the cracks of the door, their hearts racing as they recognized the donkey belonging to the healer. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Why was there such a gathering? What business did the healer have here? Zhang Jiaodo furrowed his brow and glanced at the young lady, who looked equally bewildered. We cannot enter through the front just yet, he whispered. Let us circle around to the back and observe the situation before proceeding. This matter pertains to the life and death of the second lady. We must exercise caution and prudence. The group nodded in understanding, quietly admiring Zhang Jiaodo's sagacity. In the backyard, the healer's mischievous laughter echoed. Oh dear sister-in-law, how could I not come to see you? I have thought of you all night, restless with longing, yet fearing I might encounter your brother. Zhang Jiaodo and his companions were taken aback. How had he ended up in the backyard? Quickly, they lowered their steps and leaned against the courtyard wall, peering through the jagged gaps in the bricks to uncover their schemes. There, they beheld two figures seated side by side on a rickety wooden bench in the shabby flower hall. Our household's wretched scoundrel cannot return until the witching hour. He spends his days consorting with a band of ne'er-do-wells, indulging in debauchery or frequenting the dens of iniquity, utterly destitute. Why does he not hasten to meet his demise outside? Erden's mother, with her flushed cheeks and fluttering eyelashes, gazed intently at the doctor, her words spewing forth as she raised her trademark bellowing voice, expressing her dissatisfaction with the men in her life. The onlookers turned away, unwilling to witness the grotesque display, yet unable to depart for fear of losing the opportunity to locate the second young lady. Erden's mother, seemingly nervous, cleared her throat, the dry scratchiness ascending painfully. Swallowing hard to moisten her throat, her voice softening as she implored, Oh dear brother, speak the truth. Did you truly come all this way just to see me? Her face was adorned with a sycophantic smile, her eyes ablaze with fervor as she leaned in closer to the doctor. This, perhaps, the doctor, equally flustered, struggled to swallow, his heart ablaze with anxiety. Oh, wretched soul. Where do you place your hands? Her playful reproach, the doctor let out a nervous chuckle. The crowd outside felt a wave of nausea wash over them, caught in a limbo of indecision. Just then, a resounding banging echoed from the courtyard gate, accompanied by shouts of indignation. What the devil? Barging in broad daylight. Open the door. Open the door. Erden's mother let out a startled cry. What misfortune? Why has this wretch returned at such an hour? The doctor was already in a state of panic, exclaiming, Heavens above, what shall we do? Chapter 59. Caught in the act. Oh, they are here. They are here. Erden's mother, in a flurry, stammered, Oh dear brother, would you kindly hide yourself here? The doctor, in a pitiful tone, responded, Isn't this a wine barrel? I cannot climb in. I'll help you in. Erden's mother urged anxiously, Hurry. Alas, it's so high. It's futile. The doctor grumbled. Soon, the sound of the barrel tumbling echoed through the air. Oh dear brother, have you soiled yourself? My hands are covered with such cowardice, you dare seek an affair. After a long day of turmoil, Erden's mother, weary and resigned, decided she was indifferent to her husband's fate, adopting a stance of nonchalance, as if impervious to the boiling water around her. Oh dear, for heaven's sake, just cover this up quickly. What time is it, and you still have the gall to mock me? Truly. The doctor, his voice tinged with desperation, pleaded incessantly. At that moment, outside the back wall, Zhang Jiaotu murmured, "The opportunity has arrived." As Erden's mother hurriedly dashed to the front courtyard. With a thunderous crash, the gate was flung open from the outside. Erden's father stormed in like a furious demon, his large, bell-like eyes glaring with hostility, poised to uncover any incriminating evidence against his wife, questioning why she had emerged at such a late hour. Alas! The mother of Erden, her eyes darting about, suddenly brightened with realization. She raised her voice, filled with conviction, exclaiming, "Didn't he just relieve himself in the backyard latrine? Surely he ought to clean himself up. How could anyone anticipate his return at this hour?" At that moment, upon hearing her words, Erden's father, filled with concern, picked up the broken door latch from the ground, dusted it off with his sleeve, and offered an apologetic chuckle. "Do not be vexed, my dear. I left my dice at home and returned to fetch them. Only with my own can I play comfortably and win." Just as he was about to enter the house, Erden's mother sighed in relief, when unexpectedly, the donkey began to bray, adding an unforeseen twist to the situation. "Oh! Ah! Oh!" it bellowed, shaking its neck, the bells jingling with a bright chime. Erden's father was momentarily taken aback. Turning to see what had caused such a commotion, his expression shifting dramatically. "A donkey? Where did it come from?" Erden's mother was left utterly speechless, frozen in place, inwardly cursing the wretched creature. "What nonsense is this? Braying so loudly. Now it's all over. Though my foolish husband struggles to earn a living, he is a man capable of violence without a second thought, and now, your braying may very well cost him his life." A glint of cold fury flashed in Erden's father's eyes as he rushed towards the corner of the wall, seizing a rusty, old cleaver, and dashed into the house. He cast a hurried glance into the two rooms, which were bare and devoid of any possessions. Erden's mother trailed closely behind, terrified of the impending consequences. Regret gnawed at her heart, wishing she had chosen a simpler life to avoid such troubles. Yet, it is often the case that people only realize their folly in the aftermath. They forget the pain once the wounds have healed. Not only common folk like her, but throughout history, how many prominent figures have committed acts of lifelong regret? Such lower-class individuals are perpetually ensnared by gambling and the burden of supporting men, unable to change their ways. Erden's father stormed into the backyard, his face a mask of fury, scanning the surroundings for any sign of concealment. He pondered, where could the intruder have gone? Just as he turned to retrace his steps, he unexpectedly noticed the wooden wine barrel beneath the dilapidated flower hall, seemingly disturbed, its lid askewed. A flicker of hope surged within him. Perhaps the culprit was hiding there. "No matter how cunning you are, I shall make you drink my bathwater." He laughed heartily, advancing with resolve, raising the cleaver high above his head, bringing it down with force. With a piercing scream from Erden's mother, a resounding crack echoed as the wooden barrel split cleanly in two. Erden's mother, wailing and covering her face, collapsed in shock. "Is anyone there?" With a startled cry from Erden's father, Erden's mother jolted upright, her eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the now split barrel that rolled across the ground. "Oh dear, I misjudged you," exclaimed Erden's father, tossing the cleaver aside in the corner of the yard. His laughter mingled with a sense of awkwardness and relief. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if something was amiss. After much contemplation, she recalled the donkey and hurriedly rushed to the front courtyard. In this brief moment, Erden's mother was already in a daze, unable to fathom the situation, engulfed by a surreal feeling. Did the recent events truly transpire? The turmoil in her mind was overwhelming, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. It wasn't until Erden's father dashed towards the front courtyard that she jolted awake from her reverie. Indeed, there was still the donkey. How could she explain this? The donkey continued to bray incessantly, its bells jingling melodiously. Erden's father seized the sleeve of his approaching wife, his eyes bloodshot and wild, bellowing furiously, "What is going on here?" Just then, the courtyard door creaked open, and he exclaimed, "Oh, it's my sister-in-law." This utterance snapped Erden's mother back to her senses. "You wretched doctor, why are you showing up now? Are you here to court death?" she thought grimly. This was it. Erden's father was momentarily taken aback by the voice, hastily releasing his grip and retorting, "Who is it?" Turning around, he saw the doctor's head peering into, "Oh, my elder brother has returned." After casting a glance at the doctor and then back at the donkey, Erden's father suddenly remembered. He recognized that donkey. It belonged to the doctor, a somewhat notorious figure in the area, well known among the townsfolk seeking remedies for their ailments. The donkey always sported a large red flower on its head, a superstition for good fortune. Doctor, Erden's father stuttered, unsure of how to inquire. How did the donkey end up in the courtyard while the person entered from outside? Oh, my elder brother, here's the situation. The doctor strode in confidently and gestured for someone outside to follow. Erden's father was taken aback. Could there be assistance in this predicament? He quickly composed himself, rubbing his eyes to better discern the newcomers and strategize his response. Amidst a chorus of hearty laughter, several individuals stepped into the courtyard. Chapter 60. The Phantom of the Ancient Temple. The sizes of those houses are rather unsuitable, aren't they? Yet, I find the house belonging to Brotherly to be quite spacious and well ventilated. The feng shui seems exceptional, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Jiaodou, the first to enter the courtyard, chuckled as he turned to the others following closely behind. The servants nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed. The house may not be impressive, but the rent is rather steep, 200 won per month, quite unreasonable. What is this all about? Erden's father scratched his bald head, perplexed. What house? 200 won? What did it all mean? Oh, my elder brother, here is the matter at hand. These gentlemen are brothers from the capital, come to Jinyang for business. They are seeking a few rooms to serve as warehouses for their goods. They just inspected your house and are now exploring others, but none have piqued their interest. As the doctor spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Erden's mother, exchanging a knowing look. Suddenly, Dan's mother grasped the situation and hastily exclaimed, "Oh dear, 201 is simply outrageous. We should demand at least an additional 31. I never claimed it was I who made the introduction." That moment, Dan's father finally comprehended the matter. It was indeed as she had said. He then turned around and shot a fierce glare at Dan's mother, admonishing her sternly, "How could you speak so carelessly, spreading tales that vex others?" In truth, he harbored another intention. With such inflated pricing, how could one expect to raise the rent for our house? This woman, with her long hair and short sight, lacks the foresight to measure the consequences when faced with a situation, leaving one utterly exasperated. An attendant could not contain himself, remarking, if it were the house of the elder brother, not to mention 201, even 250 would be worth it. After uttering these words, he noticed everyone staring at him, paused in surprise, and suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his comment, offering an awkward smile. "Feel free to inspect my house. If it suits you, the price is negotiable." Dan's father had his own plans in mind. He resolved that the rent could not fall below 201. He chuckled to himself, thinking, once the rental income is secured, I shall occupy those vacant rooms in the nearby temple, as they remain unutilized anyway. Zhang Jiaodou turned to the crowd and said, "Then let us continue our inspection. Let us look. Several attendants eagerly nodded in agreement, using his words as an excuse to explore each room, leaving no stone unturned. Dan's father trailed closely behind Zhang Jiaodou and the others, reveling in the thought that he would soon be receiving at least 200 won monthly. He could then visit the brothel to enjoy the company of the enchanting Xiao Yuxian for a spell. His heart swelling with joy as he unconsciously hummed a tune. "O little Xiao Yuxian, with a round face and a slender waist," as the group arrived at the backyard. The physician gazed at the wooden wine barrel split in two, his tongue hanging out in shock, unable to retract it for quite some time. His heart racing and his calves quivering uncontrollably. Even someone as battle-hardened as Zhang Jiaodou felt a chill creeping over him at this sight. At that moment, the physician was profoundly grateful to Zhang Jiaodou for his daring act of scaling the wall to save his life. Meanwhile, the young lady, who was forced to remain hidden, felt an overwhelming sense of unease as her sister's fate hung in the balance. Disturbed and anxious, she wandered aimlessly, believing that only through constant movement could she quell her tumultuous thoughts. As she wandered, she inadvertently entered a secluded alley, rarely frequented by anyone, which now felt desolate and eerie. After a while, the emptiness of the alley was suddenly pierced by the sound of footsteps echoing in a muffled manner. The young lady's heart quickened. Could it be Dan and his companions? She immediately followed the sound, but after a considerable distance, she still saw no one. Though the footsteps persisted, a shiver ran down her spine. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. She had no choice but to steel herself and proceed cautiously. After several twists and turns, the soft patter of footsteps guided her to the front of the Baogua temple. She found the temple gates wide open, the ground strewn with withered grass and fallen leaves, an indication that it had been long abandoned. Upon entering the inner hall, she observed the deities still in place, the temple structure intact, though enveloped in a thick layer of dust. As the bats perceived the intrusion of an individual, they flitted chaotically around the eaves, leaving not a single shadow in sight. From whence, then, did the echoes of footsteps arise, and who could they belong to? The young lady found herself utterly perplexed. Noting the absence of any presence ahead, she retreated. Traversing the lengthy corridor, her gaze wandered, revealing a scene overrun with rampant weeds and uneven, parched earth, a testament to neglect, presenting a desolate and dilapidated spectacle that evoked an overwhelming sense of melancholy and sorrow. Upon passing through an arched moon gate, she beheld the monks' quarters behind it. The walls were peeling, adorned with patches of moss. A dilapidated door, swaying gently in the breeze, emitted creaks and groans, suggesting it had long succumbed to disrepair. Just as she stood in a daze, a sound emerged from within the crumbling abode. She swiftly leaped to the door, peering through a crack to spy inside. There she observed two masked figures rummaging through the contents. Overturning boxes in search of something, one of them, while searching, expressed his impatience with a string of complaints. "Where is anything of value? It's all just a pile of worthless junk," the other retorted with dissatisfaction. "If you don't bend down, how can the treasures roll into your pockets?" After a brief cough, he continued, "The other night, I stealthily scaled the wall into this courtyard, hoping to pilfer some food from the altar in the grand hall. But to my utter dismay, there was nothing of value to be found." He paused momentarily, swallowed hard, and added, "Then I noticed a radiant light emanating from within this room, and out of curiosity, I leaned closer to the crack and peered through with my right eye." His breath hitched, and his voice grew animated. "Do you know what I saw?" "What did you see?" "How would I know?" the other replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead as if struck by enlightenment, excitement bubbling forth. "Surely you must have seen the old monk in a compromising position." "What nonsense," the first man chuckled. "You're always thinking about such things. Quickly, tell me, what did you see?" The other, in a frenzy of impatience, yearned for the details. The first questioned, what could emit such a brilliant light? Could it be the glow of a candle? The other slapped his thigh, reveling in his own cleverness. "A torch. Huh? Right? Oh dear brother. What a predicament!" He sighed deeply. "It's a luminous pearl." That moment, the room fell into an eerie silence, as if the slightest disturbance might cause the pearl to vanish in an instant. "Ah, this is an immense fortune." After a prolonged pause, the first man urged, "We must hurry. The old monk will soon return from his alms gathering, and we must seize our opportunity." The young lady, having listened intently, felt a sense of detachment, concluding that it was wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements. She rose and turned to leave, yet sensed something was amiss. The voices of the two men bore an unsettling familiarity, though she could not quite place them. Torn between the desire to leave and the fear of losing a chance to uncover her sister's whereabouts, she hesitated. Just then, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from the corridor behind her, startling her. Who, she wondered, could be approaching? Chapter 61. Great wealth beneath the gentle glow of the moonlight. A silhouette of a girl clad in white glided through the tranquil corridor, her figure ethereal as if floating upon water. The moonlight cast a cool, serene illumination upon her. With each light step, she moved gracefully, never casting her gaze elsewhere, preoccupied with intermittently retrieving a jade-black box from her bosom, glancing at it with a sense of urgency as though it might vanish at any moment. With a sudden creak, the silence of the night pierced sharply as she gently pushed open the door to her chamber. Once inside, she extracted the box from her garments and placed it delicately upon the Wangwali table, opening the lid with utmost care. The instant the lid was lifted, a gasp of delight nearly escaped her lips. She swiftly stifled her trembling body, covering her mouth as she beheld a lustrous pearl, the size of an infant's fist, illuminating the dim room with its radiant glow. Overcome with excitement, she knelt, cradling the pearl in her hands. Mississippi came the voice of the maidservant Xinghua from outside, lantern in hand, accompanied by a small maid carrying a food box. "The night watchman announced your return." She shuddered, hastily closing the lid on the pearl, concealing the box within her garments, her expression a flurry of anxiety. "What is it?" "Miss, I have reheated dinner 3 times, waiting for your return," Xinghua replied from the threshold. The young lady relaxed slightly, pressing her hand against the box to ensure its safety before responding. "All right, bring it in." Upon receiving permission, Xinghua entered, her gaze subtly scanning the room, sensing an air of mystery surrounding her mistress. Why had she returned so late? The others had come back long ago, and the household was in a state of worry. The second miss had yet to make her presence known. Alas! After the small maid placed the food box on the Wangwali table and retreated, Xinghua inquired, "Why is the room unlit, miss?" "That's enough. You may leave." I shall manage alone, the young lady urged. Xinghua could distinctly feel the urgency in her mistress's tone, prompting her to wonder what secrets lay within as she departed. The young lady exhaled a long sigh, finding the situation quite vexing. Unbeknownst to her, Xinghua lingered outside, pondering the purpose of the late-night return, only to overhear her mistress's irritated mutterings, stirring a sense of resentment within her. How could such service lead to chaos? Well then, I shall see what schemes you hastily wish to conceal. She whispered to the small maid to return quickly. The small maid, feeling guilty, glanced around the empty courtyard and replied with a timid affirmation, hastily scurrying into the night. Yet, Xinghua chose not to retire for the night, instead slumping on the stone platform, intently fixated on the window of the loft. After a prolonged vigil without any movement, fatigue began to take hold, and she nearly dozed off, jolting awake with a start. Raising her gaze once more to the window, she was taken aback by the bright glow, her heart racing. Had the young lady's room caught fire? In a flurry, he hastily scrambled up, making his way toward the second floor. Upon reaching the door, just as he was about to force his way in, he was taken aback by a fit of silly laughter emanating from within. Pausing momentarily and recalling the young lady's temperament, he dared not act rashly. Instead, he crouched by the window, poking a hole through the paper, peering inside, nearly gasping in shock. The following day, news of the elderly monk's murder at the Baeguosi temple spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Jinyang, accompanied by the alarming revelation that the temple's treasured relic had vanished. What, one might wonder, was this prized possession of Baeguosi? It was none other than a luminous pearl, a sight familiar to the throngs of devotees during the annual ceremonies. Yet, most were oblivious to the fact that this pearl was habitually carried by the old monk himself. The previous day, while begging for alms at the marketplace, the monk had accidentally dropped his jade box, causing the lid to pop open. Though the pearl did not shine as brilliantly in the daylight, the keen-eyed onlookers noticed it, prompting the monk to hastily conceal it once more. Upon returning to the temple, the old monk met an untimely demise, struck down by a blunt object to the back of his head. The local constables, upon investigation, surmised that there were individuals with ulterior motives behind this tragic event. As the treasure was absent from the monk's possession, it was evident that someone had conspired to kill him for wealth. The authorities issued a public notice. The elderly monk of Baeguosi had been murdered the previous day, his luminous pearl stolen. Anyone with information or leads regarding the pearl was urged to report to the officials at once. Those who remained silent would be deemed complicit in the crime. This incident instilled a palpable sense of dread among the populace. Particularly anxious was the maidservant, Xinghua, who found herself in a state of unrest and worry. Torn by an internal conflict, she pondered whether to divulge the troubling news. To speak up felt like an unbearable burden on her conscience, yet to remain silent gnawed at her sense of morality in recent days. The young lady had exhibited an unusual irritability, frequently lashing out and leaving the servants in a state of trepidation, reluctant to deliver her meals. She sensed the peculiar glances cast upon her by others, especially the way Xinghua averted her gaze during their conversations, as if she feared being devoured whole. With no confidant to share her troubles, she found herself longing for her sister, who had been out of touch for 3 long days. As night fell, an inexplicable terror gripped her, often jolting her awake in a cold sweat. The anguished and hopeful gaze of the dying monk was etched into her memory, a haunting image that pierced her heart, rendering her unable to close her eyes. For each time she did, that gaze would materialize before her. Even the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze outside sounded to her like thunderous roars. Her mental state deteriorated with each passing day. Regret consumed her, yet there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. The past is irrevocable. Indeed, she was a witness, having concealed herself behind a large tree at the end of the corridor. Gradually, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer. An old monk, clad in tattered rags, stooped and with clouded eyes, came into view. Upon reaching the door of his abode, he sensed something amiss. Grabbing a wooden stick beside the door, he struck it forcefully against the entrance, calling out with authority, "Courageous scoundrel, come forth and surrender." 2 masked figures burst forth from the room, only to be met by the monk's outstretched staff. "Where do you think you're going? Taste the might of my Deimos stick." The 2 assailants, each grasping at the monk's sleeves, roared in unison, "Begone, you old fool!" The old monk was cast into the air, only to fall heavily to the ground. Immediately after, one of the assailants picked up the wooden staff that had fallen beside the old monk and struck him on the back of the head, rendering him motionless. Following this, the man ripped off the monk's head covering and spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the old monk's body. The young lady, hidden behind a tree, nearly gasped in horror, exclaiming, Dan, how could it be him? Once the two men departed, the young lady cautiously approached the old monk, who was staring blankly, clearly lifeless. Reluctantly, she bent down, wishing to help the pitiful old monk to his feet. Suddenly, a dark jade box rolled out from the monk's embrace. Curiosity piqued, she picked it up and gently opened it. Upon catching a glimpse inside, she gasped in shock and hurriedly closed the lid. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching before hastily concealing the box within her garments and departing in a flurry, she dashed toward the back mountain of Baogua Temple, fearful of seeking out Zhang Jiaodo and his companions or returning home directly. Apprehensive that others might discover her secret, she resolved to hide for the time being, intending to return stealthily under the cover of night, for she knew she was now harboring a treasure of immense fortune. Chapter 62. What is gained often brings troubles. The young lady found herself inexplicably drawn, laden with worry, to the bustling streets near Baogua Temple. She remained indecisive about whether to report Dan and the others. Such a decision would inevitably raise numerous questions. How did you know they were the ones who committed the murder? Did you witness them robbing and killing, seizing the luminous pearl? When did you leave? And where did you go? And so forth, making it evident why no one was eager to undertake such a thankless task. It was always thus. Finding witnesses was difficult, and persuading someone to testify was even harder. Moreover, there was the added weight of, alas. She let out a long sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. She truly grasped that gaining something does not always equate to a blessing. Often, what one acquires brings with it a host of troubles. Raising her gaze, she found herself before a marketplace, where the incessant sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. Street merchants and passers-by jostled about, all driven by the pursuit of profit. The cacophony of voices intertwined, hawking cosmetics, tea leaves, silks, lacquerware, gold and silver wares, and various foods, rising and falling in volume, sometimes distant, sometimes near, with even the sale of children and young women showcasing the myriad facets of life. As she entered the market, she was inevitably swept along by the crowd, moving from east to west. In the center of the thoroughfare, a young woman in a carriage discreetly lifted the curtain, her eyes fixated in a daze on a strikingly handsome man amidst the throng. When noticed by others, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly dropped the curtain. The carriage meandered by, provoking the idle young ruffians lingering by the roadside to peer eagerly through the gap in the curtain, chuckling lewdly. The young lady, her heart heavy, drifted along with the crowd, when a street urchin, accustomed to the market's bustle, feigned agitation, pretending to be jostled by an unseen throng, bumping closely behind her while grumbling, "How annoying! Stop pushing from behind." The young lady, evading the situation, turned to glance back, noting the ample spaces behind her. It was hardly crowded, indicating a deliberate act. She shot a fierce glare from beneath her arched eyebrows, her eyes narrowing in disdain. The young ruffian hastily lowered his head, daring not to meet her gaze, seemingly nonchalant while internally grappling with nervousness as he whistled, persistently pressing forward as if there were urgent matters to attend to. The young lady, observing his retreating figure, spat disdainfully, while the ruffian, feigning ignorance, slipped away without a backward glance. Should he encounter a timid and evasive girl, he would press closer to her, taking advantage of her discomfort. If she expressed any dissatisfaction, he would retort that she obstructed his path, delaying his business. He might scold her lightly or, should he feel bold, strike her several times, for it is a common truth that people tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Yet, when faced with a formidable woman like the young lady, who would not easily be cowed, he preferred to seek an exit rather than risk a humiliating confrontation. The young lady, intending to unleash a few more scathing remarks, raised her voice to dissipate her pent-up frustration. In the midst of concentrating on this, she failed to notice when someone collided with her, causing her to stumble. By the time she regained her balance, the individual had hurriedly retreated, leaving her with only a fleeting silhouette. Fuming, she muttered a string of curses before continuing on her way, suddenly struck by the familiarity of that figure. Who could it be? The young lady rummaged through her memory, but her thoughts were muddled these past few days, rendering her forgetful and disoriented. It was only after she had distanced herself from the marketplace and passed the Baogua Temple, nearing Erden's home, that the realization dawned upon her. Was that not Erden himself? How could he slip away right under her nose? Frustrated, she smacked her forehead. Where was Erden rushing off to? Surely it couldn't be related to his sister. Just as she was lost in these thoughts, a sudden shriek erupted from the alley, reminiscent of someone stepping on a dog's tail. Then, she witnessed a disheveled woman burst forth from the alley, pursued by a bald man who struggled to restrain her. Eventually, the woman collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably, lamenting, "He even stole my funeral money. What sins have I committed to deserve such a wasteful son?" The young lady was taken aback. Was this not Erden's mother? What was happening? Erden's father frantically tugged at his wife, imploring her not to embarrass them in front of the neighbors. "What is wrong with me? Am I a disgrace for supporting a man? You both are treating me like a foolish old woman. I can no longer endure this." As she spoke, she began to bang her head against the ground. And seeing that his efforts were in vain, Erden's father finally gave up and walked away, exasperated. How much time had he squandered on this nonsense? He could only imagine how much money he would lose due to this interruption. It was infuriatingly vexing. Erden's mother, with tears streaming down her face and a runny nose, continued to wail, but after some time without anyone to assist her, she peeked around, only to find no trace of anyone nearby. This realization deepened her sorrow. The young lady regarded her in surprise, noticing the woman's pale face and trembling body. A flicker of sympathy and compassion welled up within her, and with a heavy sigh, she turned back, her emotions in turmoil. Erden had fled, his whereabouts unknown, the identity of the perpetrator a mystery, and the whereabouts of the night Peril undiscovered. In that moment, the young lady felt an unexpected sense of calm and liberation. Xiao Guanggu, the delicate maid, Xinghua, reached out to stop the lanky house servant, who was wandering about on duty today. "Hey, Sister Xinghua, is there something you need?" The servant halted, casting a glance around, and with a playful grin, he tightly grasped the hand that Xinghua had used to pull him. She quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing, her eyes sparkling softly as she gazed at his slender frame, which was merely a third of her own size. "There are certain things I've longed to express to you, yet I remain uncertain whether I should speak them, and whether you would even assist me," sighing, she added. "Life can be so burdensome. Speak your mind. I am listening." The servant leaned closer to her, nearly pressing against her, his face burning with warmth, his heart racing, breath quickening, ear tilted in anticipation of the words he had yearned to hear. "Is it possible for you to visit the back garden later tonight?" Her eyes glistened with affection as she fixated on him. His heart raced, breath quickened, nearly causing him to faint. "Are you saying tonight I in the back garden?" He swayed slightly, quickly grasping a nearby tree for support. "Do you not have time to come?" Seeing his hesitation, Xinghua anxiously inquired. "I do, of course." The servant flailed his arms like a child, prompting a soft laugh from Xinghua. Thrilled by her own allure, she knew she would be unable to sleep, wide awake until the moment they would meet in the late hours of the night. Chapter 63. The difficulties of guarding against intruders. As the night deepened, the sky grew increasingly dark. In the absence of moonlight, the surroundings felt eerily silent, every rustle of wind sending chills down one's spine. The waft of fragrance drifted through the air, so thick it was almost suffocating. The gardenia and jasmine flowers swayed gently in the breeze, while plum blossoms danced like snowflakes. Particularly striking were the vibrant red roses, dripping with color, reminiscent of blood flowing from a wound. The intoxicating scent clung to her garments, several petals drifting before her eyes. This fragrance, laden with an otherworldly allure, lingered in the air, evoking sorrow in those who inhaled it, yet delighting the flora, which swayed and rejoiced in the wind. Just as she stood entranced in a daze, a shadow resembling a slender pole darted past, trembling as it wrapped tightly around her from behind. She gasped, jolted from her reverie, quickly covering her mouth, turning to see who it was, her voice soft. "Xiao Guanggu, please don't rush. I have something to tell you. Speak quickly, speak quickly." The servant, disregarding the tumultuous waves of emotion within, fixated on her face, eagerly awaiting an answer. His body instinctively leaned forward, unable to contain his impatience. In the shadow, their bodies pressed close together, whispering furtively. After a moment, he suddenly pulled away from her, exclaiming, "What? You have lost your mind?" "No, I am not mad." The gleam in Xinghua's eyes sparkled with avarice and the hope for a beautiful future. "Oh, no, this absolutely cannot be." The housemaid clutched her head, shaking it incessantly. You. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with indignation, and her willow-like brows arched upwards, her face adorned with a sinister smile that hinted at an underlying menace, momentarily flashing with a fierce light, as if harboring boundless wrath. The once enchanting and delicate demeanor had transformed into one of cold indifference, presenting a countenance so ferocious that it instilled fear in all who beheld it. She fixated on the housemaid's back, stiff as a bamboo pole, biting her lower lip with fervor, yet suddenly felt a rush of warmth on her face. Wiping it with her sleeve, she discovered tears cascading down her cheeks. Why must I be a maid for a lifetime, enduring the whims of others? She choked back sobs, yearning to be a lady, to be a wealthy matron. Is that too much to ask? Life should be equal for all. Overcome with emotion, she could no longer articulate her thoughts, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The housemaid, upon hearing her words, widened his eyes in shock. At that moment, he truly comprehended the essence of fear, his form seeming to teeter on the brink of collapse. After a moment, he gradually regained his usual composure, offering a gentle smile to the almond blossom maid. You cannot be serious, can you? To speak candidly, have you truly made up your mind? What I have resolved is as immovable as a mountain. Her voice, though soft, resonated with clarity and conviction, striking the housemaid's heart like a clap of thunder. Inside, he felt a tempest of emotions rise, his eyes reflecting determination and courage. For the sake of the woman he adored and their shared happiness, he was prepared to fight with all his might. United in thought, the two embraced tightly. Be gentle. As the door creaked open, the housemaid quickly cautioned in a hushed tone. It's nothing, rest assured. The almond blossom maid turned her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. I brought the midnight snack 8 treasure kanji for the young lady. Hee hee. Almond blossom, you? The housemaid gasped, his eyes wide with alarm as he gazed at the almond blossom maid. Hee hee, it's nothing. The young lady simply needs to sleep until noon. The almond blossom maid's chubby hands waved animatedly. You nearly scared me to death. After pressing down on his racing heart, the housemaid followed the almond blossom into the young lady's chamber. The young lady snored softly behind the curtain, while the almond blossom maid stealthily approached, and the housemaid lingered at the door. Keeping watch, a rustling sound ensued, followed by the clinking of metal. The housemaid glanced back into the curtain, realizing the almond blossom maid had found the key on the young lady, and he whispered joyfully, We have it, mm. The almond blossom maid, concealing her excitement, cautiously reached to lift the curtain to depart when the young lady stirred. Rolling over, the almond blossom maid distinctly heard her murmur, Who? As if struck by lightning, she froze in place, terrified, her body stiffening as she involuntarily wet her pants. She braced herself for the young lady's dreaded punishment. Yet, moments passed without a sound. The almond blossom maid, surprised, turned her head and mustered the courage to glance at the young lady. To her astonishment, the young lady remained with her eyes closed, mumbling, water. The almond blossom maid exhaled deeply, calming her racing heart, realizing that the young lady was merely dreaming of thirst. The almond blossom hastily set aside the curtain and, taking small, hurried steps, fled from the side of the young lady. A servant rushed forward, catching the stumbling almond blossom. She pressed her hand against her chest, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, you scared me to death. She gasped for breath. Soon, forgetting her anxiety, she urged, quickly, the large chest over there. I distinctly saw the young lady place the treasure inside that chest the other day. The servant dashed over, noticing that almond blossom's hands trembled as she struggled to insert the key into the lock. Frantically, he said, Let me do it, with a clatter. The key slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, leaving both of them in shock, their mouths agape for an extended moment. After a brief silence, seeing no further commotion, the servant bent down and gingerly retrieved the key. His hands shook as he fumbled several times before finally inserting the key into the lock, managing to unlock it with a triumphant gleam in his eyes as he glanced at Almond Blossom. A look of pride on his face. Almond Blossom, upon witnessing this, cast him an admiring glance and gestured for him to lift the chest lid. She leaned into the chest, rummaging through its contents, and then paused, trembling as she carefully retrieved an ink jade box, hastily stowing it in her bosom before locking the chest again. With her face flushed with excitement, she urged, Hurry. Let us leave. Just then, she swayed slightly, overcome by dizziness, and leaned against the servant for support, whose own hands trembled uncontrollably. They steadied each other and quietly crept out of the young lady's chamber, upon descending the attic. The servant remarked, I never anticipated such an event tonight, and I am utterly unprepared. I planned to tidy up some belongings in the front yard before leaving. Almond Blossom replied, Oh my goodness, we've gotten ourselves into a grave predicament. If we delay, we may lose our lives. What belongings do we need? With this treasure, who cares for tattered rags? The servant sighed deeply, casting a wistful glance around the place he had inhabited for 4 years, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance to leave. He also felt a sense of loss for the brothers he had spent so much time with in his hazy state, He felt a flicker of regret. Yet, it has always been easier to board a pirate ship than to disembark. Stomping his foot in determination, he muttered, "Very well, we shall meet again in the next life." He wiped away the 2 lines of tears that had fallen. Chapter 64. Mirage the servant, as slender as a bamboo pole, collapsed to the ground like a bent carrying pole. "Oh dear, Almond Blossom, you are far too heavy. I simply cannot lift you," he lamented, his voice a mix of despair and frustration. "What shall we do now?" Almond Blossom, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Oh no, it seems someone is coming this way. Quickly, quickly, Almond Blossom." He hoisted her onto his shoulder, using all his strength to lift her ample form up onto the wall. With a thud, Almond Blossom tumbled over the wall. He spat twice into his palm, took a few steps back, and with a running start, leaped onto the wall, landing with a resounding thump. Spitting out the sand from his mouth, he glared angrily at Almond Blossom, who was sitting on the ground, rubbing her sore backside, and muttered resentfully, "Where did she go? How could I not see her?" The Peach Blossom, nursing a painful backside, retorted with irritation, "If you do not express it thus, how could you ever hope to lift me up in this lifetime?" "Humph." The young lady standing silently by the attic window gazed intently at the two as they supported each other. Gradually receding into the distance, from her bosom, she retrieved a resplendent night pearl, glowing with a piercing luminescence, and caressed it incessantly, her heart awash with a tumult of emotions. The young lady had not partaken of the bowl of 8 treasure lotus seed porridge, leaving the tabby cat to languish in an unknown slumber. Ever since she had acquired that precious gem, she had noticed peculiarities in the past few days. Signs of disturbance lingered in her room. Who could it be? She pondered anxiously, searching for answers. Suddenly, a flicker of alarm crossed her eyes. Could it be that someone knew of the whereabouts of the night pearl? She grasped the key at her waist tightly, aware that she must tread cautiously. Who could this person be? Who could so easily invade her sanctuary? After much contemplation, her thoughts began to crystallize. Thus, she resolved to be particularly vigilant. Moreover, she decided that she would not be a passive recipient of aggression but would take the initiative. Just as she lingered in the shadows of the courtyard, lost in thought, a dark figure darted past her not far away. Startled, she wasted no time and swiftly followed suit. She observed the shadow halt beneath the attic, tiptoeing and craning its neck, peering inquisitively before turning to depart. The young lady mimicked the actions of that figure upon reaching the spot but discerned nothing unusual. Shaking her head in confusion, a sudden spark of realization illuminated her mind. She had forgotten to extinguish the lights upon her exit, as the room still gleamed with brightness. This indicated that someone had yet to retire for the night. Following the trail, she reached the kitchen window and beheld the Peach Blossom maid, furtively adding something to her 8 treasure lotus seed porridge. This marked the onset of subsequent intrigues. A hint of derision curled at the corners of her mouth as her keen gaze shifted to the night pearl, and she venomously declared, "Peach Blossom, if you wish to contend with me, you have a long way to go. You are forever destined to remain a maid, a servant, aspiring to be a lady or a noblewoman. Humph, perhaps in your next life." In her mind, she envisioned the two of them, after enduring countless hardships, escaping to a safe haven, settling down, and indulging in dreams of opulence, only to unveil the inked jade box and discover within it nothing more than an utterly ordinary stone. She chuckled heartily at the thought, with a cunning glint in her eyes. A savage emotion flickered within, as if she were on the verge of unleashing a murderous rage. As the sun dipped low in the west, casting a crimson hue across the sky, rendering the heavens and the earth a surreal tableau, an eerie ambience enveloped the scene. A tall, bamboo-like figure and a rotund individual, one in front of the other, advanced toward the setting sun. "Xiao Guang, do slow down. I am struggling to keep up." The sun's rays illuminated the sweaty, plump face of the Peach Blossom as she incessantly called out. The person in front, equally weary, turned with urgency and exclaimed, "Peach Blossom, I fear they may be in pursuit. We must hasten our pace. Oh dear." Xinghua rested her hand on her waist, her voice faint and weary as she remarked, "Having ventured this far, we took the narrow path. They will find it difficult to catch up with us. I am starting to feel quite hungry. Xiao Guang, shall we find a place to eat something?" With a sigh of exasperation, the family servant lamented, "Oh, what a hassle. Women are nothing but trouble. They are just women, incapable of achieving anything significant. If this continues, I fear we shall not endure the long journey ahead." Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding whether the two of them could persist. Even if they were to reach Xinghua's hometown in Shandong, a desolate place devoid of civilization, what good would it do? Those treasures would serve no purpose. They cannot be turned into food or clothing. Surely, they cannot spend their days languishing in bed, relying on him for illumination. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. No matter how he looked at her, she seemed increasingly irksome. Her round face and stocky frame, perpetually preoccupied with eating, resembled that of a pig. The more he thought, the more frustrated he felt, and a nameless fury began to rise within him. Noticing his indifference, the maidservant felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. I have risked everything for our happiness. Yet if we are to live together like this, who could endure such a foul temper? Observing him swaying like a lanky bamboo pole, she questioned how long he could survive in such a state. Neither spoke a word, trudging forward in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Xinghua, the servant, called from ahead, but she pouted, feigning ignorance. Xinghua, he shouted again, sensing that her pretense of not hearing was unrealistic. He coughed deliberately to signal that he had heard her, yet she remained obstinately silent, clearly upset. He recognized her intentional disregard, and his irritation flared. What was with her perpetual sulking? What had he done to offend her? It was utterly incomprehensible. Humph! What is this fuss all about? Why are you still riled up? Angry, Xinghua glared at him. Her neck stretched defiantly as she let out a wail. The servant raised his left hand horizontally while his right hand pressed against it, commanding, "Stop." After spitting on the ground, he added, "Do not spend your days fretting over me. Did you consult me before embarking on this endeavor? Oh, the heartless wretch, cursed be her fate. I shall not let this matter rest. How could I have been so blind as to overlook your true nature?" Xinghua was uncertain whether his words had cut her deeply or simply relieved her frustrations, but in a fit of rage, she lunged at him, ready to fight. He was momentarily taken aback, witnessing her true colors laid bare. His heart sinking. If she could behave this way over mere words, how would she treat him once she became his wife? As Xinghua rushed forward, she bit down fiercely on his neck, causing him to jump and cry out in pain. Yet he could not break free. Desperate, he swung his fist, striking her chest, and with a loud crack, a jade box fell to the ground, shattering into two pieces, revealing a dark, glossy pebble within. The two of them stared, mouths agape, unable to close them for quite some time. Chapter 65. In the face of despair, a peculiar and ancient pine tree, as thick as two embraces, twisted its gnarled roots through the crevices of the rock. Alas, help me from a distance. A steep cliff reveals what appears to be a colorful cloud, gently swaying in the wind. Yet, it is only through the incessant cries for help that one realizes it is a little girl. Her arms as delicate as lotus roots, desperately calling for assistance. The second young lady's garments are caught on an ancient pine, her frail form trembling as she hangs precariously above the abyss, her dark eyes wide with terror as they gaze into the depths below. Above is a perilous precipice, below lies an unfathomable chasm, both walls sheer and unclimbable. Overwhelmed by dizziness, she is compelled to close her eyes. Her spirit nearly shattered. Oh, what a predicament! Old beggar sits atop the cliff, roaring with laughter. How could you turn a blind eye to such despair? Very well, I concede to your prowess. I shall call you master. I, your disciple, am afraid and shall not dare defy you again. The second young lady pleads incessantly. He. The old beggar strokes his chin, visibly pleased, responding, "Yes, this is quite satisfactory. From now on, please refer to me as master, and let it be so. There shall be no turning back. Do you understand?" The old beggar pulls a gourd of wine from his waist, takes a sip, smacking his lips with a delighted grin, and remarks, "Your audacity is remarkable. Had I not been vigilant, you would have plummeted into that abyss and met your end. You mentioned that if you could descend on your own, you could return home. After such a long time away, I find myself longing for home." As she speaks, tears involuntarily well up in the second young lady's eyes. The old beggar's heart softens, and his eyes glisten, but he quickly adopts a fierce expression, coldly chuckling. With such a pitiful display of yearning for home and parents, when will you ever cultivate true skill? Your family must be frantic with worry. The second young lady's eyes dart around, muttering in discontent. So, you wish to descend by yourself? How long have you been training? Today you wish to learn, yet tomorrow you fear hardship, spending your days deceiving me. To descend this cliff requires immense strength. Do you possess such power? The old beggar scoffs derisively. Alas, master, why not hasten to impart your entire methodology to me? Would that not be splendid? You need not always hold back, the second young lady retorts in frustration. Do you think this is merely about drinking? One cannot simply gulp it down. This is a matter of practice, requiring a gradual approach. One must endure great hardships to attain greatness. Mastery is not achieved overnight. It is the result of diligent effort. As he speaks, he raises the gourd for another sip, continuing. If you wish to be esteemed among men, you must first endure suffering and solitude. A delicate young lady like yourself, perpetually fearing toil and yearning for home, will achieve nothing. Humph. The old beggar mutters, leaning against the rock, shutting his eyes, and choosing to ignore her. Seeing no hope for assistance, the second young lady, in a fit of rage, shouts at the old beggar, "Foul beggar, how can you stand idly by and not save me?" Infuriated, the old beggar rolls his eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, you ungrateful little wretch, how is it that you now refuse to call me master? Have you forgotten how I rescued you from the clutches of that villain?" The old beggar erupts in a fury. Upon hearing these words, the second young lady's head drooped in realization of her own indiscretion, a wave of regret washing over her. Had it not been for the old beggar who had rescued her, she could hardly fathom what her fate might have been. Even if she were to depart from this place now, she would remain utterly powerless. Should she encounter a scoundrel like Dan again, escape would be impossible, leaving her with no choice but to surrender. Alas, if it were truly to come to that, it would be far better to heed the old beggar's advice, to remain here and dedicate herself to her training, ensuring that in the future, she would no longer fear the likes of villains such as Dan. The mere thought of Dan brought tears to her eyes. He was her waking nightmare. That morning, beside the bamboo grove along the main road, the second young lady, treading through the morning mist, eagerly anticipated the figures approaching from afar, hoping one might be her father's sudden appearance. Her father had departed silently several days prior. After wandering alone for a while, she found herself amidst the lush green bamboo, growing denser and rustling in the wind, resembling the sound of jade chimes, the atmosphere increasingly serene and otherworldly. Where could her father have gone? When she inquired of her mother, she received no answer. This time was peculiar. Usually, her father would announce his whereabouts. Yet, this time, he had departed without a word. Just as she was anxiously awaiting his return, a glimpse of Dan's half-head emerged from the bamboo thicket. "Ah, second young lady, how do you fare?" He greeted her with a smirk. Upon seeing him, her heart sank. How could he be here? Alas, the things one fears most tend to manifest. The second young lady felt a wave of nausea wash over her. As if she had swallowed a fly, her brow furrowing in distaste, Dan, shaking with feigned concern, inquired, "What are you up to this fine morning? What I do is of no concern to you." The second young lady retorted, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Dan, undeterred, stepped closer and said, "Why must you always regard me with such hostility? Have I offended you in some way?" As he approached, she turned to leave, only to see two more figures emerge from the opposite side of the bamboo grove, companions of Dan. "What do you want?" The second young lady trembled with anxiety. "Heh, what do we want?" "Simply to have a chat with you." Dan grinned maliciously. The paths before and behind her were now entirely obstructed, and just as she was about to cry for help, Dan lunged forward, silencing her with a towel. She was enveloped by an overwhelming, peculiar fragrance, and soon felt herself drifting weightlessly into the clouds, after which she knew nothing more as the second young lady collapsed into his arms. Dan felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. He swiftly pulled a sack from his waist and beckoned the other two to assist in securing her within it, after which they hoisted her and fled. The two men took turns carrying her, panting heavily, while Dan urged them from behind, "Hurry, hurry." Thus, they sprinted towards the vicinity of the Cliff of Oblivion, where the two bearers, utterly exhausted, could run no further and collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath and frothing at the mouth, Dan, in a fit of fury, scolded them harshly, but they stubbornly refused to budge another inch. With no other options, he scanned the surroundings, noting the carpet of fallen leaves and the pervasive moss, indicating that few had ventured into this thicket, and with the area devoid of human presence, he finally felt a semblance of relief. Had just rushed about for half a day, desperately holding in his bladder. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself and turned into the woods, relieving himself beneath a large tree. Meanwhile, the other two individuals lay comfortably on the grass, stretching their limbs lazily to tea that instant. The pocket containing Miss Eyre was left untied, and a gust of wind blew it open. The sudden breeze roused Miss Eyre from her stupor, although a sharp throb pulsed at her temples, as if a vein were violently beating, causing her half a head to ache like needles piercing through. She gazed up at the sky, pondering how she had ended up here. After a while, A thought surged through her mind. She had been kidnapped by Erden and his companions, and she needed to escape post-haste. Quietly, she crawled out from her pocket and glanced around. She saw Erden urinating behind a tree not far off, while the other two lay on the ground, resting with their eyes closed. A fortuitous opportunity indeed. She bent down, held her breath, and softly maneuvered past 3 ancient, gnarled pines and a large banyan tree, entering a towering grove of bamboo. Miss Eyre looked around, her eyes scanning the surroundings, which were eerily silent, devoid of birdsong or floral fragrance. Chapter 66. A desperate escape. Having finished his business, Erden, while fastening his trousers and humming a merry tune, sauntered back with a sense of delight. He was eager to see if his beloved Miss Eyre had awakened. If she had, he intended to indulge her with affection. The mere thought of her tender, supple skin filled his eyes with a glimmer of excitement. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, that sparkle was instantly replaced with dismay, which soon morphed into sheer panic. The pocket containing Miss Eyre had been sent tumbling in all directions by the wind. Startled, he disregarded everything else and let out a howl, rushing forward in a frenzy. Miss Eyre, navigating the uneven terrain of stones, was breathless, evidently exerting every ounce of energy to flee. Suddenly, she caught sight of a white ribbon winding through the rocky landscape and dense trees below. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a stream, rushing down from the valley, meandering through the verdant wilderness, and cascading into a waterfall that plummeted into an abyss. The waterfall hung perilously from a cliff, crashing down into the depths below. The sheer cliffs were shrouded in mist, rendering it impossible to ascertain the gorge's depth, which was enough to instill dread. Turning to find another escape route, she was met with bizarre rock formations and towering peaks, offering no means of ascent, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Erden, one of the two, chastised by Erden, was acutely aware of his negligence and sought to atone for his failure by pursuing Miss Eyre with renewed vigor. Spotting a fleeting shadow deep within the thicket, he felt a surge of exhilaration and, eager to claim credit, called out urgently. Upon hearing the shout, Erden was elated and quickly devised a plan to intercept. Positioning himself directly in front of Miss Eyre, barking an authoritative command. "Where do you think you're going?" Startled by the sudden shout, Miss Eyre instinctively raised her head, only to be met with a fearsome visage, now alarmingly close. She was taken aback, involuntarily gasping and stumbling back a couple of steps, her complexion paling. A sinister, nerve-wracking chuckle escaped Erden as he muttered about enemies and grievances, slowly extending his arms towards her. As the second young lady turned to flee, she was met by 2 figures who had stealthily approached from behind, one in front of the other. A jolt of fear coursed through her, and she thought to herself, "This is the end. Oh dear, my goodness, now I shall see where you can escape to." The second young lady trembled all over, her petite frame quivering as her dark eyes widened in panic. Darting towards Erden, the atmosphere was tense, filled only with the frantic gasps of the individuals present. She glared disdainfully at Erden's face, contorted with anxiety and excitement, and began to retreat. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she turned around only to see the 2 men wiping their noses with their sleeves, advancing toward her with an air of irritation. Hastily, she retreated once more. The air felt oppressively thick, stifling her, and she could not help but cast her gaze elsewhere, realizing she had nowhere to run. She was at their mercy. Erden approached her with a mischievous grin. "That's right, my dear." He reached out with both hands toward her chest, then closed his eyes in bliss, humming contentedly. But suddenly, his hands recoiled as if shocked, and with a cry of agony, he opened his eyes wide, staring in disbelief at a beggaress staff that lay across his path. Stammering, he managed to utter, "You," but was swiftly met with a gentle tap of the staff on his head, causing him to tumble to the ground, his foot striking a jagged stone, eliciting a yelp of pain. The second young lady looked up in astonishment to find an elderly beggar standing before her. Despite his ragged appearance, the old man bore a noble demeanor, his face marked by grease yet showcasing a strikingly wise countenance. His eyes half closed yet radiating with a fierce light, indicating he was a master of martial arts. With a sly grin, the old beggar swiftly tucked away his staff and leaped several yards away, pursuing the other 2 men as they dashed into the woods. Oh my goodness. After a series of howls, the old beggar emerged from the dense thicket, laughing heartily. The second young lady watched in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Her gaze returned to Erden, who had coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. "Today, I merely wish to teach you a lesson. Do not bully the weak, and get out of my sight," the old beggar barked, jabbing the ground with his staff. Upon hearing this, Ere Dan felt as though he had received a pardon and scrambled to his feet, fleeing with all his might. The rustling in the dense forest signified that the other two men were likewise fleeing for their lives. At that moment, the old beggar's piercing gaze fixed intently on the second young lady. "My dear girl, I hope I did not frighten you." Before she could respond, he trembled slightly as he pulled a flask of liquor from his waist, quaffing several hearty gulps, then exhaling deeply. "Today, I feel utterly exhilarated." In one final flourish, he drained the flask, his face alight with eagerness, exclaiming, "What fine liquor! Who are you? What are you doing here?" The second young lady stood in a state of disarray, her bright eyes shimmering beneath her disheveled hair. The glimmer of her gaze danced like rippling water, her cherry lips parted slightly, trembling yet pressed together in silence, as if seeking assistance but surrendering to despair. Her pitiable demeanor softened even the sharp, indifferent gaze of the old beggar for a fleeting moment. The old beggar smiled at her, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes, accompanied by a touch of regret and sympathy as he looked upon the second young lady. Exclaiming, "Can you not see?" he then erupted into a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "I am a beggar, unloved, unnoticed, and uncared for." The second young lady caught a glimmer in the corner of his eye, but quickly turned away. Ever since he had laid eyes on his beloved Yearns, he found himself inexplicably sentimental, stamping his foot heavily, for such behavior was not characteristic of him. There are two kinds of people in this world: those who adhere strictly to the rules, and those who revel in defiance of reason, leaving others perplexed and even themselves bewildered. He belonged to the latter. "Little girl, practice with me, and once you possess skills, no one will dare to bully you." The old beggar gazed at the second young lady with a smile, suddenly feeling a surge of compassion, as though fate intertwined their paths. The second young lady hesitated, torn between a desire to return home and concerns for her mother and sister. Yet, she knew nothing of this old beggar's true nature, leaving her reluctant to agree or decline, for she sensed that her fate was no longer in her own hands. Chapter 67. The Master Leads. The disciple practices alone. "Oh dear, Master." The second young lady heard the clothes hanging from the pine branches emit a sudden rustling sound, causing her to slip further down, swinging precariously in midair. Tightening her heart in fear, alarmed, she thought that if she did not devise a plan, she would truly plummet into the abyss below, shattering into pieces. Frowning in panic, she pondered that perhaps the old beggar could save her. She quickly began to plead, "I shall certainly practice diligently with Master this time. Heed your words, and will never run away again." "May I? What? Speak louder. I cannot hear you." Upon hearing this, the old beggar burst into laughter, cupping his hands behind his ears and continuously asking, "What did you say?" "Oh dear, Master." "What? I cannot hear." After several exchanges, the second young lady realized that the old beggar was merely toying with her. Resolutely, she chose to ignore him, unleashing a torrent of curses at the old beggar in her mind. Though not a sound escaped her lips, this alleviated some of her frustration, and as she relaxed, she momentarily forgot her perilous situation. Glancing around and feeling dizzy and terrified, hastily closing her eyes. After a while, amidst her confusion, she suddenly heard the screech of an eagle overhead. Opening her eyes, she looked up to see two enormous white eagles perched on a nearby precipice, their wings glistening like frost, their golden eyes fixed intently upon her, as if propelled into the air. A majestic bird soared, evidently having spotted its target. It circled above her for a moment before unleashing a piercing cry and, retracting its wings, plunged downwards like a released arrow. When it was merely 3 or 4 feet away from her, it extended its iron claws, aiming for her head. The second young lady gasped in shock at the sight. Yet, the eagle swiftly ascended once more, feathers drifting down like autumn leaves, emitting sorrowful cries as if struck by some unseen force. Amidst her astonishment at the unfolding events, the old beggar above erupted into hearty laughter. It became clear that all of this was orchestrated by him, and gratitude welled within her as she called out, "Thank you, Master, for your act of salvation." "What? Save you? When did I ever save you? I was merely having fun on my own," he retorted, flicking a small stone with a deft movement of his finger, sending it whistling through the air towards another formidable eagle perched menacingly on a precipice, fixated on the second young lady as its prey. Just as the great bird prepared to swoop down, the stone struck its outstretched wing, sending it plummeting off the cliff, its feathers scattering like snowflakes. In her panic to evade the danger, the garments of the second young lady, hanging on the ancient pine, could no longer bear her weight. With a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, She was launched into the air. Falling towards the abyss below, a cry of despair escaped her lips, causing her to faint from fright. In a swift moment, the old beggar leapt from the cliff, first landing on the old pine. Using its strength to propel himself outward, he then descended rapidly, positioning himself beneath the second young lady, and with a flick of his beggar's staff, he sent her soaring into the air. Following this, he gently pushed off the cliff face with his foot, launching himself skyward. As he approached the ancient pine, he deftly tapped its branches with his staff, using the momentum to ascend further. Catching up to the airborne form of the second young lady, he extended his hand, palm facing upward, and an invisible force instantly cradled her descending body, gently nudging her to the right, allowing her to land safely on the ledge of the cliff. The old beggar followed closely, landing beside her and exhaling a long sigh of relief. He then uncorked a gourd, drinking heartily from it, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Gradually regaining consciousness, the second young lady found herself on solid ground, her body jolting as she awoke, her surroundings appearing dreamlike. Suddenly, she spotted the old beggar beside her, savoring the contents of his gourd with great pleasure. Momentarily taken aback, she realized once more that it was he who had saved her. Her parched lips parted as if to speak, but despite her efforts, no sound emerged. Exhaustion rendered her limbs weak. Nevertheless, she persisted, though human endurance has its limits, and despite her reluctance, she succumbed to fatigue, left only with heavy breaths. Observing her state, the old beggar chuckled heartily, turning to enter the cave. The second young lady lay quietly, too weary to move, her gaze wandering lazily about before her. The cave was surrounded by trees, and a waterfall cascaded from the cliffside like a silver dragon, gracefully tumbling down into a clear stream not far from the cave, where snow-like droplets splashed and the waters flowed tumultuously. Shortly thereafter, the old beggar emerged from the cave, carrying a bowl of hot soup. His face radiant with a smile, upon reaching her side, he seated himself cross-legged and incessantly stirred the soup in the bowl with a ladle. He scooped a spoonful, gently blew upon it, and brought it to the lips of the second young lady. "My dear child, you must be utterly exhausted and famished. Here, allow me to nourish you with this freshly brewed wild chicken soup to restore your strength." Although the second young lady felt slightly better, with her dizziness diminishing, her spirit remained profoundly fatigued. She attempted to lift her hand to grasp the bowl but found herself unable to do so. Thus, she allowed the chicken soup to flow slowly into her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, which she valiantly held back as she averted her gaze elsewhere. Qi is the essence of the heart. The heart is the instrument of qi. The practice of qi cultivation and nurturing, while originating from the same source, diverges in the realms of reality and illusion, motion and stillness, form and formlessness. The study of qi cultivation aims for efficacy through application, with breath as the foundation, emphasizing the principle of softness coupled with strength. "Do you comprehend, young lady?" The old beggar coughed forcefully, attempting to rouse the second young lady, who was drifting into slumber. Observing her struggle to stay awake, he expressed his displeasure. "My dear child, you have rested for half a month. Your body is nearly recovered. Yet, the moment I speak of training, you succumb to drowsiness. Do you wish to drive this old beggar to his wit's end? O master, what use are these teachings to me? I truly do not understand. Would it not be better for you to swiftly instruct me on how to leap into the air or shatter stones? What purpose does all this effort serve? You." The old beggar's face contorted with rage, his beard bristling as he bellowed, "Is it that simple? If it were so, it would not be called skill." Following this, he leaned his beggar's staff against the second young lady, and she immediately felt a surge of energy coursing through her. Startled and in agony, she fixed her gaze upon the old beggar and, through gritted teeth, managed to compliment, "Master, what remarkable skill you possess." Hearing this, the old beggar felt a swell of pride. "Aha! Is this merely a day's practice? Can you see it, or can I articulate it? The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation lies within oneself." The second young lady pondered briefly before responding with a smile, "Master, although I have studied for a few days, my youth and frailty render me incapable of significant progress. I still require rest and recuperation until my injuries are fully healed. I have many questions to ask, and there is ample time ahead. Do you not realize that time waits for no one? Do you not understand that today swiftly turns into tomorrow, and tomorrow holds countless possibilities? If I await tomorrow, all endeavors may fall into disarray." The old beggar lamented, his voice echoing through the valleys. Chapter 68. The fierce battle before the Wang mansion. The creaking of two horse-drawn carriages, one following the other, reverberated as they hastened along the bumpy road. 5 soldiers, armed with sharp blades and mounted on impressive steeds, closely pursued. The carriage driver, dissatisfied with the sluggish pace, cracked his whip in the air with a resounding crack. Upon hearing the explosive sound, the horse galloped furiously. After a hurried distance, the carriage began to slow as the residence of Lord Wang Changming, the commander of the Shaanxi Jinyang military encampment, came into view. The accompanying soldiers also seemed to exhale in relief, easing their mounts' pace. Suddenly, a loud blast of horns erupted from behind, as a troop of cavalry charged forward at breakneck speed. What was transpiring behind them? Within the confines of the curtained carriage, an anxious woman's voice resonated, inquiring about the true identity of the individuals surrounding them. "This is dire," one of the accompanying soldiers suddenly exclaimed, prompting the rest to halt their steeds in despair, their eyes fixated on a cloud of dust in the distance, revealing a troop of riders. "Draw your blades," as the 10 warriors on horseback thundered towards the carriage. One of the 5 soldiers guarding it, a lieutenant adorned in military regalia, bellowed with urgency. A cacophony of clanging metal erupted as both sides surged forward, their blades clashing in a fierce confrontation. Under the blinding sunlight, the cold glint of steel intensified, and the atmosphere became charged with a palpable aura of impending violence, causing hearts to tremble. The leading officer, Lieutenant Yihui, barked with authority. "We come by the decree of His Majesty, Emperor Li Tsongka of the Tang dynasty, to apprehend the traitors. The city of Jinyang is now encircled by the imperial forces. You, fleeing rebels, should surrender without resistance. Enough with your prattle, prepare to meet your doom." Before the lieutenant could finish his declaration, the guard lieutenant unleashed his blade, cutting down one soldier before him. Witnessing this loss before even engaging in combat, Lieutenant Yihui was consumed by fury, his wrath erupting as he charged forward, brandishing his broadsword in a tempestuous assault against the guard lieutenant. Emboldened by his initial success, the guard lieutenant fought with unyielding vigor, his cries of "Kill, kill, kill," echoing as he pressed forward with relentless strikes. His sword flashing like lightning in a storm, resembling a furious tide or a cataclysmic tsunami, truly a display of overwhelming might, as if the very mountains were crumbling under the force of his onslaught. The seasoned Lieutenant Yihui, no stranger to the battlefield, recognized the ferocity of his adversary's strikes and understood that he might be outmatched. Yet, with no path of retreat available, he steeled himself and charged into the fray, swinging his broadsword with all his might. The dazzling arcs of his blade danced through the air like a celestial rainbow, clashing against the relentless onslaught of his foes. The 2 warriors exchanged blows for over 30 rounds. Neither could gain the upper hand. Just then, a cloud of dust heralded the arrival of another dozen riders, galloping swiftly towards the fray. As they approached, a formidable officer wielding a lengthy spear, resembling a fearsome deity, urged forth, "My elder brother, take a respite. Allow me to subdue him." With those words, the spear whirled forth like a serpent emerging from its lair, enveloping the guard lieutenant in a shimmering aura of silver light in a flash. Upon witnessing this, Lieutenant Yihui was elated and quickly withdrew his sword, retreating to the side. The guard lieutenant, who had just held the advantage, found himself in disarray, struggling to defend against the barrage of strikes, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After engaging in combat for several more exchanges, fatigue set in, and his movements became sluggish at a sudden. Searing pain shot through his left arm, and as he glanced down, a gasp escaped his lips. His left arm had vanished, likely severed during the fierce struggle by the spear of the imposing officer. At first sight, a sudden jolt of panic widened his eyes, and a wave of dizziness struck him, causing him to tumble from his horse, silent and motionless. The remaining 4 soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were thrown into disarray, brandishing their sabers with reckless abandon, their actions devoid of any semblance of order. The Yihui lieutenant wielded his broadsword with ease, as if slicing through vegetables, and after a cacophony of sound, the 4 soldiers fell one by one from their mounts, lifeless upon the ground. Observing this, the Zhanwei lieutenant erupted into laughter, exclaiming with feigned admiration, "Yihui lieutenant, what remarkable skill you possess." The Yihui lieutenant, prodding his sword into the earth and wiping the blood from its blade, chuckled sinisterly, reveling in the attention from Zhanwei. He then turned towards the carriage, calling out, "Madam Shi Jingtang, do step down." Inside the carriage, there was an eerie silence, the surroundings steeped in a deathly stillness. "If you do not emerge soon, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You shall become a ghost beneath my blade. The old adage rings true. If the people fear not death, How can death be wielded as a threat? From within another carriage, a youthful sigh, tinged with a hint of naivety, broke the oppressive silence. To be facing death yet still speak so foolishly. Allow me to send you this fearless gift. With that, he spurred his horse forward, raising his broadsword high, intending to cleave the carriage canopy in two, as the blade descended. It seemed inevitable that those within would meet their doom, and even the soldiers held their breath, eyes wide with trepidation. Halt! A distant, commanding voice halted the Hui lieutenant's blade just inches from the top of the carriage. The soldiers turned to see a group emerging from the residence of Wang Changming, the commander of the Shangxi Jinyang camp, led by the instructor Zhang, with a soldier pointing and gesturing, evidently having come to deliver a warning. "Do you dare to rebel?" Jinwei lieutenant bellowed, halting the advancing group. The newcomers, eyes wide with terror, beheld the fierce soldiers and the fallen men. A chill running down their spines, a clash of weapons echoed as the household guards, unable to restrain themselves, drew their blades alongside Zhang, charging forward with shouts. Observing this, the soldiers, with Zhen Wei's spear raised high, swiftly reformed their ranks, preparing to engage the guards in battle. These soldiers were seasoned warriors, well trained, far beyond what the household guards could withstand. In a matter of moments, 7 or 8 lay dead or wounded, and despite the continuous reinforcements pouring from the residence, their efforts proved futile. Defeat was a foregone conclusion. Having roamed the martial world for decades, Zhang had never experienced such a crushing defeat. The burning shame of not dying here today would haunt him, leaving him unable to show his face again. With this thought, his eyes blazed with fury, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, felling several soldiers in swift succession. The commanding officer Hui initially regarded this ragtag group with disdain, but upon witnessing the loss of several men, a surge of anger welled within him. He spurred his horse forward, brandishing his blade at Master Zhang. Chapter 69. Spare the spear. Upon seeing this, Master Zhang hastily raised his weapon in defense, and sparks flew as their blades clashed. Hui's arm was jolted, leaving it tinged with a sense of numbness, and the subsequent force nearly unseated him from his mount. Reluctantly, he retreated to his broadsword, his heart racing in astonishment as he realized this opponent possessed considerable skill. He quickly gathered his energy and focused, preparing to respond with caution. In rapid succession, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each more formidable than the last, akin to the might of Mount Tai or the cascading waterfalls of Mount Lu, each move pressing forward relentlessly, an unstoppable force. Hui sought to employ his advantage of height over the shorter opponent, using his greater reach and weight to overpower the lighter and slower adversary. Thus began a breathtaking battle, each maneuver a lethal threat, each technique a soul-chasing pursuit, marked by extreme ferocity. Hui, from his steed to his weapon, held the upper hand, and as victory seemed assured, a sense of pride crept in. As the saying goes, caution is the companion of longevity. Underestimating the enemy is a grave folly in warfare. Master Zhang was no ordinary foe. Observing Hui's arrogance, he remained calm and collected, scanning his surroundings and deftly countering each of Hui's fierce attacks with grace and precision. As Hui's relentless assault was systematically neutralized, dissatisfaction brewed within him. His movements grew sluggish and stiff. In a moment of keen insight, Master Zhang seized the opportunity, executing a dazzling display of swordsmanship that bewildered Hui, culminating in a decisive strike that severed the legs of Hui's horse with a resounding crack. The steed collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Following this, Hui, who tumbled from his mount, had his head cleanly severed by Master Zhang's blade, catapulting it 10 meters away, blood gushing forth like a torrent. The soldiers were thrown into a state of panic, cries of despair filling the air. "Alas!" cried the valiant officer in anguish, brandishing his 8-foot serpent spear as he advanced. Master Zhang, recognizing the soldiers' resolve, met the challenge without fear. However, as the spear approached, a chill gripped him, an oppressive sensation that rendered him breathless. It was then he truly comprehended the phrase, "Beyond the heavens, there are yet more heavens. Beyond men, there are yet greater men." No longer daring to be careless, he summoned all his mental fortitude to confront the threat. The clash of weapons echoed as the spear moved with the grace of a dragon, striking with precision and intent, each thrust a force to be reckoned with. Master Zhang, unwilling to be outdone, wielded his waist knife with mastery, striking and cutting with unparalleled strength. His techniques, honed with dedication, flowed like a graceful dance, each movement calculated and fluid. The battle raged on, a symphony of skill and valor, as both combatants strove to outmaneuver one another amidst the chaos of their fierce encounter. In a fierce struggle between the two. The atmosphere was indeed shrouded in darkness, with neither the sun nor the moon casting their light, leaving the onlookers utterly spellbound. The valiant Captain Jinwei found himself in a deadlock after 40 to 50 exchanges. His fury erupted. He struck the horse's flank with his spear, causing the steed to let out a long, mournful whinny and leap forward towards Master Zhang. Upon witnessing this, Master Zhang swiftly bowed low and deftly maneuvered beneath the horse's belly to evade the impending danger. Captain Jinwei, undeterred, executed a peculiar maneuver, spinning like a serpent, and aimed the formidable spear at Zhang's back. The sharp sound of fabric tearing pierced the air as Zhang narrowly escaped with only a slight injury to his back, avoiding any life-threatening harm. Nonetheless, he felt the searing pain from the spear's force, which caused him to falter and collapse to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Jinwei charged forward, reversing his spear to deliver a vicious thrust into Zhang's vulnerable back. The onlooking attendants gasped in unison, frozen in place, fully aware that even attempting to intervene would be futile, knowing that no one could rival their master in such a dire moment. They helplessly watched the spear poised to pierce Zhang's heart. A wooden stick deftly deflected the deadly weapon at the last moment, causing it to veer off course and embed itself deeply into the ground. The crowd stared in astonishment at one another. "Madam," they collectively exclaimed, their mouths agape in disbelief in their eyes. The lady had always been frail and ailing, particularly since the disappearance of the second miss, and yet here she was, effortlessly diverting the formidable spear of a valiant warrior with but a mere stick. Truly a remarkable spectacle. "Who are you?" Captain Jinwei shouted in anger, his gaze lifting to reveal a delicate woman standing gracefully before him, her gentle smile accompanied by sparkling eyes, radiant teeth, and ruby lips, imploring, "Sir, I beseech you to spare him." She exuded an enchanting beauty, her poise and elegance unmistakable, far beyond that of an ordinary woman, captivating all who beheld her. You. Captain Jinwei stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushed with indignation as he withdrew his spear. "Quickly, bring the carriage into the estate." The lady turned her head, fixing her gaze on the two terrified coachmen hiding beneath the wagon, urging them in a commanding tone. Obeying her command, the coachman hastily mounted the vehicle, cracking the whip with a resounding crack, and the horses galloped off in a frenzy. Inside the jostling carriage, a voice cried out, "Sister, is that you? Sister-in-law, you've endured so much." "It's me," Yun responded urgently. The soldiers, taken aback, wondered what kind of departure this was. How could they leave so abruptly? They immediately spurred their horses to pursue, unaware that Madame Yun had trained in internal martial arts for many years at Wutai Mountain, rendering her more than capable against these nameless foot soldiers. Even a mere broken branch in her hands could serve as a lethal weapon. In a flash, she soared into the air, sweeping her stick with precision, and with a series of clattering sounds, the weapons of the soldiers flew from their grasp, soaring into the sky. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock, paralyzed by fear and hesitant to advance another step. "Yeah?" Captain Jinwei roared with fury, disregarding any notions of restraint, shaking his spear as he lunged towards Yun. Seeing the spear approaching, Yun executed a cunning maneuver, deftly deflecting it to the sides, successfully thwarting the attack. Jinwei, the valiant officer, felt a sudden numbness in his arms, his heartbeat quickening, and his complexion paling. He pondered, this woman, of unknown origins, possesses extraordinary skills and must not be underestimated. Thus, he summoned all his energy, wielding the serpent spear with remarkable speed, advancing with the intent to swiftly end her life, for his true target lay not with her, but with the wife of the esteemed Lord Shi Jingtang. Upon witnessing his fierce approach, Yun understood their urgency to pursue her sister-in-law. With a cold smirk, she thought, "The more anxious you are, the more I shall delay you." In Chapter 70, thanks to my master, Yun faced the fierce assault with calm composure, countering his formidable serpent spear with the intricate techniques of the 8864 paths of the five elements staff. This staff, passed down from Wutai Mountain, was robust and relentless, incorporating not only staff techniques but also skills from various weapon arts, creating a harmonious blend of martial prowess. The two combatants were truly matched, each a worthy opponent, and after numerous exchanges, neither could claim victory. Jinwei, feeling a surge of frustration, reflected on the indignity of being unable to best even a mere woman. Fearing the ridicule that would ensue if word of his failure spread, his anger swelled within him. He unleashed a fierce thrust of his spear, aiming directly at Yun's throat with unhurried grace. Yearns executed the technique of searching for the serpent in the grass, stepping back to evade the spear while simultaneously retracting her staff to her chest. She positioned herself in a right bow stance, and with a deft motion, she thrust her staff downward, targeting the horse's leg. The horse, struck at a vital point, reared in alarm but was suddenly immobilized, its legs swelling and stiffening as Yearns channeled her formidable inner strength into the blow. Seeing his fierce strike evaded, Zhenwei's anger flared, and he urged his horse forward. However, the steed hesitated, causing him to lash out in frustration, delivering a heavy blow to its hindquarters. As he leaped off the horse, his balance faltered, nearly unseating him in his accustomed mindset. He expected the horse to leap into action, but instead, it remained as still as a wooden dummy, only its hind hooves scraping the earth, raising a cloud of dust. This miscalculation nearly cost him his seat and nearly disarmed him, leaving him feeling humiliated. Determined to regain his honor, he leaped down, brandishing his spear as he charged at Yearns. Observers sensed the desperation in his actions, questioning how a distinguished general could so recklessly abandon his pride. Recognizing the weight and speed of her adversary's spear, Yearns understood she faced a formidable foe. Resolute in her strategy, she employed the falling technique from her master's teachings, preparing to counter while simultaneously demonstrating her prowess. With a subtle maneuver, she deflected his spear with her staff and, using the momentum, executed a swift sidestep, following up with a reverse strike aimed at his shoulder. Zhenwei's eyes widened in realization. He was abruptly confronted with the true nature of a master, as her movements were astonishingly swift. When his spear met her staff, it clung to it as if ensnared, rendering him unable to withdraw. The two individuals were engaged in a relentless tug-of-war. In a moment of urgency, Lieutenant Zhenwei let out a sudden roar, his figure soaring as his left hand, fingers poised like a spear, lashed out with formidable force, advancing upon her with the might to shatter and sweep away all in its path. Upon witnessing the assault of his left palm, Yearns hastily countered with her right hand. The clash of their palms resonated with a dull thud, causing Yearns to stagger, a mouthful of fresh blood erupting from her lips. The exhaustion from their earlier confrontation, coupled with her recent illness, left her feeling utterly powerless at that moment. Lieutenant Zhenwei, witnessing her plight, was filled with elation as he raised the now weightless spear, bringing it down upon her with fierce intent. Yearns, pale-faced and her vision clouded, teetered on the brink of collapse, unable to evade the impending strike of the spear. The household guards gasped in horror, their cries echoing in the air as the spear neared her head. Overcome by dizziness and devoid of strength to defend herself, she closed her eyes, awaiting death, her heart lamenting the thought of parting from her husband, eldest daughter, and second daughter, hoping to reunite in another life. Just as despair enveloped her, a resounding clash reverberated, shaking her very eardrums. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with astonishment and joy, exclaiming, "Second daughter, how could it be you, mother?" The second miss, trembling with her sword, had deflected the spear and quickly reached out to support her mother. "Mother, please rest for a moment. Let your daughter avenge you." Yearns stared in astonishment at her daughter, bewildered. Lieutenant Zhenwei, having believed he had secured victory, was taken aback by the unexpected emergence of a young girl who thwarted his vicious strike. His curiosity piqued, he scrutinized her, finding no particular distinction, yet doubt lingered in his mind. The second miss, unfazed by his contemplation, swiftly advanced, her sword aimed at his face. In response, Lieutenant Zhenwei leapt to parry the spear, his right foot propelling him forward as he prepared to slash downward. The second miss followed suit with a graceful maneuver, stepping forward as she rotated her body, her left hand slicing through the air before returning to her side, while her right hand pointed the sword towards Lieutenant Zhenwei's chest. Quickly adapting, he executed a bow stance, positioning the spear defensively before him, his body forming a half-bow as he aimed to counter her blade, thrusting the spear towards her abdomen. The second miss, in a flurry of movement, performed a technique to deflect his thrust and, with swift precision, executed a downward strike that pierced Lieutenant Zhenwei's left leg, causing him to yelp in pain. "This little girl is driving me to madness," he bellowed, swinging his spear to strike her down. In that fleeting moment, all present were rendered speechless, for from the day they had known the second miss, she had been a frail, delicate child. Yet today, both Yearns and the household guards were astonished. Was this truly the same second miss? How could she have transformed so remarkably in just a few days? What on earth is happening here? Especially Lady Second, her mother Yearns, gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. Where on earth did the young lady acquire such remarkable skills? The techniques she employed seemed so familiar, almost identical to the Dharma 72 sword techniques that her master imparted to her on Wutai Mountain. From where did she learn them? A cloud of doubt enveloped Shi Yun'er's mind. As Lady Second observed the serpent spear of the valiant officer Jinwei hurtling toward her, she swiftly evaded, fully aware that with her current abilities, she could not withstand him in a direct confrontation. She recognized her internal strength was still limited, relying solely on her agility to engage in combat. In her desperate attempt to save her mother, she had mustered the courage to clash swords with his spear, but unbeknownst to others, the shock had already inflicted internal injury upon her. Now, she was merely holding on, her physical energy depleting rapidly, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing the world to spin. Jinwei, seeing this, let out a sinister chuckle, shaking his long serpent spear as he viciously thrust it towards Lady Second's chest. Lady Second. Shi Yun'er cried out in despair, rushing forward to save her, but it was too late. The household servants stood agape, paralyzed by fear. Just at that perilous moment, a figure seemed to descend from the heavens, gently deflecting the spear with a beggar's staff, allowing it to pass harmlessly to the left of Lady Second. She looked up, a faint smile gracing her lips, and said, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 71. When will the bright moon appear who dares to thwart my plans? Jinwei, infuriated by his failed strike, turned with a fiery glare, fixating on the ragged old man who had merely used a worn wooden staff to deflect his spear. "Old beggar," he barked, "do you not recognize who I am? Or are you feigning ignorance? Old beggar?" A startled voice rang out from the group of servants who had just assisted Master Zhang to the side. The others, upon hearing, peered closely and recognized him. Echoing in unison, "Indeed, it is him." "What? A beggar?" Jinwei scrutinized the old man with suspicion. "Are you tired of living? Seeking death?" "Heh heh." The old beggar chuckled derisively, employing the principles of the 5 elements staff technique to deftly redirect the spear to the side. "Why would I seek death? I have yet to live enough." He then pulled out a gourd, taking several hearty swigs. Jinwei, momentarily caught off guard by the old beggar's effortless maneuver, stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. Ashamed and enraged, he turned back, raising his spear to strike once more. Before the spear could reach him, the old beggar leaped into the air, executing a precise step and landing atop Jinwei's long spear. "Ah!" Jinwei stomped his feet and shook his spear. The old beggar clung to the spear as if he were a sugar figurine, impervious to any attempts to shake him off. The accompanying soldiers, witnessing the confrontation between masters, stood frozen in silence, knowing full well they would only be inviting their own demise should they attempt to intervene. Shi Yun'er was deeply anxious, fearing that the second young lady might vanish once more. She gently caressed her brows and eyes, wiping away the tears that pooled at the corners. Trembling, she embraced her, sobbing softly, her words a muddled murmur of confusion, questioning what on earth was happening. Surely, their mother was not lost in a dream? Her gaze frequently darted towards the old beggar, whose figure seemed oddly familiar, despite his deliberate hunch. Yet, when he unleashed his martial prowess, he could not conceal his true identity. Who was he, and what was he intentionally hiding? Why did his skills resonate so closely with her own? Furthermore, the second young lady's abilities mirrored his, and she even referred to him as her master. As Shi Yun'er observed the old beggar's every movement, a sudden tremor of recognition surged through her. Typically tranquil and composed, she now displayed a countenance of fear and uncertainty. For in the beggar, she discerned the silhouette of a person, her luminous eyes, like flawless jade, concealed within their crystalline depths, the complexities of her own heart and emotions. Surely, the second young lady must know his true identity. She glanced back at her, seeking clarity. Noticing the second young lady's beaming smile directed towards the old beggar, who was receiving her praises, she thought, "Master, you are wonderful. Keep it up." Contemplating in silence, Shi Yun'er reflected on the child's recent return and the trials she must have faced, the specifics of which remained unknown. She would express what needed to be said in her own time. Grant her that space. Do not pressure the child. With this thought, she sighed deeply, tenderly stroking the second young lady's head. Where were they? And what was happening? At that moment, 2 figures burst forth from the manor. Leading the charge was the eldest young lady, brandishing a stick and charging forward with fierce determination, intent on defending her elder cousin. "Zhuer, Dia!" cried out Madame Shi, who was hot on their heels, urgently warning, "Come back, it's dangerous." "Rest assured, Aunt, I am here. Let us see who dares to bully us at our doorstep," replied the eldest young lady, as she rushed forward. Suddenly, she halted, gasping in shock. Sister! She dashed towards her cousin, who was clutching her elder brother, and fell into her embrace, tears flowing freely. Sister, I've missed you so much. Where have you been all this time? The eldest young lady choked on her words, unable to articulate further. Shiriner quickly wiped her tear-streaked face, prompting the household servants to do the same. Daya, hurry and take your sister and cousin back to the courtyard. It's dangerous here with the master around. The second young lady protested unwillingly. Master? What master? The eldest young lady, bewildered, questioned her sister's words. Upon hearing the second young lady's mention of the master, a warm wave surged through the old beggar's heart. After years of neglect, he now had such a devoted disciple. He could close his eyes in peace. With reddened eyes, he cleared his throat, steadied himself, and said, Let us return. I shall handle this. I will not take my leave afterward. We shall gather again, master and disciple. The valiant officer Jinwei gently prodded between his brows with the staff of enlightenment. He uttered, Did you hear that? Wrap it up quickly, lest my disciple grows anxious. Officer Jinwei gritted his teeth, one hand clutching a spear while the other grasped his adversary. Yet, the old beggar, with a mere flick, managed to retreat back towards the tip of the serpent's spear, his form receding, leaving Jinwei in a fit of rage, unable to seize him, and eliciting a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. Infuriated, Officer Jinwei swung the serpent's spear like a windmill, a dazzling aura emanating from around him. With a thunderous roar, he released the spear, casting it into the heavens, where it soared like a resplendent moon. Hilarity erupted within the aura, echoing with joyous laughter. Shiriner gazed with eyes as clear as water, yet distinctly reflecting the moonlight. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in her heart, brimming with naive delight, only to abruptly fall silent. Senior brother, she exclaimed involuntarily, rushing forward heedlessly. Her heart bled and trembled, an instinctive force compelling her onward. A voice within her cried out, resonating in painful harmony. Junior sister, I have come to see you. I truly miss you so much. That sentiment, that love, had long since drifted away, scattered among the clouds. She murmured enchantingly, her long hair cascading as she moved toward the moon. Forward, ever forward. From the moonlight came a faint voice. Once possessed, my heart is content. Life's vastness, each must cherish. Suddenly, from the moon, a staff shot forth like an arrow, piercing Officer Jinwei's form. Staring wide-eyed, he fell to the ground in a fit of resignation, stirring up a cloud of dust. Farewell, junior sister. Henceforth we are eternally separated. The voice emanating from the moon could only be heard by Shiriner, for others lacked the requisite prowess. Tears streamed down her face. Her senior brother had always been like this, even in his final moments, eliminating his foes to ease her concerns. As the other soldiers witnessed their leader's downfall, they scattered like leaves in the wind, fleeing in disarray. The moon receded into the distance as she cried out, Master, with tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 72. The unbreakable yearning for home bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. The Li family residence in Jinyangpa village donned a celestial red veil, appearing solitary yet breathtaking in the twilight. With a creak, a horse-drawn carriage halted before the entrance, as the curtain parted. A young man in eunuch attire, weathered by travel, peered out, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious figures before leaping from the vehicle. He then turned back, cautiously assisting a weary, haggard middle-aged eunuch down from the carriage. After settling the fare, the two exchanged relieved glances as the carriage rattled away. The young eunuch hurriedly knocked on the copper ring of the vermilion door, while the middle-aged eunuch surveyed the area, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. They have arrived, echoed the knocking, met with responses from within as the door creaked open. An old woman emerged, her gaze yet to discern the visitors. The middle-aged eunuch could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, grasping her hand, and urgently called out, Wu Ma. The old woman stared blankly at the two, her eyes filled with confusion, her brows slightly furrowed as if she were desperately searching her memory. After a moment, she gently shook her head and warily replied, You have mistaken me. The middle-aged eunuch was taken aback, but then enlightenment dawned upon him. He stifled a laugh, pulling off his hat, allowing his cascade of lustrous black hair to flow freely, and muttered in dissatisfaction, Look closely, Wu Ma. Who has mistaken whom? With a startled gasp, Wu Ma fell to her knees with a thud, exclaiming, Oh dear, this isn't Sanyang, is it? No. It is Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Wu Ma, please rise. Empress Dowager Li bent down to assist Wu Ma, urging, Do not act this way. Alas, You have overwhelmed this old servant. Wu Ma suddenly noticed that the expression on the Empress Dowager's face seemed somewhat amiss, starkly contrasting with the graceful demeanor she had possessed years ago. Your Majesty, have you encountered any troubles? The Empress Dowager averted Wu Ma's gaze and turned to call, Chuanxin, come forth and pay your respects to Wu Ma. Upon hearing this, Miss Chuanxin let down her hair and stepped forward, deeply bowing 3 times. What a remarkably beautiful young lady! Wu Ma beamed with delight. Wu Ma. Seeing Wu Ma holding on to Miss Chuanxin with such affection, the Empress Dowager, with a hint of jealousy, exclaimed, all right, Wu Ma, please lead us inside. After traveling 1,000 miles and enduring more than 10 days of jolting in the carriage, my bones feel as if they are about to fall apart. Could you not prepare some warm water for us to take a comfortable bath? Wu Ma was overjoyed and repeatedly assured, certainly, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Just as she was about to turn, the Empress Dowager grasped her arm and spoke in a low voice. Wu Ma, remember, do not reveal my identity in front of the servants. Just say I am a distant relative of the Empress Dowager, come to pay respects to our ancestors, and will leave in a few days. Understood. Wu Ma nodded in comprehension, then led the two into the courtyard. The Empress Dowager reclined in a cypress wood bathtub strewn with rose petals, exuding a fragrant aroma. Through the swirling mist, she gazed at Miss Chuanxin and appeared to be speaking to herself. In this time, having endured so much, my attachment to my homeland has only deepened. She let out a long sigh, then murmured, though I have suffered here for 16 years since I met him, for some reason, it is this place that I cannot forget. It is here that I find it hardest to part with. Even in my dreams, I often return here. Returning here brings me a sense of peace. I at the nature of humanity to be so foolish. A wave of sorrow washed over Miss Chuanxin, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, you have endured so much suffering these days. This servant is inadequate, having failed to protect you. After assisting the Empress Dowager with her bath and changing her clothes, Miss Chuanxin, accompanied by Wu Ma and several maids from the courtyard, traversed through the flower hall and winding corridors, passing through several moon gate doors until they arrived at the tranquil ancestral hall. Shaded by emerald bamboo, Wu Ma led the way and pushed open the grand doors of the ancestral hall. Empress Dowager Li, her demeanor solemn, gracefully made her way inside. There, before the ancestral and revered deities, amidst the swirling incense, lay vibrant seasonal fruits, their hues strikingly vivid, upon a meticulously pristine offering table. The wave of gratitude washed over Empress Dowager Li as she cast a glance at Mama Wu, feeling assured that entrusting the management of the ancestral residence to her was a wise choice. After lighting the incense, the young maiden Chuanxin assisted the Empress Dowager to a mat. Observing this, Mama Wu led the others out and closed the hall's doors, standing guard outside. The Empress Dowager knelt with a thud, causing Chuanxin to startle, reflecting inwardly that the Empress Dowager's heart was steeped in despair. Seeking divine intervention, would it truly be effective? The Empress Dowager recited fervently, O ancestors of the Li family, I, a mere woman, have lived in luxury thanks to my husband's esteemed position. Yet, I am acutely aware that all this has not come easily, and I dare not indulge in pride for even a single day. I beseech the ancestors to safeguard my son, Emperor Chengyu, to ensure his health and the everlasting stability of the Liu dynasty. May I transform misfortune into fortune and encounter auspiciousness in adversity. Chuanxin had initially believed that leaving the capital, escaping the haunted confines of the palace, and journeying to the Empress Dowager's distant home would grant her a peaceful night's sleep, free from all turmoil. Yet, the Empress Dowager found slumber even more elusive, each day stirred by memories, recounting to Chuanxin the myriad events that had transpired in this very place. Chuanxin's ears became weary from listening, fearing that the Empress Dowager might one day succumb to despair. Just moments after Chuanxin had stepped out to the latrine, she returned to find the Empress Dowager missing. Where could she have wandered off to at this late hour? Anxiously, Chuanxin rushed outside to search the courtyard. Fortunately, the main gate was locked, preventing the Empress Dowager from leaving. Thus, the courtyard provided a modicum of reassurance. Chuanxin had familiarized herself with the grounds over the past few days, sparing her from further troubles. Ultimately, she discovered the Empress Dowager in the west courtyard stable, leaning against a post and giggling delightfully. Empress Dowager, Chuanxin exclaimed in surprise, wondering if the Empress had lost her mind. Hearing the call, the Empress Dowager turned her head to gaze at Chuanxin, her laughter unabated. Empress Dowager, what ails you? Chuanxin inquired, her unease palpable. He. The Empress Dowager could no longer contain her mirth. Chuan, do you know? My first time was here, taken by that boorish man, a dignified Empress Dowager of the Han Dynasty, and my first experience occurred in a stable. Who would believe such a tale? Ha ha ha! In the Empress Dowager's eyes danced a rare fervor, coupled with an expression of blissful sweetness. At that time, you were 38, and I was merely 18. What did I know? But you understood everything. Did you not deceive me? With such a vast age difference, now you abandon us, a mother and her orphan children. How could you be so heartless? Back then, you were so imposing, striding forth like a dragon, your presence commanding awe, with hair as dark as night and wise eyes that seemed to pierce through all. Your every gesture made the heavens tremble, your charisma unmatched in the world. As she spoke, the Empress Dowager was reduced to tears. I, Li Sanyang, though I have lived a life envied by all women as both Empress and Empress Dowager, have always yearned for the simple joys of marital affection, familial warmth, and the peace of a united family. The Empress Dowager, her body sliding down against the doorpost of the stable, sat on the ground with her hands covering her face, weeping softly in anguish. Chapter 73. The True Son of Heaven. Sanyang, Sanyang, I have returned. The familiar call of her husband, Lu Ziyuan, faintly reached the ears of the Empress Dowager, who was sobbing on the stable floor. Oh, Lu Lang has returned? It is truly Lu Lang. She hastily rose to her feet, smoothed her wrinkled garments, and tidied her disheveled hair. Upon raising her gaze and seeing her beloved so near, she felt she could reach out and touch his vibrant, living face. Chuan, the young maiden, grasped the Empress Dowager's hand, gazing dreamily into the Dowager's misty eyes. Dowager. What troubles you? Startled, the Empress Dowager rubbed her eyes and, upon recognizing Chuan, awoke from her reverie with a long sigh. My Lu Lang, he shall never return. It dawned upon her that all was but a fleeting illusion, a reflection of flowers in the mirror, the moon upon the water. After awakening from this dream, the world remained unchanged, yet she was left bereft. Dowager, do return to your chambers to rest, Chuan implored. Once back in her quarters, the Empress Dowager tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, her thoughts drifting back to years long past. Mama Wu, what is the commotion outside all about? Sitting by the embroidered table, adorned with yellow pear wood and patterned with winding grasses, Li Sanyang was embroidering a pair of mandarin ducks when she suddenly felt a wave of restlessness. She glanced at Mama Wu, who had just entered, adding refreshing incense to the jade duck censer. Miss, a destitute beggar has fainted at the doorstep. The master has discovered him and is calling for someone to bring him inside. This unfortunate soul has truly encountered kind-hearted people. Mama Wu paused her task to say, Oh, what is he like? How could he faint? Is he ill? Sanyang inquired, her anxiety palpable. Alas, who knows? Perhaps he simply fainted from hunger. Mama Wu sighed deeply. Is it serious? Sanyang stood up and walked to the window to peer outside. It should be nothing to worry about. After bringing him in, the master had someone feed him a few spoonfuls of hot soup. He opened his eyes and managed to mumble a few words of thanks. Mama Wu replied with a smile. That is a relief. Sanyang murmured to herself as she returned to her embroidery, her thoughts still lingering on the earlier events. Who are you? One day, Sanyang, in a fit of whimsy, decided to ride a horse. Upon arriving at the stable, she saw a figure outside, performing handstands on the ground. What are you doing? She asked in astonishment. Oh. The man executed a somersault and stood upright, his eyes brightening as he surveyed her from head to toe. Pointing to himself, he said, Me? A month ago, I fainted outside the gate, and thankfully, Master Li took me in. Now, I am the stable hand here, Lu Ziyuan by name. May I ask who you are? Gazing at the tall and imposing figure before her, his eyes predominantly white with little black, and his complexion a deep purple-black that exuded a sense of authority, Sanyang felt her heart race, her cheeks flushed, and her bright eyes sparkling. I am Sanyang, she stammered before quickly withdrawing. The groom Lu Ziyuan detected a faint, delicate fragrance in the air, feeling a gentle caress of silken strands brush against his left cheek. Unable to resist, he cast a sidelong glance at her, only to find her charming face flushed with both shyness and embarrassment. Though her countenance bore a hint of fear, her eyes betrayed a glimmer of joy. Sanyang, too, forgot her intention to ride horses. Fleeing back to the embroidery room, her heart racing wildly. Placing a hand over her chest, she gazed dreamily out the window, lost in thought. It was only when Wu Ma entered the room to light a candle that Sanyang realized how late it had grown, having lingered by the window for quite some time. Miss, it's time for dinner, Wu Ma announced, placing a round bamboo food box on the Wangwali table. You seem to have something on your mind. As she opened the lid to reveal steaming dishes, she spoke with a smile. San Yang snapped back to reality, rushing over to pick up the silver chopsticks, discreetly hiding her slight blush as she remarked, "Oh, Wu Ma, today's dishes are truly delightful." "Then do indulge yourself," Wu Ma replied, stepping out only to return promptly. "Miss, I nearly forgot. Earlier, when I brought you your meal, that beggar taken in by the master a couple of days ago, the one who is now the stableman, was inquiring about your age and whether you are betrothed. He even praised your beauty." With that, she laughed as she exited. "What?" San Yang exclaimed, dropping the silver chopsticks she had just raised to her lips, her face flushed with indignation. "How peculiar! Who does he think he is? Prying into a young lady's affairs?" As night fell, the sky devoid of moonlight, the wind picked up, rustling the trees outside. San Yang lay in bed, struggling to find sleep, when a hauntingly ethereal sound of a flute wafted into her ears. Its mournful melodies stirred her emotions. Who could he be? He must bear a sorrow that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Otherwise, how could he produce such a melancholic tune? San Yang approached the window, peering towards the source of the flute's lament. Suddenly, she noticed a flickering red light emanating from her stable, resembling flames. Urgently, she called for Wu Ma to investigate. Upon reaching the stable, they discovered it had not caught fire. Rather, Lu Ziyuan sat beneath the horse lantern, passionately playing a piece entitled Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. A halo of crimson light enveloped him, and in his serene expression, San Yang could have sworn she saw a snake, the size of a chopstick, slithering from his left nostril and re-emerging from the right. However, upon closer inspection, it was merely the play of shadows cast by the lantern. Yet, bewitched, San Yang preferred to believe he was no ordinary man. Lu Ziyuan gently set down the flute and stood to face San Yang. Their gazes locked in an extended silence, the cold wind swirling around them, lifting the hem of their robes and hair. As a whirlwind of yellow sand danced through the Ardaya in that moment, the world felt both tumultuous and eerily tranquil. Amidst the boundless expanse, all things faded, and an all-encompassing silence prevailed, save for the wind and flying sand. Wu Ma, perceiving the scene, understood everything and discreetly stepped aside. The night was fleeting, and before long, the crowing of roosters heralded dawn. San Yang hurried back to the embroidery loft, and when she finally lay down again, it was already the latter part of the night, the darkest hour before the break of day. After extinguishing the lamp, the bed curtains blocked out all light, enveloping the room in profound silence. She closed her eyes, listening to the distant sound of the night watchman traversing the long corridor, his footsteps gradually fading into the inner courtyard. The following morning, San Yang made her way to her parents. Explaining the circumstances, Li Yuanwei harbored a deep affection for Lu Ziyuan, and upon witnessing the circumstances surrounding his daughter, he refrained from excessive reproach and consented to their union. 3 months later, the couple officially wed, living in harmonious bliss as husband and wife. However, within half a year, both elders departed this world, leaving San Yang in profound sorrow. Yet life must go on. Li Hongxin, San Yang's elder brother, along with his wife, harbored dissatisfaction towards Lu Ziyuan. Fearing that San Yang might claim her share of the inheritance, they maliciously accused her of secretly binding herself in marriage, thereby tarnishing the family's reputation. They devised various schemes to harm Lu Ziyuan and San Yang. However, out of familial obligation, they hesitated to act too ruthlessly. Consequently, they relegated San Yang to the task of carrying water for the hemp fields, while Lu Ziyuan was sent to plant melons. Lu Ziyuan's melon patch lay nestled between the ancient mountain ranges connecting Guiyang and Zhenmi. Legend had it that a fearsome red beast roamed the area, often wreaking havoc, causing merchants and vendors to circumvent the region altogether, dubbing it Bugwa Cliff. On the third night after Lu Ziyuan had settled into the melon patch, the red beast emerged, its entire body ablaze with a fiery hue, charging towards him. Possessing remarkable martial skills and having honed his horsemanship at San Yang's home, he leaped onto the beast's back, running back and forth a staggering 18 times until the creature was drenched in sweat and blood. This location would later be known as Lioma Road. Chapter 74. The Surge of Vengeance. After acquiring the renowned steed, Lu Ziyuan found immense joy in riding the magnificent horse daily, leaping and bounding with carefree delight, temporarily forgetting his worries. Yet, as is often the case with excessive joy, misfortune soon followed. One day, swept up in exhilaration, he galloped without holding the reins. The horse, reveling in its freedom, dashed wildly, and by the time Lu Ziyuan realized the chaos he had caused in the temple's agricultural fields, it was far too late. Understanding the gravity of his mistake, he hastened to escape. However, The monks within the temple had already spotted him and swiftly set up snares to catch the horse. With a thud, Lu Ziyuan fell to the ground, and as he attempted to rise, he was subdued and bound by the monks. The spirited steed, having stumbled, threw off Lu Ziyuan, and the monks, eager to seize the horse, rushed forward. Yet, the horse was no ordinary creature. Before the monks could approach, it leaped into action, knocking several of them aside, causing the rest to flee in terror. Seeing Lu Ziyuan captured, the horse, driven by a sense of loyalty, neighed and charged forward, trampling a few monks in its haste. The remaining monks quickly ushered Lu Ziyuan into the temple's inner courtyard. Once inside, they beat him with whips, demanding that his family send silver for his release. Fearing repercussions for Sanyang, Lu Ziyuan adamantly claimed he was a solitary widower. Realizing they could extract no profit from him, the monks, in frustration, abandoned him. Bound to a pillar in the storeroom, Lu Ziyuan endured an entire day without food or drink. Suffering tremendously, anger bubbled within him, and he cursed vehemently, yet no one paid him heed. As midnight approached, hunger gnawed at him, and he feared he might perish from starvation. In desperation, he began to rub the ropes against the pillar incessantly. After a considerable time with little effect, he grew disheartened and ceased his struggles, gradually drifting into a dazed slumber. A series of sharp, clattering sounds roused him from his hazy slumber. As moonlight streamed in, he beheld a young monk entering the storeroom, approaching the cabinet atop the table, and emerging with a porcelain jar. Turning to exit, "Hey," he rasped urgently, "could you spare me a sip of water?" The young monk, startled, turned to face him and recollected the events of the day. "You're still alive, are you? Dream on if you want water. If you're thirsty, why not drink your grandfather's urine?" With this taunt, he stepped closer, cradling the porcelain jar in his left hand while his right hand delved beneath his trousers. The monk unleashed a stream of urine directed squarely at Lu Ziyuan's face, reveling in a twisted sense of pleasure. Such is the malevolence of humanity. Witnessing another suffer under one's dominion often engenders a perverse delight. Lu Ziyuan, incensed, felt a surge of rage and murderous intent rise within him. With a clear aim, he lifted his foot and delivered a kick to the monk's groin. The monk's fleeting ecstasy was abruptly shattered as he received a crushing blow, resulting in an agonized cry as he collapsed forward. Convulsing briefly before lying still in his fall, the porcelain jar shattered at Lu Ziyuan's feet, spilling its contents across the ground. A robust aroma of liquor wafted into his nostrils, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How could there be alcohol in this temple? Without further contemplation, he nudged a shard of the broken porcelain toward him with his foot, twisting his body to the other side of the pillar, where he groped around until he finally grasped a piece of the porcelain and began to slice at the ropes binding him. As the saying goes, a skilled hand surpasses mere tools. In mere moments, the bonds were severed. Lu Ziyuan rose to his feet, stretching his arms, kicking his legs, and twisting his waist, relishing the liberation of his body. Suddenly, a pang of hunger struck him, a reminder of his dire state. Glancing around, he noticed the cabinet from which the monk had retrieved the jar still ajar. A thought struck him as he remembered the shattered liquor jar on the ground. Approaching the cabinet, he lifted the lid to find several more jars of porcelain within, identical to the one that had broken. With a few more movements, he uncovered several roasted dog legs. Bursting with joy, Lu Ziyuan devoured them ravenously. Next, he uncorked one of the porcelain jars, inhaled deeply to confirm its contents were indeed liquor, and began to drink greedily. Not long after, he found himself sated, swaying slightly as he exited the storeroom. The gentle breeze intensified his inebriation, and upon lifting his gaze to the bright moonlight illuminating the path ahead, a surge of resentment welled up within him. Unable to restrain himself, he sprinted forward, seeking vengeance upon the monks. Before long, he arrived at a grand hall. Gazing up at its name, the General Hall, he recalled tales of a Tang dynasty general who had fallen ill and died in this very place while campaigning in Shaanxi. This general, renowned for his valor and his deep compassion for the people, had been honored by the Tang emperor who, in response to the people's wishes, decreed the construction of a temple in his memory, to be venerated for eternity as a token of gratitude. Yet, in his drunken state, Lu Ziyuan could not recall the name of the general. Beside the hall's entrance hung exquisitely carved peachwood couplets. The first read, "The temple flourishes, and all beings are blessed." The second proclaimed, "Divine grace abounds, bringing fortune to countless households." As he pushed open the hall door, it creaked and groaned, allowing him entry. Inside, the statue of the general stood resplendent, embodying valor and grandeur, radiating a sense of divine authority. as Lu Xun beheld the golden helmet, the gilded armor, and the silver spear in the hands of the general, along with the bronze sword at his waist, 3 treasures of remarkable allure. His eyes widened in fascination, captivated by their splendor. Emboldened by the effects of alcohol, he leapt onto the altar, caressing the items as if they were precious gems, truly unable to part with them. Resolutely, he decided to don this magnificent attire, jumping down to stride a few steps within the grand hall, feeling as though it had been tailor-made for him. He stood tall and imposing, convinced that he was destined to be a great general, rather than merely a bystander in the fields. He then knelt before the general, bowing several times, murmuring fervently, "Oh, great general! Alas! The monks in your temple have descended into wickedness, abandoning their true calling. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and temporarily borrow your treasures. I hope you will pardon my transgression with that." He rose and made his way toward the grand hall's exit. Upon entering the moonlit courtyard, inspiration struck him, and he brandished the silver spear, performing a series of swift maneuvers. His confidence surged, determined to turn this malevolent temple upside down. Lost in excitement, he advanced boldly, oblivious to the surroundings, until he stumbled upon a dense thicket. Sensing something amiss, he was about to turn back when he heard voices. Looking up, he spotted a pavilion on the hillside, where 2 figures leaned out of a window, seemingly enjoying the moonlight, accompanied by the faint sound of a woman's laughter. How could this be occurring in a temple? Driven by curiosity, he hastened to the base of the pavilion. "What a perfectly round moon tonight!" a woman exclaimed in a melodious tone, followed by a giggle, as if someone had touched a sensitive spot. "Oh, you rascal, stop it! That tickles." In that moment, one of the figures leaned out further, and Lu Xun recognized it as the middle-aged monk who had mercilessly whipped him earlier that day. The monk grumbled in irritation, "This little bald thief, utterly useless, sent me to fetch wine, and here I am, bored to tears. Oh dear, my esteemed gentleman, can you not find joy without wine? Humph! It seems I am not enticing enough to captivate you. Perhaps you should seek out some alluring vixen instead," the woman playfully chided. "Ah, my lady, where are you placing your feet? Ouch, that hurts." Chapter 75. The general descends to earth. Listening to the exchange from below, Lu Xun felt a surge of indignation. This was a place of worship, and such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Resolving to take action, he rushed up the spiral staircase to the loft. The 2, engaged in their frivolity, turned to see him, and with a startled gasp, they immediately fell to their knees, prostrating themselves with frantic bows, voices trembling. "We are doomed. We are guilty. We have provoked the great general to descend upon us. We beseech you, mighty general, forgive us." Taken aback, Lu Xun recalled that he was indeed clad in the regalia of the general revered in the temple. Now that the effects of the wine had mostly worn off, and after having already taken a life, he realized that should the authorities pursue the matter, it could lead to dire consequences. Noting the gravity of the situation, he bellowed, "You worthless bald donkey, defiling my temple and tarnishing my name. This is intolerable." With a swift motion, he brandished the 8-foot silver spear, plunging it into the monk with a single thrust. The blood gushing forth like an arrow, that enchanting woman let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, convulsing for a considerable while before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lu Xun chose to disregard her. Leaving this witness alive would serve to validate the general's descent to the mortal realm to eradicate malevolence. He hastily descended the stairs, returning to the front of the general's hall, where a courtyard of 600 or 700 square meters was enclosed by towering red walls, creating a serene and picturesque environment. The stone path stretched from the grand hall to the mountain gate, and as he walked upon it, the fragrant osmanthus wafted from the corners of the courtyard, while rose bushes at the base of the walls bloomed vibrantly, exuding an aura of vitality that starkly contrasted with the dark psyche of the temple's monks. Upon reaching the perimeter wall, he took a few running strides, thrust his silver spear into the ground, and leaped over the wall, swiftly tumbling to the outside of the temple. Beyond the tranquil mountain gate stood 2 ancient banyan trees, towering at a height of 10 meters, their canopies sprawling over 100 square meters, their trunks so robust that 4 or 5 individuals could barely encircle them. The charm of antiquity was palpable. Below the mountain lay a fertile landscape adorned with vibrant flowers, neatly partitioned vegetable plots, and winding paths that together formed a breathtaking tableau. Lu Xun, with his silver spear in hand, dashed through the floral shadows and thickets for over half a mile until he reached a wooded area, where he placed his fingers to his lips and whistled. After a brief moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air in no time. His steed, a spirited blood horse, galloped towards him. Nuzzling its neck against his face incessantly, tears of warmth streamed down Lu Ziyuan's cheeks. He realized the horse had not strayed far, having waited patiently for him. Overcome with emotion, he patted the horse affectionately, then swiftly mounted its back, pulling the reins as they galloped westward. He was determined to seek out his beloved San Yang. Alas, Li San Yang was ruthlessly compelled by her brother and sister-in-law, toiling by day to fetch water for the fields and grinding flour by night, enduring the harsh trials of existence. To prevent her from taking a break, her sister-in-law even commissioned the crafting of pointed-bottom buckets. On one occasion, while Li San Yang was carrying water to irrigate the fields, she suddenly spotted two black tigers crouching not far ahead, instantly paralyzing her with fear. However, after a while, the two black tigers showed no intention of harming her. Blinking in disbelief, she realized they were merely two large black stones, resembling tigers in form. Approaching them directly, she found that the curled bodies of the stones were perfectly suited to hold the pointed buckets, preventing a single drop of water from spilling. From that day forth, whenever San Yang grew weary from carrying water, she would pause to rest at that spot. Later, in commemoration of the two black tigers, Li San Yang constructed a tiger temple on the eastern foothills of Qiao Long Mountain, which continues to receive offerings from the faithful. To this day, the temple remains, and according to the inscription on a stone tablet, it was renovated in the first year of the Kangxi era, and in the 13th year of the Yongjing era, 2 cypress trees were planted, now thick enough to be embraced by several individuals. On this particular day, after completing her water-fetching duties for the day, Li San Yang returned to the mill that evening to grind flour. As she labored at the mill, her mind wandered to the sufferings of the world, lost in thought of the hardships endured over the years. Overcome with sorrow, she wished to end her life by throwing herself onto the grinding stone. Yet her heart remained tethered to her husband, Lu Ziyuan, and she pondered how he was faring in the melon fields. How could she abandon him to such a fate? Just as her mind was consumed with these turbulent thoughts, she was startled by the sounds of whinnying horses and shouting voices outside the mill. Causing her to panic, she wondered, could it be that robbers had come to raid? Realizing there was no escaping, she steeled herself to confront whatever was to come. With a shake of her garments and a quick adjustment of her hair, she stepped out of the mill. Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, atop a fiery steed with a flowing mane, sat a formidable general adorned in golden armor, his hands gripping a silver spear, with a bronze sword hanging at his waist, resembling a celestial deity descended to earth. San Yang hastily knelt in reverence, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Might I ask, noble general, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Dismounting from his horse, the general assisted her to her feet, exclaiming, San Yang, it is I. I have come to see you." Startled, San Yang took a closer look and realized that this was none other than Lu Haizi, the one she had longed for day and night. She instinctively fell into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Ziyuan lifted San Yang effortlessly, hoisting her onto his shoulder, tethered his horse to a tree outside, and laughed heartily as he made his way into the mill. Once inside, Lu Ziyuan gently laid San Yang upon a bed in the corner, propped his silver spear against the wall, removed his golden armor, and then enveloped San Yang tightly in his arms, exclaiming, "San Yang, I have missed you dearly." San Yang silently shed tears, asking, "Lu Lang, why do you wear such a guise?" Lu Ziyuan chuckled softly, replying, "San Yang, I have come to bid you farewell. I cannot remain a guest under someone else's roof forever, nor can I continue to sow seeds. I aspire to rise above, to venture forth and achieve great endeavors, so that one day you may share in the fruits of my success." "You?" San Yang reached out to touch Lu Ziyuan's head, questioning, "Have you lost your senses in a fever?" Lu Ziyuan sighed, "San Yang, you never believe in me." He released her and began to pace the floor, asserting, though success is not guaranteed, without taking a chance, there is not even a glimmer of opportunity. San Yang gazed at Lu Ziyuan with a dazed expression, and when he finished speaking, she choked back her emotions, saying, "Lu Lang, you have changed. You have grown so much, a testament to the trials of life." She removed her outer garment, revealing only her undergarment, and threw herself into Lu Ziyuan's embrace, declaring, "A man should be like this, ambitious and daring. But when you achieve greatness and become a general, do not forget the unfortunate San Yang who awaits you in the cold cave." Overwhelmed with emotion, she continued, "Lu Lang, let us cherish this night together. Who knows when we shall meet again?" "Lu Lang." Lu Ziyuan replied with a quivering voice, "I, Lu Ziyuan, shall not forget you, even if I were to become a general or an emperor." San Yang swiftly covered his mouth, Warning, Lu Lang, do not speak such treasonous words. Lu Ziyuan chuckled. I am merely making a comparison. A simple man like me could never ascend to the throne. Even if I were, I wouldn't know how to rule. Moreover, who knows if I would even survive a year or so. With laughter, he lifted San Yang and pressed her onto the bead. Do not make light of it. I would prefer a living husband to a deceased emperor. San Yang playfully twisted his ear, feigning annoyance. Lu Ziyuan laughed heartily, pulling her closer. The pent-up emotions of San Yang erupted, leading to a heart-wrenching cry. Chapter 76. The Cold Plum in Wind and Snow. Li Sanyang before dawn. Sanyang rose early, preparing 2 fried eggs for her husband Lu Ziyuan, urging him to eat while they were still warm. Once again, provisions for the journey have been prepared, along with fresh garments, as hands are reluctantly clasped in farewell at the 10-mile pavilion. Gazing into each other's tearful eyes, words elude them, choked by emotion. From this moment, they part ways, each safeguarding their own peace. Since time immemorial, the sorrow of separation has wounded the tender-hearted. Lu Ziyuan remarked, no more farewells. If you insist on sending me off, I truly cannot depart. He then tethered his horse to the ancient locust tree, embracing San Yang tightly, bidding a sorrowful farewell by the bridge, before mounting his steed and riding away. To this day, on Jishan, there stands a millennium-old locust tree, said to be the very one where Lu Ziyuan secured his horse. Additionally, a bridge bears the name Crying Bridge, and it is said that whenever night falls and silence envelopes the land, one can hear faint sobs echoing from its span. Following Lu Ziyuan's departure, the melon fields were left untended, inciting the wrath of his brother and sister-in-law, who relentlessly demanded to know his whereabouts. San Yang feigned ignorance, yet pressed them for information. My husband worked for you. Now that he is missing, I have not sought you for answers, so why do you question me? Resolute, she seized her brother-in-law's arm, insisting on confronting the authorities. The siblings, flustered and disheveled, could only retreat in defeat. A month and a half after Lu Ziyuan's departure, San Yang began to experience a decline in appetite, an aversion to greasy foods, nausea, vomiting, abdominal bloating, dizziness, and an overwhelming fatigue. One night, while languidly reclined on her bed, a wave of nausea struck her, followed by incessant dry heaving and coughing. At that moment, Wu Ma hurried in, her anxiety palpable as she exclaimed, Miss, what troubles you? Are you unwell? San Yang lifted her head in surprise. Is it truly you, Wu Ma? How have you fared these past days? Wu Ma choked back tears, recounting, Ever since you were forced to come here to grind sesame and flour, I was cast out of the Li estate. I have longed to visit you, but feared inciting your brother and sister-in-law's displeasure. Alas, my heart has never ceased to worry for you. Just the other day, I heard from Aunt Zhang at the mill that you were ill, and my heart was heavy with concern. Wiping away her tears, she opened the food box she had brought, revealing homemade crispy peony cakes, colorful fried buns, bamboo shoots with pork noodles, and 5-spice roasted chicken. Overwhelmed with gratitude, San Yang wept, Wu Ma, your kindness to me leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. As she spoke, the greasy aroma wafted through the air, prompting her to cover her mouth and retch repeatedly. Wu Ma, taken aback, gently stroked San Yang's head. San Yang, you do not have a fever. How long have you been experiencing these symptoms? San Yang hesitated, gasping as she replied, Not long, just in recent days, but it has worsened. I have had no appetite at all, and the mere whiff of oily food makes me feel ill. Another bout of coughing and dry heaving ensued. Upon hearing her words, Wu Ma's eyes sparkled with realization, and she quickly grasped San Yang's wrist. Wu Ma's late father was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the surrounding villages. Influenced by him from a young age, she could diagnose minor ailments, and having experienced similar symptoms herself, she felt a surge of joy, her mind racing with possibilities. After taking her pulse, she exclaimed with delight, Miss, you are with child. What? San Yang, overcome with joy, cried, Wu Ma, is what you say truly the case? The Lu family will have an heir? She rose from her slumber, knelt at the bedside, closed her eyes, and offered a silent prayer. She implored the heavens to safeguard her child, beseeching that her husband, Lu Ziyuan, would soon perceive that they were blessed with a child of their own. She asked for his safe return, yearning for their family to reunite swiftly. Recognizing that her feelings were a natural response, she relaxed her mind, leading to a notable alleviation of her various symptoms. Wu Ma attended to her, ensuring she partook in every morsel of the provisions she had brought. San Yang resisted the urge to overindulge, understanding that this was no longer solely about herself, but rather a matter concerning 2 lives. She desired her child to be robust and healthy. The mere thought of a new life soon to grace this world filled her heart with sweet anticipation. Would it be a boy or a girl? What would he or she look like? Immersed in bliss and daydreams, she lost track of when Wu Ma departed, or how she had left. Her hopes for a bright future made her forget the sorrows and troubles of her present life, leading her to merrily engage in her daily activities. Her every movement was keenly observed by her sister-in-law, who often sneaked in to monitor her, leaving her puzzled. What could possibly be the reason for San Yang's unrestrained joy? Would she still be able to walk? Upon returning home, the sister-in-law grumbled discontentedly to her husband. Initially, the elder brother and sister-in-law had intended to employ torment as a means to drive San Yang and her husband away, fearing they would lay claim to the family fortune. Now that Lu Ziyuan was absent, leaving only San Yang, and with the tasks assigned being managed meticulously by her, they would need a valid reason to oust her. That night, sitting at the bedside, the elder brother cradled his head in his hands, sighing heavily, unable to devise a suitable plan. His wife, having stirred from sleep after turning over, was startled to see a shadow looming at the head of the bed. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she recognized it was her husband. "You frightful creature, standing there like a zombie in the dead of night. Are you trying to scare me to death?" she exclaimed, extending her plump, pale leg from under the covers and landing a hefty kick on his waist. "Ouch! Stop it! Stop it!" he groaned, wincing as he rubbed his sore back. "I was just trying to think of a way." "A way? Humph, you! A soft-shelled turtle that can't even lift a pot lid. What kind of comfortable life have I had since marrying you? You won't even let me sleep soundly at this hour," she retorted, as she extricated her ample body from the blankets and seized her husband's ear. "If you can't come up with a way to drive her away, then don't even think about sharing my bed or touching me from now on." "Ouch, ouch, my dear wife, be gentle," he pleaded, his face displaying a comical blend of pain and desperation. After inflicting a bit of playful torment, the sister-in-law chuckled with delight at her own mischievousness. With a sly glint in her eye, she leaned in and whispered something into her husband's ear. "Oh, what a splendid idea, my dear wife. You are quite clever," he exclaimed with excitement. "Get out of here." She playfully swatted his face. "What are you talking about? It's my lady to you." She then turned, her round figure rolling back under the covers, giggling as she nestled into the warmth. Upon the arrival of his elder brother, he swiftly shed his garments and leapt onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. In response, his sister-in-law emitted a wail that echoed with an air of anguish. In that fleeting moment, all the humiliation and resentment that had befallen the elder brother was unleashed in a torrent of emotion. Chapter 76. The heartfelt pain of parting since time immemorial before dawn had even broken. San Yang rose early to prepare 2 poached eggs for her husband, Lu Ziyuan, urging him to consume them while they were still warm. She also packed provisions for their journey and fresh garments, reluctantly holding his hand as they walked 10 miles to the long pavilion, their steps laden with an unbearable heaviness, their hands clasped. They gazed into each other's tear-filled eyes, rendered speechless and choked with emotion. From that moment onward, they would be separated by distance, each praying for the other's safety. The pain of parting has always been a source of sorrow. Lu Ziyuan implored, "Do not see me off any further. If you do, I truly shall not be able to leave." He then tethered his horse to the ancient locust tree and embraced San Yang tightly, the bridge serving as their boundary, as they bid a tearful farewell before he mounted his horse and rode away. To this day, at Jishan, there stands a millennia-old locust tree, said to be the very tree to which Lu Ziyuan tied his horse. There is also a bridge known as the Weeping Bridge, where it is rumored that in the stillness of night, one can hear faint cries echoing in the air. After Lu Ziyuan's departure, the melon fields fell into neglect, and the elder brother and sister-in-law, consumed with rage, sought out San Yang to inquire about Lu Ziyuan's whereabouts. San Yang feigned ignorance, countering their inquiries with her own demands. "My husband was laboring for you. Now that he has vanished, I have not sought you for answers, yet you turn to me with questions?" Consequently, she boldly grasped the arms of her brother-in-law and sister-in-law, insisting they visit the authorities to ascertain Lu Ziyuan's fate. The brother and sister-in-law, flustered and humiliated, could only depart in discontent. A month and a half after Lu Ziyuan's departure, San Yang experienced a decline in appetite, aversion to greasy foods, nausea, vomiting, abdominal bloating, dizziness, fatigue, and an overwhelming desire for sleep. One evening, as she lay languidly upon her bed, a wave of nausea overcame her, prompting a series of dry heaves and coughs. At that moment, Mama Wu entered the room and, upon witnessing the scene, expressed her concern. "Miss, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" San Yang lifted her head in surprise. Is it truly you, Mama Wu? How have you fared these past days? With a choked voice, Mama Wu replied, Ever since you were forced to endure the grinding of the sesame and the milling of flour, I was cast out of the Li family estate. I have longed to visit you, yet feared inciting the displeasure of your brother and sister-in-law. Alas, my heart has never ceased to worry for your well-being. Recently, I heard from Aunt Zhang at the mill that you had fallen ill, and my heart could not rest. Wiping away her tears, she opened the food box she had brought, revealing homemade crispy peony cakes, colorful fried buns, bamboo shoots with pork noodles, and 5-spice roasted chicken. Sanyang, tearfully grateful, exclaimed, Mama Wu, your kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. As the rich aroma wafted through the air, she clutched her mouth, succumbing to another fit of dry heaves. Mama Wu, taken aback, gently stroked Sanyang's head and inquired, Sanyang, you do not have a fever. How long have you been experiencing these symptoms? Sanyang endured a moment, gasping, It has not been long. Just these past few days, yet it grows increasingly severe. I have no appetite whatsoever, and the mere scent of oily foods provokes an urge to vomit. This was followed by another bout of coughing and dry heaving. Upon hearing the words of Sanyang, Wu Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly grasped her wrist. It turned out that Wu Ma's late father was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages. Influenced by her father's legacy since childhood, she possessed the ability to diagnose minor ailments, and having experienced various afflictions herself, she felt a surge of joy, already estimating the situation with a high degree of certainty. After taking the pulse, she exclaimed with delight, Congratulations, Miss, congratulations, you are indeed with child. What? Sanyang exclaimed, her emotions overwhelming her as tears of joy streamed down her face. Wu Ma, are you truly speaking the truth? The Lu family is to have an heir. She rose to her knees at the bedside, closed her eyes, and silently offered a prayer. She beseeched the heavens to bless the child with safety, to grant her husband Lu Ziyu on the awareness that they were expecting their own offspring, and to ensure his safe return so that their family might reunite soon. Realizing that all her reactions were perfectly normal, she relaxed her mind, causing various symptoms to diminish considerably. Wu Ma attended to her, ensuring she sampled each item of food she had brought. Sanyang restrained herself from overeating, for she understood that this was no longer solely about her. It involved 2 lives now, and she wished for her child to be strong and robust. The mere thought of a tiny life soon to grace this world filled her heart with sweet anticipation. Would it be a boy or a girl? What would he or she look like? Lost in a reverie of happiness and daydreams, she was oblivious to the passage of time or to Wu Ma's departure. Her hopes for a beautiful future made her forget the worries and troubles of her current life, and she went about her days filled with joy and sunshine. Her every action was observed with perplexity by her sister-in-law, who often snuck in to monitor her. What on earth was happening? Why was she so blissfully happy? Would she even leave? Returning home, the sister-in-law expressed her discontent to her husband in hushed tones. Initially, both she and her brother had intended to use tormenting tactics to drive away Sanyang and her husband, fearing they might claim a share of the inheritance. Now that Lu Ziyuan was absent, Sanyang remained alone, and the tasks she had been entrusted with were being managed with remarkable efficiency. Surely, if they wished to expel her, they needed a valid excuse. That evening, as the brother sat by the bedside, resting his head in his hands with a sigh, he struggled to devise a plan. His sister-in-law, awakened from sleep by the sight of a shadow at the head of the bed, startled and rubbed her sleepy eyes, only to recognize it was her husband. You wretched man, standing there like a ghost in the dead of night. Are you trying to scare me to death? She promptly delivered a sharp kick to his waist. Ouch, stop, stop. He winced, grimacing as he rubbed his sore back. I was just pondering a solution. A solution? Humph, you? With your soft-headed, incapable self, married to such a piece of work as you, how could I ever have a peaceful day? And now, at this ungodly hour, you won't even let me sleep soundly. With that, she extricated herself from the covers, promptly twisting her husband's ear. If you don't come up with a way to drive her away, then don't even think about sharing my bed from now on. Ouch, ouch, my lady. Be gentle, he whimpered, caught between exasperation and pain, wearing an expression akin to a pitiful chicken. The elder sister-in-law emitted a series of mocking chuckles, deriving a sense of delight from her tormenting of others. Her eyes, glinting with mischief, darted about as she leaned close to her husband's ear, whispering conspiratorially, What a splendid idea, my dear wife. How clever of you to think of it. Her brother-in-law exclaimed excitedly. Away with you? The elder sister-in-law retorted playfully. delivering a light slap to her husband's face. "What are you calling me?" "Call me mother," she added with a mischievous giggle. Upon witnessing this, her brother-in-law sprang onto the bed with vigor. In the ensuing moments, the elder sister-in-law let out a cry that sounded almost pained, unleashing all the humiliation and resentment her brother-in-law had just endured. Chapter 77. Almost forgotten the task at hand, the elder sister-in-law stood beneath the verdant willows to the west of Ba village, shielding her eyes with her hand as she gazed around. Nearby, a protective river meandered, its banks adorned with drooping willows, and amidst the shade stood a grand estate with a pink wall, causing her to smile with delight. With enthusiasm, she began to sway her ample hips and made her way towards the Zhang family manor. Upon stepping onto the creaking vine bridge and crossing the protective river, she felt an urgent need to relieve herself. Attempting to hold it proved futile, and a few drops had already escaped. Not daring to hesitate, she searched around for a suitable place, but in her desperation, she crouched down beneath the drooping willow by the pink wall, hastily creating a small nest with her feet. Just as she was indulging in her moment of relief, something unexpectedly fell upon her neck. Feeling something amiss, she turned her head, only to be met by the lecherous grin of a man lurking in the shadows. Startled, she let out a yelp, hastily pulling up her trousers and rushing towards the manor. Inside the gate, she spotted a pavilion where she could pause. There lay a man, bare-chested, his clothes tossed aside, lounging on a long stone bench beneath the pavilion, a baton leaning against him as he closed his eyes to enjoy the cool breeze. In her urgency, the elder sister-in-law paid him no mind and dashed toward the inner wall. The man, a plasterer responsible for repairs throughout the estate, had just been standing on a stool, mending the wall, when he heard a rustling sound. Turning to investigate, he was met with an indecent sight that he should not have seen, sending his heart soaring with excitement as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. In his agitation, his trembling hands inadvertently scattered some of the mortar from his trowel, unbeknownst to him. The delightful view was soon to bring him trouble. The elder sister-in-law reached the inner wall only to find the stool overturned, tools scattered across the ground, and a frail man in his 40s groaning on the floor. Realizing he had committed a transgression, he writhed in panic, desperate to flee. Infuriated, the elder sister-in-law cared not for his plight. "You scoundrel, how dare you bully me? Have you lost your senses?" she scolded vehemently, twisting the man's ear and tugging at his hair, her foot kicking at his emaciated chest. The man writhed on the ground in agony, howling as if he were being slaughtered. "Stop this at once. Who dares to cause such a ruckus here?" came a thunderous voice, accompanied by the sharp whistle of a baton aimed at the elder sister-in-law. Upon hearing the sound behind her, the elder sister-in-law was startled, hastily releasing her grip and leaping aside. Turning to gaze back, she was momentarily taken aback. The man, upon meeting her gaze, also froze, quickly halting the whistle stick mid-swing. The stick had not been wielded with any serious intent. He merely sought to intimidate this unexpected intruder who had barged in unannounced. "Oh dear! Is that you, the elder sister-in-law of the Li family? What brings you to my humble abode today?" he exclaimed, planting the stick firmly on the ground. "You audacious servant, what has provoked the ire of the Li family matron? Do hurry and offer your apologies. Why are you standing there in a daze?" "Oh, Uncle Zhang, I was in such a rush to enter that I failed to notice. It turns out you were enjoying the shade beneath the pavilion. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest." The elder sister-in-law felt a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier behavior, awkwardly retrieving a handkerchief from her bosom to dab at the perspiration on her forehead. Her gaze lowered. She felt a warm flush creep across her cheeks, casting furtive glances at her uncle's robust chest, her plump, pink lips pursed, caught in a dilemma of words unspoken. She truly could not articulate the reason for her visit, as it was something that had been directly delivered to her doorstep. How could she conceal it from others? Thus, she resigned herself to a silent acquiescence, opting to let the matter slide without further ado. Very well, he is but a servant. For your sake, I shall not hold it against him. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam." The mason knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Enough, be gone, Uncle Zhang," feeling a peculiar stir within him stirred by the elder sister-in-law's bashful, enchanting gaze, found the mason's lingering presence somewhat bothersome. The mason, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet, gathering his tools and swiftly making his exit. Uncle Zhang stroked his goat-like beard, his eyes fixated on the round visage of the elder sister-in-law, adorned with curved, flirtatious eyes and a cherry-like mouth, her skin fair and tender. Her cheeks dimpled when she smiled at, "Oh, dear. It seems I've kept you standing for quite some time. Come, let us retire to the dwelling." With a gracious gesture, he invited her to lead the way. Following closely behind Uncle Zhang, the elder sister-in-law remarked softly, "I have long heard of your prowess, uncle. Seeing you today reinforces the tales. My, what a sturdy physique you possess." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang felt a twinge of discomfort, hastily stepping forward to the pavilion, setting down the whistle stick, donning the discarded garment, and turning back with a sheepish grin, "I beg your pardon. After wielding my 72 styles of the Damo stick, one sweats profusely, indeed. Even sitting in this sweltering heat has me perspiring, let alone practicing." The elder sister-in-law seized the opportunity to divert the conversation and alleviate the awkwardness. However, in her distraction, she miscalculated her step, stumbling on the pavilion's stairs and nearly toppling forward, only to be caught by Uncle Zhang. Seated securely on the stone bench, the elder sister-in-law felt Uncle Zhang's hand linger on her soft, delicate one, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. As they were in public, she feared that the other villagers might witness this and spread rumors, which would be no trivial matter. Uncle Zhang. With that one delicate reproach, the intoxicated San Shu was roused from his stupor, acutely aware of his indiscretion. He cleared his throat repeatedly, seizing the opportunity to withdraw his hand and cover his mouth, all executed with seamless finesse. "Dessaw, shall we retire to our room for a cup of tea?" he proposed, rising to grasp her hand once more, only to hesitate, halting midway, before gesturing forward. The estate boasted a main hall, a rear chamber, a western pavilion, and an eastern corridor. San Shu guided Dessaw to a corner door in the backyard, leading her into a garden. The path within was adorned with black and white pebbles, and at its center lay a pond, bordered by maple trees, ancient pines, and graceful bamboos. As one gazed around, beneath the dark tiles and pale walls, the courtyard was resplendent with a carpet of crimson leaves, radiant as clouds at dusk. San Shu ushered Dessaw into a tranquil chamber shrouded in verdant shade. Upon entering, one could see a three-sided bed against the wall, flanked by railings and draped with a scarlet canopy. A clothes rack, adorned with a towel, stood to one side, while a wash basin rested nearby. In the center, a gilded table held a set of tea utensils, surrounded by 4 elegantly crafted chairs. San Shu seated Dessaw in one of the chairs and took a place beside her, his gaze roaming over her form without regard for propriety or rank, his words playfully teasing. What could have prompted Dessaw to engage in such discourse with a mere servant today? In truth, San Shu had already discerned the nature of their conversation while they were still engaged in it and was now feigning ignorance. This, Dessaw's face flushed crimson, that audacious servant dared to spy on me. San Shu chuckled mischievously. "Why, Dessaw, what harm is there in a casual glance while you stroll normally?" "Oh dear, San Shu, what do you mean by strolling normally?" They were. Dessaw stamped her foot. "Oh, how embarrassing to even say. What could possibly elicit such fear of being seen?" San Shu pressed with keen interest. "Oh, San Shu." "They were urinating," Dessaw exclaimed, her hands covering her face in mortification. "Ha ha ha, is that so?" San Shu laughed heartily. With Dessaw's beauty, given such an opportunity, who wouldn't steal a glance? His excitement grew, as he shifted his chair closer to Dessaw and pulled her into his embrace. Dessaw's cheeks burned with embarrassment, her breaths quickening. Being of a rather flirtatious nature, she saw no reason to resist such a tempting chance and, with a soft murmur, melted into San Shu's arms. With a playful laugh, San Shu swept her up and hurried towards the bed hidden behind the crimson drapes. As he contentedly escorted Dessaw out of the estate's grand gate, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot my purpose. I came today to propose to San Yang." Chapter 78. The wolf approaches father. "Father, is this the bride you found for me? So beautiful, so beautiful. I adore her, I adore her. How wonderful, I have a bride now." Ha ha ha. San Shu swiftly restrained the exuberant youth, a simpleton of 18 or 19, who was leaping forward to embrace San Yang. "Hurry, don't be foolish, Huzi." San Yang, who was grinding grain, lifted her head at the commotion, her steps unceasing. "Ah, it's San Shu. What brings you such leisure today?" "As I passed by here on my way back from collecting rent in Xinzhuang, I thought to stop by and see you." San Yang. San Shu, with a beaming smile, was eyeing the busy San Yang up and down. "Thank you, San Shu, for still thinking of me." San Yang felt a bit uneasy under San Shu's gaze and quickly averted her eyes. "Is this Huzi? He has grown so much." "He, my wife. Huzi has a wife now. You are my wife." Upon noticing San Yang's gaze, Huzi excitedly prepared to rush over. However, San Shu swiftly pulled him back, saying, "Huzi, it's getting late. We should head back." "What did you say, Huzi?" Sanyang furrowed her brows. When they first entered, she had been engrossed in her work, paying little attention to Huzi's chatter. Now, hearing his words irritated her, and her expression darkened. Do not speak nonsense. Who is your wife? Seeing Sanyang's angry demeanor, Huzi was frightened and burst into tears, sobbing, Dad, she doesn't want to be my wife. What should I do? He then threw himself onto the ground, rolling about. Huzi, get up, quickly. Senshu, looking quite embarrassed, attempted to pull him up. Yet, Huzi grew more obstinate, exclaiming, If she won't be my wife, then I want to get up. Senshu, please quickly take him away from here. Do not let him linger like this. What will others think? Sanyang, fuming, halted her work and stamped her foot. Sanyang. Senshu, sensing her ire, hurriedly chuckled awkwardly and continued. Sanyang, Huzi truly has feelings for you. Look how tired you are every day. If you married into my family, you would live a life of comfort and abundance, free from worry. Sanyang, exhaling in frustration, retorted, Senshu, how can you say such things? I am already a married woman. That beggar, does he even deserve? He is nowhere to be found now. Ah, indeed. Senshu stroked his goatee and cleared his throat. Adopting a condescending tone, I say, Sanyang, life is short. Do not miss out on the joys it offers. Senshu, today, I respect you as an elder and will refrain from saying anything too harsh. Everyone has their own aspirations. I ask you to conduct yourself with propriety. As she spoke, Sanyang forcefully thumped the winnowing basket onto the grinding stone, causing flour to scatter and choke Senshu, who coughed dryly. Wiping his face in annoyance, he looked as if he had been painted with a dash of white powder, resembling a clown playing a treacherous minister on stage. Seeing this, Sanyang could not hold back her laughter. What are you doing? Senshu angrily yanked his rolling son off the ground and turned to leave. Huzi, still sulking on the floor, was forcibly dragged up by Senshu, who pushed him out the door. Realizing that his father was genuinely upset, Huzi hurriedly followed, calling, Dad, Dad, slow down. Senshu, I wish you a safe journey. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Sanyang, suppressing her laughter at the comical scene of the two, deliberately raised her voice to shout. Without turning back, Senshu tightly grasped Huzi and walked away dejectedly. Ha ha ha. As soon as they exited, Sanyang could no longer contain herself, doubling over with laughter and collapsing to the ground. Yet, as she laughed, tears began to pour down her cheeks. She quickly covered her face and burst into heart-wrenching sobs. In that moment, she realized that tears were the one thing in the world that should never be stifled. Though at times she wished to hold them back, to present herself as strong to others, she now understood that true strength resides within. To weep is not a sign of weakness. It is the ability to rise again after crying. To clearly comprehend the path one must take and the actions one must undertake. This is the person she aspired to be. Senshu, with a huff, was leading the donkey that carried Huzi. Lost in thought, when a shout from around the corner of a farmhouse startled him. Gathering himself, rubbing his eyes, his expression shifted dramatically as he saw his sister-in-law. What on earth are you up to? Your Sanyang is unwilling, and look how you've frightened this child. Upon hearing this, Huzi immediately began to wail loudly, striking the donkey's back in distress. What is this? The sister-in-law, upon hearing those words, wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, puzzled by the turn of events. Senshu, in a fit of anger, turned his back and led the donkey away, leaving his sister-in-law standing awkwardly in place. Sanyang, the sister-in-law, with a playful grin, sauntered into the mill, only to find Sanyang crouched in the corner, weeping profusely. She feigned concern, encountering difficulties again. Are we? I told you. A woman alone cannot manage life well. When faced with troubles, there's no one to discuss them with. Alas, you should take advantage of your youth and quickly find a good family to settle down with. Otherwise, when you grow old and regret it, it will be too late. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you spouting? Sanyang sprang to her feet. I am a married woman. I shall not go anywhere. I would rather die here than allow you to conjure up any ill-conceived plans involving me. Oh dear. Sanyang, what has come over you? The sister-in-law feigned immense grievance. I am merely trying to help you, yet you bite the hand that feeds you. Humph. With that, she swayed her ample hips and left in a huff. After being rebuffed, it wasn't long before, on sleepless nights, the howls of wolves echoed outside the mill's back window. Terrified, Sanyang spent entire nights awake, fearing the wolves would invade her home. She propped the door with a wooden stick, her heart racing all the while. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Sleepless nights meant exhausting days of work. Within days, Her eyes sank into their sockets, her complexion pale, often fainting at the grinding stone. For she was indeed with child. If this continued, she would surely be worn to death. She could not simply wait for her demise. Furrowing her brow, a plan began to form. One night, when the wolf howls resounded once more, San Yang felt a surge of tension. After a few cries, the sound ceased. Her eyes sparkled with cunning as she chuckled to herself. At last, I have caught on. Upon arriving at the back window, I pricked up my ears to listen intently to the commotion outside, and faintly discerned cries for help. My heart jolted. What could be amiss? Without a moment's hesitation, prioritizing the urgency of rescue over my fear, I hastened to the front door, grasped the wooden stick meant to secure the door, and dashed towards the backyard. The distressing cries resonated incessantly from the trap I had meticulously set. Who goes there? Barked San Yang. It's me. Came the anxious voice of my elder brother from beneath the trap. Quickly, help me out. San Yang stood momentarily stunned, then hurried forward, illuminated by the moonlight, only to find her brother, bloodied and battered, struggling in the muddy pit below. Brother, what brings you here at such an untimely hour? This, he faltered, then continued. San Yang, I came to check on you because I was worried. Hurry and pull me up. His urgency was palpable, as if fearing she might abandon him in his plight. If you came to see me, you should have used the front door. Why scale the wall instead? At that moment, San Yang's heart began to grasp the truth. What howling of wolves? It was all mere nonsense. A profound sense of desolation washed over her. If even a blood relative could act thus, what could be expected of strangers? Sometimes, humanity could be more ferocious than wolves. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, tears streaming down her cheeks. She realized they were intent on driving her away by any means necessary. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she resolved to be strong. She would show them that she could carve out her own path. Tossing the wooden stick down, she declared, Brother, climb up using the stick. I lack the strength to pull you. With that, she turned and departed. Her brother's desperate calls echoed behind her. San Yang, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Yet, she did not look back. She needed to leave swiftly. The sound of his voice, reminiscent of a wolf's howl, instilled fear within her, and she began to run. Chapter 79. One must always be wary of others. On that fateful morning, Lu Ziyuan bid farewell to San Yang, his eyes brimming with tears. As he rode forth at a furious pace, he sought to shake off the past, to sever ties with yesterday and embrace a new world and life through the violent jolts of his journey. He was filled with passion and dreams, in the prime of his youth, strong and vigorous. Yet, he lacked experience, oblivious to the need for discretion, thus committing a grave error. The age-old wisdom warns against ostentation. Those who venture into the world must keep their riches concealed. However, adorned in his golden helmet and armor, wielding a silver spear and a bronze sword at his waist, he paraded through the streets unashamedly, inviting trouble upon himself. Who among men is not enticed by wealth? Who does not yearn to claim the treasures of the world for themselves? Indeed, just that night, Li Er, having lost everything except his trousers in a night of gambling, found himself unceremoniously ejected from an establishment at dawn. Rubbing his swollen, tear-filled eyes, yawning incessantly and blowing his nose, he trudged homeward, grumbling under his breath. He harbored resentment towards those he had gambled with the previous night, deeming them unscrupulous scoundrels, surely colluding to cheat him. Otherwise, how could he have suffered such a devastating loss? Rest assured, he would seek retribution for this debt in due time. Bending his body in a stooped manner, he walked along in a state of indignation, when suddenly he heard the rapid clattering of hooves ahead. Hastily, he leaned forward to peer, and in the distance, he caught sight of a dazzling golden light on the slope. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he felt a surge of elation upon discerning the source, and with a swift flick of his eyes, he thought to himself, Fortune smiles upon me, a business opportunity approaches. With this thought, he hurriedly concealed himself among the grass by the mountain path. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyuan urged his horse onward, and as he approached the mountain road, which was treacherous and difficult to traverse, he began to slow down. Observing the vibrant blossoms and fragrant foliage lining the path, he inhaled deeply, feeling a slight alleviation of his earlier gloom. After proceeding for a while, the mountain path grew perilously narrow, flanked by steep cliffs. Yet the scenery was enchanting, with verdant trees and clear streams, creating a picturesque landscape. Just as he was lost in the serenity of the moment, his horse suddenly startled, letting out a long neigh. Halting abruptly, Lu Ziyuan quickly tightened the reins to bring the steed to a stop. Oh dear, brave sir. Help me. That a figure emerged from the grass, clad only in a pair of tattered shorts, groaning and lamenting. Lu Ziyuan gazed at him in astonishment. Brother, why are you here? Oh, my dear elder brother. I die. The man's eyes roamed over Lu Ziyuan's golden armor, silver spear, and the bronze sword at his waist. I have fallen victim to highwaymen. I am but a merchant, once wealthy beyond measure, set to conduct business in distant lands. Who could have imagined I would encounter such vile robbers? They stripped me of everything, leaving me with naught but these shorts. How am I to survive now? As the man wailed in despair, Lu Ziyuan's heart brimmed with compassion, and he dismounted. Brother, how may I assist you? The man was taken aback. Having spent his life deceiving and manipulating others, he had never spoken a truthful word nor trusted anyone. Faced with such sincerity, he was momentarily stunned. I asked this elder brother truly willing to help me. Why, that is no trouble at all. Lu Ziyuan, known for his generous nature, could not turn a blind eye to another's plight. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a clean set of clothes, offering them to the man. Brother, if you do not mind, please make use of these. The man, rising from the ground, donned the clothes, which, though somewhat oversized and worn, were far better than nothing. Lu Ziyuan felt a sense of pride for his benevolent deed, beaming with satisfaction. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Yet, the man, Li Er, had ulterior motives. He was fixated on the 3 treasures adorning Lu Ziyuan. This elder brother is indeed magnanimous. We shall meet again. As he turned to leave, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, moaning, Oh, my leg hurts terribly. I can no longer walk. They have broken my leg. Dato? Lu Ziyuan was taken aback. What shall I do now? He found himself in a dilemma. Alas, valiant warrior, nay, noble general, you must see this through to the end. I implore you to use this horse to carry me back. You are such a kind-hearted soul. My home lies just beyond this mountainside. Lu Ziyuan fell into a deep silence, pondering his own journey, for he had yet to find a destination. Was this not an unwelcome burden he had stumbled upon? Sighing deeply, he furrowed his brow. Li Er's eyes darted about, discerning Lu Ziyuan's thoughts, and fearing a change of heart, he hastily pressed on. Esteemed general, you are indeed the savior of the suffering. If you abandon me, shall I not be devoured by the wolves of the mountains? Oh, how wretched my fate is! As he spoke with fervor, tears streamed down his face, mingling with the snot that flowed freely. With another long sigh, Lu Ziyuan conceded, Very well, one must see a rescue through to its conclusion. Who am I to turn a blind eye to suffering? He assisted Li Er onto the horse, holding him steady while guiding the reins under Li Er's directions. After traversing a certain distance, the mountain's steepness suddenly gave way, revealing a cluster of approximately 100 homes nestled in the valley below. Near the foothills lay numerous fields, arranged in orderly plots, resembling a tiered staircase. Yet, Li Er did not direct Lu Ziyuan towards these nearby abodes. Rather, he pointed towards the mountain, exclaiming, My home is over there. Lu Ziyuan looked up to see that the dwelling Li Er indicated perched precariously on the mountainside, enveloped by dense bamboo groves. Beyond these, a sheer cliff loomed, rising abruptly, while the other 3 sides were surrounded by towering peaks and lush forests, presenting a treacherous terrain. Lu Ziyuan's brow furrowed, his heart filled with apprehension, as the saying goes. To rescue someone is to see it through. To escort a Buddha is to accompany him to the west. Having come this far, he resolved to press on, hardening his resolve. The mountain path wound perilously along the cliffside, descending into an abyss, steep and treacherous, with jagged rocks lining the way as the trail grew increasingly arduous. Lu Ziyuan's frustration mounted. We are almost there. Just a little further, Li Er reassured him, fearing that Lu Ziyuan might abandon him midway. Fortuitously, his noble steed persevered. Lesser horses would have faltered long ago, and there was a risk of slipping down the precipice. At last, they reached the depths of the bamboo grove. Lu Ziyuan exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. All right, brother, my task here is complete, and I must continue my journey. As he spoke, he assisted Li Er down from the horse, grasped the reins, and turned to depart. Wait, elder brother, not so fast. Li Er clutched his sleeve tightly. What is it? Is there something else? Lu Ziyuan turned back, puzzled. Brother, now that we've reached home, you must at least come inside for a moment and have a drink. Lu Ziyuan, eager to resume his journey, found himself in a stalemate with Li Er's insistence. Just then, the creaking of a door interrupted them, and a burly man with a face full of flesh leaned out, his eyes glinting ominously as he bellowed, Li Er, what brings you back again? Haven't you lost enough last night? Oh, How swiftly you have summoned assistance. As he stepped out of the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. His eyes darted around Lu Ziyuan, surveying him from head to toe. Speak, brother, what manner of game do you wish to play? Lu Ziyuan was taken aback, sensing the tone was amiss, his piercing gaze fixed on Li Er. What do you mean by that? This is not your home, Li Er chuckled. This place is your grave. He then gestured towards the burly man. Brother, this is a business proposition brought to you by your humble servant. Do step forward. As he spoke, he rushed forward, attempting to snatch the silver spear from Lu Ziyuan's grasp. Chapter 80. Trapped in peril. Lu Ziyuan was startled by his attempt to seize the spear, astonished that such shamelessness existed in the world. Anger surged within him, and he kicked towards Li Er's abdomen. Li Er let out a sharp cry, clutching his belly and collapsing to the ground, unable to move for a time. The burly man, his face twisted with rage, lifted his gaze, howling as he charged forward, his eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity, a tempest of brutality swirling within them. As he approached, he unleashed a barrage of fists upon Lu Ziyuan. Seeing the fists come hurtling toward him, Lu Ziyuan, filled with fury, thrust the silver spear into the ground and raised his hands to defend himself, their fists colliding as they became entangled. The burly man's strength was formidable, and Lu Ziyuan was no weakling either. They fought fiercely for an extended period, neither gaining the upper hand. With each exchange, one would land a punch to the other's nose, while the other would retaliate with a kick below the belt. Their struggle was a raw contest of brute strength, devoid of any finesse, both equally matched and panting heavily from exhaustion. After several rounds, Lu Ziyuan felt a sharp pain in his nose, and upon touching it, discovered it was bleeding. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he realized his front teeth were slightly loose. Damn it! Enraged, he roared and reached out. The burly man, now resembling a grotesque visage smeared with blood, was momentarily pleased to see Lu Ziyuan's nose bleeding. However, in his moment of triumph, he neglected to evade, and suddenly felt an unbearable burn upon his own face. Discovering he too was bleeding, with a howl, he charged forward, grasping Lu Ziyuan's arms, thrusting his leg in a diagonal motion, and with a mighty heave, sent Lu Ziyuan sprawling onto the ground. Now we're getting somewhere. Lu Ziyuan, stifling the pain from the fall, rolled to his feet and lunged at the victorious burly man, who was now basking in his supposed triumph. The man, caught off guard, was sent tumbling down. Just as he attempted to rise to exact revenge, Lu Ziyuan leaped upon him, delivering a flurry of punches to his head. The burly man, writhing in pain, squeezed his eyes shut and howled in agony. You audacious fool, daring to stir up trouble in my domain, prepare to pay with your life. Amidst the fierce reprimands, Lu Ziyuan suddenly felt a gust of wind by his ear, causing him to turn in alarm, only to see a swift kick aimed directly at his nose. Oh no! He cried out in shock, rolling away just in time to evade a fatal blow. He stumbled several meters before halting, turning back to glance. To his astonishment, he beheld a gaunt elder, his triangular eyes glinting with a fierce light, glaring at him. A chill ran down his spine. Such a piercing gaze was truly daunting. Li Er clutched his stomach, gesturing pointedly at the old man behind him, exclaiming, "It's this scoundrel who dares to wreak havoc here." Lu Ziyuan, filled with indignation, pondered how he could possibly be causing mischief in such a desolate wilderness without cause. It was nothing short of absurdity. At that moment, the burly man who had just risen from the ground touched his swollen head and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Master, kill him. Yes, slay him and seize his treasures." Li Er chimed in, stoking the flames of conflict. The old man, having been prompted by Li Er, had already scrutinized Lu Ziyuan from head to toe, convinced that not only did he possess 3 treasures, but 4, his gaze fixated on the magnificent steed, the blood-sweating horse, which was the true prize he coveted. With a sinister grin, murderous intent surged within him as he sprang into the air, transforming his hand into a sword-like gesture, executing the technique known as the night demon probes the sea, aiming directly at Lu Ziyuan's eyes. Realizing he was no match for his opponent, Lu Ziyuan understood he had no choice but to fight to the death as the sword-like fingers approached. He swiftly unsheathed the bronze sword hanging at his waist with a sharp clink, desperately brandishing it. The old man, believing his strike would land, was taken aback as the cold glimmer of the blade nearly severed his fingers, intensifying his fury. Resolute in his intent, he vowed that today, Lu Ziyuan would find no respite in death. He swiftly executed the hawk enters the forest move, stepping forward with his left foot while advancing half a step with his right, simultaneously launching a left punch straight towards Lu Ziyuan's abdomen. retracting his sword hand to transform it into a palm aimed to deflect Lu Ziyuan's wrist. He presumed Lu Ziyuan would instinctively retreat and shrink back to evade his left punch, causing the sword to follow suit in its retraction. This was a customary maneuver, yet he was unaware that Lu Ziyuan had never been formally trained in martial arts. He had merely observed others practice and could only mimic their movements through sheer brute strength. In this moment, however, he found an advantage, as the old man, operating under the assumption that his opponent was a seasoned fighter, fell prey to his own habitual thinking. The old man swiftly transitioned into the pushing the window to gaze at the moon technique, descending his left fist in a palm strike aimed at Lu Ziyuan's abdomen while his right hand flipped downward to bolster the attack. He intended to capitalize on Lu Ziyuan's anticipated retreat, pressing the advantage with a surge of inner strength in his left palm, augmented by his right hand, to deliver a decisive blow. Little did he know, Lu Ziyuan had no intention of retreating. The bronze sword in his hand continued to swing and tremble. With a swift slice, he sheared off a tuft of the old man's hair, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic fate had his reflexes not been so keen. Startled, the old man realized he was facing a formidable adversary and felt compelled to summon every ounce of his focus. He could not afford to be careless. He immediately leaped back 3 paces, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Lu Ziyuan, recognizing his impressive skill and pondering the lineage of his martial training. Lu Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered and blinking rapidly, his lips moving uncertainly, at a loss for words. Observing his silence, the old man assumed he was simply unwilling to reveal his origins. Today, Xindao has undoubtedly offended him. If he were to let him go, who could say when he might return with others to seek vengeance? Leaving behind a trail of calamity, it is far better to eradicate the threat entirely. Today, it is a matter of either your life or mine. There is no alternative path. With this thought, the urge to kill surged forth. With a fierce roar, he declared, "Brother, prepare to face me." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had already leapt into the air, soaring forward, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks upon Lu Ziyuan. Regardless of the consequences, like a tempest unleashed. Upon seeing this, Lu Ziyuan realized that this was a life-or-death confrontation and dared not show any hesitation. He summoned all his spirit, wielding his sword with precision, left, right, up and down. As he engaged in a fierce duel, the elder, agile as a swallow, soared into action, striking with the grace of a flying goose and the might of a soaring eagle, his body appearing almost weightless, as if he were riding the clouds. Finally, with a powerful downward strike, he sent Lu Ziyuan's bronze sword clattering to the ground. Lu Ziyuan felt a sudden numbness in his right arm, his entire being overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. Rendered immobile, the elder chuckled sinisterly, suspended in midair, his palm raised high, poised to deliver a vicious blow aimed at Lu Ziyuan's crown. As Lu Ziyuan braced for the onslaught, it seemed as though his aspirations and ambitions would dissolve into mere illusions, his life hanging by a thread. Chapter 81. An unfortunate entrapment on the lake island. Lu Ziyuan sensed an icy chill approaching from above and attempted to evade, yet found himself utterly immobilized. As if ensnared within a formidable gust of energy, my life is forfeit, he thought, a chill running down his spine, followed by a long exhale, San Yang, until we meet again in the next life. His breathing became labored, his face turning pale, lips quivering yet unable to utter a word, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Gritting his teeth against the agony in his chest, he gazed despondently at the menacing hand descending toward him. Emotionless, he began to tremble, feeling as if his heart were fracturing. Resignedly closing his eyes and awaiting death, at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, startling him into opening his eyes. Before him, the steed, a magnificent sweat-blood steed, reared up, emitting a roar that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, sending the elder tumbling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground with pained cries. Yet, in the next instant, the elder sensed something amiss, for he saw the horse's hooves rise once more. If he did not evade, he would be trampled beneath them. With all his might, he rolled aside, narrowly escaping a fatal blow, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ziyuan, witnessing this turn of events, felt an overwhelming joy. He sheathed his bronze sword and drew forth a silver spear from the ground. As the horse steadied itself, he leapt onto its back. Grasping the reins tightly with his legs clutching its belly in the charged atmosphere, he swung the silver spear down upon the approaching burly men, including Li Er, who screamed as they tumbled to the ground. With a fierce tug on the reins, the warhorse reared and, with a thunderous stomp, leapt toward the perilous mountain slopes. Lu Ziyuan felt the rush of wind beside his ears, the trees of the forest blurring past him. As he soared through the air, feeling as if he were gliding upon clouds, as he galloped onward, the trees began to thin, and the ground grew slightly damp, causing the horse to lose some of its nimbleness. In the distance, it appeared they were nearing the edge of a lake. At the end of the forest stood a small lake, its surface as tranquil as a mirror. The dark green waters exuded an enigmatic allure, possessing a beauty that bordered on the enchanting. Surrounded by 4 mountains, the lake lay hidden in profound seclusion, evoking in Lu Ziyuan a sensation akin to stepping into the fairyland of Penglai. He pondered what fate had led him to this place, and what celestial design was at play. With a heart unburdened, he allowed his horse to meander leisurely, soon catching sight of an island emerging from the lake's center. The reeds encircling the island grew in exceptionally dense clusters, forming an expansive, undulating sea of green. After a while, as the sun dipped low in a blood-red hue, the sky darkened ominously, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Following the recent tumult of battle and flight, an unexpected weariness enveloped him. Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, he was about to seek a spot to rest when suddenly, a vulture soared from the island. Circling the skies in an instant, the bird dove towards him with alarming speed, causing his heart to leap in surprise. He brandished his weapon, prepared to confront the creature in a contest of prowess. As the vulture extended its sharp talons, its blood-red eyes fixed upon him, a sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting the bird to ascend rapidly, circling and calling out from above. Lu Ziyuan turned to the source of the whistle and beheld a middle-aged man with a short, scruffy beard, standing atop a bamboo pole. With a swift thrust of his pole into the water, he propelled himself like an arrow from the island towards the shore. Lu Ziyuan's mouth fell agape, remaining ajar for quite some time, for he recognized this man as an extraordinary figure, unlike anyone he had ever encountered. As the man landed gracefully a few meters from the shore, he clasped his fists in greeting and inquired, "Esteemed hero, may I ask what brings you to the island?" Lu Ziyuan, gazing into the man's eyes filled with intrigue, felt as though a wisp of cloud floated across the moonlight on a dark night. Elusive and ethereal, he hastily dismounted and returned the gesture, saying, "I dare not presume. I have inadvertently stumbled into this place and beg your forgiveness for any offense." His eyes roamed over the stranger, filled with curiosity. Having just faced a perilous encounter, he felt a lingering anxiety, reminding himself to remain vigilant. Human nature was unpredictable, and circumstances were ever uncertain. Inadvertently stumbled here. The man's bright eyes scrutinized Lu Ziyuan from head to toe, questioning whether this hero was affiliated with the authorities. Lu Ziyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at himself and bursting into laughter. The man frowned, exclaiming, "Am I correct in my assumption, sir?" No, that is not right." Lu Ziyuan sighed in resignation, pondering the stranger's true intentions. Why such animosity towards officials? Could he possibly be a robber? Thieves harbor a deep-seated hatred for the authorities, fearing them above all else. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Was it truly his misfortune today? Just escaping one danger to walk into another. "Bring forth your men, officer. Do not hide them away. Let us have an honest confrontation," the man bellowed, leaping into the air, his bamboo pole swinging down upon Lu Ziyuan. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ziyuan promptly raised his weapon in defense. Little did that man know, the bamboo pole did not descend. Instead, he altered his course midway and, with a flourish, thrust the pole upward in a few swift motions. He bewildered Lu Ziyuan, causing him to lose grip on his silver spear, which soared into the sky before plunging into the ground, embedding itself over 2 feet deep. Startled, Lu Ziyuan widened his eyes, gazing at the bamboo pole descending upon him with lethal intent, unable to evade in time. But wait! A shout rang out as a medicinal hoe intercepted the impending strike. The bamboo pole struck the hoe, yet no sound was heard, clearly indicating that immense internal force had been exerted upon it, effectively ensnaring the pole. Lu Ziyuan looked up to behold an elder, whose physique resembled that of a bamboo pole, with a face ashen and tinged with a hint of green, as if he had not seen the sun in years. His piercing gaze bore down on Lu Ziyuan, and this valiant figure was evidently startled. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your timely rescue." Lu Ziyuan hurriedly clasped his fists in gratitude. "Master." The middle-aged man flushed slightly, his demeanor awkward as he remarked, "You have returned." The elder grunted in acknowledgement and turned his attention to the middle-aged man. "What is the cause of this conflict?" "He is a government official," the middle-aged man retorted indignantly. "And so what of it?" The elder's countenance darkened further. Have you ascertained that he is truly a government official? Look at his official garb. Who else could he be if not a government official? The middle-aged man glared at Lu Xun, wary of any actions that might jeopardize him, suspecting ulterior motives behind his covert presence in the vicinity. Ha ha ha. The elder erupted into hearty laughter, jabbing the ground with his "Hoy, dear disciple. I have always advised you to employ your intellect and be meticulous in your endeavors, yet you consistently fall short. Take a closer look at his official attire. It is the garb of our great Liang master. Then when do you suggest this attire is from? The middle-aged man inquired, perplexed. He is adorned in the official garb of a general from the Tang dynasty. Am I not correct, brave sir? The middle-aged man was taken aback, as was Lu Ziyuan, both astonished by the elder's keen observation. Chapter 82. The failure to become a disciple. The middle-aged man scrutinized Lu Ziyuan, questioning, how is it that you don the attire of a former dynasty's official? Just as Lu Ziyuan was about to recount his acquisition of the Tang general's golden helmet and armor from the temple, the recent events in the bamboo grove surged in his mind, prompting him to promptly seal his lips and gaze vacantly at the two men, unsure how to respond. Noticing Lu Ziyuan's hesitance, the middle-aged man grew suspicious. What exactly do you do? Lu Ziyuan stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. His profession bore no relation to the official attire he wore, leaving him utterly mortified to confess. Finally, he grit his teeth and declared, well, it is what it is. I am a melon farmer. What? The elder squinted, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You are truly a melon farmer? Lu Ziyuan's face turned even redder as he mumbled, Master, do I not appear to be one? The elder fixed a piercing gaze upon him, demanding, why do you deceive me, brave warrior? Startled, Lu Ziyuan found himself at a loss as to why such words were uttered. Deep down, he was reluctant to offend the two before him, for he recognized that he was truly no match for them. Were they deliberately seeking a pretext to turn their intentions against him? Contemplating this, he could only nod and bow, greeting them with a smile, aware that patience in small matters prevents the disruption of grand schemes. Aspiring to achieve great ambitions, he deemed it necessary to navigate this predicament with caution. Yet, the more he acted this way, the more the elder's brow furrowed and his gaze sharpened. Stop the charade, warrior. The elder's thunderous shout sent a jolt through Lu Ziyuan, tightening his heart. What did the master intend by putting him in such a predicament? Lu Ziyuan croaked, his voice hoarse. He was perplexed by the day's events, feeling increasingly trapped, realizing that enduring such grievances only compounded his troubles. Perhaps it would be more liberating to disregard everything and allow events to unfold as they may. As these thoughts escaped his lips, both the master and his disciple were momentarily taken aback. The elder then erupted into hearty laughter, his demeanor shifting, his gaze softening considerably. You have misunderstood, brave warrior. Lu Ziyuan was taken aback, questioning, what do you mean? The elder sighed deeply. I mean to say that your imposing stature, your commanding presence, your heroic demeanor, and your penetrating gaze, which can see through all, are unmatched in this world. You are no ordinary person who dwells below others. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan stepped forward to bow deeply, responding, Master, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary man. Driven to desperation, I aspire to seek a place in the military, to honor my ancestors above and provide for my descendants below. I dare not think of anything beyond that. Seeking a place in the military? The elder stroked his mustache, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Oh, upon what basis do you intend to seek such a position? As the topic arose, Lu Ziyuan felt invigorated, stretching his arms, kicking his legs, and throwing punches forward. I possess great strength. His gaze darted around until he spotted a massive stone by the lakeside. Eager to prove his words, he hurriedly approached, bent down and grasped its edge, shouting, Ha! To bolster his own spirit, he intended to lift it, hoping to impress the elder and the middle-aged man with his prowess. To his astonishment, the elder had already reached the stone. Casually resting his medicinal hoe upon it in that moment, Lu Ziyuan felt as though the stone weighed 1,000 pounds, utterly immovable. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment, as he thought to himself that he could not afford to lose face before these two today. He persisted with repeated shouts of ha, ha, yet to no avail. Was it possible that he had exhausted his strength from overexertion? Dejected, he plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, which elicited a series of mocking chuckles from the middle-aged man behind him. This laughter only deepened his embarrassment, prompting him to pound his head with his fists, cursing his own lack of tenacity. Today seemed to be a series of misfortunes. The more he sought to boast, the more he lost. To be so easily disheartened by such a minor setback was unbecoming of a true man. A true man should be capable of both enduring hardship and seizing opportunity. The elder approached and gently patted him on the shoulder, chuckling as he spoke. He lifted his gaze to the old man, exclaiming, "Master, what should I do? What can I do?" The elder's eyes sparkled with interest. "Ah, confusion is merely the beginning of progress. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall while humility brings benefits. This is an unchanging truth in the world." With that, he extended a hand to help him up. "Try again." Lu Ziyuan felt a surge of determination as he rose from the ground, grasping the edge of the massive stone. Summoning all his strength, he let out a mighty shout, and to his astonishment, he managed to lift the stone. With another heave, he hoisted it over his head. "Aha! I have lifted it!" Lu Ziyuan exclaimed in a fit of triumph. "Is that so? Can you truly lift it?" The old man inquired with a chuckle. Observing Lu's glee, "Indeed, master. I have rested and gathered my strength." Lu Ziyuan intentionally straightened his body, as if to declare to the two men that he was holding a colossal rock above him. The middle-aged man merely let out a few derisive chuckles, while the elder continued to commend him. Very good, as he placed the medicinal hoe atop the stone, affirming, "You have truly lifted it." Suddenly, Lu Ziyuan felt the stone's weight become unbearably heavy. Gradually, he began to struggle, panting heavily as his legs trembled and beads of sweat cascaded down his face. "Master, what is happening?" he gasped, sensing he could barely hold on. Yet, he found himself unable to release it, caught in a predicament akin to riding a tiger. Just as he was on the verge of collapsing, the elder let out a hearty laugh and withdrew the hoe. Immediately, Lu Ziyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The stone no longer bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Enlightenment dawned upon him, and with renewed vigor, he hurled the massive stone with a resounding splash into the lake, sending water soaring to great heights. Unconcerned with the splashing water, he knelt and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "Master, I bow to you." The elder rushed forward to pull him up, saying, "You have exhausted me. In the future, you shall achieve far greater things than I." Lu Ziyuan, however, refused to rise, lamenting his current state and questioning what potential he could possess. "Even earning a humble beginning seems impossible. Alas! I hope Master will accept me as a disciple. Only then will I stand, otherwise, I shall remain here forever." The elder paused, his expression shifting from gentle to puzzled, then to stern, finally settling on a decision that was subtle yet resolute. "If you wish to become my disciple, then come find me on the island in the center of the lake." As he spoke, he reached into the basket behind him and tossed a handful of herbs into the air. Instantly, the moonlit surface of the lake was adorned with twinkling dots of herbs, dancing in the breeze. The elder leaped gracefully onto the floating herbs, vanishing into the depths of the island in an instant. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, remarked, "Until we meet again." He thrust his bamboo pole into the ground, propelling himself into the air, landing on the pole that rested upon the lake's surface. With a swift stroke of the pole through the water, he shot off towards the island's heart. On the shore, only Lu Ziyuan remained, his eyes wide with astonishment, lost in thought. Chapter 83. Master. Above a resplendent moon hung in the sky, its reflection shimmering in the lake, which resembled jade, casting an enchanting, dreamlike radiance. The weeping willows by the lakeside swayed gently in the night breeze. The figure stood beneath the shade of the trees, poised at the water's edge, allowing the countless willow branches, dancing in the wind, to brush against his cheeks. The soft glow of the moonlight illuminated his face, rendering it as pale as pear blossoms under the moon, with the color of his eyes appearing more profound than during the day. He was not inclined to appreciate the serene beauty of this paradise. Instead, he was consumed by anxiety, pondering what course of action he should take. The magnificent steed, a spirited blood horse with a lustrous mane and smooth muscle lines, incessantly nuzzled its master, Lu Ziyuan, seemingly imbued with a sense of unease. Lu Ziyuan gradually regained his composure, exhaling a long sigh as he gently patted his beloved horse, eyeing this vast and desolate expanse. They were each other's sole companions. Although the lake sparkled like silver and lay still as a mirror, to Lu Ziyuan, it appeared as tumultuous as a raging sea, obstructing the realization of his aspirations. Lacking the ability to navigate the water, he was unable to cross this seemingly placid lake. Doing so would only lead to his demise. This first hurdle firmly held him in place, and he could not fathom how many more challenges awaited him ahead. In a moment of despair, Lu Ziyuan tugged at the reins and turned away, his spirit heavy with desolation. Yet, unwilling to relinquish his hopes, He glanced back at the island in the middle of the lake, his heart understanding the fleeting nature of opportunity. It was a chance not to be missed, for the heavens do not bestow many such moments upon humanity. If he failed to seize this one, there would be no second chance. Suddenly, his horse reared back and neighed towards the heavens, halting in its tracks. Startled, Lu Ziyuan paused. Could this intuitive steed be warning him of something? Seek not the Buddha far away. The true Buddha resides within your heart. Under the tranquil night sky, an unexpected sigh sent chills down Lu Ziyuan's spine, and he widened his eyes in alarm, gazing toward the source of the sound. There, perched upon the branch of a towering ancient tree, sat a figure, muttering incantations. Who are you? What sorcery is this? Lu Ziyuan demanded, his voice laced with indignation. Ha ha ha. The shadow tilted its head back and laughed heartily. With a heart unburdened, free from attachments, there lies no fear, far removed from deluded dreams, ultimately leading to nirvana. Lu Ziyuan recognized the voice belonged to a woman. I in this desolate wilderness. What could a woman be doing here? Was it truly a ghostly encounter on a dark road? The mere thought of a female specter sent his heart racing, and he began to tremble as if afflicted by a chill. What is that in your hand? The woman inquired playfully, a hint of reproach in her tone. A silver spear. Lu Ziyuan deliberately raised his voice, ensuring she heard clearly, hoping to instill some intimidation. In whose hands that weapon rests. It is but a mere twig when held by you, she scoffed. After a few coughs, she continued, perhaps without that trinket, you might live a few more years. Wielding it, are you not courting death? You? In a fit of anger, Lu Ziyuan bellowed, you, woman, have gone too far, disturbing me at this unholy hour of the night. What grievances or enmities exist between us that I should endure such indignity? Come down, if you dare, and let us engage in a contest of 300 rounds. As he spoke, in a fit of rage, he struck the ground with his silver spear, producing a resounding clang. Ha! How laughable! This fool who knows not the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Why should I descend to your level? Just then, Lu Ziyuan noticed a branch hurtling towards him as he prepared to evade. The branch struck his silver spear with a thunderous crack. He felt as if struck by lightning. With a swift motion, the spear slipped from his grasp, soaring into the night sky, tumbling several times before embedding itself deep into the earth with a soft thud. Lu Ziyuan stared blankly at the spear, now firmly planted in the ground, unable to gather his thoughts for quite some time. Does your silver spear still serve you? The woman taunted. Lu Ziyuan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he sighed helplessly and asked, Esteemed lady, what is it that you truly desired? Me? I have come to assist you, for I saw the hardships you endured in seeking a master. Truly, it is like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor's kind intentions. The woman chided playfully. Assist me. Lu Ziyuan was taken aback, realizing that she must have observed his recent encounter with that middle-aged man and the elder. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he pondered how she could possibly assist him. The woman continued, You shall take me as your master, and I will teach you. Lu Ziyuan was momentarily stunned. Realizing this was an unexpected stroke of fortune. A rare opportunity indeed. He was at a loss for words. The thought of her being a woman, however, posed certain inconveniences, compelling him to lower his head in silence. What, are you unwilling? The woman queried, caught off guard. Oh no, Lu Ziyuan stammered, unsure of how to respond to her inquiry. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he let it slip away, he would regret it for eternity. Moreover, this woman's martial prowess was undoubtedly on par with that of the elder. Training under her could pave the way for his rise in the military. With this thought in mind, he suddenly knelt before her, proclaiming, Master, I bow to you. Ha ha ha, I have a disciple now. Old man, from this day forth, I shall strive to surpass you. Before she could finish her words, she descended from the tree like a whirlwind and pulled Lu Ziyuan to his feet. All right, my dear disciple, rise quickly. As Lu Ziyuan finally beheld the figure before him, he was taken aback to find it was a hideously aged crone, trembling as she leaned on a cane, hardly resembling a person of remarkable skill. Filled with doubt, Lu Ziyuan glanced up at the ancient tree, fearful that he had made a grave mistake. The old woman observed intently, a sly smile creeping across her face as she approached the submerged silver spear, effortlessly tugging it from the depths with a swift motion, the sound of its extraction echoing in the air. She presented it to Lu Ziyuan, saying, Here you go. At that moment, Lu Ziyuan was thoroughly convinced, exclaiming, Thank you, master. The old woman then adopted a serious demeanor. instructing him, "From this day forth, you must keep your golden helmet, golden armor, silver spear, and bronze sword in order. I no longer wish to see these troublesome items. You shall conduct yourself properly and begin anew, practicing diligently step by step. Once your skills are refined, anything can become a formidable weapon." As she spoke, she glanced around and noticed a massive boulder to Lu Ziyuan's left. She approached it and tapped her cane against the stone, asking, "Did you hear that clearly?" Lu Ziyuan silently thought, "Why are you tapping the stone while speaking? Are you trying to startle the tiger from its mountain?" Stifling a laugh, he responded loudly, "Yes, master." Pleased with his attitude, the old woman returned to him and, with a joyful tone, proclaimed, "Good disciple." However, before her words could settle, the very boulder she had struck with her cane suddenly cracked and shattered with a loud noise. Lu Ziyuan was left utterly astonished, realizing that indeed, mastery of one's skills could transform anything into a potent tool. Chapter 84. The duel under the moonlight in prolonged stillness, one forgets all else. Yet one day, a sensation arises, and the true essence of the spirit reveals itself. With eyes closed, one reflects inwardly upon the Dantian, where a tranquil pool of water resides, crystal clear and unobstructed. Within, small fish seem to swim harmoniously, embodying the gentleness advocated by Emperor Yao, the harmony espoused by King Wen of Zhou, the ease promoted by Confucius, and the stillness championed by Zhuangzi. Seated in meditation, one diminishes thoughts and desires, nurturing tranquility and preserving the spirit. After much discourse, the old woman turned to find Lu Ziyuan nodding off, his head bobbing as he dozed. Irritated, she struck his head lightly with her cane. "Oh!" Lu Ziyuan jolted awake, rubbing his head and exclaiming, "What is happening? What is happening?" The old woman repeated, striking his head again, "This is quite serious." "Oh dear, master, I have been following your instructions diligently," he replied, still rubbing his head. "Is that so? Is it possible that you truly understand?" The old woman, noticing his evasiveness, grew even more incensed. "If you understand, then enlighten me." Lu Ziyu unrolled his eyes in contemplation before suddenly lighting up with an idea. "How about filling a basin with clear water, placing a few small fish within, and observing them slowly?" He raised his head proudly, gazing at the old woman. "Master, am I not correct?" The old woman stared at him, bewildered. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Lu Ziyuan shook his head and replied, "It's not my cleverness. Rather, it's your excellent teachings that have allowed me to grasp it so thoroughly." "Bah!" The old woman, infuriated, began to jab her cane into the ground repeatedly. "Do you think I am praising you? Truly, you are a stubborn piece of wood, impossible to carve." "Oh?" Lu Ziyuan momentarily froze, scratching his head in bewilderment, feeling unjustly criticized for no apparent reason. "Did I say something wrong? What do you mean? Your words are completely unrelated. How can you even utter such nonsense?" The old woman paused, letting out a resigned sigh, then continued, "It's too profound for you to comprehend. Listen closely, as I will now explain the essentials of self-cultivation in simpler terms. Indeed, this is how my master should have approached it from the start. Why complicate something so straightforward? Is it merely for the sake of obscurity? You." The old woman trembled with anger, her voice sharp and commanding. "You sit still. If you continue to speak out of turn, beware of losing your tongue." "Very well." Seeing her genuine anger, Lu Ziyuan quickly sat up straight, humbly preparing to listen, attentively awaiting his master's teachings. The old woman's anger dissipated significantly upon witnessing his demeanor. "Enough of idle chatter, listen. When beginning to meditate, practice stillness. Relax both body and mind. Gaze softly downward, guard your core, and let saliva naturally accumulate." At this juncture, the old woman paused, glancing at Lu Ziyuan to see if he had dozed off. Upon finding his eyes bright and fixed upon her, she felt a sense of relief. She continued, "Breathe deeply, maintaining a steady rhythm. Tranquility of heart and cessation of thoughts constitute the true practice. Forget the self, enveloped in silence, experiencing the exquisite joy of harmony within. Focus on the center, dispelling distractions, allowing the essence to flourish and the mysteries to reveal themselves." With another look at him, noticing his unwavering gaze, she nodded in satisfaction, her face glowing warmly, her mouth moist with saliva ready to swallow. "Stand up, refresh your spirit, and stretch your muscles, rubbing every part of your body. The foundation of your practice relies entirely on this. Stillness gives rise to movement and the emergence of yang." From that day forth, Lu Ziyuan rose with the evening drum and retired with the morning bell, diligently progressing in his practice under the old woman's guidance. Yet, the path to mastery remained distant, his learning merely scratching the surface. For an ordinary person, however, this was already sufficient. With time, he could ascend step by step. On one occasion during meditation, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his limbs and body, as if it were about to burst forth, filling him with newfound strength. His joints crackled, and he felt as if he were floating on clouds, his spirit uplifted and his heart blooming with joy. After a brief moment, he gradually calmed down, rubbed his face with his hands, and slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. A bright moon illuminated the cave, transforming it into daylight. He glanced around but saw no sign of his master. "Master, master," he called out twice, eager to report his progress, yet received no response. Rising to stretch his legs, he turned towards a stone wall, approaching the old woman's sleeping quarters. Finding no one inside, he wondered where his master had gone. Lu Ziyuan felt perplexed. His master usually either urged him to practice or meditated in the cave at this hour. What could be the reason today? With this thought, he turned and walked outside. The half-moon cast its light upon the pine trees before the cave, their twisted shadows stretching across the ground, the evening breeze whispering gently, the silvery light glistening like water. Looking down, he saw a stream winding like a white ribbon at the cliff's edge, with a forest beyond, and further still, the glimmering lake. The sounds of water from the lake resonated in harmony with the rustling of the pines, rendering the scene before him exceptionally serene and ethereal. Gazing into the distance from the precipice, one observes the lake shore where reeds flourish abundantly, the bright moon casting its slanted light upon the rippling waters, illuminating the scene as if it were day. The surface of the water is devoid of any boats, and the only sound that reverberates is the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore, while a large flock of wild ducks frolics upon the water. Just as I was about to turn back to the cave, I was suddenly startled by what sounded like the clash of swords emanating from a grove across the stream, raising my suspicion that someone might be practicing martial arts in the vicinity. Intrigued, I quickly descended the cliff, leaped across the stream, and stealthily approached, only to discover that the sound originated from outside the woods. As I ventured deeper into the thicket, I cautiously